Chapter 1 Ex-Girlfriend Breaks Up. Ninghai City. Under the night, beautiful women were showing their thighs and wearing revealing clothes. A white-skirted beauty pointed her finger at a man and said desperately, "Lin Fan, let's break up." It had to be said that Han Yin's features were very delicate, plus her dress was hot and her body was sprayed with perfume, exuding a mature woman's charm all over. Wipe. This woman's body can split up good split up will not be cheap this beggar. This guy looks as to money no money, to room no room, is me I will not be good with him really aggrieved people beauty, that is, how can a beggar match a beautiful woman? Sister, interested in having a drink with me? This scene attracted a large number of onlookers. These people sneered and sneered, one by one pointing at Lin Fan. Why? Lin Fan's tone intensified as he drank heavily. Lin Fan needed Han Yin to give himself an explanation. Being offered to break up in front of so many people, Lin Fan felt quite overwhelmed by his face. Because you're poor, because I want to buy a Chanel dress, an LV bag, a Tiffany's diamond ring. I've been with you for 2 years and you can't give me anything. When Han Yin looked at Lin Fan, there was actually disappointment in her eyes. Lin Fan was about to open his mouth to speak, when an old man in his 40s suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan's eyes. As soon as the old man came, he wrapped his arms around Han Yin's willow waist, and then touched Han Yin's waist to her full breasts, mocking Lin Fan, "Kid, no money to learn from others to find any girlfriend. You can't give her anything she wants. This scene, seeing Lin Fan's mouth twitching, in that moment, he even wanted to rush up and incite the old man a few slaps, but he was disabused of his thoughts by Han Yin's next action, only to see her sticking to the old man like a cat, softly saying, "Lin Fan, you are far worse than him, go home and play. Honey, I love you so much." After saying that, she even used those lipstick-covered mouths to give the old man a kiss on the face. Crunch! Just then, Lin Fan's fist suddenly crunched and his eyes bulged. The lipstick on Han Yin's mouth was given to her by Lin Fan, and she was now using the lipstick she gave her to kiss another old man. Lin Fan resisted the urge and popped out a few words from the cracks of his mouth. Just because he's richer than me? Although Lin Fan wanted to hit Han Yin and this old man right now, if he did so, perhaps his hands would be dirty. Fortunately, Lin Fan hadn't touched this woman yet, or else Lin Fan would have felt that he had been soiled by Han Yin. That's right, it's because he's richer than you that I followed him. Surname Lin, let me tell you. I used to follow you to eat noodles, big stalls, rotten fruits, but I followed Boss Son. Everything I eat and drink is brand name. Now open your eyes and look at what I'm wearing. This is a Chanel dress, an LV bag, and a 10-carat diamond ring. You don't have any of these. Why would I want to live with a poor man like you? Han Yin growled with a mocking face and began to vent her years of complaints towards Lin Fan. She was just a woman who liked money, but Lin Fan had never been able to satisfy Han Yin. Thus, Han Yin had gotten this breakup today. At this time, a black BMW car even came out and stopped directly in front of Boss Son. This car is a BMW. One has to be several millions. You know a ball. BMW car is nothing. The owner of this car is only powerful. People are songs. Hush, you idiot, keep your voice down. Talking about Song Tianlong here, don't you want to live? He's the one who owns several nightclubs in Ninghai City. Seeing Song Tianlong's license plate with the tail number 008, the crowd immediately glared. This car still had some weight in Ninghai City. At least many of the people who saw this car would know Song Tianlong's name. And Song Tianlong was a person of honor in Ninghai City. Kid, your woman I Song Tianlong accepted, today gave you a lesson. In the future to find a woman, it is better to learn how to make money first. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and watched Song Tianlong and Han Yin, the pair of dogs and men, enter the BMW and leave. His heart was already angry to the extreme. He was angry that if he had money, then he could be fearless of Song Tianlong. But unfortunately, Lin Fan was just a penniless college student. However, at this time, a magical voice unexpectedly rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding dong, the dirtbag worship system has detected host number 1 in need of help. System activation in progress. Ding dong, system activation is successful. Recognizing Lin Fan as the dirtbag gold worshipping system host. What the hell? Dirtbag defeat gold? Lin Fan was slightly stunned when he heard the voice coming from his mind. However, the system began to respond to Lin Fan at this point. The Taheo defeat gold system is for the host to become the most Taheo, the most gold defeating person in this world, and the host must make everyone in the world envious, jealous and hateful of the host, or else he will be punished by the system. This is true? When Lin Fan heard all of this, his eyes narrowed and a feeling of excitement that he had never felt before came to life. However, the system did not answer Lin Fan's question at this time. Ding, the tutor defeat gold system automatically awards startup funds in. Ding, congratulations to the host. successfully obtaining the dirtbag defeat gold system startup funds of 10 million whole dollars. Please use up the 10 million whole dollars as soon as possible by the host, or else you will be punished by the system. Ding dong. Your industrial and commercial bank card with tail number 1454 has remitted 10,000,000 yuan on the 23rd, with a balance of 10,000,000 yuan. When Lin Fan took his worn-out Samsung cell phone, he was directly shocked by the number on top of the text message. It was really 10 million whole dollars. All this money is mine? Lin Fan got a little excited. It was the first time he had so much money. It's the host's money, but all of this money must be spent. If the host is unable to spend all of this money, then he will not be able to complete the system's mission, and that will be punished by the system. The system's icy reply caused Lin Fan to have more than a hint of doubt in his heart and frowned. If I don't complete the mission, what punishment will I receive? $10 million was still a lot of money. Lin Fan had never been so generous with his money, thus creating a hint of curiosity about the system's punishment. Ding! The system detects the host questioning and punishes the host. Impotence. *******. Damn. System, you come back. I want to teach you to be a human being. What does it mean to make me impotent? Lin Fan was furious. His eyes were red. Just now, he felt that his body seemed to be missing something. Now, how can Lin Fan be a mighty man? Chapter 2 Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center. As long as the host completes the mission, the punishment will be lifted and the reward of automatic money increase will be successfully opened. What? Money automatically increases? Yes. The host can now turn on the automatic money increase as long as he completes the first task. Currently the host's money is automatically 0. After completing the mission, it can be turned into an increase of 1,000 whole dollars per hour. $1,000 per hour. Hearing the words uttered by the system, Lin Fan exclaimed out in shock, the pupils of his eyes widening. $1,000 per hour. Doesn't that mean that there will be $24,000 of pure income every day? And that's without doing anything at all. How could this kind of good thing fall on Lin Fan? Ding! Please host, complete the task as soon as possible. Otherwise you will also accept the system's punishment. Please make sure that the host completes the task today. Otherwise the host's bottom will directly disappear and turn into a eunuch. After the system issued a cold and icy voice, it stopped making a sound. You mean, eunuch. Eunuch. System, come me out. I promise I won't beat you to death. What are you trying to do by turning me into a eunuch? Lin Fan heard the punishment. The whole person was blinded. Only once before he was made impotent by the system. This time it's eunuch again. Nima, is really want to turn Lin Fan into a bad man? There is no way Lin Fan can only act as quickly as possible. Becoming a eunuch is never the result Lin Fan wants. 10 million said not much said less. In Ninghai City can quickly consume the place is only so many. Ninghai City, high-end car 4S store. Ninghai City, Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center. But now Lin Fan felt that he took this 10 million, it is best to buy a house first. After all, every day live in the school dormitory. For Lin Fan, this outsider, have a set of their own house, or very happy. After saying that, Lin Fan walked out and stopped a cab. Cab driver is a master in his early 40s. People are better. Look at Lin Fan on the car after Lin Fan nagging. Young man, I see you are not local. Go to Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center. Why there can be some rich people can only go to the place. You look like to go to that place is not status. Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center is Ninghai City sales of high-grade housing place. The cheapest land is more than 60,000 a square meter. Ordinary people, even if you work for 2 or 3 decades, may not be able to buy a toilet. And Lin Fan wearing a set of cheap sportswear to go to the Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center. But it is to make the cab driver confused. How do you look at him? He doesn't look like someone who can afford Jingyang Real Estate. Going to Jingyang Real Estate in case he doesn't know the rules and causes trouble. I'm going to see the property. Lin Fan didn't get angry when he heard the cab driver's words. After all, he was concerned about himself. Looking at houses? Hearing this, the cab driver frowned greatly. A trace of skepticism flashed in his eyes. Young man, you have to be down to earth. You are going to look for a job, right? The driver had a look of disbelief in his eyes, was simply not believing that Lin Fan could buy a house from Jingyang Real Estate. It wasn't that this driver hadn't seen other people buy a house in Jingyang Real Estate, but those people all wore famous brands and drove sports cars, like Lin Fan's cheap sportswear. He simply couldn't afford it. Uncle, I'm really going to buy a house, Lin Fan said helplessly, aggravating his tone. Alas, how come young people nowadays are all like this? Get it, I believe it, okay. The taxi driver shook his head and sighed. Buying a house? Jingyang Real Estate is $600,000 for a toilet. Just like Lin Fan, he can't afford to buy a toilet in his whole life. The taxi driver killed himself not believing that Lin Fan can buy a house here. Not long ago, The taxi driver finally drove the car to the entrance of the Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center. Lin Fan, after paying the fare, is to get off. However, the taxi driver also kindly reminded, "Young man, you must keep a low profile here. Last time there was a rash young man who went to Jingyang Real Estate to make trouble. The result was beaten half dead, and is now lying in the hospital." After saying that, the taxi driver left. Lin Fan looked at the taxi drivers departing back and said, "Do I have to tell you that I'm carrying $10 million right now? It seems that I still need to buy some decent clothes in the future. Otherwise, how can I be a tycoon?" However, soon after, when Lin Fan noticed the people coming and going from the Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center, he came to a realization. The least of these people were wearing Armani. Lin Fan's sportswear, indeed, was too ground floor, and it was only natural to be recognized as not being able to afford Jingyang's real estate. "Kid, how did you get here?" A man's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's ears. "It's you, Lin Fan. Why are you here at the Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center as well?" Then, Hanin let out a slight sigh. Hanin was accompanying Song Tianlong to buy a house this time, and she was also dressed very nicely right now. A pair of flesh-colored stockings, paired with a long pink dress, reflected her long and slender legs, while she even brought her small waist close to Song Tianlong, allowing him to ravage her body as he pleased. He, what's wrong? Can't I come? Is this Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center run by your family? Lin Fan had long since lost any feelings for Hanin. Ever since this woman hooked up with Song Tianlong, Lin Fan felt that she was disgusting, no different from a green tea whore. "What's wrong with you? You wouldn't dare to talk to me like this before. Are you irritated?" Being returned such a sentence by Lin Fan, Hanin felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. In the past, when she followed Lin Fan had always responded to her requests and never spoke coldly. But now, Lin Fan was looking at Hanin as if she was looking at a stranger, completely devoid of any emotion. Irritation? No such thing. "I'm here today to buy a house at the Jingyang Real Estate Sales Center. Please move aside. You're blocking me from looking at the house." Lin Fan skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, "Buying a house?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Song Tianlong snorted. "You don't even have the money to buy her a decent dress. How dare you tell me that you're here to buy a house in Jingyang? I think you're purposely here to make trouble." "Security guard. Where's the security guard of Jingyang? Hurry up and chuck this person out for me." Song Tianlong was prepared to bring Hanin to buy a suite today to facilitate hooking up with Hanin in the future. But Lin Fan's appearance was something that made Song Tianlong very dissatisfied. After all, Lin Fan's identity was there. Being Han Yin's former boyfriend, Song Tianlong couldn't help but feel dissatisfied in his heart when he looked at Lin Fan hanging around here. "Day." As Song Tianlong shouted, Jingyang's security guards immediately appeared. "What's going on here, Boss Song? It's that ungrateful guy who angered Boss Song. Leave it to us. Even someone dares to mess with Boss Song these days. I'm afraid I've eaten too much. Even Boss Song dares to mess with him. Don't you want to live in Ninghai?" 7 or 8 strong men immediately formed a circle, respectfully ran to the front of Song Tianlong. Extremely concerned about Song Tianlong said, Song Tianlong opened a nightclub and often invited these security guards over to eat and drink. So these people couldn't help but give Song Tianlong face. "It's this guy. You guys look at him up and down dressed there like someone who can afford Jingyang Real Estate. A poor look. And deliberately say something out of tune, affecting my mood to buy a house. Hurry up and drive out," Song Tianlong said with a bad face. His hatred towards Lin Fan deepened a bit. "I see. You're a poor guy. You still want to come to Jingyang Real Estate to fool around. Quickly get out. If you make Boss Song angry, you'll have a hard time." A security guard despised Lin Fan after hearing what Song Tianlong said. "Ninghai Jingyang Real Estate receives rich people, at least people who can take out hundreds of thousands of dollars with their hands. If Lin Fan, a poor guy, came here to make trouble, even if Song Tianlong didn't kick Lin Fan out, he would still be kicked out by the manager of Jingyang Real Estate." "Wait, who told you that I came here to fool around? I'm here to buy a house. Tell your manager to come here. I'm not going to mess around with you security guards. I'm very busy. I don't have time to delay with you." At this time, Lin Fan amplified his voice, very angry. With $10 million in his hand, he still had to be afraid of a few small security guards and Song Tianlong? "Lin Fan, will you stop fooling around? A toilet in a house here costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Are you calling the manager here because you want to make a fool of yourself? I know you still have thoughts about me, but you can't mess around. You won't get any women to like you like this." Hanin couldn't help but frown slightly at this time, and became even more annoyed with Lin Fan. Lin Fan could buy a toilet in the Ninghai Jing Ocean House or ancestors burn incense. Still want to call the manager to come over to choose a room. Want to make people laugh off their teeth. Shut up. Do you think I will still like a green tea whore like you? Lin Fan said angrily. "Where's the manager of Ninghai View Ocean House? Hurry up and come out for me. I'm going to buy your house now and pay in full." Who is it that wants full payment? Lin Fan's voice was particularly loud, and it also made the manager of Jing Yang, who stayed in the distance, startled violently. People who dared to pay the full amount in Jing Yang without a mortgage were not ordinary people. Chapter 3, Aren't you going to call me Grandpa? It's me, Lin Fan responded, then used his hand to push away Hanin who was blocking in front of him and took a step into Jing Yang. What appeared in front of Lin Fan's eyes at this time was a small model of Jing Yang's real estate, but the model real situation was actually the same as the real house type. Lin Fan had his eye on a well-decorated house with a good house type and light. The house is more than 110 square feet, within the 5th Ring Road close to Lin Fan's university. The location is very good. The nearby bus station, subway are available. Convenient transportation. So this house is very useful to Lin Fan. I'll take this full duplex hardcover house. How much? Lin Fan was very satisfied with the house, smiled with his finger on the model house type. For this suite, Lin Fan was bound to get it. Lin Fan used to live in the dormitory, now directly get a set of house. The heart don't mention how comfortable. 6,270,000. If it's paid in full, I can do it on behalf of Jing Yang. Give you a discount to 6,230,000. The manager had been blinded. Blinded still a little big. Don't know what he's talking about. It's the biggest amount he has ever encountered in Jing Yang. The whole 6,270,000. Jing Yang house very few people can afford to buy. And those who can afford to pay a big price of the main will not even find the manager to talk about. Are directly looking for the head of the department. So cheap? I thought it was much more expensive. Just swipe the card directly. Lin Fan spoke in a domineering manner, then took the bank card in his hand. Lin Fan, how did you become like this? Too maid. How can you have money to buy a house? Han Yin's face changed, revealing a hint of contempt, even doubting whether Lin Fan had lost his mind or not. Really swipe the card? When manager Jing Yang heard Lin Fan say swipe the card, the whole person hesitated and couldn't believe his ears. This was $6,230,000. Wasn't it just a few $100s and said swipe the card? 6,230,000 is simply a heavenly price for manager Jing Yang. But Lin Fan acted with a relaxed face, really not letting people believe it is true. Come on, just you kids still want to swipe the card. Do you think you are me? Song Tianlong, dare to be wild in Jing Yang? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Song Tianlong couldn't help but snicker. Song Tianlong had a few nightclubs before he dared to come to Jing Yang to buy a house. But even so, he was mortgaged. Lin Fan, a rash young man without much social experience background, still dared to swipe the card directly. Really thought he was a big brother in Ninghai. Brush it. If your bank card really has so much money, Song Tianlong will see you later and call you Grandpa. Song Tianlong put his hand on Hanin and looked at Lin Fan and joked, the corner of his mouth showing a hint of faint contempt. Song Tianlong had seen the world no matter what. A guy like Lin Fan who didn't have more than $200 in one outfit was someone who would never be able to afford a Jing Yang house. Snap. This time, Lin Fan was no longer polite with Song Tianlong and flung his hand at him. Then Lin Fan solemnly said, Are you finished? So like to push not? You like to push, please go outside and push. Don't hinder me from buying a house. This slap from Lin Fan was so crisp and strong that the entire Jing Yang real estate heard it. Hitting people. Song Tianlong's connections aren't weak. He's mixed up in Ninghai City. This kid is only going to have a big problem. Is this guy crazy? Several nightclubs in Ninghai City are owned by Song Tianlong. He actually dared to hit Song Tianlong? Almost everyone's eyes froze, looking at Lin Fan in shock. The beaten Song Tianlong was also baffled at this time, and said in disbelief, You dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Song Tianlong's local landlord could pack up Lin Fan any way he wanted. This Lin Fan behaving like this was purely asking for trouble. I don't care who you are. I'm not interested in knowing who you are. What are you? The manager? Standing around for? Hurry up and swipe your card. I don't want to talk nonsense with a retard. At this time, Lin Fan suddenly spoke out. A shocking statement that woke up the manager who was standing dumbly. If it was before, Lin Fan would still be afraid of Song Tianlong. But now that Lin Fan had the tutor defeat gold system, if he was still afraid of Song Tianlong, then he would simply find a block of tofu and crash into it. Yes, I'll swipe my card. The manager came back to his senses, bowed his head and trembled, half-heartedly taking Lin Fan's card to the card swiping machine. To be honest, manager Jing Yang was a bit distrustful of Lin Fan, because Lin Fan was too young, in his early 20s, dressed in a pair of ground floor goods. Where did he look like a rich man? Tick-tock. When manager Jing Yang put Lin Fan's card on the card machine, an amazing scene happened, only to see the card machine make a sound and print out a note. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Nima, this was 6,230,000. 000,000,000. Just say swipe it. It's done? Manager Jing Yang was stunned, his eyes glaring. Instantly a chill surged to the tip of manager Jing Yang's heart and his heart palpitated. Just a moment ago, he had almost rejected a multi-millionaire, and the reason for the rejection was actually Song Tianlong, this old piker. Sir, please keep your card. Boy, good guy. Lin Fan paid successfully as soon as he swiped his card. This time the manager was happy. Looking at Lin Fan was looking at him left and right, smiling and holding the card respectfully handing it to Lin Fan. But Song Tianlong was not happy, yelling at the Jingyang manager, *******, your mom, you dare to let him buy a house. I will make you not be able to mix in Ninghai in the future. Song Tianlong was driven to the dogs. He didn't bring a lot of money out, and he only came to Jingyang today to pay a deposit, but being made to look a bit ugly by Lin Fan. There's a mad dog barking. I think you, Jingyang company, wouldn't let a mad dog in the door. It's too disturbing for me to buy a house. Lin Fan felt that Song Tianlong was too annoying, so he said to Jingyang manager. When the Jingyang manager heard this, he immediately changed color, turned to the security guard behind him and said, throw this person out of here. What if it affects Mr. Lin? We at Jingyang are not the kind of company that can let anyone in. Lin Fan casually out is 6,270,000. Jingyang manager the single due down commission are more than 100,000. And how dare to let Song Tianlong affect Lin Fan's mood? Boss Song, I think you'd better go out by yourself, or we'll really have to throw you out later. A few security guards sighed helplessly. With the manager giving the word like this, if they didn't throw someone out, they would be trying to smash their rice bowls. Kid, do you really want to offend me, Song Tianlong? This Ninghai City I Song Tianlong more or less still a little thin face. Not your kind of people can make waves. If you are smart then this matter will be so forgettable. Otherwise, with me against you do not have much good fruit to eat. Song Tianlong looked at Lin Fan and said sentence by sentence. He was the boss of several nightclubs. If this matter spread out today, he would not want to mix in Ninghai in the future. Song Tianlong, didn't you want to call me grandpa? Why don't you do it now? Hearing Song Tianlong's words, Lin Fan sneered and said sarcastically. Then he turned to look at the manager and said, Manager, throw him out. I'm going to buy another $3 million house and don't want to be disturbed by him. After saying that, a golden light directly emerged from this manager's eyes, and he's shocked. Quickly throw this person out. You must throw him out. You can't let him affect Mr. Lin. Manager Jing Yang was really too surprised. Together with the house Lin Fan had bought before, this manager could have taken this year's sales champion. When the year-end evaluation could get a bonus again, how could he dare to let Song Tianlong, this ungrateful guy, offend Lin Fan? Don't say throw Song Tianlong out, even let him violently beat Song Tianlong can be. Chapter 4 Tears of the Goddess. What are you doing? What do you guys want to do? I'm Song Tianlong. If you guys dare to touch one of my fingers, I'll make it impossible for you guys to mix in Ninghai. Hubby, will you make them stop? I'm so scared. These security guards look so fierce. Song Tianlong looked at the security guards with some trepidation and yelled. He didn't expect that the security guards would actually come over. Boss Song is offended. We don't want to throw you out either. But the manager gave the word. We can only act according to the manager's instructions. No. Lousy is Song Tianlong. Lousy is a piece of heaven in Ninghai. Are you security guards blind? Dare to come to my trouble. Lin Fan, why are you so rich? These security guards didn't care if Song Tianlong was dead or alive. They directly lifted the two of them up and threw them out. The manager was leading Lin Fan to visit Jingyang shops at this time. He didn't even know about Song Tianlong who was thrown out, and he wasn't interested in knowing about Song Tianlong. Mr. Lin, this is the street frontage of Jingyang. I found you a room with high traffic and good location. In the future, this is a location valued by the government. Are you satisfied? In view of the fact that you bought Jingyang's high-class finely decorated house, so I'm here to give you a private decision. 40,000 square feet. What do you think? The manager carefully said, afraid that Lin Fan would be unhappy. Before Lin Fan bought the fine decorated room could actually be cheaper, but Lin Fan didn't seem to care. It made the manager pay attention. These days, was there really a tycoon who didn't care about money? Anyway, the manager didn't believe it. 40,000, why is it so cheap? I still have $3 million in this card. Swipe it all for me and the rest is your tip. Lin Fan heard the price quoted by the manager. His eyebrows frowned and he said unhappily, he was just a little bit short of completing the 10 million novice mission. What does a discount mean? Lin Fan wasn't short of this money. Oh my god, 3 million, so much money again, full payment. The manager's entire body was dumbfounded and stunned at this time. Today he was hit by bad luck. A come up is 6 million plus 3 million. Dry this vote, he cannot work for a year. In an instant, the manager froze, cold sweat on his back, stood there dumbfounded, not moving at all. What's wrong with you? Lin Fan saw that the manager did not react for half a day and immediately asked. Only Lin Fan's questioning didn't seem to have much effect. The manager still stood dumbfounded where he was. his hands and feet shaking. Stupid? I'll find someone else to do this if you're stupid. No, 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 I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. I just think that people like you, Mr. Lin, are just a little too bold. I've never seen someone as bold as you. When the manager heard Lin Fan's voice, he finally reacted, and a cold shiver ran down his body. Just now it was really too exciting. This manager had previously heard that real tycoons were usually very low-key, preferring to wear ground floor goods, but their outbursts could scare people to death. Now it seemed that he had 80% encountered it. Lin Fan was this typical super tycoon. Then hurry up and swipe your card. I don't have time to waste with you. I'm very busy. Hearing the manager's reply, Lin Fan immediately chided. In his heart, he was excited. Lin Fan only had to let the manager swipe his card to complete the novice quest. Previously, Lin Fan's bravado had given this manager a premonition that as long as he served Lin Fan well, he could be billed at any time, so he carried a POS machine with him. At this time he took Lin Fan's card to the POS machine and flicked it. Drip! The POS machine directly swiped the card successfully, and the manager's entire body smiled like a little cutie. Like a dream. A few simple words let him open a $10 million order. It was simply too exciting. Mr. Lin, now that you are already a Jingyang 5-star VIP guest, your VIP card, I will send it to you later. Please be sure to accept it. The manager smiled respectfully to Lin Fan with a smiling face. He decided that he must personally send a 5-star VIP card to Lin Fan. The degree of Lin Fan's dirt cheapness greatly exceeded the manager's tolerance limit, making him ecstatic and unable to calm down. A customer like Lin Fan. The manager could classify him as a SSS grade important customer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first novice task, successfully using 10 million whole dollars. The system successfully opened them all, and gained 30 points of NB value from manager Jingyang. Ding! The host completes the task. The automatic increase of money is turned on. The current increase degree is $1,000 per hour. Ding! Given that the host is completing the mission for the first time, the system automatically gifts the host with a lottery draw that can be used to obtain mall items. Ding! May I ask if the host is going to do a lottery draw? When manager Jingyang swiped Lin Fan's card successfully, the system's cold voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's head. System, hurry up and relieve me of my impotence. I can't feel anything with that thing until now. Hearing the voice of completing the task, Lin Fan was a little excited. As a normal man, impotence in eunuchs were absolutely unacceptable to no one. Moreover, Lin Fan now got the earthly gold worship system. If that thing is gone, how can Lin Fan be happy? Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system has successfully lifted the host's impotence. May I ask if the host is going to do a lottery? The system mechanically asked again. There's a feeling, just like before. Draw now, draw quickly. Phew. After waiting for a few moments of effort, Lin Fan was finally greeted with his prize. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining it. Tears of the Goddess White Gold Diamond Ring. Tears of the Goddess, completely cast in white gold. The diamond ring is more than 10 carats in weight. Worn on a woman's hand, it is like a shining star. There are almost no women who can ignore the existence of this diamond ring, and it is also able to increase the women's goodwill towards the host by 30%. The voice of the system came from his mind. Lin Fan's eyes let out light. This goddess tier is simply a goddess to tease. This system is to force Lin Fan to tease a girl. Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me? Manager Jingyang shook his hand in front of Lin Fan, saw that Lin Fan did not have any reaction, immediately panicked, anxiously called out. This is a multi-millionaire. There may be a billionaire. If it is just handed over to Jingyang, I'm afraid that Jingyang cannot afford the responsibility. Who knows the billionaire behind the end of the big power? I'm fine. Don't yell. Hurry up and give me the house key. Lin Fan came back to his senses and said with a straight face. The Jingyang house was a hardcover house. Lin Fan could live in it immediately, so there was no need to bull **** with the manager. Hurry up and take the key away was the real deal. Mr. Lin, this is no problem. At that time I will take your 5-star VIP card and hand it over to you. May I ask how I can contact you? Manager Jingyang cheerfully said to Lin Fan, thinking in his heart that he must make good relations with Lin Fan in the future. This is a super big customer. Whatever. Just call me on this cell phone when the time comes. 188-965-8874. Sniffing, Lin Fan skillfully uttered a number. The phone number was Lin Fan's previous cell phone number. It would not be used all the time, and it was not much of a problem to tell manager Jingyang. After taking Jingyang's house, Lin Fan guaranteed that he would make sure that this manager would never be able to get through. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will personally deliver it to you at that time. May I ask what else you need? Manager Jingyang asked professionally, trying to leave a good impression on Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head and slowly said, no need. I still have things to do. You remember to give me the house key, real estate license together. After saying that, Lin Fan left straight away. Having bought so many things, this manager still asked. Surely his face was not as thick as a city wall. Lin Fan didn't have the time to bull ***** with this manager. What he wanted to do the most now was to have a beautiful sleep. At the same time, Rose nightclub, inside a chic private room, several flamboyant women were sitting on the sofa in revealing clothes, exposing their long and white thighs, showing off their unique maturity and flirtatiousness, winking at Song Tianlong. Basically, every woman here had heavy makeup on her face, and her wraparound skirts and stockings of various colors were particularly moving under the flashing lights, while Han Yin, a little girl staying here, looked a little off-color. She can't compare with the women of Rose nightclub no matter what. They are a mature group, while Han Yin is just a shy flower waiting to be released. Song Tianlong looks at her, but only with this group of demonic women are tired of playing, and want to change the taste. Only now did Han Yin realize that she was just Song Tianlong's plaything, and that Song Tianlong didn't even like her. Chapter 5, Xia Beibei and Su Wenting. Brother Long, what's wrong with you? Why do you look unhappy? Bad luck. Laozi accompanied Han Yin to look at the house today. He met a rabbit brat and told the security guards to throw Laozi out. It's really bad luck. How have I, Song Tianlong, ever suffered from this kind of anger all these years? Song Tianlong's old face frowned widely and ruthlessly canned a few mouthfuls of wine. Brother Long, is there someone who dares not give you face even in Ninghai? One of the dainty women froze and opened her mouth to ask. She knew that Song Tianlong's power in Ninghai was very great. Otherwise there was no way he could open a nightclub. But was it that someone as powerful as Song Tianlong would have someone who dared to challenge him? This dainty woman couldn't imagine what kind of person would dare to challenge Song Tianlong, and what kind of background he possessed that would dare to challenge Song Tianlong, the local snake in Ninghai. Snap! Song Tianlong vigorously slapped the table, violently shook his voice and droned. No! I have to get this son back before I can do so, otherwise how can I mix in Ninghai in the future? Call Lao San, Lao Air to come back. It's been a long time since I've gone out to clean up people. Song Tianlong, do you really want to make things that big? Hearing Song Tianlong speak, Han Yin's voice trembled. Song Tianlong had a few extraordinary brothers. One of them was an underground gangster who usually did all the unseemly things and had a lot of power in Ninghai. Another brother is not simple, known as Chen Boss, assets of hundreds of millions of dollars, private control of the heavy industry in Ninghai, but also raised a group of fighters, very powerful. Han Yin hid next to her, not daring to call Song Tianlong her husband in front of these women anymore. She could only be humble and submissive. She was afraid that she would be kicked out. These women in the Night of Roses were not ordinary women. Each one of them was an old geezer. Han Yin only dared to call Song Tianlong her husband twice when no one was around. Kid, when Lao Air and Lao San come, I'll let you know how horrible it is to offend me, Song Tianlong. Song Tianlong's voice turned cold, and a cold aura emerged from his eyes. At this time, his eyes were full of murderous aura, and the veins on his arms were bursting. Extremely frightening. The next day, Lin Fan climbed up just as the day dawned. Today was the day of school in South University. Lin Fan had not gone to school for many days, and did not know if the teachers inside the school had deducted his credits, although there were many students in South University who often missed classes. But the reason Lin Fan had missed classes before was actually for the reason of this woman, Han Yin. Thinking about it, Lin Fan felt that it was not worth it. Good thing that now there is goddess tears. Lin Fan can go to find a better woman than Han Yin. Do not have to be sad for her green tea whore. What a headache. There are so many beautiful women in South University. Who should I give the goddess tears to? Walking on the road to South University, Lin Fan muttered in a low voice, his head full of doubts. Now that he had a girl-teasing artifact, but to whom exactly would this girl-teasing artifact be used? Should I give it to that tigress Xia Beibei, or the goddess Su Wenting of Southern University? Lin Fan shook his head and said bitterly. In Southern University, Xia Beibei and Su Wenting were both little vixens that caused people to commit crimes. Xia Beibei was 28 years old this year, and was a beautiful teacher who taught Lin Fan the Chinese department. Actually not older than Lin Fan by a few years, but just by virtue of her superior level she became a lecturer at the Southern University, and was known as the prettiest and youngest lecturer at the Southern University. But there is one thing, Xia Beibei bad temper. To the South University students always like to blow beard, fierce and scolding, so South University students behind the scenes are called her tigress. Another beauty Su Wenting is also the school flower of NU. She usually likes to wear some sexy and fashionable clothes, often wrapping her white thighs with stockings and strutting around in NU. However, no one in Southern University dared to take any liberties with this little goblin. There seemed to be some powerful forces behind her, and the men who molested her in Southern University would all end up dying a horrible death. Right at this moment, A sound of high-heeled footsteps came from Lin Fan's ears, and a white-skirted girl suddenly appeared beside Lin Fan. Su Wenting, only to see Su Wenting wearing a gossamer white dress. Her body was as if she was flying in the smoke, as if she was moving like a legendary fairy, combined with her long, shiny black hair, a pair of big eyes with aura, and that gorgeous, exquisite face and flaming top. It immediately made Lin Fan look silly. Humph, get out of the way. Su Wenting suddenly rose her mouth and looked at Lin Fan with a mocking face, snorting coldly. Her soft voice was more or less contemptuous of Lin Fan. A beggar student like Lin Fan could not enter Su Wenting's eyes. Su Wenting, what a good morning. You look so beautiful today. Lin Fan's heartbeat sped up when he saw the South University schoolgirl greet him. Red-faced and embarrassed, he rubbed his head. His nose sniffed the aroma coming from Su Wenting's body, and there was also a faint body odor that seemed to be a virginal fragrance. When Su Wenting heard Lin Fan's voice, she coldly said, "Humph, beggar, the same old method of picking up girls. Won't you change something else?" Ding! Warning warning, host is despised by Su Wenting. Envy value deducted by 1. What? The alarming sound of the system reached Lin Fan's ears, immediately causing Lin Fan to show his embarrassment and yell out. After Su Wenting saw Lin Fan in this state, she sighed, slightly frowning her eyebrows and sighed lightly. What a disgraceful beggar. Yelling and screaming, no quality at all. After saying that, Su Wenting threw a look of disgust at Lin Fan and moved closer towards the left side, trying to distance herself from Lin Fan. Ding! Warning, host has been despised by Su Wenting once again. Envy value deducted by 1. This time Lin Fan didn't yell, but sighed in his heart. My god, deducting another point of my envy value. If it's all deducted, how can I still buy things from the system mall? This Su Wenting is really hateful. Lin Fan's envy value was 30 before, but after being despised by Su Wenting for the second time, it had become 28. System, I need to take care of this Su Wenting now. Can you pull out her information? After Lin Fan was deducted 2 more points of envy value by Su Wenting, he finally stirred up his anger and resolved that he must take care of her. Ding! The system is automatically detecting the data. Ding! Detecting data successfully. Lin Fan's side finally obtained Su Wenting's information from the system. And soon, Su Wenting's personal privacy appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. Su Wenting, gender female, goddess level, age, 20 years old, height, 169 centimeters, temperament, 88 points, iceberg snow maiden form, room for rising temperament, appearance, 84 points, close to the third line, fourth line actress, there is more room to rise, body, 80 points, first entered the university, the body needs to be developed by men, to be developed more space, favorability, 30 points, there is a great prejudice against the host, thinking that the host is a beggar who wants to eat swan meat, mainly because the host is more similar to the male compatriots pursuing Su Wenting. There is no salient point. Family, requires an increase in host favorability to view. Hobbies, need host favorability increase to view. Basic requirements for male mate selection, requires host favorability to increase to view. After Lin Fan saw this information, his entire body was dumbfounded, his gaze frozen. The landlord gold worshipping system was too dangling, wasn't it? All this information was viewable? Good. Su Wenting, since you think I'm a beggar, then wouldn't I be sorry to the landlord worship system if I don't take care of you? Lin Fan laughed coldly and said to himself, this time, he would definitely salty himself. Taking the earthy gold worshipping system, Lin Fan couldn't handle Su Wenting. Then Lin Fan would be too useless. This time no matter what, Lin Fan would take Su Wenting down. On the other hand, Su Wenting finally sighed after getting rid of Lin Fan as a beggar again. Luckily, finally got rid of Gao Yongjin. This guy is getting more and more over the top now. It seems like I should tell my dad about these things. Gao Yongjin was the school grass-level handsome guy of Southern University. He was good-looking and rich. The key was that he could also fight. In a school like Southern University, girls are basically irresistible to those cool and handsome men. And Gao Yongjin is right in this range of male gods. And as the best of them, he is very much liked by the girls of Southern University. However, Gao Yongjin seems to have recently launched an exhaustive pursuit of Su Wenting, with a thick face very thickly pestering Su Wenting, tailing Su Wenting every day, making Su Wenting very uncomfortable. And just this morning, Gao Yongjin actually dared to drive behind Su Wenting. Su Wenting saw Gao Yongjin holding a lot of roses in his hand in the car, felt something wrong and hurried out of the car, but did not expect to run into Lin Fan on the road. Su Wenting and Gao Yongjin is very familiar with the side through the Gao Yongjin understand Lin Fan, just a beggar. Chapter 6 The annoying Gao Yongjin. Not long after Su Wenting left, the Southern University students started to go to school one after another. The tear of goddess was held tightly in Lin Fan's hand. He was thinking about how to hand this tear of goddess to Su Wenting. If he gave it to the wrong person, it would be a big loss. Holding the tear of goddess, Lin Fan walked very slowly. Some students walking behind him have passed him. However, Lin Fan was completely unaware of it, and looked like he was happy. At this time, a woman suddenly barged into Lin Fan's side, reaching out to swipe the goddess tears in Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan immediately panicked. His hands were in a frenzy. However, fortunately, the tear of the goddess was not snatched away, and Lin Fan was able to save the tear of the goddess in the end. Lin Fan, I've been observing you for a long time. What the hell are you doing? Two clusters of towering appeared, swaying in the air for a few moments, and then said aggressively. Xia Beibei appeared, long hair draped over her shoulders. Her temperament was outstanding. Wearing a pair of high-heeled shoes will be her set of teacher's professional outfit as much as possible to look breathtaking. Bumpy and chiseled feeling is definitely more than Su Wenting on a grade. Even show the maturity of the charm. The body of a French high-grade perfume flavor. So that Lin Fan smelled a little bit cannot stop. Nima, this Xia Beibei in the end is to do teachers, or to be a dancer. Ah, so it's you, MS. Xia, why are you robbing me? Lin Fan slightly drifted off and said, robbing you? You don't even look at what time it is now. Only a few minutes short of the time you'll be late. What is that thing you're holding in your hand? Are you playing crazy? Give it to me. I'll give it back to you when you've behaved well that day. Xia Beibei's tone grew cold. Her tigress-like demeanor came out, and she reached out, grabbing the goddess tear in her hand with Lin Fan. When she came savagely, Lin Fan immediately panicked, and immediately shouted, no, this thing can't be given to you. Lin Fan was very clear about the effects of the tear of the goddess. He had already decided to give the tear of the goddess to Su Wenting, so he would not involve Xia Beibei in this. When Xia Beibei heard Lin Fan's stubborn words, her pretty face instantly changed color, and she sternly drank. Lin Fan, I'm your teacher. I'm doing this for your own good. Look at what you've become now. I can't give it to you. A teacher can't confiscate a student's things. I'm a college student now. It's not like I'm a high school student. Lin Fan argued and didn't give in to Xia Beibei, although he also knew that Xia Beibei was a woman. But if this goddess tear was given away, it would be a big trouble. At this moment, the two people scrambled. The two arms were fighting each other for the goddess tears, not giving in to each other in the slightest. Lin Fan's arm touched Xia Beibei's soft chest consciously or unconsciously, and immediately felt warm in his heart. Xia Beibei's place is really good material, far bigger than it looks. Hiss. But in the process of Lin Fan and Xia Beibei scrambling, Xia Beibei wearing high heels suddenly slipped. The body violently toward Lin Fan leaned over. Chest shirt clattered and was torn, revealing a flash of white wobbly landscape. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This Xia Beibei is not generally mature. Why not just give her the goddess tears? Lin Fan even felt that his hands seemed to have touched a certain soft object and couldn't help but rub it. What are you touching? Xia Beibei's face suddenly changed drastically. A pair of gazes capable of killing people locked onto Lin Fan. Xia Beibei wanted to kill Lin Fan at this moment. If she hadn't accidentally fallen, how could she let Lin Fan take such a big advantage? Ah, sorry. Hearing Xia Beibei's yell, Lin Fan hastily withdrew his hand. Thud. Only, this time, it caused Xia Beibei to directly fall to the ground. Xia Beibei lost her center of gravity, and when she fell to the ground, her body was completely out of balance, and she directly made a dog-eat-dog. You, bastard, you get the hell out of here. I won't just let this matter go. Lin Fan, you bad guy, actually dared to molest the teacher. You are simply lawless. Xia Beibei gritted her teeth and said. Her eyes were full of anger towards Lin Fan. It wasn't that she didn't want to clean up Lin Fan, but her ankle was twisted, and it was necessary for her to go and take care of her foot before cleaning up Lin Fan. However, after Lin Fan heard Xia Beibei's voice of anger, he didn't choose to leave at the first opportunity, but instead paused there and looked at Xia Beibei with a pair of eyes that looked the woman up and down. What are you still staying here for? Why don't you get lost? Xia Beibei's face stiffened, and a trace of disgust appeared on that icy face. She saw evil thoughts in Lin Fan's eyes, similar to those school eunuchs, traveling up and down her body, causing Xia Beibei's goosebumps to rise. Mother Tiger, the way you smile is actually quite pretty. Lin Fan, what did you just call your teacher? Xia Beibei was stunned for a second and lost her froth. Lin Fan usually has a soft nature. Why did he change like a person today? Actually bold enough to call her a tigress. Xia Beibei felt that she was not hearing it wrong, but the most let Xia Beibei surprised is actually Lin Fan today is not afraid of her. Dare to go against her. Usually he is not very obedient. Mother Tiger, don't wear such a small bra. Your breasts are bigger. Wearing a small one is not appropriate. Suddenly, Lin Fan put down a sentence and walked forward. Just now when Lin Fan touched Xia Beibei's breasts, he found that she seemed to be wearing it a little tight there, diminishing that originally more rippling landscape, but this actually had an impact. That's why Lin Fan kindly reminded Xia Beibei of this. Lin Fan, what are you talking nonsense about? Teacher didn't. At this moment, Xia Beibei's face instantly flushed and was incomparably hot. It was her own idea to bind her breasts a little tighter. Of course she did this to dispel the bad thoughts those perverts had about her. But this didn't actually reduce the harassment those smelly men inside the school had on her. On the other hand, although Su Wenting felt that she had gotten rid of Gao Yongjin, it was actually just her illusion. When Su Wenting walked into the classroom, she realized that Gao Yongjin was waiting for her inside and handed over a large bouquet of roses, saying with concern, "Su Wenting, don't you still understand my love for you?" Saying that, Gao Yongjin also extremely gentlemanly kneeled down on one foot and took out a diamond box from his hand, wanting to present Su Wenting with a big and bright diamond ring. As long as that diamond ring was accepted by Su Wenting, then Su Wenting would be even more unable to escape Gao Yongjin's hand. Wow, Brother Yong is so romantic, sending so many roses to schoolgirl Su. Brother Yong is handsome and rich, the key is being able to fight. If I were a female, I would directly marry Brother Yong. What is Su School Flower still hesitating for? Accept Brother Yong's flowers? Young, Brother Yong, you actually kneeled down for big school flower Su. I was so moved that I cried. A man like Brother Yong has gold under his knees. When Gao Yongjin finished his words, some people immediately chimed in. These people were all bought by Gao Yongjin in order to make Su Wenting accept himself. In Gao Yongjin's opinion, if you like someone, you have to do whatever it takes. And if you like a woman, you have to get everything she has. Snap. Unfortunately, Su Wenting didn't take a liking to Gao Yongjin, but instead backhanded the ring box and jerked it away with her hand. Gao Yongjin, how many times have I told you, there will be no result between me and you? Why do you always pester me? I don't like you, Su Wendian said very angrily, her face all disgusted. In the end, she even said I don't like you extra heavy and loud, as a way to show how much Su Wenting hated Gao Yongjin. Gao Yongjin's ring box was jerked away, but he seemed to have expected it and did not get angry at Su Wenting. Instead he smiled sinisterly. Su Wenting, I will not give up on you. You will only get results with me. Your family is a family friend of mine. There is no one in this southern university who is a better match for you than me. When Gao Yongjin said this, he picked up the diamond ring on the ground. The things that were given to Su Wenting were not cheap. The ring inside this box was a South African natural diamond with a high gold content. The RMB was worth about $1 million. If it was lost, it was Gao Yongjin who would feel a meat ache. Shameless. When Su Wenting heard this, her beautiful eyes wrinkled up and she said with boredom, she hated Gao Yongjin too much. She especially hated Gao Yongjin as a person. Gao Yongjin's character was the most clear to her. It was simply too bad to be true. And those girls who were usually played by him were so many that they could form a class. Hubby, you're here Therefore, Su Wenting said nothing would accept Gao Yongjin. Just at this time Lin Fan suddenly came from the corridor. Su Wenting's beautiful eyes lit up, and she even made a crazy move. Chapter 7, Ironclothes Max. Husband? Lin Fan looked at Su Wenting with a confused face. Su Wenting should not be interested in Lin Fan. How did she suddenly become so enthusiastic? Could it be that her head was hit by a pole? Brother Yong, should this kid be scrapped? Seeing this scene, the dog leg behind Gao Yongjin immediately came up enthusiastically and said with a vicious color. Jokingly, Su Wenting was Gao Yongjin's chick. This guy who ran out from nowhere. Could he still have the ability to go against Gao Yongjin? You're good. Gao Yongjin's face was covered with anger. The anger made the whole face hideous. Half a second later, a few words popped out from his mouth. Even my Gao Yongjin's woman dares to mess around. Who gave you the courage? Or do you think that in this place, Southern University, it's you who has the final say? Gao Yongjin continued to speak with killing intent in his eyes. The eyes were very cold and chilling, as if Gao Yongjin had actually killed someone. Su Wenting saw the problem on Gao Yongjin's face and nudged him. Gao Yongjin, this guy is my boyfriend. Don't mess around with him or I'll tell my dad. Bye now. Su Wenting finally realized that a big mess had been made. Lin Fan didn't take advantage of her in any way, but because of her one sentence, it made Lin Fan fall into a desperate situation. Having to face this extremely powerful dude in Southern University, offending Gao Yongjin would definitely not be a good thing, and it was highly likely that he would become a clown in the eyes of everyone or a pathetic person because of it. Because there really weren't many people in Southern University who dared to go against Gao Yongjin, and even if there were, they definitely wouldn't say the words out in the open. Su Wenting, whether he is your boyfriend or not is not up to you. Even if you tell your father about this matter, do you think your father will agree to you staying together with a smelly beggar? Gao Yongjin analyzed very calmly and said slowly. With Gao Yongjin's understanding of Su Wenting's dad, it was true that he would not let Su Wenting and Lin Fan have any intercourse. Su's family was in business, and had a few companies in Ninghai, not too big or small, and also had a lot of friendships with the leaders of Ninghai City, and there were even more boys who pursued Su Wenting. In addition to Gao Yongjin, some high-ranking officials' sons and daughters also had a craving for Su Wenting. How could his father let those high-ranking officials' sons and daughters go, and let Su Wenting get good with a boy without any background? I don't care what exactly your purpose is with Su Wenting, please leave her. She is not a woman that trash of your level can touch. If you don't want to die an ugly death, hurry up and leave her so I will let you live, Gao Yongjin said expressionlessly. In his opinion, Lin Fan was like an ant, not enough for him to pinch to death at all. No matter whether Su Wenting really liked Lin Fan or not, whether she faked liking Lin Fan or not, it was not enough for Gao Yongjin to play with. It's too unchallenging to kill Lin Fan. Gao Yongjin felt that he was looking for the wrong person. How did he find a guy who can be shot with one hand? If other people know, I'm afraid that they will be laughed off. Seeing Gao Yongjin's bad attitude, Su Wenting straightened her small chest and drank. Gao Yongjin, don't mess around. This matter has nothing to do with Lin Fan. If I know that you have laid your hands on him, I will definitely not let you off. The matter had gotten big. Now, Su Wenting started to feel guilty towards Lin Fan. If something really happened to Lin Fan, Su Wenting would blame herself. Hiding behind a woman is nothing. If you have some skills, stand out. Gao Yongjin shook his head, looking at Lin Fan who stood behind Su Wenting as a good boy, and said disdainfully, right now, he increasingly felt that this Lin Fan was useless. Before he even got real, he was so afraid that he hid behind Su Wenting and trembled. Such a man is also worthy of Su Wenting's favor, or Gao Yongjin's hand? Right at this moment, the system's cold voice sounded again in Lin Fan's head. Ding! Host triggers the dirtbag gold worshipping system hidden mission. Storming highly wealthy handsome man. Target, Gao Yongjin. Identity, heir of Ming Hang Company. Ding! The host triggers into a long-term hidden mission. Gao Yongjin becomes a mouse that the host feeds, and can raise a large amount of NV value for the host in the long run. Ding! The host triggered the hidden mission. The system automatically rewards the host with the iron cloth shirt. Ding! The host completes the quest and will raise the automatic increase in money to $10,000. Ding! In order to prevent the host from failing the mission, the system automatically raises iron cloth shirt to max for the host, and future raises will require the host to use NV value. Iron cloth shirt max, unlimited strength. Steel and iron bones, very strong anti-strike power. Recovery ability is also very strong. It is the most practical martial arts. The current host iron cloth shirt has been cultivated to max, becoming the iron cloth shirt grandmaster. What? The system this coldly came, immediately made Lin Fan hit a jolt. This Lin Fan just not long. How did he become an iron cloth shirt patriarch level character? Thinking about this, Lin Fan couldn't help but show a smile to Gao Yongjin. This guy was simply a high-level experienced baby. It had only just arrived and Gao Yongjin had given Lin Fan a great gift. Wouldn't Lin Fan be sorry if he didn't eat this experienced baby? You're damn good, aren't you? Looking like a prostate, spicy eyes, talking in a weird way. Damn good stink, a stinky odor. Immediately, Lin Fan launched a counterattack and rebuked bitterly. You don't want to live, talking to me like this. You think that relying on Su Wenting's relationship will keep you from having a background? When Gao Yongjin heard Lin Fan's words, his beard flew off in anger. Was this guy uninformed or ignorant? Background? Background counts as a ball. Your name is Gao Yongjin, right? Are you rich? I can smash you to death with money. Also, this Su Wenting, since she said she is my girlfriend, in the future you also don't want to see her. Otherwise I will see one time and hit you once. You have to be clear. Now I'm the one who is high, rich and handsome. You are just a beggar. Saying this, Lin Fan almost said to Gao Yongjin with a threatening tone. Lin Fan has already turned on the automatic increase of money. Although it is only an increase of $1,000 per hour, but as long as the mission is completed, it is $10,000 per hour. This automatically sent to the door of the high-level experience baby. How can Lin Fan miss it? Not to piss off Gao Yongjin, Lin Fan how to make him obediently send experience. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Su Wenting's previous performance. The reason why he hadn't said anything was mainly because Lin Fan didn't know what was going on. But Lin Fan now understood. Su Wenting was using herself as a shield. But Lin Fan thought it was good. Becoming Su Wenting's shield would make giving her the tears of the goddess easier. You said. What? Gao Yongjin was furious. The veins on his brain bulged and stormed. Lin Fan's guts were just too big. So big that he was taken aback. Actually dared to say that he was a beggar. Was it because he didn't know how to die? Or did he really think that relying on Su Wenting would be able to bring him down? I said you are a beggar. Can't you hear me clearly? In the future, don't let me see you meeting with Su Wenting, or else blow your prostate face off. Lin Fan pointed his finger at Gao Yongjin's nose and drank. Lin Fan. Su Wenting's face changed drastically as she stared at Lin Fan with an unbelievable gaze. Her breathing began to become confused. Was this Lin Fan really the beggar Lin Fan she knew? She knew all the people with background and power in South University, but she had never heard of this Lin Fan character. Could it be that she had looked away? This Lin Fan's family actually had a background in power. Tear his mouth for me. I want to turn it into a mute. Gao Yongjin's anger was ignited, and he roared with a furious glare. He swore that today's incident was definitely the most humiliating one in his life. If he didn't fix Lin Fan up properly, then Gao Yongjin wouldn't be able to stand his ground in Nandu City in the future. Damn it, waste him. Dare to mess with Brother Yong. Are you not putting us in your eyes? Gao Yongjin gave an order, and his men immediately surrounded Lin Fan, looking at him viciously, revealing a ferocious look, as if they wanted to eat him up. Lin Fan, run, you can't beat them. Su Wentian shook her head, and eventually stood in front of Lin Fan, blocking Gao Yongjin's men for him. She thought for a long time. She still felt that Lin Fan didn't have the strength to fight Gao Yongjin. I'm afraid that all this was feigned by Lin Fan. She was a little touched. She had never met a boy who sacrificed for himself. Only, Lin Fan gently touched Su Wenting's soft shoulder, and calmly said, "Don't worry, against this group of little punks, I basically have no pressure. Let them come." You. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Wenting's delicate body trembled. Her heart was horrified. This guy, did he really think that he could over Gao Yongjin? Chapter 8 Experimental Mice. Get him dead. Seeing Lin Fan being so rampant, Gao Yongjin couldn't hold back any longer. The anger in his heart was directly vented out, angrily ordering his men to get Lin Fan killed. There were at least a dozen of these men, all of them surrounded together. Gao Yongjin felt that Lin Fan had no power to fight, so after he finished his words, he was laughing coldly. Stop, you guys don't hit Lin Fan, he's innocent. At this time, Su Wentian could no longer hold back the sadness in her heart and squeezed out a few crystallized teardrops from the corners of her eyes. She had dragged Lin Fan into the water. This matter had nothing to do with Lin Fan. It was purely just her personal advocacy to get out of the idea of avoiding Gao Yongjin. Snap, snap, snap. A group of guys surrounded Lin Fan and rushed over, each twisting their fists to beat Lin Fan to death. But they didn't expect their fists to smash on Lin Fan's body and smash like iron. Lin Fan directly let them hit for a long time. At the end of the day even closed his eyes, completely unable to feel any pain. Iron Cloth Shirt Max is really powerful. Defense is not generally strong. Damn, it's been a few minutes of fighting. How come he didn't even say a single fart? The hands are tired of fighting. How come he doesn't even scream? Beat me? Are you guys happy? Now it's my turn to beat you up. Hearing the words of these lapdogs, Lin Fan revealed a cold smile. Iron Cloth Shirt Max was no joke. Would he be afraid of them hitting? But if Lin Fan made a move, these guys would only be finished one by one. Lin Fan then struck, hitting one mouth after another without mercy. Click 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 click. Then there was a sound of broken bones. The bones of these guys, all crackled and broke. Hiss. It hurts. Brother Yong, I'm in pain. Brother Yong, there's something wrong with this guy. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cold air and cried out in shock, lying on the ground and screaming. Oh my god, what on earth were Lin Fan's bones made of? They actually broke everyone's bones. There was no one who didn't show a shocked look as long as the crowd noticed this. This kind of destructive power of Lin Fan was quite terrifying. No one was able to withstand it at all. As long as they were hit by Lin Fan, their bones would break. Lin Fan, you don't have a problem, do you? When Su Wentian saw this, her mouth opened wide and her face suddenly changed color. Don't worry, just these few Yakuza are not enough to put me in a stalemate. Lin Fan revealed a smile and laughed towards Su Wenting, trying to salvage the atmosphere so that Su Wenting could feel at ease. With that said, Lin Fan took a step forward, his footsteps following one another towards Gao Yongjin, his eyes cold and icy as he looked at the man. What do you want? I am the heir of Ming Heng Company. If you dare to touch me, I will make sure that you won't be able to mix in Ninghai. Gao Yongjin couldn't help but tremble after seeing Lin Fan's terrifying physique. Did you just want to tear my mouth? Lin Fan looked at Gao Yongjin calmly with cold eyes. Gao Yongjin had definitely moved to kill Lin Fan. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fan had practiced Iron Cloth Shirt to the level of his own shirt, the one lying on the ground right now would be Lin Fan. Misunderstanding? This is a misunderstanding. How could I say such a thing? It's because you misheard me. Gao Yongjin lowered his head and shamelessly explained. Misunderstanding? Lin Fan laughed. The extent of this Gao Yongjin's shamelessness was an eye-opener for him. He didn't expect that the usually high and mighty male son would become like a dead dog when faced with a strong person. Unexpectedly, after Gao Yongjin finished his words, his whole body pounced on Lin Fan, shouting coldly at him, "Mistake your mom's will. I don't believe that your head is harder than a steel pipe." Gao Yongjin had a steel pipe in his hand at this time. Just now when he said those words to Lin Fan, he was mainly looking for a steel pipe. Now that he had found it, he directly wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. Bang! The steel bone in Gao Yongjin's hand heavily knocked on Lin Fan's back, making a dull sound, and then it snapped with a click. Immediately, Gao Yongjin was dumbfounded, his eyes were wide open, and the whole person was shocked. Thud! Half of the broken steel pipe fell from Gao Yongjin's hands to the ground, making a thud sound, and his whole body was like a lightning strike. Looking at Lin Fan in disbelief, his fingers trembling slightly, he was fighting a monster. What kind of monster's body could be harder than a steel pipe? Lin Fan, are you a monster? The sound of the steel pipe breaking reached Su Wentian's ears, clearly visible, causing her heart to tremble. She suddenly felt that she seemed to have looked away from Lin Fan. Lin Fan was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. At the very least, with his kind of physique that could be called perverted, it definitely wouldn't be difficult for him to gain a place in this southern university. Gao Yongjin, you enjoy sneaking up on me? Lin Fan's eyes turned and slowly brought his gaze to Gao Yongjin, staring dead on like an eagle's eye. Don't come over, this dead monster. Get lost. Gao Yongjin's face instantly turned pale. Beads of sweat as big as soybeans kept dripping down from his forehead. Lin Fan took a hit from the steel pipe and actually bent it, scaring Gao Yongjin so much that both of his legs kept on trembling. His urine was about to come out of his mouth. This kind of incredible thing Gao Yongjin only saw on TV. Never thought he would actually witness it one day. But after he witnessed it, he realized what a terrible thing it was. He didn't even dare to fight with Lin Fan now. He only wanted to escape. But his two legs were shaking indisputably. He didn't even have the strength to run. You just sneak attacked me. Now it's my turn to beat you. Lin Fan took a step and directly grabbed Gao Yongjin's collar and twisted him up. Then with a pair of big hands on Gao Yongjin's handsome face, he slapped him in a series of slaps. Gao Yongjin couldn't withstand it at all, and blood immediately started to spray on his face. Lin Fan used a lot of force. Each shot is not merciful. Gao Yongjin directly fainted, but Lin Fan did not mean to stop. Until after 5 minutes later, Lin Fan threw Gao Yongjin on the ground, wiped his hands stained with dirty blood. Gao Yongjin, on the other hand, fainted and died on the ground. The whole person passed out, his mouth was full of blood, and he was in a sorry state. Ding! The host did not complete the task, knocked the experimental body mice unconscious. Unable to obtain NV value from the experimental body mice, deducting the host NV value of 5 points, the system suddenly made a sound. After the sound, Lin Fan was not happy and argued with the system. Deducting 5 points of NV value from me again. I only have 23 points of NV value now. How can I play? 23 points of NV value, even less than the previous 28. Lin Fan had once looked at the system mall. Nothing in there could be bought with 23 points of NV value. The system was preparing to push Lin Fan into the abyss of despair and turn him into a pauper. Ding! The host does not need to argue. The system will not appease the host. Everything is based on facts. The host knocking out the experimental mice belongs to a low-level mistake. The host committing a low-level mistake has to accept the system's punishment. This is a fact that cannot be changed. The system did not give Lin Fan a chance to argue. The NV value deducted would definitely not be returned to Lin Fan. Looking at such a resolute system, Lin Fan sighed and added, "Alright, then if I wake up this lab rat, will I be able to obtain a large amount of NV value?" Previously, the system had said that Gao Yongjin had come to give away his experience. It was just a pity that he had been knocked out by Lin Fan. So if he could still gain NV value by waking him up, then Lin Fan wouldn't have lost anything. Ding! The host violated the operation and knocked out the experimental body mouse. It should not have been able to gain NV value, but given that the host's current NV value is too low, the system gives the host one chance, and the next time will not be an exception. The system coldly answered Lin Fan with a sentence and then fell into silence. The next thing was to see how Lin Fan performed. Lin Fan's eyes lit up at this moment. Looking at Gao Yongjin, who had fainted on the ground with his mouth full of blood, suddenly gave birth to a sense of affection. Just like seeing an old friend that he hadn't seen for many years. High-level experience baby in front of Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan already could not hold back his excitement, and directly walked towards Gao Yongjin. Stand still. What do you want to do? Brother Yong has already been beaten like this by you. Any further beating will kill him. Everyone climb up. This guy wants to kill Brother Yong. We can't let him kill Brother Yong. Those lapdogs who had been beaten by Lin Fan to the point of skinning their flesh crawled up from the ground with great difficulty at this time, looking at Lin Fan timidly, fearing that Lin Fan would finish off Gao Yongjin. These people had lived and died with Gao Yongjin. If something really happened to Gao Yongjin, the dog legs that followed Gao Yongjin's ass all day long would be the first target of the Gao family's questioning. So how would they dare to let Lin Fan finish off Gao Yongjin? Chapter 9, Strike Experience Value Doubles. Don't be nervous. I wouldn't dare to do such a horrible thing as killing someone. Lin Fan slowly walked towards the group of security guards and said with a smile. Lin Fan approached towards Gao Yongjin. Looking at the fainted Gao Yongjin, he slightly apologized to his men, but in his heart, he regretted immensely. If he had been a little lighter, this high-level experience baby would have started to send experience, so why bother to make it so troublesome? But it was useless. Those dogs of Gao Yongjin still felt that Lin Fan had come to finish Gao Yongjin off. and refused to slacken off, standing on guard against Lin Fan. Is this guy really Lin Fan? Su Wentian felt unreal and whispered to herself. The change was too big. Su Wenting somewhat couldn't believe her eyes. Lin Fan had transformed all, and the previous kind of person was simply judged as too different. Now Lin Fan, not to mention the money, alone is to stand there. There is a big god luxury temperament. As if the world is nothing as Lin Fan cannot afford to buy, cannot afford to play. Su Wenting was attracted by this kind of aura of Lin Fan. A pair of big beautiful eyes carefully staring at Lin Fan. She realized that it was as if some sort of indescribable aura appeared on Lin Fan's body, and that aura made her feel very comfortable. So much so that a rare blush appeared on her face. Don't come over. We're all doomed if you kill Brother Yong. Do you want money? We'll give you money. Gao Yongjin's lapdogs were scared and looked at Lin Fan in fear, even trying to stop Lin Fan through money. But Lin Fan wasn't here to get Gao Yongjin killed at all. A high-level experienced baby has to brush up its experience to be able to do that. Wouldn't it be a pity to get it killed? Don't worry guys, I'm not here to kill Gao Yongjin. I'm here to save Gao Yongjin. You guys relax. Ah, trapped. Oh no, he's already captured Yong. We're too late. After getting close to Gao Yongjin, Lin Fan first calmed these dog legs down. Then he grabbed Gao Yongjin's body with lightning speed, once again grabbing Gao Yongjin up, his hands shaking up his body frantically. Under this violent shaking, Gao Yongjin was finally shaken awake by Lin Fan, opening those eyes. What am I? Lin Fan, what are you doing? Let me go. When Gao Yongjin opened his eyes, he saw Lin Fan and was directly shocked out of a cold sweat. Of course I will release you. Lin Fan laughed, seeing that this high-level experienced baby had woken up. It was time to start brushing experience. The goddess tier was placed in a blue box. As long as Lin Fan gave it to Su Wenting, Su Wenting would be able to develop an envy towards Lin Fan, and the excitement that Su Wenting would generate towards Gao Yongjin was what Lin Fan wanted. Envy value is the fundamental. Without envy value, everything is empty talk. Without envy value, Lin Fan can only covet the things of the system. Mole dry eyes. Brother Fan, you let me go. I promise not to go against you in the future. Gao Yongjin lowered his posture and spoke to Lin Fan in a lowly manner. He only wanted to leave Lin Fan right now. As long as he left from Lin Fan, he could play Lin Fan to death from behind. Since he couldn't anally defeat Lin Fan head-on, then he would fix it sideways. Gao Yongjin believed that his family was still a bit powerful. At least he could talk to the Su family, which was in the middle of the day, and it wasn't something that Lin Fan could compare with this kind of backgroundless dirt daredevil. Lin Fan saw that Gao Yongjin had called himself Brother Fan, so he didn't make a show of it and said in a deep voice, "Since you've called me Brother Fan, then don't leave. You'll leave when I tell you to. Okay, yes, Brother Fan." Gao Yongjin's fists were crunching at this time, his eyes glaring up angrily as he gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Fan, sinking his voice. He swore that if he got out alive this time, he would make sure that Lin Fan regret everything he did today. The box containing the tears of the goddess was held in Lin Fan's hands, and he took a step towards the school's flower girl, Su Wenting. The blue box wasn't very big, just enough to be blocked by one of Lin Fan's hands, but the real tears of the goddess inside made Lin Fan excited. Su Wenting is the school flower-level goddess of South University. Many men have fantasized about her, but no one has succeeded, even if it is 30% of goodwill or not. But now it is different. Lin Fan, as long as the tears of the goddess to give her, you can directly get 30% of goodwill. Moreover, Su Wentian could not refuse the tear of the goddess because it had a different meaning to Su Wentian, or rather, as long as it was a woman, she would fall in love with the tear of the goddess. I have something for you, take it okay? Finally, Lin Fan walked to Su Wentian and opened that blue box. Count. What? This is. When Su Wenting heard Lin Fan's words, she didn't really care. She was originally thinking of rejecting it, but suddenly, the glittering teardrop-like diamond ring glow made her astonished. Tears of the goddess was like a loud thunderbolt that struck Su Wentian with a bolt from the blue, making her tremble. This thing was simply a woman's lethal weapon. Su Wentian just took a glance at it and snatched the tears of the goddess out of Lin Fan's hands and put it away herself. Where is the justice of heaven? Where is the justice of heaven? Su Wenting, why did you accept his ring? Is the ring I gave you not valuable enough? Su Wenting took away the goddess tear with a happy face, causing Gao Yongjin's eyes to go straight. He didn't believe that Lin Fan, a dirtbag, could send any expensive ring to Su Wenting, but Su Wenting treated the cheap ring Lin Fan sent as a treasure, which made Gao Yongjin envious. Ding! Host successfully stormed the mice, gaining storm value. Envy value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 100. Envy value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 188. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's envy changed from 23 to several times more. After Gao Yongjin's wave of blows, Lin Fan's envy value directly changed from the previous 23 points to 311, and it was still less than a minute away. Gao Yongjin, you're really all over the place. A high-level experience baby lives up to its name. After Lin Fan heard the system's storming sound in his head, his whole body became hyperactive. The envy value bar degree had already started to skyrocket. Gao Yongjin, this experience monster must still storm. I will remember all this. Lin Fan, you wait for me. Just at this time, Gao Yongjin's mouth was biting blood. A trace of blood carrying Gao Yongjin's resentment, glaring at Lin Fan in a ghostly manner. After saying that, Gao Yongjin pulled his leg and wanted to run. Those dog legs of Gao Yongjin all helped him up. Slow down. Don't leave. If you want to leave, I will beat you. Lin Fan saw Gao Yongjin, the experienced baby, immediately wanted to run and drank. Ah, what exactly do you want before you let me go? Gao Yongjin felt like he couldn't help but kill Lin Fan. Has he Lin Fan? So do people? Not only in front of his most beloved woman to beat himself into a piggy bank, but also not let himself go. I can let you go after 5 minutes, but you can't go now. As long as you dare to go, I will beat you. Lin Fan did not talk nonsense with Gao Yongjin and said coldly, just kidding. The storm envy value of a high-level experience baby was very high. If Lin Fan let Gao Yongjin go at this time, then Lin Fan's envy value would be earned from there. No matter what, Lin Fan was going to play the last wave of envy value on Gao Yongjin. Helplessly, Gao Yongjin shook his head and said, okay, I'll wait for you for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes I'll leave no matter what you say. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled slightly, then looked at Su Wenting and softly said, do you like it? Can you give me a reward if you like it? After all, this thing cost me quite a lot of effort to get my hands on it. Dang dang dang. At this moment, Su Wentian's heart was beating violently. Her heart felt like a deer was banging around. She really liked the tears of the goddess too much, just like a boy obsessed with online games. However, Su Wentian wasn't a woman who liked to take advantage of others, and after hearing Lin Fan say these words, she stretched out her hands and surrounded them towards Lin Fan. Thank you for giving me such an expensive treasure. I really can't think of anything to thank you for. So, I'll just send you a kiss. Su Wenting spoke lightly, hugging up Lin Fan's solid body and leaving a red lip print on his face. Of course, Su Wentian would do this because of the 30% favorability of the goddess tears, but more than that, it was because of her gratitude to Lin Fan. Oh my, oh my, oh my god, what did I see? Goddess Su Wenting actually kissed that guy. I'm rolling your mom. I'm not going to die with you. You actually kissed my woman. Cough cough. Brother Yong, why are you spitting blood? At this moment, Gao Yongjin and the others standing behind Lin Fan instantly exploded. Gao Yongjin even vomited a mouthful of pus and blood and fainted. And the only thing Lin Fan could hear was the sound of the system's storm. Ding! Host has successfully blitzed the mice. Gaining blitz value. Envy value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 145. Envy value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 116. Chapter 10 Super Lucky Star. Gao Yongjin directly fainted to death. Was carried away by his lapdogs. After Su Wenting kissed Lin Fan, she also hurriedly ran away. Girls are more shy. She took the initiative to go over to kiss Lin Fan is actually also affected by the goddess tears. Only Lin Fan stood still, not moving at all. But Lin Fan is actually looking at the things inside the system mall. He stimulated Gao Yongjin crazy. A total of 572 points of envy value from Gao Yongjin. But it seems that it is still not enough. Super Lucky Star Super Lucky Potion. After using it, the host can raise the lucky value to 100%, priced at 1000 envy points for 6 hours. Perspective Potion, System Technology Product, Ultra High-Tech Technology Product. Perspective effect can be adjusted according to eye focus, priced at 500 envy value, duration 1 hour. Physical Strength Booster, System Technology Product, Ultra High-Tech Crystallization Product, can greatly increase the host's physical strength until it exceeds the level of a first-class athlete, priced at 700 envy value. Lasts for 1 day. Looking at the goods in the system mall, Lin Fan made a mistake and frowned. The things he was looking at now were considered cheaper, but none of them were priced below 500 envy value. Although Lin Fan had gained a large amount of envy value from Gao Yongjin, he still fell short in order to buy things from the system mall. It seems like the envy value is still a little bit short. I have to earn it from Gao Yongjin before I can do that. Apart from using Su Wenting to squeeze the envy value, there are other aspects that I can get my hands on as well. Now I'm the tycoon. Gao Yongjin isn't a rich man. Lin Fan licked the corners of his mouth, and Gao Yongjin's figure appeared in his mind as he murmured meaningfully to himself. This high-level experience baby should definitely not be let go. Lin Fan's ability to buy the technological products inside the system mall completely depended on Gao Yongjin. On the other hand, Rose Knight, after Song Tianlong ate Lin Fan, he immediately made 2 phone calls, but the result was that he only got through 1 phone call, and the other phone call he couldn't get through. And this matter even made Song Tianlong sulk and look sad. However, Song Tianlong's phone call was not a holy decree. After he called 3 hours later, Rose Knight still did not see anyone. Unable to do anything, Song Tianlong could only stay at the Rose Knight depressed, drinking mulled wine and waiting for someone. Finally, after Song Tianlong had waited for half a day, a bright laughter finally sounded outside the door. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with Big Brother today? How did he call his brother? This Ninghai city has a tough character that Big Brother can't handle? The visitor was Song Tianlong's former little brother, Njiani, and Jiani was with Song Tianlong out to fight. From the obscure little man to the development of the old boss of the worldwide entertainment hotel, can be said to be a wave of twists and turns, the danger of many things. Today's Universal Entertainment Hotel has a certain amount of weight in Ninghai, and the tax paid every month is a huge sum of money, and Njiani himself has become a focal point in the world of black and white, mixing up a storm. Jiani, how come you're the only one here? That guy, asked Song Tianlong while pulling the glass goblet with one hand. Him, still the same, busy every day. Business is getting bigger and bigger. That is, I am a little afraid to climb. So today, I'm afraid I can't come. After Njiani heard Song Tianlong's words, he lamented a bit, and his gaze sank out of the color of scorn. Njiani and Ninghai's social background status is definitely not low, but when it comes to his brother's eyes appear scorn, enough to show that the other party's identity status in the end how horrible. Snap! Song Tianlong smashed the glass goblet heavily on the square table, making a heavy impact sound, and then unhappily said, even Big Brother's face dare not give. If I had known this, I shouldn't have brought this guy out to mix in the first place. Big Brother, you shouldn't blame him for this. If you were in his position, you would only be afraid of doing the same thing as him. And Jiani skimmed his lips, also picked up a glass of wine and drank it down. Alas, let's not talk about him. This time I called you here, mainly because I want to ask you to do a favor. Big Brother has nothing else in his life. Bringing you two out to mix has never begged you, but today Big Brother made an exception. There is a brat that Big Brother is definitely going to clean him up. Song Tianlong grimaced at this time and said grimly, who is he? At those words, Njiani's eyes rolled and a hint of curiosity appeared. Song Tianlong was also a bad character to be messed with in this Ninghai. There were very few people who could shake him, except for a few people with super hard background power. Almost no one dared to mess with Song Tianlong, so Njiani began to think about whether this favor should be done or not. Big Brother is also not clear about his details, only know that his name is Lin Fan. The key is that when Big Brother went to Jingyang to buy a house, he was thrown out by this guy who told the security guards to throw him out. And as you know, Big Brother has never been so humiliated. Song Tianlong spoke in a very angry manner, and as he spoke, he took another hard gulp of wine. Lin Fan? I've never heard of that name before. If that's the case, then it's much easier. Don't worry Big Brother, I guarantee that I can make his life worse than death. When Njiani heard Song Tianlong's words, a trace of joy surfaced in his eyes and he clapped his hands loudly. If it was those people that Njiani knew, he might not dare to help Song Tianlong, but if it was the fluffy youngsters who came to Ninghai from other places to cause trouble, Njiani would dare to clap his hands and clean up the people. And Njiani this time to help Song Tianlong is to get him a favor. After Njiani came to Song Tianlong's nightclub, but also more refreshing. But Njiani knew that none of the headliners in Song Tianlong's nightclub were open to the public. That's good. If you do Big Brother a favor, Big Brother definitely won't treat you poorly. Song Tianlong smiled faintly and took a sip of wine. Njiani didn't know that Lin Fan had directly brought a few $1 million with him when he first came to Jingyang to buy a house. And Song Tianlong hadn't told Njiani about this. Of course this can actually be regarded as an insignificant matter, because in Ninghai there are still a lot of people who can get a few million at hand. But it was Lin Fan's attitude towards Song Tianlong that made Song Tianlong understand that this guy is not a good person and is not easy to deal with. This was something Song Tianlong didn't tell Njiani, but Song Tianlong didn't mean to harm Njiani either. He just wanted to call his brothers to deal with Lin Fan together. Big Brother, don't worry, this Lin Fan is left to me to deal with. I'll let my men collect information on this Lin Fan. It won't take more than a few days to find him. Njiani patted his chest and said with confidence, the Universal Casino that he opened had many men, and many of the punks in it were very good at snooping for information. So basically there was nothing that these people couldn't snoop for. Snap. Well. With your words Big Brother is relieved. Little Red, Little Blue come out and meet the people. Serve my brother well, said Song Tianlong clapped his palms and lightly bellowed. With that, a few women dressed up in floral splendor came out. These several women had thick makeup smeared on their faces, looking as thick as a layer of gray, which was particularly alluring under the light of the private room, and a pair of long white and tender legs swayed in front of Njiani, highlighting their sexiness and temptation. At the same time, these women's chests are not much cover, all low-cut dress. A strand of milky white gully is presented in Njiani's eyes, so that Njiani's hands and feet are beginning to restlessly up. Big Brother can really enjoy really in this Ninghai city belongs to the Big Brother most will do business. And Gianni gave Song Tianlong a thumbs up and said colorfully, and Gianni is not a person without money, but he feels that he and Song Tianlong are still a big gap compared to each other. At the very least, these few Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan are not the women that Gianni is able to enjoy every day. That's of course. You play slowly, I'll wait for your good news. When you get this done for me, Big Brother has a better one. Song Tianlong smiled smugly, then walked out, handing over the turf to Gianni. That's natural. Big Brother's matters are my and Gianni's matters. He, you little goblins, hurry up and come over. I can't wait. Don't. You're so bad. Can't you slow down? At once, many unpleasant images were staged inside. A few days later, Song Tianlong sat at the bar of Rose Night and drank. Big Brother, there's a whereabouts. I've inquired about that kid's details. He's a student of Southern University. Chapter 11, The Universal Casino. South University? Asterisk. Still thought how powerful. The result is just the South University students. I knew that the old man alone can lead the people to take care of it. Song Tianlong growled and slapped the table heavily with his hand. It wasn't that Rose Night didn't have any fighters. Song Tianlong used to bring people to rush to the Southern University for fights. He was very familiar with the Southern University, and even many of Rose Night's girls were recruited from the Southern University. Seeing Song Tianlong's angry look, Gianni smiled helplessly, then said in a serious tone, Big Brother, this matter can't be taken lightly. That kid, bring him to the Worldwide Casino to fix him up. The Worldwide Casino was in Gianni's field. Wanting to move a little inside to get killed or injured was relatively easy. When Gianni said that, Song Tianlong's face suddenly changed. To be honest, Song Tianlong wanted to kill Lin Fan, because Lin Fan made him lose face. So Song Tianlong wanted to make Lin Fan disappear in Ninghai. That way no one would know about these things. Okay, then how many % sure are you? I want to get this guy killed. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Song Tianlong's eyes as he said icily, getting someone dead is a bit tricky, but Big Brother, you can beat him half to death and end up dying untreated. Speaking here, Gianni sank. What do you mean? Big Brother, this has to come this way. Gianni said to Song Tianlong with a treacherous smile on his face, completely a sinister villain's appearance, looking very disgusting. The next day at school, Lin Fan was on his way to South University when there was a little accident. Two long-haired beauties suddenly appeared in front of him, both with a strong perfume smell, bursting with good figure, exposed clothes, and also revealed the proud peaks on their chests, showing a pair of charming long legs, letting Lin Fan have his fill of eyes. His eyes were looking straight. You guys. When Lin Fan saw such a special thing, he immediately froze and swallowed. Handsome. About not about it. Not about people go oh. The two beauties bit their red lips, deliberately spit out a mouthful of aroma in front of Lin Fan, and said in triumph, about. How not about Come. Brother is a tycoon is richer. How do you want to about can? Lin Fan laughed and didn't care how these two women came out. Anyway, today the money automatically increases is more than $20,000. With that said, Lin Fan approached towards these two YouTubers, walking in between them and carefully savoring the scent of their body with the tip of his nose. Lin Fan naturally knew clearly that they didn't have any good intentions, so he didn't need to take anything into account, and took all the advantage he could so that he wouldn't suffer. Bah, where's the silly hat? Really think that the two of us can look at goods like you? If it wasn't for the boss letting me sacrifice my color, who would care about you? One of the women pushed Lin Fan with her hand, disgusted in her heart. They were all headliners of the Rose Night, and were generally not the type of casual women, so seeing Lin Fan's behavior was rather repulsive. Handsome guy, don't be like this. It's very attention-grabbing on the street. We have to find a place for this kind of thing, don't we? The woman spat out her tongue and blew in Lin Fan's ear. Snap. But it was then that the two women suddenly let out a scream. Lin Fan frowned and asked in confusion, what's wrong with you guys? Handsome brother, your hand is on our shoulder. A woman said in astonishment. She hadn't paid much attention before Lin Fan put those hands on her shoulders, and this guy also shamelessly put his hands towards their chests, embracing them left and right. Surprisingly, he wasn't ashamed at all, but these two women usually just served Song Tianlong. Other men didn't have much contact with them. At this time, being touched by Lin Fan's fragrant shoulder, their hearts were very lost. Really? But didn't you guys want to ask me out? What? Want to back out? Saying this, Lin Fan revealed a look of disappointment and turned around to leave. There, handsome, let's find a place where no one is around. There are many people here. Okay. Just at this time, the system's icy voice suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's head. Ding! Host triggers the hidden mission of the landlord gold worshipping system, the most dazzling man in history. Target, no specific group of people are designated, generalizing to a large number of people. Task prompt, as the owner of the landlord gold worshipping system, how can you be a low-profile man? You have to make the world manic. Please make sure the host wins all the assets of the Universal Casino within 5 hours. Task reward, money automatically increases to become $10,000 per hour. Mission failure, the host will run naked in South University. If not executed, he will try to get struck by lightning. Let me be struck by lightning. System, can you not be so unreliable, okay? Hearing about being struck by lightning, Lin Fan frowned inside. A small lightning bolt had tens of thousands of amperes of current, so Lin Fan couldn't stand it. If a medium-sized lightning bolt came, in which the amount of electricity flowed up to tens of millions, then Lin Fan wouldn't be able to hiccup. Lin Fan didn't know how much current he would have to withstand if he failed the mission, but he was now saying that he couldn't let the mission fail. Soon Lin Fan came to the entrance of the Universal Casino. Of course, Lin Fan was brought here by two beautiful women. In the middle of the journey, Lin Fan had been thinking about how to carry out the mission, not paying much attention, walking absent-mindedly. When Lin Fan came back to his senses, he was already standing in the worldwide casino, and could only follow the two women in. Welcome, have fun, next time come back to Manhwa. As soon as he entered, there were a few well-presented women who bowed their heads in greeting. Lin Fan drifted a glance and found that these several welcoming women had a very good figure. They were also wearing seductive black stockings. A pair of long legs with their 7 or so size was very tempting. Just by looking at them with their eyes, they felt very eye-pleasing. Handsome man, come here, want to play a wave? After playing we will accompany you to a room? Our sister flower, posture as you get oh. At this time was Lin Fan left embraced, the right embrace of the woman opened up. Kiss is very ambiguous, and rushed to Lin Fan ear tip spit tongue, with a hand in Lin Fan's chest to draw a circle. Play a wave? Lin Fan heard this and cursed these two women in his heart as Thai vixens. The worldwide casino is a place where you can casually play a wave of things that often occur inside the gambling. Money was cut off the hands and feet of things that cause death is also a frequent thing. This kind of place simply is hell on earth. Still want to let Lin Fan casually play a wave of things? Thinking about this, Lin Fan couldn't help but be suspicious of the identity of these two women. Who exactly were they and why did they bring themselves to the Universal Casino? Open. I'll give it up. The last hand of $100,000 today. After I lose I'll never enter the worldwide casino again. Come on, Zhang Laosan, with your rotten gambling behavior, who would believe you? Leopard. However, at this time, the constant clamor coming from his ears made Lin Fan's eyes light up. There are quite a lot of people here. Lin Fan whispered, a touch of eccentricity appearing in his eyes. Chapter 12, Wanguo Casino Third-Class Gambler. At this time, Song Tianlong and the others were sitting in the surveillance room of the Universal Casino, observing everything. Great, he's finally here. Old brother, are you reliable with your 1,000 tricks experts here? Don't let anything go wrong at that time. It's not good. I'm going to make this kid not be able to get out of this door today. Song Tianlong lit a stick of cigarette, took a puff and looked at Lin Fan with a different meaning. Song Tianlong had already planned to go on with Lin Fan. Now either Lin Fan would get him killed or he would get Lin Fan killed. And Jianny stood next to Song Tianlong and looked at Lin Fan outside. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, revealing a disdainful look. That's all this kid is capable of. What's there to be afraid of when he's brought to the Universal Casino so easily? To be honest, and Jianny couldn't help but look at Song Tianlong with colored eyes now, shaking his head, and Jianny let out a long sigh in his heart. He hadn't thought that the previously powerful big brother would now actually turn into a small mouse. Even an opponent of Lin Fan's caliber had begun to be afraid. Could it be that people were really timid creatures the more they lived? Thinking of this, and Jianny couldn't help but want to slap himself, admonishing himself in his mind. Song Tianlong was Song Tianlong. For him to be afraid of a yakuza like Lin Fan could only mean that Song Tianlong was old. He, and Jianny, was not afraid of Lin Fan. Ka-ching, don't worry, leave it to me, I'll let him come in alive and go out dead, said Jianny as he also lit a stick of cigarette and gulped some smoke. A few of you come here. At this time, Jianny waved at a few more of the 5 big and thick men. This kid, from the moment he stepped into the Wanguo Casino, he is already a dead man. Later when you guys go down, just hit him to death. Don't show any mercy. In front of Brother Song to get this done. I won't spare you the benefits. And Jianny purposely amplified his voice when he spoke, seemingly as if he was doing it for Song Tianlong. Don't worry, our brothers will definitely get this done properly. A few burly men patted their chests with their hands and said with confidence, 3QS, Holy Panther, ha ha ha, Boss Zhang, I told you I was lucky. Get lost, I lost tens of thousands of dollars today. I'm going back to be scolded by my wife again. On the other side, Lin Fan had already walked into the casino, close to the gambling table. The gambling table has a lot of people gathered there. The lottery officer is a man. Gambling skill is high. Handsome. The speed of the spleen is fast, such as running clouds and flowing water. Whenever he finished dealing the cards, from time to time, there will be a lot of gamblers will let out the applause sound. Quite lively. No. But it was at this moment that a thought suddenly arose in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan's current envy value was 572 points. If he used it to buy Super Lucky Star, he would need 428 points of envy value. But Lin Fan's previous envy value was obtained from Gao Yongjin. So if he wanted to become the most dazzling man ever in the casino, he could only rely on the Super Lucky Star and the Perspective Potion. But the Perspective Potion is only effective for 1 hour. If the time limit expires, then Lin Fan will be in danger. Lin Fan didn't dare to guarantee if he could safely walk out of this casino gambling today. Since he was going to gamble, it would be safer to use Super Lucky Star. But during this time, how is Lin Fan going to get his envy value? Wait, if I earn 1,000 points of envy value with the effects of the Perspective Potion for an hour, won't I be able to complete the mission? Suddenly, Lin Fan hit a jolt and was horrified in his heart. 1,000 points of envy value would be difficult to earn on an ordinary person. But this was a casino. Those gamblers would have envy value generated as soon as they saw Lin Fan's fabulous card skills, so Lin Fan would have a solid win. Moreover, there seemed to be no less than a few thousand people in this casino. Even if one person had 1 point of envy value, it would be enough for Lin Fan to gather 1,000 points of envy value. Immediately, Lin Fan couldn't wait to say to the system, "System, I want to redeem the Perspective Potion." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Perspective Potion. The system has successfully used the Perspective Potion for the host. The effect will expire within an hour. Please hurry up. Nima, I redeemed something before I even touched my hot hand and you used it. Lin Fan also had a mouthful of bad breath when he saw the system use up the Perspective Potion so unconsciously. However, now was not the time to vomit with the system. Lin Fan immediately shifted his gaze to the lotter. Change some chips for me. Lin Fan stared at the lotter and suddenly spoke. Chips? The chips here are very expensive. Are you sure you want to play? I'm afraid you won't be able to afford to lose if you play and renege on your debt at that time. First things first, I start every game here with 5,000. Anything lower than that can't be exchanged for chips. The Dutchman replied to Lin Fan very insensitively, his words irritating. Ha! This kid is a bumpkin from somewhere. He came to gamble before his hair grows. Go home and drink some milk. Not me. You kid looks like a college student who just came out to work. Where do you have any money to gamble? Go back to find a good job and stay quiet for a few years before you come back to play. This is not a place where students like you can come. Several gamblers started to dig at Lin Fan after seeing his appearance. They saw that Lin Fan's whole body was dressed in ordinary ground floor goods, so they started to despise him. Many of these gamblers were the mainstay of the company, earning a high salary every month. And Lin Fan, looking like a fledgling university, he also dared to gamble along with them? Handsome guy, these people are so hateful. Our two sisters look so upset. Just bet once. Yes. If you bet once, our two sisters will serve you together. Oh. On this side, Lin Fan hadn't even agreed to gamble or not. The two gorgeous women over there started to instigate Lin Fan to gamble, as if they had planned it beforehand. Lin Fan blankly glanced at these two women, then said, Bet, bring me $20,000 in chips. The bank card was taken out by Lin Fan and was directly changed into 20,000 chips. The two girls, on the other hand, were smiling, and deliberately rubbed their plump big white rabbits against Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan secretly happy a hand, but also did not refuse. This kind of door to the door of the sexual encounter do not, just do not know the final ending. Is not these two women look forward to, when Lin Fan took out 20,000 chips and put them on the table. The dealer even walked off the stage and laughed at Lin Fan. You are very interesting. Do you want to bet with me? Your 20,000 chips will also bet a few times on things, but if you bet with me, I give you 500,000 chips for nothing. How about it? $500,000? *******. What happened today? There will actually be people from the Universal Casino sending money out. MMP, $500,000. I lost last time and no one lent me money, causing me to walk out bare-assed. Otherwise I can definitely earn my capital back. This kid is a bit of a come on. The Universal Casino usually does not lend money to others. Could it be that there is some kind of conspiracy here? The moment the Dutchman's words came out, the entire casino boiled over, and there were screams everywhere. The Universal Casino was all about playing the role of a vampire, never playing the role of a good guy. And this time, the Dutchman lending 500,000 to Lin Fan was really too peculiar. And just as everyone was speculating about this matter, Lin Fan suddenly opened his mouth and snapped, I want to ask, if I lose this 500,000 in gambling, What will you do with me? $500,000 would definitely be an astronomical figure for Lin Fan if it was in the past. But now after having the 2 worship system, Lin Fan only felt that 500,000 was just a mere number. But this Lotus officer was a stranger to Lin Fan, so why would he lend him $500,000? There must be something fishy here. No good. If you lose this $500,000 then you lose. I'll consider it as making a friend, but you have to give me a little face as a friend and accompany me to have a cup of tea. The Dutchman smiled and said casually as if $500,000 was not worth anything at all. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately understood. He had gotten on a pirate ship and was being gripped with a gripper line. Could it be that there was someone who saw that Lin Fan had too much money and purposely set up a bureau for him, just waiting for Lin Fan to drill himself in? Although Lin Fan didn't know what place the Dutchman was going to take himself to, Lin Fan had a feeling that if he went to that place, he wouldn't be able to come back. Gambling is gambling. Who wouldn't want money for nothing? But before that, I want to know what your name is? Lin Fan agreed. He who had taken the perspective potion down. Did he still need to be afraid of this lauder? Chan Mingda, third-class gambler at the Universal Casino. Chapter 13, Super Lucky Star. Third-class gambling master? Hearing Chan Mingda's reply, Lin Fan paused. Since the worldwide casino was a dangerous place, I'm afraid that Chen Mingda wasn't the only gambling master here, which meant that Lin Fan couldn't leave the place when he stepped one foot into it. The other party was planning to keep Lin Fan here forever before sending out 2 beautiful women to hook up with Lin Fan. Only a third-class gambling master? Honestly, if the Universal Casino was full of gamblers of your level, then I would find it very uninteresting. Lin Fan licked his lips and looked at Chen Mingda, as sharp as a prey. In front of Lin Fan who possessed the perspective potion, what kind of third-class gambler did not exist was as if it didn't exist, which made Lin Fan feel that it was not very interesting anymore. My god, how is this kid so bold that he dares to provoke the gambling masters of the Universal Casino? Unintelligent. Is his head made of tofu dregs? Provoking the gambling master of the Universal Casino, he will lose all his underwear. That's funny. Let's watch the show. Don't say it. I have a premonition. In another 10 minutes, that kid is going to be beaten to death. Sure enough, after Lin Fan said this, it immediately drew jeers from the entire casino. Everyone didn't feel that Lin Fan possessed the means to defeat Chen Mingda. Instead, they felt that Lin Fan was like a clown who was clamoring for attention. How did the third-class gambler of the Universal Casino speak of a professional gambler? Was it not something that someone like Lin Fan could just say? You are very interesting. I like you a lot. So I decided to increase my chips to bet with you. Want to come? 1 million a game. There is no upper limit on chips. Chen Mingda had a smile on his face as he teasingly looked at Lin Fan. Although Chen Mingda was only a third-class gambler at the Universal Casino, he had a complete control over card skills. Under this control, Chen Mingda would be invincible and proud of the crowd. And then Chen Mingda crossed his legs and sat on the gambling table, holding a cup of vodka in his hand, and laughed softly. I'll just sit here and wait for you. As long as you come, how big the number can be. Chen Mingda was full of confidence, open-minded and dashing, and after he finished speaking, the entire casino stood in awe of him. On the contrary, Lin Fan was standing there motionless. Up to this point Chen Mingda shook his head, with a slight hint of anger in his words. I've already given you so much face. You can't not give me Chen someone face today. Since you don't dare to gamble, you have to say that you're a piece of trash shrugged off in front of everyone, so I'll let you off. The thing that Ingenie arranged for Chen Mingda was to make Lin Fan unable to leave the house. Without this, these things were completely for Chen Mingda to entertain himself. Of course, Chen Mingda was having fun playing like this. Ha ha, I bet a pack of spicy noodles that this kid will say he's a trash shrug in less than a minute. 1 minute, don't you dare bet with me. Half a minute. Within this minute this kid will hold his head and cry. I say you guys, really inhuman. People are almost kneeling down. You guys still laugh? Ha ha ha, don't say it. That really looks like he's about to cry. The many gamblers collectively laughed at Lin Fan, sarcastic and ironic. This made it very pleasurable for them. There were too many of these people who had lost thousands of dollars at the hands of Chen Mingda, so they enjoyed watching Lin Fan being ravaged by Chen Mingda even more. Handsome guy, our 2 sisters won't accompany you. Come back to us after you finish this game. At the same time, those 2 women who had seduced Lin Fan, at that moment, were also far away from Lin Fan. Their enchanting and seductive backs were showing the green tea whore characteristics all the time. Lin Fan looked in his eyes but didn't falter in the slightest. Lin Fan knew the purpose of these several women a long time ago. After taking advantage of them, Lin Fan also did not have any hang-ups about them. Snap! Lin Fan stepped forward and lifted his feet towards the front. With every step he took, the casino fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Fan, looking at him and swallowing their saliva. Everyone felt that Lin Fan was admitting defeat by walking towards Chen Mingda. There was no comparison between the two of him and Chen Mingda. Lin Fan was not Chen Mingda's opponent at all. Too small is meaningless. I just want to ask you one thing. Play to the end. You dare to bet with me for 100 million? 100 million? But just when everyone thought that Lin Fan would bow down and admit defeat, he opened his mouth in a high-profile manner. 100 million. Is this guy crazy? Crazy? Does he think he can't die? $100 million is enough to buy him several lives? Really? Will the bet be as big as 100 million? I've never seen such a big bet in my life. I've never seen this kind of bet even in Las Vegas, the crowd exclaimed. Lin Fan was playing too scary. A bet of 100 million was not as simple as just saying it. Ka-ching! Chen Mingda's entire wineglass was crushed by him. His entire hands were covered in spilled wine. His mouth was open and he said in surprise, "What did you say?" "I want to bet $100 million. Lin Fan smiled lightly and calmly said. Chen Mingda's face changed dramatically, and he let out a long sigh. 100 million. Are you trying to trick me? You have that much money? 100 million. Chen Mingda had never conducted a bet of $100 million in his life. Even if he was a third-class gambling master of the Universal Casino, the largest amount of bet was only $30 million, and that $30 million was still granted by the boss. Otherwise Chen Mingda simply did not have the guts to bet against the other party, to the extent of $50 million, unless the money completely belonged to yourself. Who would let you gamble so much? You don't dare to bet early. I thought how much you bet. Come on. One game to decide the winners and losers. I'm a person who doesn't like to ink. Lin Fan laughed coldly. After seeing Chen Mingda's touch, it was very smooth. Bet with me, you're bound to lose. What do you want to bet? Chen Mingda squinted at Lin Fan and said fiercely. In that case, how about I bet with the dice? Bet on the size? Lin Fan said happily. Good. I'll let you lose today. Chen Mingda said coldly. Swish swish swish. After saying his words, Chen Mingda's hand was like lightning as he grabbed the dice clock and shook it in the air in a stunning pose. The entire venue fell silent at this moment, and everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Chen Mingda's gamble was not that good, although Chen Mingda superficially called Lin Fan his brother. But who knew what price Lin Fan would have to pay after he lost this match, so that Chen Mingda would be satisfied not to look for trouble from this guy? Right now, it seemed that Chen Mingda was 80% having some sort of beef with Lin Fan, which was why Chen Mingda was pressing Lin Fan every step of the way. Thud. Alright, now is the time to decide life and death. The corner of Chen Mingda's mouth was slightly evil as he said with a bad smile. Wow. Lin Fan directly pushed the chips out. All of them pressed on the small top. The whole process was so fast that before the crowd could react, Lin Fan's entire chips were already piled on top of the small. How did you bet on small? Change one? However, Chen Mingda's face turned dark green and very ugly. His expression was as if he had taken the wrong medication. His eyes stared blankly, his face was terrified, and his body trembled unceasingly. What I press is small. I don't press anything but small. No way. No. The more you say no the more I'm going to bet on small. Open. Stop it. Exactly 125 small. You lose. Lin Fan uncovered the dice clock and didn't care about Chen Mingda, only to see the 3 dice present 125. Afterward, Chen Mingda directly spat out blood, and his entire body fainted in the casino. He swore that he had never seen a gambler like Lin Fan. That 125 small was what he had gotten, but before he could uncover the dice clock, Lin Fan bet on small, causing Chen Mingda to have a mental breakdown and fainted to death. This was a cheat that Chen Mingda had gotten himself into. How could it turn out to be exclusively for Lin Fan? Immediately, the entire casino was abuzz. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with a strange gaze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 8 points of envy from Deng Jiayong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 4 points of envy value from Zhou Xinghuai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 6 points of envy value from Wang Xinghai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 7 points of envy value from Chen Jingwan. In a series, Lin Fan once again heard the sound of the system exploding. The envy value that surrounded Lin Fan's mind kept rushing, and every time it was raised, it would make Lin Fan excited until it finally settled at 4,352 before stopping. 4,352 points of envy value. Even the current Lin Fan couldn't help but have his heart explode, and his entire body was in a state of exuberance. 4,352 points of envy value was enough for Lin Fan to buy many things. Immediately, Lin Fan was saying to the system, exchange, super lucky star, for me. Chapter 14, the one and only blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the super lucky star. May I ask if the host is going to use the super lucky star immediately? The system can help the host use the super lucky star directly. This time the system seemed to have learned its lesson and didn't take the liberty of using super lucky star for Lin Fan, but instead asked Lin Fan, Use it immediately. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and said in his heart, "Next, I'm afraid that one gambling expert after another will emerge from the Universal Casino, and without the super lucky star as a backing support, I'm afraid that Lin Fan will be a bit troublesome." Although the perspective potion was good, it was definitely not as powerful as the effect brought about by the super lucky star, and Lin Fan could only complete the task of the most dazzling man in history through the super lucky star. It seemed that the sensation Lin Fan had caused before was not enough to complete the quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the super lucky star. The usage time is 6 hours. Please cherish the usage time. The system also fell into silence after saying this. However, Lin Fan could feel that he had started to be a bit different. The super lucky star was not something that could be compared to the perspective potion. With this super lucky star, Lin Fan was going to win all of this Universal Casino. Now it wasn't just as simple as perspective. With the super lucky star, Lin Fan was directly the god of gambling. No, impossible. How can this guy win against Chen Mingda? A gambler's heart was shaken. Chen Mingda's gambling skills he had witnessed. That kind of ability. How could he lose to Lin Fan? Snap! And it was at this moment that a burst of high fives suddenly rang out in the hall. A man in black suit walked in from outside, gazing at Lin Fan with eagle-eyed eyes, and said coldly, "Nice win. My name is Dokichi Dagger. Can you say how exactly you won?" The doctor usually doesn't come out. Unless it's to the time of life and death of the Universal Casino he will come out. The doctor had previously sat upstairs with Song Tianlong and the others to watch the surveillance, but he had not expected that third-class gambler Chen Mingda would lose to such a small person like Lin Fan. This really startled Njiani and started scolding Dokichi Dagger. Dokichi Dagger didn't want to listen to Njiani's scolding before he came down from upstairs to settle the matter. Soul Blade, are you very capable of gambling? However, Lin Fan wasn't shocked by this black-clothed man who came out of nowhere, but asked with provocation, "Gambling?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, the doctor's knife involuntarily laughed. Then Dokidao opened his mouth and said, "When I was 3 years old, my dad was chopped off both hands and feet when he gambled with other people. My mom ran away with other people, and I became an orphan with no one to depend on. I originally thought that I would die in a state of despondency, but who would have thought that I would have an extraordinary talent in gambling? So much so that I relied on this gambling to make it as a first-class gambler at the Casino of the Worlds." Dokidao spoke slowly and leisurely, but as he spoke, his entire person revealed a kingly aura, as if in this casino, he was the king of gamblers. Ninghai is definitely a place of the weak and the strong. Guys without strength will only be devoured to death. And Dokijian climbed from a helpless orphan to the position of first-class gambler in the Universal Casino by virtue of his gambling skills, which shows the high qualification of his gambling skills. This is definitely playing the real thing. Fell in the soul knife under the powerful gambler is definitely a lot. He is stepping on a bloody path to grow to this position today. It is absolutely not a coincidence. Hearing this, Lin Fan had a little bit of interest in Doki Knife inside. First-class gambling master. Sloppy is quite interesting. Do you dare to bet hundreds of millions of funds with me? The time until the disappearance of the super lucky star was passing by bit. If Lin Fan didn't grasp this time, he would miss the opportunity. You just want to bet? The soul blade sank and asked softly, "I'm really not interested in betting less than 100 million, and if you're only at Chen Mingda's level, then I can only say sorry to you," Lin Fan said expressionlessly. What? Is this guy ready to be hacked to death by the Universal Casino? I originally thought that what this guy said before was just a joke, but now it seems that I underestimated his arrogance after all. He really wants to make a mess of the Universal Casino. As Lin Fan's words fell, the crowd's pupils tightened and every pore was bubbling with surprise, and the most surprised, obviously still Dokidao. Dokidao at this time trembled with fear and trembling. Are you sure you want to bet with me for $100 million? The doctor was flustered, disorganized, and distracted by Lin Fan's one sentence. 100 million? This was no joke. A bet of hundreds of millions of dollars was not something you could just see. Dokidao couldn't help but sink into a serious expression and said in a cold tone, "The bet. If you lose, I will also chop off both your hands and feet as a thank you gift for avenging Chen Mingda's death." As soon as these words came out, the entire room was silent, and many people even involuntarily pinched a sweat for Lin Fan. The doctor had gambled too much. Even if Lin Fan was more powerful, he was not a match for the doctor. This match was unfair. As a first-class gambler of the Universal Casino, the doctor was definitely not comparable to Chen Mingda. His gambling skills, I'm afraid they were several times higher than Chen Mingda. Moreover, the stakes seem to have been increased even more by one dagger. You're so confident that you're sure to win, without ever considering losing? Lin Fan asked rhetorically, sensing a certain dangerous aura from this man. If he couldn't solve him, he was afraid that it would be a bit troublesome. The One Blade makes a living from gambling. If I can even lose a bet, then I will no longer be the One Blade from now on. so I won't lose. If you really want to gamble, go to the second floor. The one knife, will accompany you to the end. Dr. Dagger threw down a sentence and walked towards the second floor. The second floor was the VIP area of the Universal Casino, which was generally not open to the public, and would only be open to the public if they encountered extremely special gamblers, and at this point in time, Lin Fan clearly had the qualifications to enter the second floor. However, this kind of VIP area on the second floor is actually also open for high-skilled gamblers, so if you want to win money on the second floor, it is basically very, very difficult. Isn't it just $100 million bet? I can afford to lose $1 billion. Do I still need to get to the second floor? Your Universal Casino is really troublesome. Lin Fan smiled slightly after seeing the Soul Blade walk up to the second floor. He stepped forward. The good show was on. It wouldn't be long before Lin Fan would become the most dazzling man of the worldwide casino tonight. Say, what big words. 1 billion. He thinks he is the richest man in China? 1 billion. I think this kid can't even take out $5 million, and still dare to bet 1 billion. I'm afraid there's something wrong inside. Go up and take a look. It seems like the VIP area on the second floor won't keep a tight rein on us. Seeing Lin Fan walking up, those gamblers downstairs showed their curiosity. Each one of them wanted to see the hundreds of millions of dollars of gambling with their own eyes. After all, although they gamblers often gambled, they had never seen that kind of gambling game with hundreds of millions of scenes. At this moment, Gianni's head was dripping with beads of sweat the size of soybeans, and his voice was soft as he asked, "Big brother, what exactly is this kid's origin? And how did he make such a big deal out of it?" To be honest, when Gianni saw Lin Fan defeat Chen Mingda, his entire body was dumbfounded, staring at the monitor in a daze of disbelief. Although Chen Mingda wasn't as powerful as the One Dagger, there weren't many people who could take him down in the Universal Casino. However, such a person was actually taken down easily by a fledgling kid. It really made Gianni startled. He might have a heart attack if he continued to mess up like this. The visual shock brought by Lin Fan was just a little too strong. Therefore, after seeing Lin Fan so extraordinary, Gianni expected that this guy was definitely not an ordinary character. "Gianni, don't panic, there's still me. Let's watch on and see what he can actually do," Song Tianlong said helplessly, looking at Lin Fan outside the monitor. His heart was full of emotions. "Big brother, the ancients honestly don't deceive. Today you actually deceived me, Gianni. Is this how you act as a big brother? Pushing your brother into the fire pit? If he wins, in the future, I'll still be able to open this Wanhua casino? Don't get excited. Don't you still have a fighter here? Wait for him to win and then say it. Really can't. Let's just kill and kill." Gianni's intestines turned green with remorse after hearing Song Tianlong say such words. He had originally thought that Song Tianlong had just offended a college student who had no ability to do anything, and that it would be easy to clean up. But who knew that in the twinkling of an eye, that college student would turn into an existence that could threaten the life and death of the Universal Casino, leaving Gianni's entire being in an environment of extreme panic. Chapter 15 10 of Spades. Soon Lin Fan sat down at the gambling table with a big strut. Dr. Dagger sat opposite Lin Fan. His face was blue, his aura around him was strong, as if he was a lion that would swallow Lin Fan. "What are we waiting for here? Let's start gambling. Is this second floor VIP area just a decoration?" Sitting in his seat, the doctor did not make any movement. Lin Fan began to be a little impatient. Doki Dao didn't answer Lin Fan immediately, but waved towards the fellow next to him. After the fellow came over, he quietly said a few words. That fellow's face changed dramatically and hurriedly ran out. Lin Fan looked at that back and his eyes rolled, already guessing what he was going for. Hundreds of millions of dollars of gambling to sign a contract. You lose and cheat. I'll go there to get your hand ruined? To gamble to sign a contract. Black and white, I see how you can cheat at that time. Doki Dao opened his mouth like a hitman. His eyes were cold. He was Chen Mingda's boss. Lin Fan's defeat of Chen Mingda made him lose face. Chen Mingda's matter. Doki Dao would not be easily left unsettled. As for the contract of the soul knife has no legal effect at all. Gambling and chopping off hands and feet, this matter will never be allowed by the law. Bring up the contract. It is completely the soul knife bull ********. No problem. Today I will win every bet. Even if I bet with my eyes closed. You can't win me. Sign the contract or something. Put it aside for the time being. How about you come and let me guess a card first? You want to guess a card in front of me? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Dr. Sword sneered. The doctor was the king of the casino. Even the third-class gambling master Chen Mingda had to avoid the front line with the doctor for a while. Lin Fan dared to bet with him on guessing a card? If I guess it, I will take one of the most valuable things from you. Dare you? Lin Fan looked at the one blade with a smile and said with a straight face. The Dr. Dagger exuded a unique aura, and the more he looked at it, the more Lin Fan became a bit interested. Big talk, you think I will lose like Chen Mingda? The doctor chortled. and only disdain showed in his eyes. Gamblers like Lin Fan. He had defeated them all with a single move. The doctor had risen to the top by trampling on gamblers with superior gambling skills, and there were more than a dozen masters who had died in his hands. Lin Fan could at most pop up in front of the doctor for a few minutes, and after a few minutes he would be crushed and completely finished. Since you want to play so much, then I will play with you once, but after playing, you won't be able to dodge the bet even if you want to. Dao was a little bit interested by Lin Fan and took the cards and started shuffling them in a flowing manner. It had to be said that Jia's shuffling technique was very superior. After getting the cards, he directly shuffled the cards with one hand. The other hand is idle. The whole person lazily lying on the table shuffling, with the afterglow to measure Lin Fan, full of disdain color. However, there was one thing the doctor was very clear about, and that was that the contract would definitely be able to be taken down. He believed that Jiani would definitely take the bet, and if Doctor avoided the fight, those gamblers might be very disappointed with the casino in the future and run to other casinos to gamble. The reason why the business of the Universal Casino was so good was largely due to them. The super gamblers, sitting in the casino. No need to shuffle. I'll just guess this card in your hand. Suddenly, Lin Fan's tone sank, directly interrupting Doctor. You have a bit of fun, so tell me what this card is? Actually, this card. The doctor shivered and was shocked when he heard Lin Fan open his mouth. Snap! Suddenly, Lin Fan's right hand pressed tightly on the doctor's hand. Lin Fan noticed that there was something wrong with the doctor's hand. This card is nothing. Neither spades nor hearts. Neither diamonds nor clubs. After holding the doctor's knife with his hand, Lin Fan spoke with a smile, both eyes looking at the doctor's knife, flashing with a refined light. Is this guy crazy? Does he know what the hell he's talking about? We are gambling at the Universal Casino. The Universal Casino has rules. Whoever uses 1,000 tricks to gamble at the Universal Casino, then he will be hacked to death by the Universal Casino with a random knife. But if none of them are these cards, could they be ghost cards? How did he know about these cards? The crowd was horrified. Lin Fan's strike was so unexpected that it took everyone by surprise. Finding a card in such a short period of time and managing to say what the card actually was actually something terrifying. This kind of person was someone that no one would dare to bet against. However, the actual situation was that the doctor had been caught by Lin Fan, and for this match, he had cheated. You're talking nonsense. Let go. Lin Fan's sudden and strange maneuver caused the doctor's heart to be horrified, and he sank his voice and yelled fiercely. Dao was a bit scared. This was the first time he had been caught cheating. In the past, no matter who it was, he was unable to capture the process of cheating. In fact, Lin Fan didn't see how Jia cheated, but saw through the perspective potion that Jia took a special card and mixed it in. Of course, this one of mine is not a ghost card, but a white card. This card is not too different from our gambling cards, but if it's a first-class cheater, then this card can make him unbeatable. Lin Fan then explained loudly in front of the crowd. He was still using his hand to deaden the card, during which Dr. Dagger tried to break free many times, but was unsuccessful, and in the end, they were all deadened by Lin Fan's big hand. What? You mean the doctor has cheated? It can't be. It's impossible for this casino to cheat. If he cheated, then wouldn't all that money we usually lose be too much? The crowd was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. This news was too strong, so strong that it was like a bomb. Once it was confirmed, then the entire Universal Casino would be destroyed overnight and become history. Suddenly Doctor approached Lin Fan and lowered his voice. Doing something leaves a thread. We will see each other in the future. Brother, if you don't tear me down, I can let you off on behalf of the worldwide casino. By now, the situation had developed to the survival of the worldwide casino. The matter of the Dawkins cheating must not be known, or else the worldwide casino would definitely be finished, and then absolutely no one would come to the worldwide casino to gamble, because no matter who it was, they wouldn't be interested in a cheating casino. So, you guys are deliberately setting up a trap to pull me into the worldwide casino. Tell me, who the hell is it? Lin Fan replied in a small voice, again not causing too many waves. Bringing down the worldwide casino wouldn't do Lin Fan much good. Completing the mission, Lin Fan could do it through hundreds of millions of dollars in gambling. Solo Blade paused and didn't say anything. Perhaps, telling Lin Fan about the person behind the curtain was also a very difficult choice for Doctor. Wouldn't it be overstepping the bottom line to tell all the ins and outs of the matter? As a high-level hustler, Dao still had a bit of a bottom line to do things right. If you don't say it, then don't blame me for not being polite. Lin Fan's eyes grew cold and snorted coldly. Song Tianlong. But it was at this time that the Dr. Blade opened his mouth. He didn't choose to betray his boss, and Jiani, but instead, he spoke up the black hand behind the scenes, Song Tianlong, which was also considered honoring in Jiani's loyalty. In fact, by this point Dao had already understood that no matter if it was a bet or a trap, it was no longer effective against Lin Fan. Song Tianlong had found a tough opponent for Injiani to deal with, had already been unkind to them. And Doki Dao had no uneasiness in his heart when he told Song Tianlong about this. Ha ha, my eyes are really old. I actually saw the 10 of spades as a white card. After saying that, Lin Fan immediately closed his hand and gave a look at the doctor. The doctor's eyes trembled slightly, comprehending Lin Fan's meaning, and secretly mobilized a card from the deck. Lin Fan happened to flip it over and picked it up, and the card appeared in everyone's eyes. Snap, flipped it out. I'll go. So it's the 10 of spades. You're really not good at this. What a ing waste. I thought it was really cheating. Everyone's faces showed disappointment after seeing that card, but Doki Dagger smiled in a rare way. However, right after everyone's disappointment, Doki Dao opened his mouth loudly. The contract has already come down, but I can forgive you once for the sake of your youthful ignorance. If you leave now, then I won't pursue you for any responsibility. It's not just money. Don't worry, I can afford to lose $1 billion. Quickly bring it so that I can sign the contract. Chapter 16, Bringing the Rhythm. You really want to bet with me? The doctor hesitated this time. Lin Fan had helped him once before, so he showed mercy to Lin Fan on the fact that he didn't tear down the stage. Bet? Of course I'm going to bet. Why not? I came here today to gamble on hundreds of millions of assets. If I don't gamble on hundreds of millions of assets, what am I doing here? Lin Fan's mouth skin curved up in an arc, extremely elegantly saying, with a playful and teasing look at the soul blade, Nima, really ing luxurious. Hundreds of millions of gambling assets. Lousy has never seen such a big bet in my life. Millions up and down in a minute. Look at the start. He's already signing the contract there. At this moment, many gamblers revealed their admiration after seeing Lin Fan's amazing move. Hundreds of millions of gambling money was not something that could be said casually, and those who dared to sign such a contract were either bold or quite confident in their assets. Obviously Lin Fan would most likely be the second. Of course, when signing the contract Lin Fan mortgaged the Jingyang property, plus the system-sponsored liquidity as well as the previous winnings. It was also considered to make up the gambling capital. The doctor had no choice but to say, I've already given you a chance, but you don't cherish it yourself, so don't blame me for being rude to you. It's not just a little bit of money. As to be so nervous, you go back and ask that old boy Song Tianlong. I didn't blink when I bought the Jingyang house, Lin Fan said without budging. Since that's the case, let's get started. Do you want to bet on golden flower? Stud, Pai Gao, said the Dr. Blade in a deep voice as he looked at Lin Fan faintly. Lin Fan turned his eyes and said, golden flower. Gold flower in gambling is also called fried gold flower. The rules are simple, widely spread. The implementation of the simple and rough rules of the game, quite popular with folk gamblers. It removes the size of the king of the poker cards. Both sides cannot see each other's cards. The winner continues. The loser withdraws. Players to the hands of the three-card race to determine the winners and losers. In operation with others than the size of the cards, and more than the cards after the bet can become more than twice the single bet. Golden flush can make people lose their money overnight, and the gambling is very exciting. So exciting that every game can make the heart and soul swing. Soon, a lotter appeared and started dealing cards to Lin Fan. Although the person who dealt the cards this time wasn't a single knife, no one believed it when they said that there was no one cheating on this side of the worldwide casino. Hundreds of millions of gambling money cannot get the worldwide casino also want to lose all. The only knife now can only win cannot lose. He if lost, the whole worldwide casino will be ruined. How can the worldwide casino dare to let the only knife single knife to go to the meeting? 5 million. Solo Blade shouted and threw down a bunch of chips. This bet rose to hundreds of millions of dollars, and the amount of each bet could not be less than $5 million. Watching many gamblers pinch themselves, their foreheads following the sweat. Even they could hear each other's breathing. I'll call $20 million. Lin Fan grinned and casually threw out a bunch of chips that were even more than the doctor's knife. Hiss. Holy ho, it's really ho. It directly jumped from 50 million to 20 million. A sound of sucking in cold air rang out. Lin Fan's one shot was $20 million. It was really a bit too hoity-toity. This $20 million was money that these people couldn't earn in a few lifetimes. NV value 156 from Comrade Han Xingxing. From Comrade Zhao Bueshua's NV value of 201. NV value 366 from Comrade Flower. NV value of 1 from the male dog of the next door king's family. Lin Fan's wave of operation was a bit big. Those people watching from behind saw their eyes glistening, and their NV value kept storming from this time. The NV value of the male dog of the next door old king's family won? Lin Fan's eyebrows furrowed when he saw this and glanced around to find Era running in after him. It's Era. I didn't expect you to send me a little NV value. What is it that you envy me for? Lin Fan secretly smiled in his heart. He had not thought that Era had also contributed NV value for himself. Perhaps this cute Era had followed and envied his master after sensing that he had developed emotions towards Lin Fan. The doctor sucked in his breath, also a little palpitated by Lin Fan's wave. 20 million a hand for 100 million could only support 5 at most, so the pressure on doctor was too much. You dare to bet with me like this without even looking at the cards? I'll see how you lose everything. The soul knife kind of wanted to look at the cards, was shaken by Lin Fan. He originally thought that Lin Fan was 5 million to follow, but did not expect this guy to play even bigger, even directly with 20 million. I have a sentence I don't know if I should say or not. Lin Fan's eyes turned and said in a cold voice, "Do you want to admit defeat?" The Soul Blade laughed. Is Nima's Universal Casino unable to lose? Looking at the doctor's complacent expression, Lin Fan spoke indifferently. Instantly, the doctor's eyes were covered in black lines, and he was half dead from Lin Fan's anger. But next, Dokidao only had a stern face. Lin Fan's bet was increased to 20 million. Then he had to increase his bet to more than 20 million. But if it was increased to more than 20 million, then Dokidao would have to follow the end of the worldwide casino if he lost. Sweat kept coming out from Dokidao's forehead. He began to feel that this guy Lin Fan was too bad. How could he look at it? How could he even gamble for money in a way that made people uncomfortable? Do you gamble or not? If you don't gamble, call your boss out to gamble with me. Is the Universal Casino out of men? Lin Fan saw that Dokidao didn't say anything for half a day. Another sentence popped up. The only knife immediately hate the teeth itchy. Hate to go up to draw Lin Fan 2 mouths. What do you mean by the worldwide casino is no man? He is not a man. Half a day and Gianni didn't say anything. Dokidao knew that Gianni tacitly agreed to the bet. He put the life of the worldwide casino body and family on him, so he paid more attention to the bet. Bet, $20 million I'll also call. For a long time, the only knife against the enormous pressure, finally popped out of the mouth of the word, $50 million. But before the doctor could slow down, Lin Fan increased the money to $50 million again. Why is it so luxurious? God, please grant me the status of a high roller so that I can also do the same thing of casually betting $50 million. Seeing this, the people around once again let out sounds of surprise. The entire casino was shocked by Lin Fan's strong and bold bet. It was too hot, more powerful than an Action 2 movie, and it made people's blood gush. There were even a multitude of gamblers who cursed their moms and dads in the bottom of their hearts. How could they gamble their money like this? Envy value of 444 from Comrade Tum Liang Liang. From Comrade Lu Xianyang's envy value of 598. From Comrade He Gao Gao's envy value of 666. Thud. Hearing Lin Fan's $50 million, Dokidao fell from his seat to the ground with a loud thud. He was so excited by Lin Fan that he had a heart attack. His heartbeat thumping and foaming at the mouth. Too exciting. So exciting that the only knife before reacting to what happened, to face $50 million of gambling, which if he lost, he will be salted fish cannot turn over. Lin Fan looked at Soul Blade and spoke again. Can you still gamble? If I can't gamble, I'll just take this money and leave. I can still gamble. Don't take the money and leave. The doctor's face was pale as he climbed up from under the table, his gaze resentful as he looked at Lin Fan. He now resented Lin Fan like a little widow and felt that Lin Fan was hateful. That's good. It's good that you can gamble. Is your body alright? Do you want to drink some hot water? Lin Fan looked at Dokidao with a smile and asked. Dokidao rolled his eyes to Lin Fan. In his heart, he cursed his ancestors. If it wasn't for Lin Fan teasing him so much, could he have a heart attack? By now his heart was thumping nonstop. I'm fine. Keep gambling. Half a second later, Dokijia popped out a few words from his mouth with difficulty and covered his chest with his hand and said, "That's fine. I'll add another $50 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Thud. The doctor once again collapsed, and this time, he finally couldn't help but curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you fooling me? 50 million plus 50 million is 100 million. Together with the 5 million the doctor had before, the betting capital of this game is over 100 million. Pervert. I've never seen such a game. Raise the money again. My little heart. Are taking his rhythm. Can't stand it anymore. This is the biggest big bet I've ever seen. I've never seen this kind of gambling. Chapter 17, Serial Bombs. Dr. Dagger. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, tell me Lin Fan kindly said to Doctor, showing a face of compassion. When the doctor heard this, his face instantly turned iron blue. Lin Fan's words made him very sad and agonized to the extreme. When has he ever been afraid of anyone? But today he is indeed afraid. Continue to gamble on Dokidao cannot afford to gamble. This 100 million Dokidao really do not have the courage to gamble. In addition to Njiani, who has no right to bet 100 million, even if it is a single knife cannot. Although the casino can pay 100 million gambling capital, but pay 100 million means that the casino to lose all liquidity. This way down the Universal Casino lost liquidity is not open. With no choice but to shake his head, Dokidao sighed. Sorry everyone, I'm going to go report to the boss. Immediately after the doctor said this, he was getting up, not wanting to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the departing Doki Dao and said with a smile, if you can't mix, just tell me. I won't let you be a beggar. You're not ugly. It's okay to be an escort. Poof. When Doki Dao heard Lin Fan's words, he almost didn't die of anger. He pulled open the general manager's office with force and walked in. And seeing this scene, the gamblers started sending envy value blasts at Lin Fan again. Envy value 745 from Comrade Yang Mao Mao. Envy value 765 from Comrade Zhu De Gut. Envy value 711 from Comrade He Qianbom. Envy value 22 from the male dog of the next door king's family. Era again? Lin Fan was slightly stunned when he heard the reminder sound from the system. The male dog from the old king's house next door started supplying envy value again. This time it turned into 22. Was it because of the big fluctuation of his master's mood change? Boss, sorry, the bet is too big. I can't bet anymore. Solo Knife walked into Njiani's office and said with a guilty face, when he gambled with Lin Fan, Doki Dao didn't feel too good. In the past, no matter who he gambled with, he wouldn't have a feeling of powerlessness. But this time when he encountered Lin Fan, he fell head over heels. If he continued to gamble, he might lose. He's trying to bring my universal casino to its death. Njiani had a feeling and let out a long sigh. Lin Fan went up to the second floor and Njiani started to observe him with the monitor. But apart from being unable to do anything about it, he was still unable to do anything about it. The situation couldn't be changed. It had come to this point all because of this guy Song Tianlong. Njiani looked at Song Tianlong with anger at this point and roared, if I play, you don't want to be good either. Njiani was dragged down by Song Tianlong. Song Tianlong sent him a few women with good posture, but he didn't expect to be pitched. If Njiani knew this ending, he would never agree to Song Tianlong. This is when the big brother of Njiani sent Njiani to the fire pit, so that Njiani cannot wait to find someone to repair Song Tianlong. After saying that Njiani's office door was slammed hard, he walked out and went to deal with that difficult to deal with Lin Fan, who was at the top of his game. As for Song Tianlong, he looked at Njiani, inhaled a cigarette and marveled in a low voice, how could this happen? Are this guy's gambling skills this horrible as well? Everyone knows that the gambling skills of the worldwide casino are high, and 8 out of 10 people who come in to gamble lose money. But instead of losing, Lin Fan makes the worldwide casino almost finished, which is really saddening and horrifying. Is this guy a monster? Click. The door was opened by Njiani, who walked out from inside and then looked at Lin Fan with a dead fisheye gaze. This is the owner of the Universal Casino, right? Seeing Njiani come out, Lin Fan smiled and asked. Njiani nodded and said without denying, I am the boss of the Universal Casino. I will now conduct this bet. Let's begin. The current situation was not good for Njiani at all. He was nervous in his heart. The life and death of the worldwide casino was pressed on him. If anything went wrong, the worldwide casino would never be able to turn over. And this is also the reason why Doctor didn't dare to gamble. Doctor understood that in the next few times at the most, the worldwide casino would have a crisis of bankruptcy. Lin Fan gave him a feeling that he was too dangerous, as if he was a killer hiding in the shadows, just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wait a minute. There's no need to continue gambling. I'll open the cards now. Lin Fan didn't give Njiani a chance. He directly opened his mouth and flipped up the covered cards. Snap. 888. The 3 8s were placed together and directly turned into a leopard. Leopard. Fried gold flour my ass. How is it possible? Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's still doubled, isn't it? Numerous gamblers were horrified, their eyes followed by wide eyes. This is really too much of a surprise. Leopard bombing gold flour, according to the reason, is to double, but the chips on the card has been put to 100 million by Lin Fan, and doubling it again is 200 million. And Jenny's face instantly turned purple, and hot sweat continued to flow on his face. He didn't even go to flip the cards now he knew that he had lost. The dealer was on his side. Then it was impossible to give Lin Fan a leopard. This probability was 100% impossible to appear, but the reality was mercilessly hammering him. Bear with me, this money belongs to me. Lin Fan smiled and prepared to exchange his chips for money. $200 million. The progress of the quest bar seemed to be about right. After staying here for so long and gaining a bumper crop of envy values, perhaps Lin Fan would be able to complete the quest of the most dazzling man in history after spending some money elsewhere. Suddenly, Njiani let out a roar. Letting Lin Fan take this money away, the Universal Casino would definitely be finished. Njiani had to stop him now or he would die horizontally in Ninghai. In the past, Njiani had taken a lot of ill-gotten gains by gambling, and if he had a problem with his financial chain now, those who had lost everything would surely beat Njiani to death. So Njiani absolutely couldn't lose. One more bet. You can't just leave after you win the money. This is $200 million. No matter where you go to gamble, you won't be allowed to leave easily. and Jianni said through gritted teeth, looking at Lin Fan with hatred in his heart. Now he understood why Song Tianlong wanted to finish him off so badly, but this matter didn't really have too much to do with Jianni, and being taken off the hook like this by Song Tianlong, he was really unconvinced. So what? You're a really good person. Good people live in peace. After hearing Jianni's not letting Lin Fan go, Lin Fan laughed lightly. I'm a good person. A good person lives in peace? And Jianni was baffled by Lin Fan. Was he being sent a good guy card by Lin Fan? Yes. You're going to send me a few $100 million to spend again. You're so nice. Good people live in peace. Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. 10,000 grass mud horses rolled through Jianni's heart. 10,000 point blasts in his heart. Nima. When did Jianni say he was going to send Lin Fan hundreds of millions of flowers? He was going to get back the money he lost. Deal the cards. Immediately, Jianni gave a look at the ladder. Clatter. The Lotus officer brushed and dealt the cards, and Jianni smiled grimly, knowing that the Lotus officer had moved. Open the cards. But before Jianni could give his word, Lin Fan shouted and opened the bottom card. 888. Lin Fan's bottom card came out. Another leopard. Are my eyes right? It's a leopard again? What the hell kind of luck is this? 2 leopards. There's no heavenly reason. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. 2 consecutive bursts of leopards. This probability was too low, so low that it was impossible, but Lin Fan had succeeded. How could I lose? And Jianni's eyes dropped as he looked at the leopard that Lin Fan had turned up. Dumbfounded. Didn't he tell the Lotus officer to move his cards? How did he give Lin Fan the leopard again? I just don't believe it. One more game. However, it didn't take long before Jianni started looking for Lin Fan to challenge him again. Good man. Sending me money to spend again. Lin Fan laughed and felt that Jianni was getting more and more obedient. 777, 999, 555. Only, the betting game went through several times in a row. Lin Fan won the leopard every time, doubled every time, and won Jianni into every time. Too damn powerful. Starring 8 times in a row with a leopard. It's hard to see for the ages. Can't even stop it. Is this the legendary gambling luck across the sky? I'm afraid that the Universal Casino has lost all its pants this time. As the crowd talked, the Universal Casino finally hiccuped and lost everything. Chapter 18 Netflix Anchorwoman. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the most shining man ever quest. Ding. The host completes the mission. The money automatically increases and escalates. The current increase is $10,000 per hour. Ding. The host has completed the task of the most shining man in history too perfectly. The system automatically presents the host with a Black Gold Premium card. Black Gold Exalted card. It has a large amount of money within it, which the host cannot use, and can only be used when completing a mission to obtain envy value. When he heard, Black Gold Exalted card, Lin Fan almost wanted to hit the system. What the hell was it about not being able to use money? If you can't use money, then what is the use of Lin Fan taking this Black Gold Premium card? It's simply a waste. Lin Fan might as well not want something that can be seen but not used. Something that is completely chicken-ribbed. Can the system change one? Lin Fan said tentatively towards the system. Ding dong. The system is produced and cannot be switched. Lin Fan rolled his eyes and cast a look of contempt at the system. It's over. My Universal Casino. My money. My Vegas. At this time, Jianni was like a downtrodden beggar, shouting with a frustrated face. He had invaded his heart and soul too much in the worldwide casino. No one could love the worldwide casino more than Jianni, because the worldwide casino had brought Jianni wealth, reputation and status, and even gave him a life. The worldwide casino made Jianni a big boss. The worldwide casino turned Jianni into the rich man that people talked about. But now all of these things were not his anymore. Just a few minutes ago, Jianni lost $10 billion to Lin Fan. This $10 billion Jianni couldn't earn it back. He had also signed a contract with Lin Fan. This contract was now in Lin Fan's hands. Even if Jianni flipped out, the gamblers inside the casino wouldn't agree anymore. Bounce. At this time, Lin Fan threw a coin towards Jianni. Take it to buy a bun to eat. You're a good person. You're welcome to come back next time to give me a casino. Lin Fan laughed softly, thinking that Jianni was just too powerful. From now on, Lin Fan would be the boss of this casino. I'm not willing. I'll send you paralyzed to send Seeing the coins Lin Fan threw over, Jianni spat out a mouthful of pus and blood and fainted. The Universal Casino was Jianni's life's work. Just like that he was dismissed by Lin Fan with a coin, treating him as a stinking beggar. Can it be good? Doki Dao. Quick, take him to check. Must not let anything happen to him. He is a good person. Send me beautiful women, send me money, and also send me a gambling city. Lin Fan glared at Doki Dagger and ordered. The doctor's mind went blank. His whole body was blinded when he watched Lin Fan gamble with Anjiani, and when he came back to his senses, the boss had changed from Anjiani to Lin Fan. Ahem. At this time, Song Tianlong walked out from the back in disguise and coughed gently twice, preparing to slip away. He wore a blouse to make himself look mature, changed into women's clothes, and even put on a pair of black stockings to emphasize that he was a woman. Ta-da! Song Tianlong stepped on the ground in his high heels making a clattering sound, those high heels hiding his thighs that were covered in leg hair. But just at this time, Lin Fan's voice that was like a devil rang out. That's what this is not my girlfriend Xiao bitch. How did you run away? Could it be that yesterday's one night 10 times Lang was too tired? When Song Tianlong heard Lin Fan's voice, his heart was filled with 100,000 grass mud horses. How can he be a big man and Lin Fan this shameless rolled bed sheet? Nima ah. Song Tianlong's back cooled down after hearing this, and he stammered. You guys, recognize the wrong person. I'm not little bitch. Bastard. Don't pretend. You and I had sex yesterday. Can I still forget this? Guys help out. Help me arrest little bitch. I'll give you guys money. I'll give you 1,000,000 chips to gamble with. Lin Fan laughed with a playful smile and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. 1,000,000 chips. This is too generous. Arrest someone. Don't let this little go. Arrest her and continue with the 10 times a night. When the crowd of gamblers heard Lin Fan's words, they all went crazy and swarmed to the front to catch Song Tianlong. The current Song Tianlong was like a golden dollar. Everyone was grabbing it. Asterisk 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 your mom. I'm a big man. At this time, Song Tianlong also couldn't help himself. Roared. Then took off his high heels and tore his black stockings, revealing those long legs full of leg hair. To be honest, Song Tianlong was scared. His back was scared out of a cold sweat. This group of guys who were overwhelmed by the chips surrounded him in no time, all of them giving him lustful looks. This feeling really made Song Tianlong too scared. Don't be afraid everyone. He's actually a female big shot. There's basically no difference between him and a female with the lights off. I tried it yesterday. Since he doesn't want to get along with me now, I'll give it to you guys. I have to go beforehand. Lin Fan smiled calmly and said in a deep voice before turning around and picking up the contract, ready to go and get the transfer procedures done. In fact, Lin Fan had seen Song Tianlong a long time ago. When doctor said Song Tianlong, Lin Fan started paying attention to the office. So when Song Tianlong came out, Lin Fan was the first to see it. The big man in women's clothes. Really? His women's clothes are really nice. Ah, I'm on it now as usual. Nima, you guys are beasts. You don't even let go of the big man in women's clothes. Gah, but don't say it. His women's clothes are really good looking. A group of colorful gamblers revealed impatient eyes at Song Tianlong, as if what appeared in their eyes was a shapely beauty, shyly waiting to be released. Song Tianlong panicked and covered his chest with his hand, saying in fear, What do you guys want? He, female boss, just obey us. Don't worry boss female, we won't hurt you. Perhaps they were overwhelmed by the 1,000,000 chips Lin Fan had given away. The group of gamblers had actually taken an interest in Song Tianlong. Lin Fan took the contract and walked to the door, glancing at Song Tianlong in boredom. Lin Fan then saw that these gamblers were actually joking. Song Tianlong's lush leg hair was something no man would be interested in screwing him with. Oh yeah, there is something that I almost forgot to tell you guys. The fortune teller said that he was born with a prosperous husband's life. Whoever just has a little something happen with him can gamble on the luck of Hong Tian. Maybe my 8 consecutive leopards came from him. Then Lin Fan deliberately said and walked straight away. Wanted husband's life? No, I can't help it. If he really has a prosperous husband's life, it's just a pig that I can still lay my hands on. Female big brother, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Don't run away. You're mine. As the words fell, the many gamblers began to act, each one of them rubbing their fists, ready to snatch Song Tianlong's innocence. Ah, I'm not done with you. Surname Lin. Song Tianlong screamed miserably as his clothes were torn by the crowd. Extremely miserable. These men treated Song Tianlong really roughly, completely disregarding Song Tianlong's feelings. How barbaric. How rough. Just like this, Song Tianlong was roughly and savagely raped by many gamblers in the dark and sunless Universal Casino. The means were exceptionally cruel and the process was so bad that it caused Song Tianlong to have an anal fissure. On the other hand, Lin Fan, after getting the Black Gold Premium card, returned home bored, opened his laptop and watched a live webcast. Lin Fan entered a live streaming room called UFAFA. This UFAFA is a not too small fame anchor. Appearance looks sweet and well behaved. Media University Film and Television Department graduation. Loved by the live men. Originally, UFAFA can enter the entertainment industry development, but because she does not like to accept the subterfuge, so she chose to do anchor. But what people didn't expect was that after UFAFA became an anchor, she unexpectedly caught fire, and her daily fan value climbed straight up, and she ended up becoming a female anchor who strayed into the third and second tier. Sister Fat, you sing me a two butterflies. I haven't heard you sing for a long time. My soul is almost gone. Nima, what era is it now? You still listen to two butterflies. Shut up upstairs. Our Sister Fat can sing anything. Just like this. Lin Fan became an ordinary viewer of UFAFA's live broadcast. However, something unexpected happened. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Chapter 19, Fairy Tale Town. Ding, the host triggers a date or not. Mission tip, successfully get UFAFA to agree to the host state. Task time, 5 days. Ding dong, the host triggers the about or not about mission. The system enables the black gold exalted card as the host's funds to complete the mission. Holy, why does this mission look too nasty? Lin Fan couldn't calm down when he saw this task of the tutor gold worship system. Asking an anchor out is not something that good people do. However, this side of the pop-up screen started to get up in arms. Sister Fat, come and dance. I'll send you a big rocket. Get lost. One rocket and you want to see Sister Fat dance. Do you think Sister Fat is raised by your family? Sister Fat is so beautiful. How come she's only worth one rocket? Grass mud horse. Lozzie brushed 10 rockets today. 10 rockets should always be able to watch Sister Fat dance. After seeing a lot of live audience rewarding, UFAFA smiled euphemistically at the camera. Thank you all of you landlord brothers for rewarding. Thank you all. Thank you for supporting FAFA's brother. FAFA is here to give all of you brothers a show. What do all of you brothers want FAFA to perform? UFAFA is worthy of being an internet star anchor. A few words caused the pop-up screen to jump around. Those tycoons send a big wave of gifts to UFAFA, and her live room, which was now a screen full of densely brushed gifts, looked especially terrifying. I can't keep up with my nutrition. Sister Fat is too damn soulful. 666. Just because of the hair sister these words, I'm going back to Jack a wave. Upstairs you don't ing make. If you dare to jerk off to my goddess, I'll kill you acrid. The audience in the live broadcast room was very active, and many people even cursed profanities, but UFAFA pretended as if she couldn't see it, and forced a smile at the camera. At this time, UFAFA's active audience had already reached 50,000. 50,000 is a number that can already press the third-tier anchors, and the number of viewers is still rising in a straight line, unusually hot, but there seems to be only one Duke in UFAFA's live room. Duke is open through the reward value. If you want to become the Duke of the UFAFA live room, you must reward 10,000 RMB. As for the Dukes above, there are Kings and Emperors, but UFAFA's live room has never appeared King and Emperor, while the first-tier anchor live room there are Kings, Emperors, this kind of tycoon, so UFAFA from the first-tier anchor is still a little short. If you want to become a king, you have to reward $100,000. As for the Emperor, it's even more expensive. It's $1 million. Although UFAFA was beautiful, she wasn't to the extent that she could make tycoon men die of lust for her, so no one gave her a reward for King and Emperor. At this time, I don't know who posted a pop-up in UFAFA's live broadcast room. Sister FA, why don't you sing the song Storybrooke? The song Storybrooke had been popular in Ninghai City for a while, and was played on almost every street to listen to it, but it had gone out of fashion in the recent past. This song was a popular Star's hit song, and had been covered in many versions, but all of them were very different from the original, so it was very difficult to sing, and it was a great test for the anchors. There were very many anchors who would lose their fans like crazy if they couldn't sing it well. After all, there were so many anchors on the live broadcast platform. If they all relied on their appearance to please the audience, it was impossible to become a first-tier anchor. However, UFAFA hardened her heart and said, since you guys want to hear this song so much, then I can only promise you well. UFAFA making this decision was bumpy inside. This song wasn't good, but if he didn't sing this song, he would have to choose those perverted audience's demands, like what to say a yellow story, wear a nurse uniform, and so on. Ahem. Fellow tycoons, I'm going to start singing. UFAFA coughed lightly twice to moisten her throat, then she let out a voice as beautiful as heavenly music. I heard that Snow White is running away. Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard that the Mad Hatter likes Alice. The ugly duckling will become a white swan. I heard that Peter Pan always grows up. Jack he has a harp and magic. I heard there was a candy house in the forest. Cinderella lost her beloved glass slipper. As a burst of melodious melody issued, UFAFA closed her eyes and fell silent in the world of music. It had to be said that UFAFA's singing skills were really very powerful, although there was a gap with the original singer, but that gap had been pulled up by her not too much. The kind of magical castle-like fantasy feeling of Storybrooke was sung out by her. Sister Fat, this is the god of song. How to sing so good. Shut up upstairs. Don't block me from enjoying Sister Fat's honorable face. Sister Fat not only sings well, but also looks good. Sister Fat, Do you have a boyfriend? After UFAFA sang a part, it immediately caused a hot discussion, and many people even started to ask about her privacy, and UFAFA ignored it this time, still continuing to sing. There's always a colorful river that meanders through Storybrooke, tainted with magic's misbehaving breath. Yet it twists and turns in love. The river lifts the water, and swirls a curtain of time into the water. Let all the long ago, all come to the moment of happy ending. UFAFA continued to sing, singing with more and more deep emotion. Her wonderful singing touched the live broadcast platform. Sing well. Fantastic. This is the first time I've seen a female anchor who sings so well. Asterisk. I've been conquered by Sister Fat. No, I have to show it in this wave. After UFAFA sang, the live broadcast room immediately cheered and boiled over, filling the screen with gifts. Fishball 100 plus, shark fins 1000 plus, fishball 100 plus, fishball 100 plus, shark's fin 1000 plus. The screen is full of gifts for UFAFA, but there is still no king or emperor. The people who watch UFAFA's live broadcast are all working class. The rich class is not interested in this. This can be said to be UFAFA's regret. Although these rewards seem to be a lot, but UFAFA divided into the hands of less. Remove to live platform of 30%. Remove personal income tax. UFAFA today's harvest is also more than 1,000 points, and those who do not move on the daily income of tens of thousands of anchor compared to, still a lot worse. Alas, I've been singing for so long, but I can't attract over a tycoon? UFAFA looked at the screen full of bounty heart lamented. Although she earned a lot of money, but her heart still has regrets. At least she was a graduate of the Film and Television Department of the Communication University. How could she not even have a single tycoon to support her? This feeling made her have regrets. Sister Fat, what's wrong with you? You seem a bit unhappy? Someone saw the sadness on UFAFA's face and asked. Nothing, you guys are looking at it wrong. Alright, next I'll give you all another Rush Hour song. UFAFA put down the melancholy feelings in her heart and forced a smile at the camera. Rush That Year was also a classic song that had been sung for a long time, and was even more far-reaching and influential than Storybrooke. But at this time, a man with the ID Windy Man sent out a pop-up screen. Beauty, do you look like you're a little short of money? Originally, UFAFA, who was a little upset in her heart, saw this pop-up screen and let out a ha in her heart. For these viewers on the live broadcast platform, she really knows too much. Many of them are the kind of poor people who come over to flirt with a few words. There is not much money in their hands at all, but they just like to do some things that make her feel ashamed. Then, UFAFA picked up her cell phone and kicked this Windy Man out. This guy actually dared to call Windy Man. Why don't he go eat? He counts how old Also dare to ask Sister Fat you lack of money. He is very rich? Sister Hair kicked good This win like Windman at a glance know is to make trouble. 6,666. Sister Fat did a good job with this wave. This Windy Man is cheating. Can he cheat as much as the principal? Don't be discouraged Sister Fat, maybe if you wait a few times, the principal will notice you. The pop-up launched by Lin Fan immediately caused the group of viewers to attack the group with anger. Seeing that his ID was kicked out, Lin Fan immediately caught fire. He was a tycoon. He came to worship gold. How could he be kicked out? I still have to finish this mission today, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. In the next moment, that black gold exalted card was taken in Lin Fan's hand and held tightly. Not long after, Lin Fan's second ID account, Legend of the Windy Legend, appeared in UFAFA's live broadcast room. Chapter 20 Windy Legend. Congratulations to the Windy Legend for rewarding the anchor with 100,000 fish pills to become the first king of this live broadcast room. Inside the live broadcast room, a golden horizontal bar appeared on the big screen, occupying a quarter of the entire screen. Everyone in UFAFA's live broadcast room couldn't remain calm. Nima, the king actually appeared. This, my mom. Does this Legend of the Windy Legend have anything to do with that Windy Man? Really ing luxury a shot is 100,000. That's my small half a year salary. To Heyo, iron bone strong to Heyo, seek to embrace the thigh. UFAFA's live broadcast room was Lin Fan's wave of rewards set off a furor. As for UFAFA herself, her entire body was stunned when she saw the golden horizontal bar. She began to think that she had done something wrong. Should she apologize to that Windy Man or something? After all, this is 100,000 RMB. After all, this was 100,000 RMB. She knew that UFAFA had never had a king reward her since she started broadcasting, and now that a king had appeared, she didn't have any reason to offend him. That windy pulling legend, may I ask what you just? UFAFA stammered and spoke vaguely. About, however, what answered UFAFA was only this word that Lin Fan posted in the pop-up. About, When UFAFA saw this word, her face instantly looked bad. She wasn't a casual person. How could she agree to this kind of thing? Besides, this was still in the live broadcast room. If the audience saw that she had rashly agreed to it, it would definitely cause a big impact. Brother Tuheo is pretending. Where is the house manager? Where is the house manager? It's time to come and control Brother Tuheo. What do you call the housing management for? Tuheo brother didn't involve in pornography. I was not convinced by the water and soil, but after seeing the behavior of Brother Tuheo so unrestrained, I was convinced. Lin Fan's wave caused the water friends to be shocked beyond measure. In the entire live broadcast room, there has never been anyone so bold as to openly invite a female anchor. The audience are watching unusually excited. UFAFA live room online number is from 50,000 to 150,000 development, then before rose several times, forced into a line anchor. That, Tuheo, can I return this money? UFAFA asked with some fear and a trembling voice. UFAFA didn't want to take this $100,000. Firstly, she can't get all the money. Secondly, this windy man is not a good thing. Actually want to ask her out. Is she that kind of casual woman? Thirdly, if UFAFA agrees to the windy man, it is unknown whether her live broadcast will be blocked or not. With so many risks in front of her, UFAFA started to back out. In the face of UFAFA's questioning, Lin Fan just continued to post on the pop-up screen. About, UFAFA gritted her teeth and a wave of anger arose in her heart. How could this guy be so hateful? How did he always like to ask such nasty things? However, before UFAFA could react, the live broadcast room was swiped up with 3 more golden horizontal bars by Lin Fan. This, UFAFA was completely baffled. From the 100,000 just now, it became 300,000, adding up to a total of 400,000. 400,000, so much money. If she did a simple rough calculation, she would still be able to share a lot of money. In an instant, UFA launched a shake, began to be attracted by this ID wind general pulling the wind of the legend. Froze. Still cannot. Then I will reward to the emperor. Seeing UFAFA's indifference, Lin Fan softly said on the pop-up screen, brush. Congratulations to the Legend of Windy for rewarding the anchor with 100,000 fishballs. Congratulations to the Windy Legend rewarded the anchor 100,000 fishballs. Congratulations to the Windy Legend to reward the anchor 100,000 fishballs. Congratulations to the Windy Legend rewarded the anchor 100,000 fishballs. 6 rather eye-catching pop-up screens. Each of these 6 is a huge pop-up screen. The whole 6 scroll back and forth for 2 minutes. Time stood still at this moment, and almost all of the viewers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air behind the screen, the pupils of their eyes becoming boss at this moment, looking dumbfounded. $1 million, just to date an anchor. You spent $1 million? $1 million to find an anchor almost beautiful woman can also maybe not spend $1 million it, but this ID called Win General Win Legend Heart Alive reward $1 million. This behavior in addition to luxury. What else? Brother Tuheo, what do you want to do in the end? UFAFA saw Lin Fan rewarded $1 million. Were so anxious almost cried. Aggrieved. Not doing anything, just want to ask you if you have a date. If you say yes, then I will reward you another $1 million. Lin Fan looked at the balance on the black gold exalted card, and realized that besides all the zeros on it, it seemed like he couldn't see the bottom of it, so he could really reward whatever he wanted today. Asterisk. Anchor, just take this $1 million from Brother Tuheo. I've been watching with fear and trepidation, and Brother Tuheo still wants a reward. Lin Fan's words caused the entire live broadcast room to explode, with pop-ups going up in all directions that couldn't be stopped. How about this? As long as you promise me, I promise to let you count your money until your hands cramp up. Immediately after, Lin Fan posted another sentence above the pop-up screen. After UFAFA saw Lin Fan post this pop-up again, her entire body panicked, her nails clasping her palms and biting her red lips, revealing a despondent look. If she didn't agree, then she would lose a super tycoon. But if she got the support of this tycoon brother, her development into a first-tier anchor in the future would definitely not be empty words. At this time, UFAFA looked at the number of people online in the live broadcast room. 590,000 online viewers. She was completely taken aback in disbelief. Even first-tier anchors only had 1 to 2 million online viewers, but she was now at 590,000. And if she took it a step further, she would be able to cross over into the industry's big head to become a first-tier anchor. Could it be that this is the power of money? UFAFA began to somewhat yearn for a life of paper and gold. If she hitched a ride with this tycoon brother, then she would have a worry-free future. I promise you. After half a minute, UFAFA finally squeezed a few words out of her mouth with difficulty and said with difficulty, to be honest, UFAFA didn't want to accompany Lin Fan, but if she lost the support of this tycoon, it wouldn't take long for her popularity to decrease again. Why haven't you finished the mission yet? After Lin Fan heard this, he started to ask the system. In the past, as long as Lin Fan completed the system mission, he could hear the system rewards, but this time, Lin Fan didn't hear anything, which caused Lin Fan to have doubts. Ding! The host's mission completion level has not reached the standard. Unable to complete the mission. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, the system replied coldly. Could it be? I have to put her to sleep in order to complete the mission? Lin Fan stirred up a jolt of excitement. This system is too nasty. Right, this kind of mission completion is also something that can be gotten out? Ding! The host's current task has not reached the standard, and is currently at 90%. Once again, the system replied coldly. 90%? Why don't you go die? Lin Fan heard the system's voice and cursed. However, Lin Fan regretted after cursing this sentence. In reality, it was fine for Lin Fan to take UFAFA away. He had rewarded UFAFA with so much money. It was definitely impossible to let UFAFA follow another man and make love to her. But considering that perhaps UFAFA would be unhappy if he did so, Lin Fan did not rush into it. The room manager might be blocking the live room soon, so it's better to forget about it. UFAFA said shyly. She had already realized that the room was about to be sealed, so she subconsciously asked. However, if Lin Fan said the address, she wouldn't mind going there once, but she just couldn't let the audience see it. Otherwise, UFAFA wouldn't be able to do the live broadcast in the future. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to go to some hotel. I'm just in a bad mood and want to find someone to eat with me. On the pop-up side, the legend of Windy Pult said, Toheo brother is Hoa, in a bad mood to reward others $1 million. If the mood is good, will not send others gold and silver. Begging for adoption, will warm the bed. Posing, go go go. Tycoon father can look on you this kind of 360 dinosaur female. You heart know a little B number? However, what everyone didn't expect was that Lin Fan left a sentence on the pop-up screen. You come to Harbor Flower Street. I'll wait for you there. Chapter 21, Harbor Flower Street. Harbor Flower Street was one of the busiest streets in Ninghai City. This street was known as the exclusive area for the rich, meaning that only the rich could go there and the poor were not allowed to enter. UFAFA started to act when she heard Lin Fan say this. Her popularity value skyrocketed like crazy. She couldn't stop at all, vaguely trending towards first-tier anchors. This live broadcast room was not blocked. Very much to UFAFA's surprise, Lin Fan seems to have violated the law, right? In fact, UFAFA does not know that the live platform is now unable to seal. Lin Fan is $1 million RMB. In the face of this kind of luxury live audience, even the live platform had to open a small backdoor. Do not dare to seize the live room he rewarded. If you provoke Lin Fan angry, not reward how to do. 2 hours later, UFAFA drove her brand new BYD to Harbor Flower Street and looked around for Lin Fan's whereabouts. UFAFA was so excited that she even started to guess that it was the handsome and dashing tycoon who had taken a liking to her. This kind of person who casually rewarded $1 million should be a public figure that everyone was familiar with. I'm here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come over and eat with me. At this time a man's voice suddenly entered UFAFA's ears. UFAFA didn't want to be bullied by the tycoon, didn't turn off the live broadcast, the camera shone along, but found a man in a beggar's outfit was waving at UFAFA. This man was sitting on a barbecue stand, wearing slippers on his feet, and didn't look like a rich man. The only thing worth praising was that this man looked somewhat clean-cut, but only somewhat clean-cut. He was not UFAFA's favorite type. Nima, this is that windy pulling legend. How come he's not as well dressed as me? Sister Fat, I suspect that you might have met a scammer. This guy might have misappropriated public funds to give you a reward. Misappropriation of public funds is something I also do accounting, but I have never coveted other people's money. My reward money for anchors has never been clean. Lousy has reported. Everyone thank me. I have reported this person to the relevant departments. It won't take long for him to be taken away. Lin Fan's simple outfit was indeed questioned by many people, but he hadn't watched the live broadcast and didn't know what others said. UFAFA smiled awkwardly and walked up stiffly, sitting next to Lin Fan at the barbecue stand. But with this look, she really looked like a flower stuck in cow dung. But UFAFA was nice and didn't mind this. Instead she wanted to comfort Lin Fan. The live broadcast said that Lin Fan had misappropriated public funds and she believed it. She wanted to accompany Lin Fan right now. The camera she still didn't want to turn off, in order to prevent Lin Fan from doing something out of character so that the live broadcast viewers could just call the police. Are you really that, brother to Heo? Ding, the host's mission completion is 94%. Progress is still 6% short. Lin Fan's side almost didn't storm the system when he heard UFAFA open her mouth to speak and knew the mission completion degree. What the hell is 6%? Is there something else to do? That's right. Helplessly, Lin Fan nodded his head in agreement, but in his heart, He cursed this system 100 times. Oh, Ufafa looked at Lin Fan and answered with an odd face. The next moment, Lin Fan calmly said, after eating, let me take you to buy clothes. There happens to be a clothing store here. Okay, but I might have to go home after eating. I can't play too late. Ufafa squeezed out a smile and said slowly. She didn't know how much more money Lin Fan had misappropriated from the public funds, but something more out of the ordinary she wouldn't want to accompany Lin Fan to do. When Ufafa looked at Lin Fan again, pity actually appeared in her eyes. Obviously, even Ufafa was disappointed in Lin Fan. It won't be too late. I need to rest too. Lin Fan replied to Ufafa. It's been 5 minutes. How come no one has come to arrest him yet? What's the hurry? It's only 5 minutes. It's just driving a police car to come and it takes 10 minutes. The road is not jammed but also to buy clothes. On his poor look is afraid to take the hair sister to the stalls to buy it. Really for the hair sister is not worth it. Pull back. You let me stay up half the night to see the hair sister to buy stall goods clothes. ING burst your chrysanthemum. The mood swings of the viewers on the live broadcast platform were a little too big, and they all protested against Lin Fan. But Lin Fan was completely unaware of it. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to bring Ufafa into the Harbor Flower Street No. 1 store. Although it was late at night, the Harbor Flower Street lights were still on, completely unaffected by anything. Harbor Flower Street No. 1 store sells a lot of things, and No. 2, No. 3 is very different. No. 2, No. 3 store sells medium and high-end consumer goods. The average rich people can still afford it, but Harbor Flower Street No. 1 store sells things that are open to public figures as well as celebrities of the society. Hello, welcome. May I ask what you would like to buy? Our store just happened to come out with the latest women's clothing. It's not too expensive, only more than $1 million. You can come over and try it on. I think it's very suitable for you. As soon as she entered the door, a long-haired girl immediately came up. She saw Ufafa and Lin Fan at a glance, and happily introduced herself towards Ufafa, but didn't even look at Lin Fan. This sales clerk was very clear about Lin Fan's identity. He was probably just a servant accompanying Ufafa to buy clothes. There was no point in talking to Lin Fan. Or maybe she was just being silly by talking to Lin Fan. Could a guy in trashy slippers buy over $1 million of luxury goods? That. Ufafa was a bit anxious. She was almost dumbfounded when she heard the selling price of the clothes. Although Ufafa making money is also powerful as a net red anchor. But let her buy more than $1 million of clothes. She can't afford to consume all. I know this store. Last time I saw a second-tier star go in and buy clothes, but I only dared to stand outside and look. I didn't dare to go in. Going to make a fool of himself. Don't go in if you don't have money. I'll see what he does. This is a good show. This more than $1 million is real money. Ufafa was embarrassed at this moment. There were already enthusiastic live viewers who came over to watch and looked at them cynically. They were all looking forward to Lin Fan making a fool of himself at this moment. It was best to make Ufafa hate Lin Fan and never want to see him in the future. Why? What's your problem? The female sales clerk's face was grave and she frowned slightly. Me. Ufafa blushed, wanting to speak but was a bit embarrassed and couldn't. However, at this time, Lin Fan, who had been standing by the side without saying anything, walked over and said to the sales clerk, "Bring the dress over. I'll buy this dress." What did you say? The female sales clerk's face changed and her pupils tightened. The things in their store were all luxury goods, and a guy wearing slippers dared to make a big deal out of it? If this couldn't afford it and lost the trademark, she would be docked her salary. This gentleman, not me. You probably didn't hear clearly how much this dress sells for. Our store is all about high-class goods, not the kind of tens of dollars floor goods. The female sales clerk sent Lin Fan a look of contempt, and kinda wanted to repeat the offer. Brush. Lin Fan pulled out a black card from his hand. That black card shone like the sun, immediately making the shopgirl's eyes light up in shock. This is a black gold diamond card. The female sales clerk couldn't believe her eyes and screamed in horror. The black gold diamond card was the card of a bank super VIP user. And generally those who owned this kind of card were big bankers, with at least tens of millions of deposits in their hands. But why did such a person come in wearing only a pair of slippers? The female clerk couldn't figure it out at all, completely dumbfounded, lost for words. Why are you wearing this kind of clothes? Like your kind of stature. You can totally choose the high-grade clothes in our store. Do you want me to change it for you? She wanted to give Lin Fan a change of clothes. How can beggars' clothes and slippers show Lin Fan's honorable status? A person like Lin Fan who is so rich should buy the high-grade luxury goods from Harbor Flower Street. No need. Your clothes here don't have much taste. The slippers I'm wearing are more tasteful. Lin Fan shook his head and refused. In reality, Lin Fan was preparing to sleep today. If it wasn't for the system popping up with a mission, he wouldn't have run out in the middle of the night for a date with the anchor. Could it be? The slippers you are wearing are hundreds of thousands of dollars a pair? At that moment, the female clerk's eyelids fluttered in fear. When could slippers be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars a pair? Chapter 22 Neon Gold. These slippers of mine cost $10 a pair. Lin Fan shook his head and answered truthfully. $10? The female sales clerk stared wide-eyed and was baffled. A tycoon with tens of millions of deposits actually liked to wear slippers that cost $10. Lin Fan, such a tycoon, broke through the shopgirl's life values. The tycoons in her mind were all wearing famous brands and driving luxury cars. How could they wear a $10 pair of slippers? Everyone is wrong to blame the tycoon brother. People have black gold diamond card. How can it be poor? Wear slippers that is people low profile. Oh my god. I finally saw what a real tycoon is today. It turns out that tycoons wear slippers. Brother Taheo played 6A, wearing a pair of slippers to molest a young lady. Miss Sister's face is molested red. I also want to go molest Ah. Lin Fan's hand caused UFAFA's live streaming screen to fly all over the place, once again setting off a furor around Lin Fan. And UFAFA was also a little excited as she said towards the shopgirl, "Can I try on this dress?" To be honest, UFAFA had long wanted to come to Hong Kong Bayflower Street to take a stroll, but not just the economy does not allow it. Now met Lin Fan, how can not be excited? It's fine, go ahead. Give me a word if you fancy that dress. I'll help you buy it. Lin Fan smiled slightly and said seriously, Thank you. UFAFA bit her red lips with a grateful face. There were numerous clothes on Flower Street in Hong Kong Bay, and after UFAFA heard these words from Lin Fan, her whole body flew over and fell silent in the world of clothes. UFAFA's appearance was extremely good, her body was proud, and she wore whatever clothes were appropriate, and she chose a long red dress at the No. 1 store in Harbor Flower Street, and took it to the fitting room with satisfaction. When UFAFA from the fitting room to wear the red dress out, the whole person a new look, like a fairy, long skirt fluttering, beautiful and dusty. A snow white skin seems to be as delicate as sheep's fat jade. Eyes seem to be bright stars, flashing bright light looking at Lin Fan. Taheo, brother Taheo, do I look good in this dress? UFAFA walked out and asked towards Lin Fan with some stammering. Lin Fan's eyes widened and after taking a look, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Good looking. Buy this dress, said Lin Fan without looking back, took the black gold honorable card to the POS machine and swiped it. Ding! The card was successfully swiped. Bought it so quickly? The female sales clerk was stunned. She originally imagined that Lin Fan might still bargain with her, but she didn't expect that Lin Fan directly swiped the card. This was a bit too luxurious, wasn't it? Even if it was those celebrities, they couldn't possibly not negotiate the price at all. Directly swiping the card for something like this, it was just too much for people to even think about. Ah, I actually still want to try that dress. UFAFA covered her small mouth with a scream and looked at Lin Fan in surprise. The shopgirl had just told her how much this dress cost, and the fact that Lin Fan had bought it so quickly had really surprised her too much. UFAFA found in a bit of regret, because this dress is not her favorite. There are still a lot of beautiful clothes inside that she did not try. Lin Fan so decided to rash. No problem, you try a few more dresses. If that one looks good, buy that one. If not, I'll buy them all. Lin Fan thought about the balance of the black gold exalted card, and said aloud. It was all zeros, making Lin Fan boldly want to bag the whole store. Anyway, all that money won't be used after this time. Black gold premium card, only to complete the task of about not about. Once the task is completed, Lin Fan estimates that the card will also be recycled by the system. Well, brother Taheo, you're really nice. UFAFA smiled brightly and gave Lin Fan a hug, and also gave Lin Fan a kiss on the cheek. Girls loved clothes, especially the kind of beautiful clothes, and after seeing Lin Fan give UFAFA so many clothes, she instinctively gave Lin Fan a kiss. This is really nice. Lin Fan touched his cheek with his hand, feeling the remaining warmth on UFAFA's mouth. His heart warmed. NB value of 659 from either dead or dry. NB value of 626 from male god Heavenly King. NB value 459 from the little brother who eats rabbits and bunnies. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the about or not mission. Then, Lin Fan waited for 5 seconds, and the system stiffly didn't even let out a single fart. System? Lin Fan called for a long time. The system did not answer Lin Fan. Lin Fan wanted to go back to anus the system. I do not know if the system is not a mother. If the system is not a mother, Lin Fan does not mind throwing the system into the toilet. This lattice skirt, blue long skirt, butterfly long skirt, and these 2 pairs of high heels and silk scarves are great. Can I buy them? UFAFA held a bunch of things inside her hand and rushed at Lin Fan and asked with some embarrassment. Lin Fan was holding the black gold premium card in his hand and had no feeling for money at all. After hearing UFAFA say that, he asked the shopgirl, how much is it? Hello, a total of 5,430,000. Give you a discount down to 5,200,000. If you still want to discount a little bit more, I guess we have to wait for the manager to come. The female clerk put her hands down and respectfully said towards Lin Fan, $5,430,000. It can be said that it is the biggest single item in store number 1. This kind of high-class luxury store can't sell a few pieces of clothes a month, but as long as it sells a few pieces a month, but Lin Fan here buys so much at once, it really makes the female clerk ecstatic. How come it's only $5,430,000 so little? Let's do it this way. I'm not going to talk to you about discounts. You get her address to make up the $6 million, okay? Hearing $5,430,000, Lin Fan secretly shook his head. The balance inside the black gold premium card was like a bottomless pit. 5 or 6 million was simply not enough to fill it, and it was a waste of the card. No problem. I will pick a suitable dress for your girlfriend. The female clerk flew up in joy when she heard Lin Fan's words and immediately rushed to the head of the store, flying with the clothes ready for UFAFA to choose. I'm not la. When UFAFA heard what the female sales clerk said, her face instantly flushed and she screamed. She had wanted to explain, but when she thought that she had made Lin Fan buy so many things, would Lin Fan let herself go? Oops. What to do? If he wants to do something to me, can I refuse? At this time, UFAFA's heart fluttered and fluttered. She was remorseful. It would have been better if she didn't accept these clothes, but now that Lin Fan had swiped his card, how could she return it? Forget it. If he really wants to do something to me, I guess I won't lose out. But soon, UFAFA was relieved and said in her heart, Lin Fan was so rich. The people he came into contact with were all upper-class people. UFAFA felt that even if he was bullied by Lin Fan, he probably wouldn't have much to lose. After all, his status was placed there, and the level of landed gentry wasn't just 1 star. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan in the Harbor Flower Street No. 1 store for UFAFA consumed almost nearly 10 million, bought a large number of high-end clothing and jewelry. UFAFA put these things in the BYD car, but also feel uneasy. Personally lock up. And at this time, Lin Fan happened to sit in the UFAFA car. UFAFA drove the car, put on the stereo. Rushed Lin Fan said, to hey oh brother, what is your name UFAFA and Lin Fan contact half a day. Do not know what Lin Fan's name? This is mainly because UFAFA did not have the opportunity to ask, but now UFAFA sent Lin Fan home opportunity to come, and UFAFA was curious about Lin Fan's name. Some of the more famous public figures, UFAFA was relatively clear, but it just felt like she had never seen Lin Fan before. Just send me to Jingyang Southern University. Lin Fan replied without any expression, then looked at the scenery outside the window, getting more and more sleepy. Are you still in college? UFAFA froze as she smiled faintly at Lin Fan. She thought that Lin Fan was that conglomerate enterprise male son, but she didn't expect that Lin Fan was just a college student, and she didn't recognize him after giving out his name, making UFAFA even more curious about Lin Fan's identity. Thank you. You spent so much money to buy me clothes. I don't even know how to thank you, UFAFA said with some embarrassment, feeling a bit sorry for Lin Fan. Before hiding it from Lin Fan didn't turn off the live broadcast, this matter hadn't been told to Lin Fan yet. A small thing. This money is nothing, as long as you are happy. Lin Fan shook his head and calmly said, more than $10 million is just a small amount of money to you? UFAFA sighed with emotion, suddenly feeling that she really couldn't experience the life that rich people lived. Give me your cell phone number. Suddenly, Lin Fan got serious and his voice was loud. Chapter 23 Xia Beibei came to that today. UFAFA's cell phone number to after. Lin Fan is also considered and UFAFA no. UFAFA to drive the car to the South University. Lin Fan got out of the car. During the period of UFAFA also asked Lin Fan what needs her to do things. Lin Fan just let her honestly at home waiting. When Lin Fan returned home, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the night. The thought of tomorrow still have to attend classes Lin Fan was a stomach fire, but still went to sleep. In the morning, Lin Fan got up at 7 o'clock, but he was still a little sleepy. If not for the alarm clock ringing non-stop, Lin Fan absolutely could not get up. After hurriedly washing up, Lin Fan went out. It was hard to wait for the bus at the station. Lin Fan felt that it was time for him to buy a car. Now that the money automatically increases by $10,000 per hour, it wouldn't take more than a few days to buy a luxury car. After getting on the bus, Lin Fan fell asleep in a daze, but at some point a pungent odor reached the tip of Lin Fan's nose. Lin Fan instantly woke up and exclaimed, "Who the hell threw the great Aunt Catty over here? The smell is so heavy." A smell of menstrual blood reached the tip of Lin Fan's nose. It was relatively strong. Then Lin Fan saw Xia Beibei, only to see Xia Beibei wearing a slim t-shirt, revealing those plump breasts, and underneath, she was wearing a long white skirt. Glaring angrily at Lin Fan, there were scarlet bloodstains underneath the white dress, which looked fresh. Xia Beibei's French perfume couldn't hide that odor, and it just so happened that Lin Fan had the window open. and that odor drifted over with the wind. That what? It's MS. Xia. Sorry, Lin Fan explained awkwardly, apologizing to Xia Beibei. Xia Beibei gritted her silver teeth and coldly grunted. Humph. Lin Fan, go to my office when you get to school in a while. Gulp. Lin Fan's throat is a little dry and itchy. Swallowed his mouth. Xia Beibei, this situation is obviously the rhythm of the great aunt suddenly came his own wave of messy screaming, not looking for a fight. But fortunately there are not many people in the car. Only a few older Amazons. Otherwise Xia Beibei will definitely not forgive Lin Fan lightly. Teacher Xia, don't worry. I won't tell anyone else about your great aunt coming. So don't make me go to the office. Lin Fan didn't want to go to the office to listen to Xia Beibei's counting. This woman had a lot of words and would talk endlessly. What are you talking nonsense? When Xia Beibei heard this, she got anxious and chopped her foot. Her face rolled hotter and hotter. Teacher, be honest. The matter of your great aunt coming is an indisputable fact. Do you want me to deceive my own eyes and talk nonsense with my eyes open? Hearing this, Lin Fan skimmed his mouth and said impatiently. You, said Xia Beibei, who wanted to speak and was furious. Although what Lin Fan said was the truth. But after all, she was a person who wanted to save face. How could she say this kind of thing in the bus with a vibrant voice? This was the most embarrassing thing for Xia Beibei. Could it be that someone as old as Lin Fan didn't know that girls have the thinnest skin? Unhealthy thoughts, all day long blind thoughts. If I don't give you some strong medicine, it seems that you don't know how to repent. You flunked the exam. To make up for it, you have to behave yourself. No? Come to the teacher's office when you get to school. The teacher is going to give you a good talk about failing the exam. Xia Beibei said with some anger. Originally this time, the whole class was able to pass, but it was Lin Fan who didn't pass. Xia Beibei was most angry with Lin Fan for handing in a blank paper, causing herself to be criticized by the school leader for a long time. Teacher, just fail the subject. Anyway, I came to study in colleges to mix a graduation certificate. You just pretend not to see it. Well, after I finish, I will send you a pearl necklace. How about it? Lin Fan said towards Xia Beibei with a smile. You want to send your teacher a pearl necklace? Where did you get the money? Your family's condition is not good, and your economy is not rich. How good is it to keep this money for yourself? You are not seeing those students who are working and studying. If you see them, you will know how shameful your behavior is. Xia Beibei gritted her teeth and rebuked bitterly. She really felt that Lin Fan had gone overboard, and was 100,000 miles away from those work-study students. Those work-study students were never arrogant and extravagant, but this Lin Fan obviously had no money at home. Yet he wanted to send himself a pearl necklace. Could it be that by sending a pearl necklace Xia Beibei could make Lin Fan turn into a third-rate student? This is impossible. Even if Lin Fan sends Xia Beibei a gold diamond necklace, Xia Beibei will not let Lin Fan do whatever he wants. Teacher, I really don't want to go to the office. Lin Fan's face changed and he firmly said, you have to go even if you don't want to go. You don't want a college graduation certificate? Xia Beibei blankly glanced at Lin Fan, thinking that Lin Fan was too much of an asshole. How could she be like this? She was not doing this for Lin Fan's good. Just before Xia Beibei opened her mouth, Lin Fan said, it's fine if I want to go. Just if I go, will the teacher date me? Lin Fan only wanted to joke with Xia Beibei. He didn't intend to really go on a date with her. This woman who was called a tigress by the Southern University. Lin Fan didn't dare to have any thoughts about her. No. Xia Beibei sternly drank in a stern voice. Do. It so happened that at this time, the bus just arrived at the stop. Xia Beibei immediately ran. Lin Fan looked at Xia Beibei's departing back and smiled. That splash of bright red. It was still a bit very obvious. Don't forget to go to my office. If you don't come, I will definitely not issue you your diploma. Xia Beibei bit her red lips and snapped. Ha? Still going to the office? Xia Beibei threatening Lin Fan with his graduation certificate did give Lin Fan a headache. Although the graduation certificate was dispensable for Lin Fan, but to have it cancelled by Xia Beibei just like this was not Lin Fan's style of action. Damn, I'm a tycoon now. So what if I'm a tigress? Let's see me smash your ass with money. Lin Fan skimmed his mouth and looked at Xia Beibei's departing back and sneered. The Tycoon gold worship system is not a joke. If you are despised by Xia Beibei, you have to drop the NV value. Lin Fan had a hard time accumulating 15,000 points of NV value, and he couldn't let the NV value drop. 15,000 points of NV value can buy things or not much. Although the system mall 15,000 points of NV value below a lot of commodities, but Lin Fan looked at the buy not much use. The only thing worth exchanging is black technology research. But black technology research requires Lin Fan to spend 20,000 NV points to open it, and Lin Fan is still short of that, so it's also a headache. The black technology research can bring a lot of convenience to Lin Fan, such as artificial intelligence robots. The black technology research robot has no difference in appearance from a human, but the flesh is made of metal. Lin Fan doesn't have to worry about the robot's food and drink. He only needs to inject the robot with a unique energy every day. But this kind of energy also needs NV value exchange. Every day will probably consume Lin Fan 100 points to 1,000 points of NV value. The specific also depends on how Lin Fan is using the robot. Little fellow, I'll really buy you a pearl necklace. See if you want it or not. Don't, I'll throw it away. Lin Fan is now holding tens of thousands of dollars in his hand, and does not feel that it is a waste of money to use it. It is just uncomfortable to listen to Xia Beibei talking, so he wants to buy a pearl necklace and throw it in front of her, to see what her reaction is. On the other hand, Xia Beibei hurriedly ran into the women's restroom and took out a pack of ABCs to change. This morning on the bus thing is too embarrassing. Xia Beibei did not expect to meet Lin Fan, also did not expect Lin Fan mouth to take her anthing nonsense. More importantly, this was Lin Fan saw. Xia Beibei do not know Lin Fan will not take this blackmail her. If Lin Fan take this blackmail Xia Beibei do some indescribable things, Xia Beibei may be able to bear the anger. She didn't want to be talked about, and she didn't want to be talked about things like great ant leakage testing. Therefore, Xia Beibei asked Lin Fan to go to her office. In fact, she wanted to seal Lin Fan's mouth and not let him go around talking about it. But Xia Beibei felt that in order to seal Lin Fan's mouth, she might only be able to educate Lin Fan fundamentally, so that Lin Fan would realize the mistake and be able to correct it. This skirt, it's better to throw it away. Xia Beibei looked at the skirt she was wearing with some regret. This skirt was newly bought. It was stained with a bit of scarlet color, which had to be thrown away immediately by Xia Beibei. The only way she could cover this kind of thing up was to buy a new skirt. Walking around school and having her classmates judge her was not something Xia Beibei liked. Gotta hurry, it's not good to be seen. Xia Beibei rested for a while and was ready to leave the restroom. She had to get it fast to change out of that skirt without being noticed by anyone. Not long after, a woman with a hot body and a slender waist hurriedly ran out of the South University and rushed towards the shopping center closest to the South University. Chapter 24, Zhang Wenbing. The nearest shopping center is not far from the South University. Xia Beibei spent some time to buy clothes. Like a new person, Xia Beibei did not wear a long skirt, replaced with a pair of slim jeans. Jeans are very suitable for Xia Beibei body. Wear on the body of the hot to the extreme. Legs long and slender. Looks very hot. Subtle concave and convex curves were jeans clearly more attractive. Day. Xia Beibei wore her shoes and hurriedly rushed towards the South University. Her shoes made a sound under her feet. She had to hurry up and enter the South University, otherwise she would be considered late. Beibei, why are you running so fast? Suddenly, a male voice startled Xia Beibei. Xia Beibei turned her head and found that it was a man, but when she saw the figure, she revealed a displeased look. This man was strong and muscular. His appearance had a bronze complexion, very healthy, wearing a black suit. His strong body did not change because of the suit. Instead, it was even more heroic. He walked over and said softly to Xia Beibei, Beibei, lately, why do you always like to hide from me? Zhang Wenbing, you think too much. I just think you're annoying, looking for me every day. Oops, I'm late to talk to you, Xia Beibei said and suddenly heard the class bell. Her face turned earthy yellow and she hurriedly ran into the school. Zhang Wenbing heard Xia Beibei speak with an apology. Beibei, this is really sorry. Can you forgive me? I'll be over the moon if you can't forgive me. Only, what Zhang Wenbing said was like talking to the air. Xia Beibei didn't respond to him. Phew, Zhang Wenbing's fist waved in the air and made a sound. Damn it, I've been chasing you for so long, can't you feel anything at all? I can't wait any longer. I don't even know what's going to happen if I wait any longer. I'm going to act tonight. Xia Beibei, you are my woman. In order to get you, I don't mind using some special means. Zhang Wenbing looked at Xia Beibei's departing back. An evil color appeared on his face. His eyes were full of desire. Xia Beibei's figure was too good. Every day in South University there were a lot of men with colored light peeping at her. Zhang Wenbing also belonged to one of them. Only he was even more daring and ran to pursue Xia Beibei. Zhang Wenbing is a physical education teacher at the University of Southern University. He once won a medal in boxing in the national team, and was assigned to Southern University after his retirement. He has a powerful physique, and the average person is not his opponent, but he also knows a lot of undesirable social youths. Zhang Wenbing dialed a phone with a grim smile on his face, and after waiting for a few seconds, he picked up the phone. Hello, is this Shanghai? I have something to trouble you this time. You have to do me a favor tonight. On the other side, Xia Beibei ran into the office after escaping Zhang Wenbing's pestering. After waiting for half a day, she didn't see Lin Fan arrive at the office. Snap! Xia Beibei heavily slammed her Chinese teaching book on the desk. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned greatly, and she said in dissatisfaction, "This Lin Fan, he's really getting more and more lawless. It seems like he won't grow a memory until I clean him up a bit. After saying that, Xia Beibei left the office and walked towards the classroom with her Chinese teaching book. The third period in the morning was her Chinese class. Xia Beibei would have to teach Lin Fan a good lesson, or else Lin Fan would most likely shake that out. It didn't take long for Xia Beibei to walk into the classroom, but when she walked into the classroom, she saw Lin Fan lying on the table and huffing and puffing, completely without any intention of attending class. Lin Fan, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Xia Beibei got angry and let out a sharp voice when she saw Lin Fan sleeping on the table. Only, Lin Fan looked like he didn't hear it, still lying on the table, sleeping soundly. You! Xia Beibei's willow brows furrowed greatly, and a rage that was hard to counteract appeared on her face. Not good. Lin Fan is in trouble. The tigress is going to be furious. Her eyes are on fire. Behind him, a student saw Xia Beibei's expression and his cold hairs stood up. Phew! Xia Beibei directly smashed the blackboard eraser over. Her face filled with righteous anger, her eyes filled with rage. Thud! The blackboard eraser smashed over, heavily hitting Lin Fan's head with a ding-dong sound, waking him up from his sleep. Who smashed me? Don't want to live? I'll ing smash him to death with RMB. Lin Fan accompanied UFAFA for a long time yesterday, sleepy as hell, smashed by the blackboard eraser with a belly full of fire, stood up and yelled. Ha ha, Lin Fan is hilarious. Just he still wants to smash people to death with RMB? That's right, he doesn't look at what he's wearing. My worst clothes are 1,000 fast, even I don't dare to say that, but he has that face. Immediately after Lin Fan finished his sentence, two students snorted, thinking that Lin Fan was clowning around. And after these two students finished speaking, all of them nodded in agreement. For Lin Fan's behavior of not having money and pretending to be a big shot, they despised it from the bottom of their hearts. Or rather, they felt disgusted. Lin Fan, you don't attend class properly. What are you sleeping for? Do you want to be expelled? Write me a check after class and come to my office. Xia Beibei fiercely said towards Lin Fan, very serious. Teacher, can we not mention the matter of going to the office? Lin Fan froze and spoke. If you're told to go, you go. What's the point of wasting words? Do you want to be expelled? Xia Beibei's smoky eyebrows rose and said. Lin Fan's heart was cold. He had wanted to say something but was suppressed by Xia Beibei mentioning the matter of expulsion. When I find the opportunity, I will definitely use money to smash your ass and let you know the power of money. Lin Fan said secretly in his heart, furious with the tigress Xia Beibei. After Xia Beibei finished her speech, she started the class. Lin Fan was woken up sleepy by the blackboard eraser and listened to Xia Beibei. I have to say, Xia Beibei lecture is very level. She did not follow the old-fashioned teaching methods, but figured out a set of easy-to-understand rhetoric. The Chinese Department of Difficult-to-Understand Things said very simple, so that people will understand it once. Lin Fan even felt that even if he pulled a high school student to listen to the lesson, he could still understand what Xia Beibei was imparting. This might be the teacher's teaching level. No wonder Xia Beibei could be such a young lecturer at NTU. It seemed that she was still a bit capable. The third class went very fast. A moment passed. Lin Fan listened with great interest, and felt that Xia Beibei really did a good job as a teacher. But after class Lin Fan began to have trouble, because Xia Beibei asked him to write a check. He did not write a check, and did not want to write a check, so he simply did not write. But in his hand, there was more than one string of pearl necklace. This string of pearl necklace was bought by Lin Fan in the shopping center. It was a pure natural pearl necklace, selling for more than 28,000. Listening to the female shopkeeper who sells things said that the pearl necklace has a very significant effect on women during menstruation. There is a very good regulation and relief of pain. Used to give Xia Beibei. Lin Fan does not believe that she will not want. Beibei, accompany me out to dinner tonight, okay? Just as I'm giving you an atonement. If you don't go, I'll be over the moon. So you must give me this opportunity to make amends. Zhang Wenbing walked in after seeing no one in Xia Beibei's office and said with a strong attitude. He had already greeted. As long as Xia Beibei went out with him, something would definitely happen at night. Even if Xia Beibei didn't go out, that group of people would still be squatting at the school. This time Zhang Wenbing was well prepared and was bound to take down Xia Beibei today. No, I still have some business with the students. I'm afraid I can't go out with you. Go by yourself. Xia Beibei shook her head and refused. Beibei, let's put the students' matter aside and take a breather. Are we teachers just born to serve them and can't have a little personal space? Zhang Wenbing spoke excitedly, walking forward, still trying to pull Xia Beibei's hand. Today Zhang Wenbing was going out on a limb. His guts became bigger and bigger. He even started to move his hand towards Xia Beibei, ready to forcefully pull Xia Beibei out. Xia Beibei saw Zhang Wenbing who put his hand over. Her face panicked. She wanted to use her hand to push away, but she didn't have as much strength as him, and said with difficulty, "Don't come over. I'm not going to go with you. I want to talk to the students about things." Beibei, the students' things can't be talked about that day. How can you refuse me? Do you know how hard it is in my heart? Zhang Wenbing gave an inch and pressed Xiaobei step by step. Did you leave your pants unzipped? Only at this time, Lin Fan appeared and looked at Zhang Wenbing and suddenly snapped. Thud! Zhang Wenbing froze and subconsciously looked at his pants, but he was hit on the head by Lin Fan, hitting his head, then screamed in pain. Ah! Chapter 25 I'm Xiaobei's boyfriend. You dare to hit me. Don't you want to live? Zhang Wenbing's angry voice rang out, glaring angrily at Lin Fan. However, at this time, a system voice appeared in Lin Fan's head. Ding dong! The host triggered the dirtbag gold worshipping system mission. I am Xiaobei's boyfriend. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Task prompt. Please host as Xiaobei's boyfriend to let Zhang Wenbing leave automatically. Limited to 2 days. Task failure. Host will be deducted 10,000 points of NV value. Reward for mission completion. The host will receive 5,000 points of NV value. Asterisk. System, you're not kind. Why did you give me a task again? Lin Fan asked loudly towards the system after slapping Zhang Wenbing. Originally, Lin Fan just wanted to tease Xiaobei. He didn't think about becoming Xiaobei's boyfriend, but now that the system had made it necessary for Lin Fan to become Xiaobei's boyfriend, it was making Lin Fan feel like he was being raped by the system. Although Xiaobei was also pretty enough, but just letting Lin Fan get into it was still too surprising, and Lin Fan wasn't even prepared for it. Afterwards, the system did not answer Lin Fan's question, but chose to be silent and refused to answer. Lin Fan shook his head, not continuing to vomit with the system, and instead asked, System, how come I don't see you raising the amount of money auto increase? The automatic increase in money allowed Lin Fan to obtain 240,000 RMB per day, but Lin Fan felt that it was still less and wanted to raise the amount. 240,000 per day. Lin Fan felt that it was not enough. A piece of luxury clothing was several $100,000. It was not enough for Lin Fan to splurge a few times, and how could it allow Lin Fan to become a tycoon smashing money? Like a normal bigger company, a day's income is not only 240,000. No right to advise. The system replied coldly, its mechanical voice sounding as cold as water. I'll go. Count on you. Then you should always tell me Xiaobei's private privacy, right? Unable to do so, Lin Fan had no choice but to take a step backward and helplessly said, Ding! The system is automatically detecting data. The system is in the process of automatically detecting the data. Please be patient with the host. Hearing Lin Fan speak, the system immediately began to analyze Xiaobei's personal privacy. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Still counts on you having a bit of a conscience. Ding! Detecting data successfully. It didn't take long for the system to analyze Xiaobei's situation, unfolding a bunch of data into Lin Fan's eyes. Xiaobei, gender female, imperial sister level goddess, age, 28 years old, height, 166 centimeters, temperament, 90 points, imperial sister level goddess, possessing a super strong aura of her own, easily able to infect those around her with her imperial sister temperament and be conquered by her. Appearance, 76 points, veiled goddess. Xiaobei does not love makeup. Face is clearly visible. Purely natural manufacturing. Has not been plastic surgery. Body, 94 points, standard model figure. Oversized E-cup cover. E-cup cover is often compressed to D-cup cover by Xiaobei with a cloth. Harassed during the university period because of the E-cup cover. So far not in love. 10,000 years of extinction of a teacher. Born with a hostile mood towards men. Favorability, 33, Xiaobei hates the host and thinks that the host is a prodigal and uneducated student. But given that it is the host who is a student, she forces an extra 10 points of favorability towards the host. No way. This Xiaobei still likes to play with deep hiding her E-cup cover. Then that place of hers is really majestic. Seeing the accurate analysis given out by the system, Lin Fan swallowed his saliva and secretly marveled in his heart. The E-cup cover is big enough and heavy enough. The hand feeling is A and B is difficult to reach for a short period of time. Xiaobei that wave of 10,000 years of exterminator's body is worthy of Lin Fan to develop in depth a little bit. It's just a pity that a pair of big white rabbits, so many years have not been blessed by someone, was left out in the cold. But also good. Fortunately the big white rabbits no one to visit. Otherwise how will let Lin Fan pick up such a big beauty? Can be the first-hand development of it. What's wrong with beating you? Stinking beggar. Stay away from Lousy's girlfriend, or I'll call someone to beat you. Lin Fan started to feel uncomfortable as soon as he heard Zhang Wenbing speak, and immediately scolded in a reprimanding voice. She is your girlfriend? Bei. What's going on here? Didn't you say you were waiting for a student? Could it be that the one waiting is him? What exactly is your relationship with him? Zhang Wenbing's brain and heart were almost lit up with anger. Looking at Lin Fan uttering this out, his face turned green, his teeth gritted itching to bite Lin Fan to death. Nima, Zhang Wenbing chased Xia Beibei for almost several years, and now even the hand did not hold on one. Lin Fan came up to become her boyfriend, but also let Zhang Wenbing live. This fact Zhang Wenbing cannot accept. Lin Fan in the end then Zhang Wenbing strongware. Let Xia Beibei directly choose to accept him? Stinking beggar. Now get the hell out of here right away, or I'll show you how I kiss my girlfriend. It's not too late for you to leave now. Don't wait until it's time to cry your face off. Lin Fan laughed coldly and rushed at Zhang Wenbing sarcastically, then walked to Xia Beibei's chest and directly pulled up Xia Beibei's pair of white and tender little hands, holding hands in a close relationship. This scene made Zhang Wenbing's blood boil and fire as he watched. Xia Beibei was sad at this time, looking at Lin Fan and then Zhang Wenbing, and sighed long and hard. Zhang Wenbing chased after her and she hated it, but this bad embryo Lin Fan took the opportunity to take advantage of her. She hated both of them, but in the end, she still hated Zhang Wenbing a little bit more, so she chose to hold her tongue. Otherwise, according to Xia Beibei's explosive temper, she had to scold Lin Fan today. You're talking nonsense. How could Beibei look at someone like you? You don't know anything, and you don't share the same values as Beibei. You can't get along at all. You in the future you stay away from her, or I, the teacher, will teach you, the morally corrupt student, a lesson for her. Zhang Wenbing directly roared out, his eyes blood red, murderous looking at Lin Fan, as if he had formed a deep hatred with Lin Fan. Xia Beibei this woman Zhang Wenbing spent countless thoughts. He was rejected by Xia Beibei again and again revitalized to chase after her. During this period of time Zhang Wenbing endured the pain, and would not be able to be experienced by Lin Fan. Zhang Wenbing could not tolerate Lin Fan holding hands with Xia Beibei. Xia Beibei was his life's work. Only he could be paired with Xia Beibei. Only Zhang Wenbing could hold hands with Xia Beibei. What is Lin Fan? How can he hold Xia Beibei's hand? Zhang Wenbing you go away. I'm her girlfriend. Xia Beibei saw Zhang Wenbing being mean to Lin Fan. Her motherly nature exploded and wanted to protect Lin Fan. You said. What? Zhang Wenbing was like falling into an ice cellar after hearing this. His body stiffened and he stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes as if he was struck by lightning. He was so surprised that he looked at Lin Fan looking stupid. His mouth was closed and stayed Harry's son, like a retarded child. Stinking beggar. Your ears are bad aren't you? Didn't you hear my girlfriend speak? She said she is my girlfriend. Seeing this, Lin Fan laughed, put his hand on Xia Beibei's fragrant shoulder and swaggered. Ah! Xia Beibei blushed and screamed. Since she was a child, she had never been so close to a boy. She wanted to resist Lin Fan, but she chickened out. For some reason, her heart was beating fast, like a deer was banging around. She didn't know what to do at all. She could only let Lin Fan put his hand on her body to take advantage of her. Move your dirty hands away. Hurry up or I'm going to use force. Zhang Wenbing looked on with fire and envy. Xia Beibei's fragrant shoulder was something he had pursued all his life. Even he hadn't touched it. How did this Lin Fan have so much guts to take advantage of Xia Beibei in front of him? Zhang Wenbing would never let Lin Fan go. Xia Beibei was his scales. Whoever touched the scales would have to pay the price in blood. Move your mom's ass. Have the guts to come over and beat me? No guts to get lost. I'm going to make out with my girlfriend. Lin Fan didn't care about Zhang Wenbing, still doing what he wanted. Under Zhang Wenbing's eyes, Lin Fan kissed towards Xia Beibei's fair face with a satisfied expression. Ah! Xia Beibei directly froze and screamed, but she quickly covered her mouth, because the voice screamed a little soulful. She was afraid of being misunderstood. Zhang Wenbing looked dumbfounded. His entire pair of eyes sparked. An indescribable anger spread in his heart, growing bigger and bigger. I'm going to duel with you. A cold and proud voice then issued from Zhang Wenbing's mouth. Zhang Wenbing had won a boxing medal. It was easy to deal with a yakuza like Lin Fan, but this yakuza had provoked the bottom line several times in front of his eyes, making Zhang Wenbing furious. And his anger would never be calmed until he killed Lin Fan today. Go to hell! Zhang Wenbing could no longer hold back his anger. At Lin Fan's face was a vicious punch to smash. This punch in Zhang Wenbing's angry outburst beyond the previous power. The power increased exponentially. Ah! Quickly stop Zhang Wenbing. You'll hurt Lin Fan like this? He's not on the boxing team. Xia Beibei shouted worriedly, trying to stop Zhang Wenbing. Zhang Wenbing had no ill will towards Xia Beibei. His fist directly hit Lin Fan. Xia Beibei wanted to go and stop it but it was too late. She could only voice out a rebuke. Unfortunately, Zhang Wenbing didn't withdraw his fist. Instead, he smiled grimly. Beibei, you're my woman. I'll make you understand that no one can touch you in this school except me. Zhang Wenbing's voice was very unpleasant, but now Xia Beibei didn't even have a chance to retort, because his fist had already arrived in front of Lin Fan. Bang! Something unexpected happened. Zhang Wenbing's fist hit Lin Fan's face heavily, but it was blocked by one of Lin Fan's hands. Squeezing his fist tightly and smiling slightly, with this much power, you want to teach me a lesson? Your strength. Why is your strength so great? Lin Fan increased his strength as he squeezed Zhang Wenbing's fist, making Zhang Wenbing feel like he was grabbed by an iron vice, unable to move. Click, 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 click. Immediately afterward, one bone misalignment sound after another emanated from Zhang Wenbing's fist. Ah! Zhang Wenbing himself was pale to the core as he screamed in horror and pain. Chapter 26, Broken Bones. Bones cracked? The sound of bones breaking in his hand rang out. Zhang Wenbing's face was pale to the extreme, and his gums were overflowing with blood due to the immense pain coming from his arm. Zhang Wenbing listening to the sound of his bones breaking was like walking into hell, personally experiencing the unspeakable 18 layers of hell. How could Lin Fan possess such terrifying strength? With one hand, he could crack his bones, and even crack his head. A few minutes later, Zhang Wenbing's eyes were all full of tears now. His eyes were spinning in his eyes. Now he couldn't even scream. His voice was hoarse and his throat was dry and sore. Xiao Beibei looked at this scene as if she was dumbfounded. Moving her mouth, she said nervously, Lin Fan, stop it. If this goes on, something big is going to happen. She looked scared. Lin Fan's strength was too terrifying. If this went on, maybe Zhang Wenbing would die. Although she hated Zhang Wenbing, she didn't like the fact that Lin Fan was killing people for her. It's fine, let him grow a memory. I'm breaking one of his bones so he won't forget, Lin Fan said with a smile. Then his hands exerted force towards the bones in Zhang Wenbing's body. Zhang Wenbing's body made a click sound. Another bone was broken by Lin Fan. Ah, my ribs! In a flash, Zhang Wenbing spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed loudly. His eyes no longer have any hatred. All that remains is the most primitive fear. He is now scared by Lin Fan. His back is chilled. Iron Cloth Shirt Max is super powerful. Too much stronger than Zhang Wenbing. Unless Zhang Wenbing becomes the world's No.1 boxing champion, he is not Lin Fan's opponent, and can only let Lin Fan hang Zhang Wenbing. A generation of masters cannot be humiliated. Zhang Wenbing just didn't know how powerful Iron Cloth Shirt Max was before he was taught a lesson by Lin Fan. If he knew, he would never risk provoking Lin Fan because it would cost him his life. You'd better answer me honestly. Are you someone who has a girlfriend? If you dare to say a word nonsense, I don't mind breaking another bone of yours. After beating Zhang Wenbing, Lin Fan coldly said, looking at this guy lying on the ground with extreme disgust. Zhang Wenbing was a little too flowery. Lin Fan always felt wrong when he looked at him, guessing that he should be a man with a woman. And the reason why he was pestering Xiao Beibei was entirely derived from Xiao Beibei's proud figure. Zhang Wenbing's forehead was sweating coldly. His whole body was shaking. His expression was complicated. He was a little afraid to talk nonsense. Zhang Wenbing didn't dare to say it now. He was afraid that if he told the truth, Xiao Beibei would hate him even more. For some reason, Zhang Wenbing didn't look like letting Xiao Beibei see his ugly side at all. In actuality, Zhang Wenbing really had a girlfriend. It was just a pity that his girlfriend was blind and he and that woman had no feelings for each other now. But now he didn't dare to tell Xiao Beibei because he realized that he had fallen in love with Xiao Beibei. Looks like I have to continue breaking one of your bones before you're willing to talk. Lin Fan rubbed his fists and said coldly. Seeing that Zhang Wenbing's face had a hint of a wrong expression, his eyes flickered and dodged as if he wanted to hide something. There is. I have a girlfriend. She and I are senior siblings. We grew up together and trained together. Originally I planned to marry her, but unfortunately then her eyes were injured and finally disabled, so I had to leave her. As soon as Zhang Wenbing heard that Lin Fan was going to beat him, he panicked in his heart and told the whole truth. He used to have a beautiful senior sister, but unfortunately she was blind, and he didn't like a blind man, so he abandoned her. And Zhang Wenbing would never allow a blind person to become his girlfriend, even how much he used to love her. It couldn't change the fact that she was blind. How could he, Zhang Wenbing, who had won a boxing medal, marry a disabled person? Slap! An extremely loud slapping sound was sent out. How can you abandon your senior sister? Xiao Beibei listened to the tears. Tears had flowed down her cheeks a lot. She couldn't help but slap towards Zhang Wenbing. Agitated. As a woman, she sees love as sacred, thinking that love is faithful until death, never betrayal. How can she abandon the other party because they are blind? Then if one day Xiao Beibei also becomes ugly, will she also be abandoned by Zhang Wenbing? Xiao Beibei hated that kind of man without affection. She wanted true love. Scram! Get lost! I never want to see you. Xiao Beibei fumed, her heart burning with anger. It was hard to control her emotions as she yelled, I'll get lost. I'll get lost. Please don't clean me up. I won't dare to trouble you anymore. Zhang Wenbing said fearfully. His body trembled, forcing himself to endure the severe pain and climbed up, leaving with great difficulty. Lin Fan's terrifying force made him realize that if he were to do it again next time, he would not even have a bit of ash left. Breaking 2 ribs. This force, even 10 Zhang Wenbing could not do it. The only thing he could do was to hide far away from Lin Fan and disappear forever. I want to go to the bar for a drink at night. Suddenly, Xia Beibei somehow said to Lin Fan. Drink, I'll accompany you at night. Lin Fan responded. Xia Beibei was a big beauty. Going to the bar alone Lin Fan was not assured, so he had to follow her. Then, Lin Fan asked to the system in his mind. How come I haven't completed the mission yet? Ding, the host has not been recognized by Xia Beibei. The current progress of the task is only 40% complete. I am Xia Beibei's boyfriend needs the host to be recognized by Xia Beibei, or Xia Beibei and the host to have an intimate relationship in order to complete the task. Intimate relationship? When Lin Fan heard this, his face changed and he was so excited. Xia Beibei was a woman with a devil body and angel face. Maturity was her synonym, and sexiness was her true color. Flirting with such a woman once was something that would wind up killing her. System, I suddenly feel that you are very obedient. Lin Fan smiled in his heart and suddenly felt that this system wasn't all about doing some pitiful things. As night fell, Xia Beibei changed into a long black dress. Her mouth was coated with lipstick, and a flaming red lip embellished her to the cold extreme. Her face looked even more beautiful, more durable and stunning with makeup. A pair of white high-heeled shoes, like sheep's fat jade feet, were especially stunning, like a queen walking towards Lin Fan. Gulp! Lin Fan swallowed his saliva and his eyes directly looked dumbfounded. Is this the Xia Beibei with makeup on? Killing people. Such a special thing. Absolutely can't let those asshole men in the bar taint it. I want to drink. You take me there. Xia Beibei rushed at Lin Fan and said very firmly, as if she would not spare Lin Fan if she did not go for a drink today. Of course, Lin Fan said with a smile, then took this opportunity to have a hand on Xia Beibei's soft and silky black long skirt. Soft, when Lin Fan's big hand touched Xia Beibei's back arm. This was the only feeling. His hand was going to be melted by Xia Beibei's back arm. It was so cool. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his progress. Please continue to raise the host's intimacy. Suddenly, the system's voice entered Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan's spirit was greatly energized when he heard it. Continuing to be intimate with Xia Beibei would complete the mission. Then it wouldn't be long before Lin Fan could get 5,000 points of envy value. You, this bad man. Xia Beibei's mouth slightly opened, her lips prying up, revealing a displeased color, struggling hard to break away from Lin Fan. Don't, if I don't embrace you, others will suspect our relationship, and then those assholes will move against you even more. Lin Fan explained loudly, staring at Xia Beibei's face, realizing that it was extremely durable, basically unable to find any flaws. Close to Xia Beibei's body, her body from time to time wafted it if not perfume flavor. Non-charming, Lin Fan smelled the mood is very pleasant. Beautiful women's body fragrance is also a great enjoyment for men. It is true that only with Xia Beibei this kind of woman together can experience what is the previous Lin Fan are living on the pig's stomach. Xia Beibei gritted her teeth. For a moment she didn't know how to refute Lin Fan, shook her head, her eyes blinked gently, and helplessly said, I want to drink. I can't drive. The key is here. No problem. You can drink as much as you want. Lin Fan nodded and led Xia Beibei towards the garage. Soon, Lin Fan and Xia Beibei drove to the bar. This was the closest bar to Xia Beibei, and as soon as they walked in, a strong European and American countryside atmosphere was ushered in, and there were European and American style things all around. Card seats, bar, stage, dancers, as well as the noisy environment so that Xia Beibei relaxed mood, silent in the joyful song, follow the surrounding those who are high joy, forget the sadness. May I ask what you two would like to drink? A waitress came over and asked cordially. This is $100,000. Prepare me the quietest private room, and 2 more cups of the best special drinks. The rest of the money give me all the drinks to order. Don't save money for me. Order all these drinks. I won't get drunk tonight. Lin Fan flung out $100,000 and said without looking, Sir, do you really want to do this? Not even looking at the menu? The waitress was stunned. Her heart couldn't stop thumping. When did Ninghai come out with such a big tycoon? $100,000 to drink without even looking at the menu? To know often to the bar to drink people do not dare to dump 100,000 points wine. Only those with deep backgrounds and strong assets dare to do so, but those people are usually designated to let the manager of the wine point, where it is the turn of the waiter. The waiter has a commission on the wine money. She is so lucky today. How come she met a big tycoon as soon as she went to work? Xia Beibei also froze, her eyes dumbfounded. Lin Fan, where did you get such money? Let's talk about it in the private room first. You drink while I talk to you. Lin Fan shook his head towards Xia Beibei and asked the waitress. Immediately, this waitress understood and spoke. Both of you, please follow me. I know that the private room with the best soundproofing effect in our bar is there. Soundproofing effect? When Xia Beibei heard this, she panicked. Although she wasn't that kind of prodigal woman, she also understood what this waitress meant by what she said. Chapter 27, Systematic Black Technology. Yes, this private room is the bar's best soundproofing. No matter how loud the sound inside is, it can't be heard outside, the waitress explained again. Hearing the waitress's words, Xiaobei's face blushed with shame. Did she think that she and Lin Fan went in just to do that? But it was too late. Xiaobei and Lin Fan had already followed her a long way. It was estimated that they would be there in a while. The two of you will have your things delivered later. I won't disturb your pleasure here. When they walked to the private room, the waitress understood and squeezed out a smile at Xiaobei and quietly left. Wait. Once Xiaobei heard this, she hurriedly called out to the waitress, ready to say something, but it was already too late. The waitress had already disappeared in front of her eyes. Are these your deliberate attempts to intentionally get a private room with good soundproofing so that you can do bad things in it? Xiaobei glared at Lin Fan without any good humor and puffed. In Xiaobei's opinion, good soundproofing meant that she could be bullied. No matter how loud she screamed, no one outside would hear her, and it was useless to scream her throat out. The two quickly walked into the private room. The soundproofing inside was really great. Even if the noise outside was deafening, not much could be heard inside. Wait, how can you say that I did it on purpose? I didn't tell them to prepare this. Lin Fan shook his head and said hopelessly, could it be that being rich was also a fault? You come over and drink with me. Xiaobei seemed to still be silent in sorrow. Her eyes looked at Lin Fan slyly. That face was full of sorrow. She seemed to have been hit by Zhang Wenbing's blow was not small. Her mood was not very good. Lin Fan slightly froze. In his heart, he smiled bitterly. Could it be that she is in need of a shoulder that she can rely on? At this moment, Lin Fan always felt that there was something wrong with Xiaobei, as if she was only looking for Lin Fan because she wanted to vent her emotions. Thinking about this, Lin Fan was a little angry, but on second thought, this is not an opportunity. Lin Fan just need to seize the opportunity, can take advantage of Xiaobei, to complete the task of I am Xiaobei's boyfriend. Oh, you men are all no good. Every one of you likes pretty women. Only at this time, Xiaobei unexpectedly cried, her voice mournful. Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed in his heart. Don't you women also like to find rich men? This kind of thing is the thing that you love and I would like to do. Xiaobei is too paranoid. Always think that men are greedy for women's beauty, but did not think that women do not also like rich men. For this kind of thing is difficult. Lin Fan thinks that Xiaobei is too serious. Maybe Xiaobei likes to be faithful to love, but that thing is too difficult. Many times love will become worthless because of various factors. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes were sharp and he saw a bottle of wine placed in front of him. Phew! Lin Fan laughed and grabbed the wine with a quick eye and said to Xiaobei, don't you want to drink? I'll open it for you. Upon hearing this, Xiaobei's willow brows slightly knitted, her cheeks flushed, her tone changed, saying, don't, you came over to drink with me, give me the wine, you're not allowed to drink it. What the hell? Xiaobei called Lin Fan over to actually watch her drink? Lin Fan almost didn't spit out his salt water when he heard this from Xiaobei. Gulp! Xiaobei took the bottle of wine and started pouring it hard into her mouth before spitting out her wine words. Lin Fan, you have to learn your lesson. Don't be like Zhang Wenbing, be nice to girls. Drinking Xiaobei abetted Lin Fan, nagging and nagging the same as in school. Lin Fan couldn't help but secretly sigh that she was a tigress when he heard it. She didn't forget to teach a lesson even when she was drinking. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Sir, may we come in? Suddenly, the door outside the private room was knocked on and a woman's voice appeared. This woman was the waitress from earlier. After Lin Fan dumped $100,000 on her, took a bunch of whiskey, brandy, rum, gin, tequila, combined together to deliver the drinks. She didn't do anything with the drinks. How could someone who threw away a lot of money like Lin Fan not know about the price of the drinks? If you wanted to get Lin Fan to frequent, you had to use the service to make him happy. Come in, Lin Fan said casually. Nothing happened between Xiaobei and him, nothing unseemly. Ta-da-day. A group of people trained to set the wine on the wine table and then quickly left, lending the waitress to speak. Sir, all the wine you wanted has been brought. Here is the list. Please take a look. Brandy, rum, gin, tequila. Among these wines the waitress picked a few bottles of high-class wines. Each bottle was sold for up to tens of thousands of dollars, but the commission was very high. If Lin Fan was not satisfied, she could only take the wine away. Okay, what are you looking at? Hurry up and go. Can't you see I'm busy? Lin Fan said impatiently. Shortling, money automatically increases by 10,000 pieces per day. Lin Fan can get 240,000 per day. This 100,000 pieces is like a dragonfly. It's not enough at all. This waitress letting Lin Fan look at the list. Isn't it questioning that he's not a tycoon? Ha! The waitress was stunned and surprised. You really don't need to look at it? The high-grade wines in here were not something ordinary people could afford to drink, like the brandy imported from Cognac, France, $222 a bottle. not something ordinary people would consume at all. This Lin Fan didn't even look at it? Don't look, don't look. Your money for this wine is not enough for my pocket money for a day. What's there to look at? Lin Fan is not happy with the road. A day of $100,000 is indeed just pocket money. Wait until the money automatically increases the amount of withdrawals. Then Lin Fan is a day of $1 million or so. Then this 1982 Cuban rum, the tequila from La Capilla estate. The waitress couldn't believe her ears a little. She was prepared to let Lin Fan teach her a lesson, but instead of teaching her a lesson, Lin Fan drove her away? I bought them all. Not enough money is it? Lin Fan was about to take advantage of Xia Beibei. When he heard the waitress's words, he started to get impatient. Enough, enough, I won't get in your way. The waitress stammered and left in disbelief. She hadn't expected that Lin Fan wouldn't even look at it. So didn't this mean that next time she could bring Lin Fan a more expensive drink? Liquor like tequila could actually be sold at a much more expensive price. That kind of price was classified as an auction item. This bar had this channel to get high-priced tequila, but it needed to be imported from Mexico. In the past, this kind of thing was not even dared to think about. But after meeting Lin Fan, such a tycoon, this bar dared to think about it. When the waitress left, Xia Beibei, however, rushed to the side of the wine like an alcoholic and took a big gulp. While drinking, she said, Lin Fan, is it okay for the teacher to drink your wine? Xia Beibei's eyes were filled with desire for these wines, wanting to drink them all in one go, made dizzy by the previous wine, gradually anesthetized into oblivion, becoming more and more bold and asking for things towards Lin Fan. Drink, drink, drink more. Lin Fan scanned Xia Beibei's absolutely beautiful face with his afterglow, and the more he looked at it, the more beautiful he felt. Gulp gulp gulp. Xia Beibei came to strength, a cup after a cup of pouring down, spitting wine words. You stinking men, all day long you know to aim at our women to peep. Really boring. When will you dare to look openly? And you, this little colorful embryo, don't think that the teacher doesn't know you peeping things. Said Xia Beibei. That black dress reveals a small stalk of slit. Will be inside the full big white rabbit exposed. Lin Fan looked at a glance. Cannot help but swallowed the mouth. This feel touching up is still not refreshing death. After drinking for half a day, Xia Beibei's face gradually turned red, then surprisingly looked at Lin Fan with a teasing color. Lin Fan, tell teacher honestly, have you ever peeped at teacher? Xia Beibei had a face of wine. That black dress was extremely loose, and when she was close to Lin Fan, she let Lin Fan see all the content of the waves within her breasts. At this time, Lin Fan was just about to have a nosebleed. Xia Beibei's figure was so good that it exploded, and that strong aroma on her body made Lin Fan's hormones explode, and she was just about to push Xia Beibei and do something immediately. Gulp. No. No. Teacher, you're drunk. Let me send you back. Lin Fan swallowed his saliva, forcibly resisting the desire to push Xia Beibei, and said with a straight face, it wasn't that Lin Fan didn't want to push Xia Beibei, it was just that this was rape, and Lin Fan wanted to get Xia Beibei and only wanted to do it when she was sober. Unfortunately, Xia Beibei, however, wrapped her arms around Lin Fan. Her red lips came close to Lin Fan and said in his ear, little bastard, can't my body make you react at all? If that's the case, aren't you, this little guy, a little inactive? At this moment Lin Fan only felt his body shaking, a softness that could not be described in words spread throughout his body. Xia Beibei's face surged with a touch of scarlet, full of drunken anger towards Lin Fan to his mouth. Say, you little bastard, in the end have no idea about me? Lin Fan color infatuation. This states Xia Beibei simply and charming little demon. Twisting waist, from time to time touched Lin Fan. Bring a different sense of touch. That kind of body temperature. That kind of soft texture. That kind of willow waist makes Lin Fan can't stop. Lin Fan's body reacted at this time. Xia Beibei's front convex and rear curvature. Touching there is a hot body. Quickly say, don't say I'll bite your nose. At this time, Xia Beibei drunkenly yelled at Lin Fan. She leaned very close, putting her face on Lin Fan's face. The two people's breaths mixed with each other's, entangled with each other. Seeing this, Lin Fan had no choice but to say, I like you. You like me? Xia Beibei was a bit surprised. There are a lot of men who like me, but I didn't promise them. You have to be prepared if you like me. I won't fall in love with an ordinary man, unless it's a man who has attainments in academics. Then I will fall in love with him. Xia Beibei drunkenly murmured in Lin Fan's ear with an intoxicated face. You'll definitely fall in love with me because I'm rich and I'll buy all the academic certificates with money. Lin Fan began to feel confident when he heard this. Money? Xia Beibei was flabbergasted. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for being recognized by Xia Beibei in her drunken state. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. I am Xia Beibei's boyfriend, gaining 5,000 points of envy value. Ding dong. The host's current envy value can be exchanged for black technology research. May I ask if the host exchanges it? Chapter 28 Permanent Solar Cells. Hearing this, Lin Fan was slightly stunned. He had gone through a lot of effort for the black tech research. The system said so. So now he could redeem the black tech research. Lin Fan was a little excited when he thought of the black tech research. It was an artificially intelligent robot. Hurry up and redeem it. Lin Fan couldn't wait. He was very excited about the black technology research. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for using 15,000 NB points to redeem the black technology research. Ding. Black technology research redeemed successfully. Black technology research, future world technology crystallization. Leading human 21st century technology level for 100,000 years. In the future world, scientists collectively referred to the 21st century as an alternative prehistoric civilization of mankind. The century's technology level is low, only one footstep ahead of the primitive humans. Seeing the black technology research, Lin Fan couldn't calm down and was dumbfounded. It's a bit too scary, isn't it? Is the 21st century the same as a prehistoric civilization? The level of technology in the 21st century is still very impressive. During this period of time, human technology has been progressing across generations. PC ports are constantly optimized. Mobile app ports provide a large number of commodities for sale, so that human civilization has gone up a level. It has to be said that this is a technological revolution in the history of mankind. But the technological revolution to the system here, but it has turned into a primitive life. So this, black technology research, has to be how powerful and the future development direction of the 21st century is the mainstay of the PC port and app. This system dares to say that this is the life of primitive people. That, black technology research, inside are some things so horrible. Thinking of this, Lin Fan down to check. But this look, Lin Fan dumbfounded. Permanent solar battery future world high-tech products, has realized the permanent power problem, the use of thermal energy to achieve internal combustion of objects. Ignite the sun's heat to make it permanently sustained combustion. The internal structure of the battery is a special crystalline, can release the sun's heat to permanently circulate and recycling use. Nima, this is a divine weapon. Lin Fan saw the permanent solar battery, and sighed in awe. If this thing was put on the market, it was something that could cause an international war. No matter what country, it was impossible to realize the idea of perpetual motion. This was something that the scientific community agreed on with a unanimous concept. If the 21st century, what is the most profitable thing? That Lin Fan can be very sure to tell others is energy. Like gasoline, this thing a few dollars per liter. Each person on average monthly consumption of 600 or so. That 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Lin Fan dare not think about it. Who doesn't have a car in the 21st century and who doesn't use gasoline? Who masters the oil? Who is the rich man? Lin Fan also remembered that once the oil tycoon John D. Rockefeller relied on the oil to earn the first bucket of gold in life, and then became the influence of the country's economic giant. Then if Lin Fan launched the permanent solar battery thing, it would cause a world war. Definitely don't leak out the permanent solar battery. It's better to keep this kind of thing for my own use. Lin Fan swallowed, startled by the black technology produced by the system. Permanent solar battery is a commodity that cannot be sold. Lin Fan remembers that although the oil tycoon John D. Rockefeller mastered the oil, but in the end it was still disintegrated by the country. From the character that affects the life and death of the country to a poor man who is not worth a penny. It can also be said that it is a legendary character. John D. Rockefeller was finally dissolved by the Supreme Court of because he threatened the security of and became a destabilizing factor. Lin Fan would not follow John D. Rockefeller's path, so this permanent solar cell must be secretly controlled. No way. In order to make a permanent solar battery, you have to have a mechanical factory first. Suddenly, Lin Fan saw a shocking piece of information. The permanent solar battery had to be produced in the mechanical factory. If it was detached from the mechanical factory, it could only produce a solar battery that was not permanent. After the mechanical factory appeared, Lin Fan saw that the NV value on it was actually unknown. System, are you playing with me? Lin Fan came angry. What did it mean that the NV value was unknown? If it was unknown, how did Lin Fan get the mechanical factory? The system heard Lin Fan's voice, coldly explained, host, machinery factory, needs to complete the transformation task acquisition of artificial manufacturing island. Little Orange Island before it can be opened. Belongs to a special task. May I ask the host whether to open it? Artificial manufacturing island belonged to the state secrets. It was usually experiments that were conducted in secret, and for the system to ask Lin Fan to acquire this kind of thing, the difficulty was definitely not small. Open it. I don't want to waste the permanent solar cells. Lin Fan even felt his heart ache. If he really gave up the permanent solar battery, then he would definitely want to jump off a building. It's a perpetual motion machine. Ding dong, Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the mission Acquire Artificial Manufacturing Island. Little Orange Island. Task prompt. Host is requested to acquire the Artificial Manufacturing Island, Little Tangerine Island, which was recently cancelled due to insufficient scientific research funding. There is no time limit for the task, and there is no penalty for failure. Reward, successfully open the Mechanical Factory. Mechanical Factory was grayed out in the mall. Lin Fan couldn't see any information about Mechanical Factory at all, so it seemed that he would only be able to view it after acquiring Little Orange Island. However, where was Little Orange Island? Lin Fan thought for 5 minutes and eventually chose to give up on it. Ninghai was huge, so big that Lin Fan couldn't finish strolling around for a few days and nights. Instead of wasting time on this, he should spend more time with Xia Beibei. And at this time, Xia Beibei drank a lot of wine, and her consciousness became more and more blurred. It didn't take long for her to get drunk, and she exhaled at Lin Fan with her drunkenness. Wine. I want to drink. Take the wine. Give it to me to drink. Lin Fan, do you like the teacher? Xia Beibei had a drunken look on her face. Her pretty face was red, like a ripe red apple. Once a woman is sad she likes to drink, and once a woman starts to drink, she can't help but drink too much, because most of them like to be sentimental. Alcohol paralyzed Xia Beibei's brain, and she began to become less and less like a teacher, but like a normal unmarried young woman, drinking mulled wine to release pressure. Her devilish figure, her waist once again twisted on the sofa, her face was only red, and her red lips full of alcohol kept approaching Lin Fan's face, spitting out aroma. I want so much. I want to find a man, to have a love affair that doesn't break up, and if whoever breaks up, they go to hell. If I were to find out that my man betrayed me, I would definitely take out the scissors, said Xia Beibei, her voice getting more and more whispery. Looking sleepy. Finally figured out why no one wants you. You can really be a tigress, breaking up and wanting people to die. Who would dare to fall in love with you? Xia Beibei's puffy breasts leaned against Lin Fan, but it made Lin Fan feel a chill and whispered. This woman not only wanted to kill people, but also wanted to castrate chickens. However, Lin Fan didn't eat her that way. It's not that no one likes Xia Beibei. It's not that no one chases after Xia Beibei. It's just that this woman is too tough. The men who come in contact with him will give up when they find out about her virtues. And who knows if she will do something stupid if she breaks up. Give me a drink. Give me a drink. I want a drink. Xia Beibei's eyes were tired. Her petite body nestled on the bar sofa hunched over, muttering to herself. Ah! Suddenly, Xia Beibei threw up, secreting a large amount of vomit from her mouth. These dirty things soiled Lin Fan's clothes, and even more so, Lin Fan became stinky. The vomit mixed with a large amount of alcohol and food residue. It was disgusting to look at. Xia Beibei was unconscious after vomiting. Her two white tender arms swayed helplessly on the sofa, and she drank herself unconscious. Don't you throw up. Wake up. If you don't wake up, where are you staying tonight? Lin Fan blinked his eyes and frowned. Xia Beibei was lying in Lin Fan's arms, unconscious, and couldn't wake up for a while. I would love to slap you awake, but doing that would most likely make you ruthless me for the rest of your life. Lin Fan shook his head and let out a long sigh. Lin Fan did not want to wake up Xia Beibei, but if you use extreme methods, but will let the girl remember hate for a lifetime. The girl's thin skin, really slap her, and then be seen by other people. Maybe in the future is the enemy of the dead enemy. But staying in the bar like this all the time is also not a solution. The space here is not used for sleeping and resting. Count me as a bit of a loss. Take you to a hotel room. Lin Fan helplessly said, stood up and picked up Xia Beibei with his hands and walked towards the outside of the house. Xia Beibei chest bulging. E-cup cover milk capacity is really amazing. A pair of long legs without the slightest flab. Touch feel full, tight, muddy garden. Elasticity full. Live a pair of legs can play 10 years. Lin Fan hugged Xia Beibei. Can still feel the odor emanating from Xia Beibei's body? The smell is very odd. Not perfume flavor, but fragrant and charming. Could this be the legendary fragrance of virginity? Lin Fan couldn't help but be shocked. His heartbeat was old and fast, bouncing all over the place. The residual heat coming from Xia Beibei's body caused Lin Fan's body to roll all over, as if he was being burned by fire, and he was now itching to immediately rush to his room to clean up Xia Beibei. But Lin Fan still forced himself to resist the impulse. He was not a messy person and would not take advantage of others. Even if he wanted to have anything to do with Xia Beibei, he had to do it when Xia Beibei was awake. Not long after, Lin Fan came to the door of the hotel, rushed inside and said, "Open a room quickly. My hands are very tired." The front desk lady froze when she saw Lin Fan, and said with a horrified face, "Sir, you'd better be able to show the identity between you. With the recent crackdown, we are often inspected by the police station here." The way Lin Fan hugged Xia Beibei looked as if he drugged her. The front desk lady saw that the whole person was bad. She almost didn't hold back from calling the police to arrest Lin Fan. So troublesome, When did your hotel start checking accounts like the neighborhood committee? Lin Fan frowned and had a headache. How was he going to prove his identity? The front desk lady said with an apology. I'm sorry then, if you can't prove your relationship, I can't give you a room. Lin Fan's appearance was not a good person at a glance. The front desk lady directly did not want to give him a room. Using this argument, she wanted to let Lin Fan know what to do. Snap. Less nonsense. Give you 10,000. Open or not. Lin Fan didn't have the time to ink with the receptionist. Directly dumped out $1,000. What? $10,000. I'll open it. I'll open it. I'll open the room for whatever happens to you. The receptionist lady was shocked to hear the price Lin Fan offered and said excitedly, Chapter 29 Be My Girlfriend. After the receptionist agreed, Lin Fan carried Xia Beibei into room 605 with his hand, kicked the door open with his foot, and directly laid down to sleep. Not only Xia Beibei, Lin Fan himself also drank a lot of wine. Under the stimulation of alcohol, the desire is not so strong, but a weak tingling sensation spread throughout the body. Soon the night passed. Lin Fan slept sweetly, a smile overflowing on his face. My head hurts. Did I drink a lot of wine yesterday? The next day, Xia Beibei was dizzy, her head hurt like a pinprick. When she opened those hazy sleeping eyes, she was shocked to find that Lin Fan was sleeping next to her. His hands, those wolf claws, were still placed on her breasts. Seeing this, Xia Beibei broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly reached out to check her clothes. But fortunately, she hadn't been stripped of her bra and panties by Lin Fan. Her body was intact. No red pills had fallen on the bed, and she didn't feel any discomfort, which was a relief. She has been guarding her body for more than 20 years. She can't be so cheap to Lin Fan. She is still a yellow flower girl. Lin Fan, you bastard. Xia Beibei was furious and rushed to hit Lin Fan over. Slap. Xia Beibei was so close to hitting Lin Fan, but she was stopped by Lin Fan with his hand, grasping it to death. She was just a weak woman. After being grabbed by Lin Fan's hand, she wanted to resist, but she was not as strong as Lin Fan, where she was strangled by Lin Fan's death grip on her hand. But she didn't give up resisting and swore to Lin Fan that she wouldn't stop. What are you hitting me for? Lin Fan gripped Xia Beibei's hand hard and looked at Xia Beibei with a ghostly gaze. Why did you hug me to sleep with you? I'm not your girlfriend. I can sue you for rape if you're like this. Do you believe me? Xia Beibei's face stiffened and she said angrily, although she had not been forced to occupy her body by Lin Fan. It was the first time she had grown up to be so intimate with a man. She had never been before. The youngest and prettiest teacher with the best body in the Chinese department of Southern University. Xia Beibei. She is the imperial type of teacher. Countless students. Male teachers' dream lover. To now actually in Lin Fan in a bed. This spread out. Xia Beibei will not be able to marry someone. Who would believe that a lonely man and a widowed woman sharing a room is not doing that? Xia Beibei now wants to kill Lin Fan's heart all have. Lin Fan. I'm warning you. You don't want your college diploma. Xia Beibei's willow leaf eyebrows frowned greatly, and she said in anger, Don't. If I can't get my university graduation certificate, my parents will die of sadness. Lin Fan was a bit flustered at this time and said anxiously, Lin Fan's father and mother are ordinary factory workers, or the kind of efficiency is very bad factory. The monthly salary is only enough to eat. The money to go to college are all by borrowing. Lin Fan will have to pay back the money. If parents know, it is estimated to be angry spit blood. University graduation certificate Lin Fan is sure to get, so that parents will not be sad. The thought of parents' hard work to pay tuition, Lin Fan feel aggrieve them, but immediately give them a little money. May also want to have an accident. Lin Fan's parents are very rigid. Simply do not believe that Lin Fan is the material to make a lot of money. Let Lin Fan to study in college because he is the only one in the factory to go to college. So pay the tuition. But if Lin Fan suddenly give them a sum of money, they may send Lin Fan to the police station to get rid of harm for the people. Lin Fan went to college. Parents did not suffer a lot of pain and suffering. The university graduation certificate is really cancelled. Maybe a few days and nights cannot eat. Lin Fan must not let Xia Beibei treacherous plan to succeed. You know wrong. No wrong, you think it's okay? A student like you is something I can just send to jail. Xia Beibei was very serious and spoke to Lin Fan in a threatening tone. She didn't want to leave this matter unsettled. Although Lin Fan hadn't done that to her, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't go around talking about it in the future. How could Xia Beibei feel at ease if she didn't give Lin Fan a good scare? Teacher, just let me off this time. If you let me off this time, I will cover you in the future, and guarantee that no one will dare to bully you in school. Lin Fan swore and patted his chest and said, extremely confident, alright, you still want to cover me? What kind of teacher you are is still unclear. Lin Fan, teacher knows that you are a good boy, but you can't go and cheat girls. Xia Beibei frowned, a little lost, looking at Lin Fan. She always felt that this guy was somewhat saved. At least he didn't rape himself. Therefore, Xia Beibei was ready to enlighten and guide Lin Fan. leading him on the right path. Otherwise this would be very guilty if Lin Fan went on a crooked path. Xia Beibei would feel very guilty. It's normal for you to have some thoughts about girls at this age, but you have to study hard. Otherwise how will you raise your girlfriend in the future? The teacher is also for your own good. This time go back and review well. If you can pass the professional exam, the teacher will not sue you. Xia Beibei said in a serious tone, looking at Lin Fan expectantly. This slap and send a candy. Letting Lin Fan know that he did wrong and not letting Lin Fan hate himself was a very clever tactic. Teacher. Suddenly, Lin Fan's tone changed with a strong aura. His gaze locked onto Xia Beibei. What? Know the wrong, repent. This is a good student. Well, since you know the wrong, then the teacher is not difficult you. As long as you go back to review properly. In the future do not sleep in class, teacher will not sue you. Xia Beibei said with a satisfied face. Feeling that she was very great and actually saved a student who almost went astray. She now felt that she was as great as the Virgin Mary, combining kindness, wisdom, and compassion. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Instead of showing any remorse, Lin Fan intensified his efforts to forcefully prop her up on the bed, ruthlessly touched Xia Beibei's supple body with his big hand, and said with a straight face, Teacher, I want you to be my girlfriend. Lin Fan, you this, I kindly teach you to be a man. You actually want to me? Xia Beibei was also dumbfounded at this time, not knowing where such a teasing sentence came from, but the relationship between Lin Fan and her. This sentence also happens to be able to explain clearly. Xia Beibei properly educate Lin Fan, but Lin Fan is moved to want to put Xia Beibei on. The girl's strength is small. Xia Beibei can't resist Lin Fan. Her eyes are actually a little moist. Could it be she still can't escape the end of being bullied by the villains? Teacher, you be my girlfriend, Lin Fan said in a loud voice, his eyes heavy. This words Lin Fan also after a lot of thinking before he dared to say, between Xia Beibei and him, can no longer tolerate any man? Her breasts were looked at by Lin Fan. Her big and small legs were touched by Lin Fan. The whole body was also looked at and touched by Lin Fan. Such a woman. In addition to handing over to himself, who else can Lin Fan hand over to? That's why Lin Fan made this move. Thinking of a woman being touched and looked at by him, if he still had to cheapen it for other men, then he might as well just force himself on Xia Beibei. Xia Beibei was slightly stunned. Looking at Lin Fan who looked like this, she said in a trembling voice, Lin Fan, you will ruin your future if you do this. Teacher is older than you. In a short while she will be old and ugly. By then you will like young and beautiful girls. Why do this? This time, Xia Beibei was really savoring the sense of crisis. If Lin Fan came hard, she was afraid that she could only be slaughtered. The moment she thought of herself still being a perfect body, Xia Beibei's tears couldn't help but fall. But when she looked up at Lin Fan's not-so-handsome face, all of a sudden she felt obedient again, and instead, she looked forward to it a little. Xia Beibei, how do you like to trample on yourself so much? You obviously want to reject him, but you are expecting it in your heart. No, no, no. I'm going to turn dirty if I go on like this. I'm not that kind of casual woman. Xia Beibei secretly cursed herself in her heart, but there was an extra expectation that Lin Fan would do something. Could it be this was all because she had abstained from sex too much, so she couldn't help herself when she met a boy? Thinking of this, Xia Beibei couldn't wait to immediately go to an erotic store to buy an electric wand or something. Better than having an endocrine disorder and not even being able to find a boyfriend. But Xia Beibei, if she really wanted to find a man, she was only afraid that it would also be very difficult, because she was a very possessive woman, which even exceeded men. Teacher, I really like you. Just promise to be my girlfriend. No matter what you want, I can buy it for you. I'm very rich. You can treat me like a diamond king. Lin Fan looked at Xia Beibei very seriously and said. Every word and sentence was filled with a very strong style of a loser. Diamond bachelor? When Xia Beibei heard Lin Fan say this, she thought if he had a fever. Although she didn't remember much of yesterday's events clearly, but Lin Fan's financial power still couldn't reach the Diamond King. Hoo. Lin Fan gasped for air. The expression on his face became more and more rude, as if he was a wild beast about to start an atrocity on a beautiful woman. Xia Beibei estimated that this would not work. If she did not quickly fix Lin Fan, then he would soon be beastly. Teacher, Lin Fan promised you well, but teacher doesn't like men who don't have talent. Teacher entered South University with the first place score in the recruitment examination, so she hopes that her boyfriend is also the first place. Although I think this request is a bit mean. I think it's normal. Lin Fan, you have to understand that a man who is still not as good as his girlfriend is actually a very. Xia Beibei told a well-intentioned lie, wanting to let Lin Fan know what to expect. In her opinion, it was impossible for Lin Fan to get the #1 spot in his life, because there were still a lot of schoolmasters in Southern University. Only, not long after Xia Beibei put this sentence out, Lin Fan immediately just responded, no problem. First place, huh? I thought it was something difficult. It's too easy. Lin Fan, you When Xia Beibei heard this, she was shocked in her heart and stammered. If it was someone else who said this, Xia Beibei might believe it. But when Lin Fan, the guy who failed every exam, said that he would come in first place, Xia Beibei felt that it was an insult to her intelligence. Lin Fan, you need to use your brain to say big words. You can't say those borderline words. Teacher is worried for you. Xia Beibei shook her head and lost her head. Feeling sad for Lin Fan, this guy has negative IQ growth. Teacher, not me. If I want to take the exam properly, the whole Ninghai city can't find a rival. Chapter 30, Meeting Gao Yongjin again. Xia Beibei of course didn't believe Lin Fan. She just simply said a few words to him and left from the hotel. Lin Fan exam first, such words are too unreal point. Xia Beibei will not believe in any case, because it is impossible. So that promise, she naturally is also unsettled, as a joke. But Lin Fan didn't see it that way. He had mastered black technology research. Was he still afraid of not being able to complete the mission? Opening the black technology research in the system, Lin Fan realized that there were many things in the black technology research that could be purchased through NV value. Soon, Lin Fan saw the complete information inside the black technology research. Elementary piano playing skills, 1000 points of NV value. Intermediate piano playing skills, 10,000 NV points. Advanced piano playing skill, requires completion of a hidden task. The host is not currently authorized to view it. Elementary singing skills, 1000 NV points. Intermediate singing skills, 10,000 NV points. Advanced singing skills, requires the completion of a hidden task. The host is currently not authorized to view. Elementary piano playing skills, 1000 NV points. Proficient in elementary school language, 10 NV points. Proficient in middle school language, 100 NV points. Proficient in high school language, 1000 NV points. Proficient in university language, 10,000 NV points. Professional language proficiency, requires completion of a hidden task. The host is not currently authorized to view it. Lin Fan saw the black technology research, dense pile of things, almost did not pass out. Inside the things less than more than 1,000 items, or not counting the unauthorized view. If the unauthorized view of the edition, at least more than 5,000. More than 5,000. Lin Fan is not afraid to guarantee that he can all finish. But there is a point. The primary skills and intermediate skills NV value gap grass mud horse just a little bit up, to 1,000 points of NV value. How the system does not go to rob Lin Fan's NV value or water rush to thee? But Lin Fan in order to Xia Beibei also had to endure. Or by the time the test cannot be the first, is not a cool. College language needs 10,000 points of NV value. Where do I go to find the experience baby? Lin Fan's eyes turned and remembered Gao Yongjin. This guy is a senior experience baby. Just that he didn't know where he ran to during this period of time. The senior experience baby had burst experience. If Lin Fan wanted to get proficient in college language, he had to find Gao Yongjin. 10,000 points of NV value wasn't that easy to get. If he didn't have a senior experience baby to support him, then Lin Fan would have a hard time. Like those whose level is too low, they can't get much NV value at all. And they are not the object of Lin Fan's mind to ask for, unless they encounter a casino environment like this. Otherwise Lin Fan feels that there is no need for him to go at all. But Lin Fan didn't know where Gao Yongjin was. Would the system know? Thinking of this, Lin Fan immediately asked, "System, can you tell me the whereabouts of Gao Yongjin?" Ding, no right to report. Only, the system replied Lin Fan coldly. Hiccup, where do I go to earn NV value? Do I have to get them one by one from the streets? Hearing this from the system, Lin Fan immediately knew that he was finished. Xia Beibei's exam would not be long before it started, leaving little time for Lin Fan, perhaps because he felt that Lin Fan was too pitiful. The original iron-faced system let in a little water. Ding, the system can't tell the host, but the host can search for Gao Yongjin's whereabouts through his own judgment. Hearing the system say this, Lin Fan was suddenly struck by an idea. Although the system did not tell Lin Fan the whereabouts of Gao Yongjin, Lin Fan could guess. A rich second generation like Gao Yongjin looks like a lustful type. He definitely likes to go to high-class clubs when he has something to do. Maybe Lin Fan can catch the scene if he just goes to a few high-class clubs? Thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled at the system and said, "System, thank you. You are really my lucky star." The system didn't reply, choosing to remain silent. But if the system could give Lin Fan an expression, it would be a roll of the eyes. Manhwa Company. Young Prince Gao Yongjin was indeed a bit unhappy these days. Originally he was the kind of male who casually flirted with girls and beat up people. But after he met this pervert Lin Fan, he hid at home for a few days and didn't dare to go out. Every time Gao Yongjin just remembered Lin Fan's big hands, his teeth would shake along with his mouth. He was the heir of Manhwa Company. How could he be bullied? How could he have his bones broken? How could he wrap a ball of gauze and be a disabled person at home? And this is not the most painful. The most painful is that Gao Yongjin was beaten by Lin Fan out of incontinence. Life cannot take care of themselves, even if you want to recover, but also have to wait for a period of time. Gao Yongjin bitter their own good a rich second generation, was beaten to dare not go out. Even to go to the toilet has become exceptionally difficult, or even have to poop in the pants. Living is really more and more like a retard. Damn, there is a chance must screw Lin Fan, that little bastard. Gao Yongjin hated Lin Fan so much that he couldn't help but curse. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside. Young master, your diaper should be changed, otherwise it will stink again later. Stink your ass. I'll change it after I finish eating, can't I? Gao Yongjin angrily roared. He did not want to change diapers at all at this time. He is at least a 20-something-year-old adult. How can he still wear diapers and such things? If this is set out, will not it be laughed off? Dog thing, I will get you killed one day sooner or later. Gao Yongjin cursed again and roared angrily, emotionally moving his body. Egu, my mother, old me is in pain. Someone come and change my diaper. Due to the excessive force, Gao Yongjin fell to the ground and let out a pig-killing scream. He fell in a dog. His teeth were on the ground. The pain caused Gao Yongjin to shed 2 crystallized teardrops. Young master, I told you that it's time to change your diaper, and you still don't believe me. A few male servants came over with a few large packets of diapers, covering their noses and holding back the stench. They calculated that Gao Yongjin would go to the toilet at this time every day, and every time this time was the most smelly time in the whole house. They prepared a lot of diapers. Almost the whole room is this kind of thing, just to prevent Gao Yongjin from ting. Alright, don't ing bull. Hurry up and change it for me. Gao Yongjin couldn't care less about being disgusted at this time, and yelled at his men. Yes, the group of men quickly agreed and came over with their hands in a hurry, pulling Gao Yongjin's pants open and changing his diaper. However, Gao Yongjin was letting them change it with his eyes closed, and as he watched the group of men pull his pants open to change his diaper, he wanted to vomit out everything he had eaten. Damn, sooner or later one day I'm going to get you killed. With his eyes closed, Gao Yongjin felt his crotch being touched by a man and cursed again in disgust. Gao Yongjin suffered all this shame brought by Lin Fan. He now hated to dismantle Lin Fan. 10 minutes passed. Gao Yongjin finally changed and sat on the table ready to eat. However, he looked at those delicious dishes on the table but always felt no appetite. When he thought of those things before, he wanted to find a crack to drill in. Young master, the master saw that you are in a bad mood these days. He specially prepared a few girls for you at the Imperial Palace Hotel. They are all college students, the same age as you, and have a more communicative language. Gao Yongjin's house servant saw him moping and told him about it. In fact, they were the ones who opened the door for Gao Yongjin. When they went to the hospital for a checkup the day before yesterday, they purposely asked the doctor, and the doctor said that as long as it wasn't too drastic, there wasn't too much of a problem. This group of people told the doctor's words to Gao Yongjin dad, only to have the Imperial Hotel this. Gao Yongjin father heart bitter think of their son's good-for-nothing crippled hands and feet, afraid of the future or no one like, so specially to find a few Hai Yongjin like a flower girl, less let Hai Yongjin the rest of his life alone, guarding the diaper life. See Gao Yongjin like this, for a moment and a half for fear that it is not good. Gao Yongjin father pondered whether it is time to give up Gao Yongjin development of the 3rd generation, so sent people to send Gao Yongjin to find a girl. You. Old man like this can still engage in that. You guys are afraid of not pig brain. Can't you see that I am now disabled? Gao Yongjin just felt that hurt so much that he was dying. When he heard this he was on fire. He could not wait for one of them to slap them with a big mouth. It's just a pity that his hands can't be used, otherwise he would have definitely hit down. No, the doctor said, as long as it's not too intense, it won't be too big a problem. So what? What are you guys still standing here for? Hurry up and drive me to the Imperial Palace Hotel. I haven't had that in a long time. Young master, the doctor told you not to get too excited. It's better to bring an extra diaper, lest you poop when the time comes. You don't believe in Laozi's ability, do you? When Gao Yongjin heard this, his heart was cold. What do you mean by bringing an extra diaper? Is he the kind of man who can't leave his diaper? 2 hours later, Gao Yongjin got into the car and went to the Imperial Palace Hotel. Coincidentally, Lin Fan also came to the Imperial Palace Hotel. The Empire Hotel is a famous place in Ninghai City. The girls inside are very good, very popular with the rich businessmen. So Lin Fan concluded that this place is very likely that Gao Yongjin will go to patronize it. Lin Fan came to the entrance of the Imperial Hotel, just ready to go in, and saw Gao Yongjin coming down from the car. Only, Gao Yongjin was carried in. His hands were wrapped in gauze, just short of being wrapped into a mummy kind of thing. Gao Yongjin, how did you become like this? Lin Fan froze, a little surprised. This appearance was just too appalling. hands crippled with gauze, unable to move and still going into the Imperial Palace Hotel to look for women. It seems like I made the right choice by letting you guys leave Su Wenting. Otherwise, if she sees you in this appearance, she will only suffer more. Lin Fan shook his head inside. Chapter 31 Potions. Soon, Gao Yongjin entered the Imperial Palace Hotel. The Imperial Hotel was filled with a group of women with bare white thighs. These women's legs were white and flawless. It was hard to find any bit of flab, and their high breasts still carried a faint fragrance. Only, this fragrance is not the fragrance of virginity, but mixed with the smell of strong perfume. After Gao Yongjin appeared in their eyes, they revealed a smiling smile and flirtatiously threw winks at Gao Yongjin. Ah, old me can't hold back. You women are flavorful enough. Quick, hurry up, quickly carry old me over. Then you guys get the hell out of here. Gao Yongjin hadn't touched a woman for several months. How could he calm his mood at this time when he saw these few special objects? Right now, not to mention women, even a sow would look as beautiful as a flower. Okay, young master, take it easy. Gao Yongjin's men carried him over. Looking at these mesmerizing little goblins, kindly advised, less nagging, hurry up and get lost. Gao Yongjin roared. He was about to take his pants off, and these guys were still talking to him about this? Then, it was the sound of was heard from Gao Yongjin's room. Gao Yongjin, you need to explode your experience properly. And that's when Lin Fan happened to come in to trouble Gao Yongjin. He had knocked out a few strong men at the entrance, which allowed him to come in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to startle Gao Yongjin. Lin Fan would have to quietly go in and then quietly storm Gao Yongjin's experience. Just wait until Lin Fan went in. The whole person felt spicy eyes. Gao Yongjin was now lying naked on the bed beside him. This scene left Lin Fan dumbfounded. Did not expect Gao Yongjin so open. Party? Play it. Goo. Hot eyes. Gao de Xiao. Do you want me to take a picture for you? Gao de Xiao having so much fun. I think the citizens of Ninghai will love you tomorrow. Lin Fan looked at Gao Yongjin with a smile and took out his cell phone, ready to take a few pictures to send to the newspaper. No more. Where are you guys? What are you guys letting this in for? Lousy now all. Gao de Xiao was about to enjoy heaven on earth when Lin Fan suddenly barged in, making him feel like himself. Originally a good big man, but it was after seeing Lin Fan. This is actually medically called psychological shadow. Gao Yongjin was beaten by Lin Fan to the point of incontinence. Seeing Lin Fan again naturally fearful, and Lin Fan also happened to come in when Gao Yongjin was doing that. Then it made Gao Yongjin scared into a permanent impotent man. Senior Gao, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I missed you. Lin Fan saw Gao Yongjin and said with a smile, coming towards Gao Yongjin step by step. Gao Yongjin himself, on the other hand, was red in the face and his forehead was green with veins. A cold sweat broke out behind his back, and the thought of Lin Fan's iron pimple-like hands made his heart tremble. He knew best how much power those hands had. He was the one who had his hands ruined by Lin Fan, and now that it was happening again, Gao Yongjin wanted to die. Where are the people? Quickly come to the people. Quickly drive this out. Lousy warning you. Su Wenting is my woman. I will press her under my body every day in the future. Do you think that you can be Su Wenting's man just because you have a lot of strength? This is really laughable. It's just the same as a lie toad wanting to eat swan's meat. Su Wenting's father won't agree to her being in a relationship with a man who doesn't have a background. You'd better die this heart. You can't even be ranked in the number in Ninghai City. Although I can't beat you, but you don't want to live in Ninghai in the future. I'll make you unable to do anything in a minute. No one will even want you to look for a job. Gao Yongjin said in a torrent of anger, venting all the grievances he had accumulated against Lin Fan over the days. He was actually playing with fire. He himself knew clearly that if he messed with Lin Fan there was a possibility that he would break a few more bones, but Lin Fan rushed in to ruin his good deed, and also made him half human and half ghostly. This tone of voice Gao Yongjin couldn't swallow. It seems that Senior Gao has a preconceived notion about me. Since that's the case, then I'll come and remove your preconceived notion. Lin Fan looked at Gao Yongjin and said seriously, not in the least bit like he was joking. At the same time, Lin Fan asked the system within his brain, System, do you have any way to make this guy suffer? Looking at Gao Yongjin with a look of lust, Lin Fan felt that it was time to make him remember, but if he used force, he might beat Gao Yongjin to death. So Lin Fan asked the system. Lin Fan was not afraid of Gao Yongjin, but he was afraid that killing someone would make a big deal out of it, and it would not be good if the Gao family stepped in to implicate Lin Fan's studies. So Lin Fan had to find another way to clean up Gao Yongjin, casually earning a little bit of envy value while he was at it. Ding! The host can exchange the ***** potion for Gao Yongjin to drink, or let others drink it. The system coldly explained at this time. When Lin Fan heard this, his heart screamed. Potion to Gao Yongjin would be meaningless. Lin Fan wanted to feed other people to drink potion to satisfy Gao Yongjin's interest, so that he wouldn't be too interested in Su Wenting. Perhaps it would be more prudent for Lin Fan to show this wonderful picture to Su Wenting. System, how much NV value is the potion? Lin Fan wanted to buy the potion and asked directly. 1000 points of NV value. No credit. The system replied to Lin Fan coldly and emotionlessly. 1000 points? No credit? System, you can't go on like this. How can I say that I'm also a host? Forget it, I won't talk to you. I have to get some NV value from Gao Yongjin first. Lin Fan skimmed his mouth, a little angry, but seeing Gao Yongjin, a high-level experienced baby, staying right next to him, he cheerfully walked over. Now was a great time to earn NV value. How could he not go to blast this high-level experienced baby? Leaving a high-level experienced baby without going to blast it was a shameful waste of resources. Moreover, with Gao Yongjin's current appearance, it seemed to be the best time to earn NV value. You, what do you want to do? I've already been disabled by you. If I fight again I'll be killed. When Gao Yongjin heard Lin Fan speak, he trembled a little and said in fear. He was scared of being beaten. The last time Lin Fan beat Gao Yongjin it hurt him so much that he died. If he did it again, it was estimated that his little life would be over. So Gao Yongjin deliberately reminded Lin Fan, I won't beat you. I just want to ask you to do a favor. Lin Fan said in a homely manner, then came to Gao Yongjin's side and twisted him up like a chicken and took him to the door. Don't, let go of me. I'll give you money. I'll give you as much money as you want. Gao Yongjin was grabbed by Lin Fan like he was ringing a chicken and screamed in terror. He himself was definitely lying when he said he wasn't afraid of Lin Fan. He almost pulled it when he saw Lin Fan just now. Now that Lin Fan had rung him up, he was scared to death. His little heart fluttering and jumping all over the place, as exciting as riding a roller coaster. Only, Lin Fan said, Gao Dishao, let's talk about how much money hurts our feelings. It's better to talk about feelings. I'm your good buddy. Good buddy? Gao Yongjin heard Lin Fan say this almost did not hold back to curse the motherer. When Gao Yongjin and Lin Fan became good buddies, Gao Yongjin is with the dog as a friend. With the pig as a friend will not be with Lin Fan as a friend. It is a pity that Gao Yongjin does not dare to scold now. If he scolded, I am afraid that Lin Fan will be beaten into a paraplegic or even more miserable. Lin Fan strolled a few rounds and then lifted the buddy outside and put it on the ground. The buddy was tiger-backed and wasted, and it looked like a dart-line hunk, with a strong sweaty odor and a total manhood. Gao Yongjin was also thrown to the ground by Lin Fan at this time. His head was sweating coldly, holding his breath and staring at Lin Fan with alert eyes. He didn't know what Lin Fan was going to do, but he always felt that it wasn't something good, so he didn't dare to take it lightly and was always on guard. Afterwards, Lin Fan spoke softly towards Gao Yongjin. I'm really sad that you become like this. It's all because I'm not good that you become disabled. It's better this way. You see that you can't enjoy these beauties. Why don't you let me enjoy them instead of you? It should be very comfortable for you to watch me enjoying it from there. I'm broadcasting this live. Mom sells pies. Gao Yongjin couldn't help but whisper a curse. Has Lin Fan screwed up like this? All these women were his own. Now he actually had to serve this asshole Lin Fan. And most damnable of all, Lin Fan was still going to do it in front of him. Wasn't this trying to tell Gao Yongjin that he was incompetent? Men can't say they can't, especially when it's like Gao Yongjin, who basically can only rely on a woman's actions. They can't say it even more. And at this time Lin Fan laughed at the several women who were lying on the bed in disheveled clothes. A few beauties. Gao Dishao is paid for this. You can't afford to have a bad service. If you have a bad service, Gao Dishao will be angry. Don't you think so, Gao Dishao? Ha! Gao Yongjin's tears were squeezed out. His face was pale. When did he find a woman for Lin Fan to play with? Now Gao Yongjin had 10,000 grass mud horses in his heart, running wildly in the vast grassland. This little hand, this little leg is so smooth. And this face, it's really pretty looking too. Big Major Gao, you have pretty good taste. These are all superb goods. Found them from there. Next time I'll come back? Lin Fan smiled and ran his hands over those women, running his hands over every inch of their bodies, and sighed with emotion every time he touched a spot. NV value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 1156. NV value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 1136. NV value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 1123. Gao Yongjin watched from the back and was so enraged that he couldn't wait to fight with Lin Fan. His teeth were all clenched and shaking, and his NV value started to skyrocket from this time. Chapter 32, Can't Help It. It's okay. The advanced experience baby doesn't lose out on this wave of experience. Seeing the NV value contributed by Gao Yongjin, Lin Fan slightly froze and said with joy, in the past, Gao Yongjin's contribution of NV value did not even reach more than 1,000, but now that it actually reached more than 1,000, It was worth Lin Fan's deep thought and deliberation. What exactly was the reason that caused Gao Yongjin's experience bar to rub up? Could it be because of the women? Or did he owe him a beating? System, why has Gao Yongjin's contribution value become so high? Lin Fan was too lazy to think about this. The system must know best anyway, so he ran over to ask the system. As usual, the system asked, "Ding, the envy value is contributed based on the mouse's mood fluctuations. The current mouse's mood fluctuations are large and will contribute a large amount of envy value." Mood fluctuation? Hearing the system explain this, Lin Fan frowned and thought carefully. Emotions according to scientific explanations were the physiological and psychological states that a person's subjective consciousness produced in response to multiple feelings, multiple behaviors, and multiple thoughts. A good feeling would put one in a happy mood, while a bad feeling would cause negative emotions to arise. Gao Yongjin's mood swings were more volatile. Could it be that he had more negative emotions? Thinking of this, Lin Fan knew how to earn envy value. Finding the high-level experience baby, Lin Fan had to let it experience what it was like to be angry enough to eat. With that, Lin Fan said to the system, "System, redeem potion for me." Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the homosexual potion. ******* potion, drink it. You will become, in terms of same-sex love, will get a leap of faith, treating the same sex. There will be as Titanic-like infatuation. This is a potion cannot help but not be able to control. Nima good this thing is effective. Seeing the homosexual potion, Lin Fan's heart was happy. He had to put on a good show for Gao Yongjin. Why am I only focusing on myself leaving Gao to show out in the cold? Really, get up and drink some water. How dirty is the ground? Lin Fan walked up at this time with a hot moody look, shushing Gao Yongjin, changing his cold color expression from before. Gao Yongjin was baffled and dumbfounded. What was this Lin Fan playing at? Afterward, Gao Yongjin gritted his teeth and stammered, "No need. Can you help me find my followers? They ran away somewhere. They didn't say anything even after calling for half a day." Gao Yongjin wanted to retreat. It was too dangerous for him to stay with Lin Fan. He had to find complete shelter as soon as possible. "So what? Isn't this your follower?" Lin Fan pointed his finger at the strong man on the ground and spoke. Him. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Gao Yongjin's heart lifted up in his throat, and a faint feeling of fear slowly invaded Gao Yongjin's body. He thought of the worst possible ending, which was that all of his followers had been taken out by Lin Fan. Nima. This time, Gao Yongjin had looked for the elite of the army. All of them were special combat soldiers from the special forces. In order to ensure the safety of Gao Yongjin's life, his father to equip him with bodyguards are from the Middlefield Special Military Region. The 81st Group 13th Army Armored Combat Brigade transferred out of the backbone of these people have participated in military exercises. How could be dry over? This Lin Fan. Just how fierce is he? Come on, have a drink of water. I see you're dying of thirst. Lin Fan hurriedly helped Gao Yongjin up, then poured in potion. The homosexual potion was mixed into the water cup and was colorless and tasteless. But Lin Fan knew that if he drank this, he was screwing Billy. Thanks. I'd better not drink it. Look at what my hands have become. Gao Yongjin was sweating. His forehead was sweating. He was afraid to drink Lin Fan's stuff. So Gao Yongjin put his hands out, letting Lin Fan see those gauze-wrapped hands, trying to get him to give up. Letting a person with gauze tied to his hands drink water was actually a not very realistic thing to do. Lin Fan shook his head, and forcefully stuffed water into Gao Yongjin's mouth. Drink it, don't be polite. Drink a little bit of all of it. Look at how pitiful you are. You're dying of thirst. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In one gulp, Gao Yongjin was filled with a lot of potion by Lin Fan. After drinking it, Gao Yongjin felt a bit uncomfortable, but still kindly looked at Lin Fan and thanked him. Thank you. Can you wake up my followers? I want to go home now. They're left for you to play with. Gao Yongjin was no longer interested in this group of women. Anyway, they were all just randomly called pheasants. Being played to death by Lin Fan was not his business. As long as he returned home, Gao Yongjin let his father contact the president of Southern University to kick Lin Fan out, so that this guy never want to get his hands on Su Wenting. At that time, Gao Yongjin could play Su Wenting as much as he wanted. Anyway, her family was a bit troublesome at the moment, and Gao Yongjin could just take this opportunity to get Su Wenting's body. Good, then I'll wake up your follower, Lin Fan said softly, running to the brawny Hanyu and shaking the Hanyo's body with his li. The Hanyo's body was very good. Although he had been knocked out by Lin Fan before, he quickly recovered, as if nothing had happened, and gulped down the potion that Lin Fan poured for him. Lin Fan poured this strong man's ****** potion, then Gao Yongjin's portion is more sufficient. There are 2 big bottles. He drank it all in one breath, and very thankful to Lin Fan. Naive smile. But if this strong man understood that he was knocked out by Lin Fan, he probably wouldn't have said those words. You guys go slowly. I'll just be here to slowly enjoy and appreciate. You few beauties have such a good body. Come over and dance first. That's the way to have fun. Lin Fan sat on the chair and said slowly. And those few beauties who were called by Gao Yongjin, all of them smiled and hooked up to Lin Fan. Anyway, Gao Yongjin's family had paid for it. Since they had paid for it, they would go and serve. They bare their thighs and dance lustfully, intimidating Lin Fan to their heart's content as if Lin Fan was the king, using the most tantalizing dance moves to seduce Lin Fan's lust, flowing delicate waist, hot puffy breasts shaking their bodies. Gao Yongjin looked at Lin Fan's behavior, and cursed in his heart. Bah! It's all left over from Lao Zi's play. You're just as worthy of playing with some leftover soup. Just at this time, that burly man's face suddenly changed, regarded Gao Yongjin with a gleam in his eyes, put his hand on his shoulder and solemnly said, Young Master Gao, I have a sentence I want to say to you. Say you paralyzed. Hurry up and take me away. Gao Yongjin didn't want to stay here for a moment, and directly yelled at the strong man. However, Gao Yongjin was blinded after saying this. This burly man was actually drooling on him, and even revealed that disgusting look, greedily looking at him as if he was looking at a stunning beauty. Coldly, Gao Yongjin couldn't help but shiver and tremble. If this went on, a little something unpleasant might happen. Gao Yongjin roared and covered his chest. What the are you doing? I'm a man. But the next moment, his scalp went numb. He himself was actually reacting, his lower self, craving for caresses. I'm sorry, young Master Gao, I really couldn't help it, the strong man said with streaming eyes. No longer able to control his body, he violently pounced on Gao Yongjin. Woo. Then, it was to hear Gao Yongjin letting out an agonizing cry of grief. At this time, the strong man, is the same as crazy, began to rub on the body of Gao Yongjin constantly. Gao Yongjin also began to respond to the strong man. His body could not help but kiss with the strong man. The kiss was very intense, sensational and moving. It looks like a pair of lovers in love. How could this happen? How could the Gao family have this kind of preference? It's so disgusting. They turned out to like men. We don't serve perverts. What if we catch AIDS? Those few ladies saw this scene. All of them shrieked in shock. One of them opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. This is simply ruining the 3 views. Unbelievable to look at. How could they just get it on? By the way, you guys better take a picture of this and make a few more copies, lest the Gao family's eldest young man kills and kills. This kind of thing might be something they can't get out of the depths of their love. And this kind of thing is definitely a hidden secret of the Gao family. Seeing this, Lin Fan kindly reminded, right sisters, we have to keep a few more pictures. The Gao family is so powerful. We still have to live. Yeah, but young Master Gao is so disgusting. He doesn't like women but men, and he even asked us to give him that. After Lin Fan said these words, all those women took their cell phones out and rushed at Gao Yongjin. Gao Yongjin was surrounded by a group of women in 3 layers and photographed a few times. His face was red, and by this time, Gao Yongjin already wanted to commit suicide. He had never been so humiliated in his life. If these photos spread out, Gao Yongjin would definitely go and kill himself. This thing was seen by women. Will they still go out with him? Come on. All the beautiful sisters, give me a massage. The Gao family's great young man doesn't like you guys massaging him. I like it. Feel free to leave me an exquisite photo as well. Come on, let me enjoy the American blockbuster movie of the Gao family's great young man while giving me a massage. Lin Fan said slowly. In his heart, he was already expecting Gao Yongjin to storm the experience. The group of women softly said, thank you. Then they saw several pairs of white thighs and big boobs rushing to massage Lin Fan. This was the benefit that this group of women sent to Lin Fan, in order to thank him for saving their lives. Although the saving of lives was actually a farce at all. I'm going to kill you. Gao Yongjin stormed out, tears and water flowing down his cheeks continuously, with a pitiful look on his face. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Fan right now. What kind of American blockbuster is this? He's not Billy? Gao Yongjin realized. This was definitely the water Lin Fan had just given him. How else would he like men? Comfortable. You guys have an excellent technique. Suddenly, Lin Fan sighed during the massage. Gao Yongjin's eyes were red, looking at Lin Fan being massaged by a beautiful woman while he himself was being kissed hard by a man. His white teardrops started to fall again. And at this time, Lin Fan's blitz point appeared. NV value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 1451. NV value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 1335. NV value from Mouse Gao Yongjin plus 1429. Chapter 33 The Crisis of Jinding International. Gao Yongjin finally returned home after being tortured by Lin Fan for a day and a night. The effect of the homosexual potion was too strong. Gao Yongjin felt like his asshole had been exploded a dozen times, and he was on the verge of prolapsing his anus, and his asshole turned over. He swore that he would make the principal expel Lin Fan, and also make Lin Fan watch him Su Wenting. Only then could Gao Yongjin mentally balance himself. On the other hand, Lin Fan went home and started exchanging, proficient in college language. This time, Gao Yongjin contributed more than 10,000 NV values to Lin Fan, and there was still a little NV value left after he used it to buy, proficient in university languages. Not much but less than 1,000, which could be used to draw prizes at most once. With proficient in college language, Lin Fan finally does not have to worry about the exam. Now his language level at least more than throw away the South University students a few streets. And at this time, the system voice arrived unannounced. Ding! The host triggered the Tutor Defeat Gold System mission to acquire the bankrupt Golden Tripod International Company. Mission tip: Golden Tripod International Company know-it-all Su Penghai, the largest shareholder of the Golden Tripod International Company, holding 74% of the company's shares. Su Penghai will not live for more than 4 months due to a serious illness, and will leave this world after 4 months. Please host to act as soon as possible to acquire the Golden Tripod International Company before Su Penghai exits. To complete the mission. Mission tip: since Su Penghai was checked out of a terminal illness in the hospital, he will sell the Golden Tripod International Company cheaply. Please make sure that the host seizes the opportunity and doesn't let anyone else get there first. Mission reward: 15,000 NV points, 100 million renminbi. No wonder Gao Yongjin has been chasing after Su Wenting lately. So it's because something like this happened to her family. With the system prompting like this, it looks like I have to pay attention to the Gao family. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan couldn't help but panic and ponder. It finally dawned on him that he knew why Gao Yongjin had been so death-defying during this period of time. The Su family's economic crisis was just the right opportunity for Gao Yongjin to take advantage of the situation. And with the Gao family's strength, taking down the Golden Tripod International was not a difficult task. If the Golden Tripod was really taken down by the Gao family, then Su Wenting would definitely end up in a miserable situation in the future. Gao Yongjin was a beast. Lin Fan couldn't let this kind of trash get his hands on Su Wenting. System: acquiring the Golden Tripod International needs to spend a lot of money. Although I also have money now, but it is always a drop in the bucket. Can you give me a little here first? Lin Fan frowned and said in a deep voice. Now that Lin Fan now had money that automatically increased, but the cap was 240,000 a day. I'm afraid that trying to use this 200,000 a day to acquire the Golden Tripod International would be very difficult to succeed. If the Golden Tripod International really wanted to sell, it would also be decided through the auction house. But if Lin Fan didn't have the funds, then he wouldn't be able to participate in the auction. And in that case, then Su Wenting would be tortured by Gao Yongjin. Lin Fan will definitely not let Gao Yongjin succeed. No matter what Su Wenting has received Lin Fan's goddess tears. Half the sense is already his own woman. How can he cheapen Gao Yongjin this? Only, the system is very mercilessly replied. Sorry, the Tycoon gold worshipping system does not provide credit service. If the host is short of money, you can go to Rob? When Lin Fan heard the system's answer, he almost couldn't help himself from beating the system to death. Robbing money? How to rob money? Go to the bank and rob tens of millions of dollars? I'm afraid that Lin Fan will be shot into a hornet's nest by bullets before he can go to the bank and rob the money. Change it. Lin Fan skimmed his mouth, impatiently said, this system is too unreliable. As much as give himself bad ideas, if this really go, Lin Fan is afraid to get to the prison to eat severed head. Ding! In view of the host's bitter plea, triggered the dirt cheap gold worshipping hidden mission. Open a public company first. Mission tip: use the shortest time to set up a public company in Ninghai City. Limited to 1 week. No mission failure allowed. Mission failure host will be obliterated. Task props: Platinum VIP card. Platinum VIP card, balance of $20 million. Used to complete the first to open a listed company. The balance of the amount of unrestricted. The host can be used to their heart's content. However, if the host makes any other purchases that have nothing to do with the task of opening a public company first, the balance of 20 million will be frozen. Mission reward: none. The task was issued by the system only after the system took pity on the host, so it is not a system task and does not have any system rewards. System, what do you mean by this? Lin Fan was stunned. This system was a bit too disgusting. He was the host. The system was so disgusting to Lin Fan. Wasn't he afraid that Lin Fan wouldn't be in the mood to complete the task? Hearing Lin Fan's words, the system replied coldly, please host complete the mission. The system is just telling the truth. Alright. Lin Fan nodded helplessly and said, although there was no reward for opening a public company first, it was a relief for Lin Fan's urgent needs. Acquiring the Golden Tripod International would require at least $500 million or more. Just relying on the automatic increase of money on a daily basis was far from enough. But now what company is Lin Fan going to open first? Real estate industry. medical industry, FMCG industry, advertising and media industry, clothing industry, beauty industry. The market of Ninghai City had long been occupied. To come into prominence in a very short period of time was not a simple matter. It was very likely that Lin Fan would also be suppressed from his peers, and that would only make it more difficult. Thinking about it, Lin Fan didn't think of a good way, so he could only say, no matter what, go and look at the market first. The school side will be absent from class first. We have to earn money first. Anyway, I'm not the only one who is absent from class in this university. South University absenteeism students a lot. There are a bunch of our nested inside the dormitory playing games. These people have long started to mix the day. To the university to study just will be mixed diploma. And the teacher is also given up on them. As long as they do not fail the exam, will be issued a diploma to send people away. I'm opening a company here. Should have to recruit some people first. Go to the talent market in the afternoon. Just casually look at these people again to see if they have any good ideas. Lin Fan frowned and calmly said, it was too difficult to get a public company out in a week. Lin Fan couldn't think of any good ways, so he thought of going to the talent market. There were a lot of people there, so there might be some ways. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is hanging red. The hot sun shines on the earth. The ground is roasted red. Feet on the ground can feel its hot breath. Lin Fan hiked to Ninghai City's largest talent market, a head of sweat, looking at a group of college students surrounding the talent market. The corner of his mouth suddenly surfaced a smile. It seems that he came to the right place. There are as many college students and locusts here. Running to the administrator and paying $400 to rent a booth, Lin Fan began to open his company. He took a signboard and wrote on it, men and women are not limited. Annual salary of $600,000. Easy work, double rest on weekends. After the signboard was written out, a bunch of people soon surrounded it. $600,000 a year. This is a general manager. $600,000 a year. It's not a fake. There are so many pyramid schemes now. Maybe he's the one who runs the pyramid scheme company. My mom, if I can get $600,000 a year, then I can't buy a car and a house to marry a rich white woman. He looks like he's only in his early 20s. Can he afford to drive so much money? These people were all stunned when they saw this sign from Lin Fan. If he wasn't a pyramid scheme, then Lin Fan must be in a bad industry. Otherwise, how could he offer such a high salary? You know, even the general manager level of the company couldn't get $600,000 a year. This Lin Fan signboard says that it is an annual salary of $600,000. Is he trying to sell human organs? The voices around his ears were getting noisier and noisier. More and more people were pointing their fingers at Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned and bellowed, all give me a break. I'm a regular company. I don't recruit mediocre people. If you guys think you're mediocre people, you can leave now. Hearing this group of people bickering, Lin Fan felt annoyed. He was still being tortured by the open a public company first. If the mission failed, he would be wiped out. You are bragging, right? The annual salary of $600,000 in the entire city of Ninghai cannot find a few. You will have the ability to send this money? A googly-eyed woman walked out. Her hair was a bun of light blonde curls. These curls made her look very much like a professional manager, wearing a tight and slim-fit lady's suit on her body. This lady's suit showed off her exquisite figure, outlining the maturity of a young woman. She embodied her ability all the time, and seemed to enjoy deliberately expressing herself. Perhaps she was moved by the salary offered by Lin Fan, or perhaps she was holding the attitude of trying to see if Lin Fan was for real. In any case, she was now questioning Lin Fan's authenticity. If you have that ability, don't say $600,000 a year. Even if it's $1 million a year, I can give you that. I don't run a small company. People who can't make me go public in a week should stay away. Lin Fan shook his head. Although this beauty looked quite pretty, he was not in the mood to appreciate beautiful women right now. $1 million a year? 1 week to go public? Yao Yuanxin let out a surprised sound, looking at Lin Fan incredulously. An annual salary of $1 million was definitely not a normal salary. Even the general manager of a group company couldn't get this salary, unless it was the kind of large shareholders who owned the company's shares and sat on their hands to get this money. But Lin Fan wanted her to believe with such a piece of broken paper. She was beating her to death. This gentleman, I see what you mean, but how do you prove that you are capable of opening this kind of company? I originally worked in a British multinational company for a few years, doing top management, and now I'm back because I want to develop in China. I think there should be no one more suitable for this job here other than me, but you should always give me something practical, right? Yao Yuanxin started to take this job seriously now. Lin Fan gave her a somewhat unusual feeling, making her think that this might not be a joke. That's why she wanted Lin Fan to give her something practical. For example, the company's current plans, development projects, development prospects. All of these are the most reflective of the company's good and bad, and if Lin Fan wanted to fake it, Yao Yuanxin would be able to see it at a glance. If Lin Fan wanted to fake it, Yao Yuanxin would be able to see it at a glance. She didn't go to the UK to work for a few years for fun. Chapter 34, What company to start? Prove it? How do you want me to prove it? I don't need proof. I just need you to get my company listed in a week and I'll give you a $3 million bonus. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, thinking that this Yao Yuanxin was someone who saw money and was better to control. However, if this Yao Yuanxin could really make the company go public in a week, it would be worth spending the $3 million. What? Give me $3 million? Yao Yuanxin was almost shocked by Lin Fan. She looked at Lin Fan in shock and horror. This was 3 million RMB, not game virtual coins. If she really got 3 million, then Lin Fan could let her do anything. Yao Yuanxin is very short of money, used to doing senior management in the United Kingdom, used to the life of the upper class. The level of consumption is very high. After returning to China, the low-end jobs do not want to do. High-end jobs are highly competitive and difficult to win. Encountered Lin Fan's work. Feel pick up the treasure. The scene has not been able to fight with her high level of people. Lin Fan nodded and said, that's right. If you can get my company listed, I'll give you $3 million. This is my bank card. Show you the money on it. The Platinum VIP card amounted to $20 million, bound to Lin Fan's bank card. Just Lin Fan would freeze if he did anything else with this money, but there was no problem if he accomplished the first to open a listed company. After saying that, Lin Fan opened his cell phone and handed it to Yao Yuanxin. Yao Yuanxin was a little hesitant, slowly took the cell phone in Lin Fan's hand, and all of a sudden her eyes froze. A series of 000s, 7 big zeros. She had never seen so much money, nor had she seen so many zeros, even if she had been abroad. She had never taken a huge sum of $20 million. Yao Yuanxin had only touched $3 million at most, and that was still under the supervision of her boss. If there was no boss present, she should not even think of touching that $3 million. It's true. It's really $20 million. Yao Yuanxin took a deep breath and sucked in a cold air straight to her back. As for the people around Lin Fan, all of them showed shocked colors. This $20 million is real? It's a bit too scary. Isn't it true that $20 million is real? Doesn't it mean that Lin Fan's job is real? I'm here to say, no matter who it is today, as long as they can make my company go public in a week, I'll hire him as the general manager of the company with a monthly salary of $700,000. Lin Fan said with a straight face. The acquisition of the Golden Tripod Company was imminent. If it was not completed, it would be wiped out by the system. My God, it's increased again. It was just $600,000. Now it's become $700,000. Could it be that a rich second generation is running a company? Spending money like this is just too rich. Paralyzed. I want to go but unfortunately people don't want me. I'm a junior high school graduate. I can't read a word. Otherwise I want to be a general manager. As soon as Lin Fan's words came out, the surrounding once again sounded shocked. One by one, they looked at Lin Fan dumbfounded. Some people had a pompous expression on their face. They all looked dumbfounded. Their eyes were dull and dumbfounded. 700,000. If anyone was paid $700,000 a year, that was a good mix. Walking outside would be talked about. Definitely the out-of-this-world kind. There was no one who didn't like getting a salary of $700,000 a year. So they all started to enthusiastically rise up. Me? I'll do it. This job is mine. Whoever wants to grab it from me, I'll incite him to death with a slap. Get lost. What strength do you have to hit people? You're as skinny as a skinny bamboo pole. You'll fall down when the wind blows. All get lost. Didn't you hear people say it will take a week to list? Not me. If that 250 IQ of yours can get the company listed, I can be the general manager of the group company. The meeting room became noisy. Many people began to compete for the position, but no one had that ability. Making the company go public in a week was simply impossible. All companies would have shares when they went public, but in order to have shares you had to get the relevant qualifications, and this was the hardest thing to get. No one would issue this qualification until the company's assets proved and profits were clarified. Listed companies generally have assets to protect. Profits are extremely substantial, so only people looking for unlisted companies listed. Calculating like this, a new company shouldn't want to go public without 3 years and 5 years, but Lin Fan was letting them go public. Wasn't he intentionally fooling them? Forget it, I reckon he's just here to trick us. It won't be listed at all in a week. That's it. I'd better go back to my hot pot business. Soon, all these people who had gathered in front of Lin Fan were gone. They felt that Lin Fan was fooling them. Listing this thing is not up to the company. It is necessary to get the qualification to be listed. Lin Fan let them list in a week. Who can do it? Looking around at the people who were leaving one after another, Lin Fan shook his head and said, "It seems like there is no chance today. It's better to come back tomorrow." Just now, Lin Fan set up a stall with a lot of people around, but after hearing Lin Fan's request, all of them left, and less than 10 people continued to stay in the same place, and there was also one who was engaged in janitorial work, which made Lin Fan how to continue to engage in the process. After saying that, Lin Fan packed up his things and prepared to come over tomorrow to take a look. Wait a minute. Suddenly a soft female voice entered Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan turned his head over and realized that this woman was the googly-eyed face from before. She hadn't left, but Lin Fan hadn't paid attention to her either. "This gentleman, can I try?" Yao Yuanxin said with some trepidation. Her pupils filled with respect when she looked at Lin Fan. Now Yao Yuanxin didn't doubt Lin Fan's identity. She was pretty sure that Lin Fan was either rich or noble. Maybe it was the family's experience that made him engage in companies to prove his ability. A son like Lin Fan would have a huge consortium behind him. If she could help Lin Fan, she might be able to level the playing field. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that was unattainable. If Yao Yuanxin let it go, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. "You can get my company listed?" Lin Fan asked softly, a little curious about Yao Yuanxin's behavior. Yao Yuanxin shook her head. Her bright eyes flowed and said quietly, "Although I can't let your company go public, but I know someone whose job is to evaluate listed companies. If your company's profit value is big enough, then you can be pre-selected by him, and it won't take long for a pre-selected company to go public. It can save a lot of time." When she was working in the UK, she often had contact with the country, and she knew some people who evaluated listed companies, so she didn't think that she could help her a little bit at this time. Once Lin Fan heard this, he directly asked the system in his head, "System, can being evaluated on a listed company be considered completing the task?" If the mission could not be completed, then Lin Fan would ask Yao Yuanxin to leave. This was something that concerned Lin Fan's life. It could not be done in a sloppy manner. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, the system replied coldly, "Ding, being assessed on a listed company can be included in a listed company. Although it doesn't complete the task perfectly, the system can also default the host to complete the task." Hearing the system's default, all the haze inside Lin Fan's heart dispersed, and all of a sudden he was happy. Finally he didn't have to worry about being wiped out by the system. "Like this, huh? Forget it, I won't dwell on it, just sign the contract here." After signing the contract, "You are my employee." Lin Fan took out a contract and put it in front of Yao Yuanxin. Yao Yuanxin signed the contract without even looking at it. She didn't even look closely at some of the rules and regulations. She felt that Lin Fan wouldn't screw her over, or that someone like Lin Fan wouldn't even look at a woman like her. And there wasn't anything about her that could attract a man who took out $20 million at the drop of a hat. After signing the contract, Yao Yuanxin felt the big stone weighing on her heart sink. Her red lips slightly opened as she asked, "Boss, shall I call you boss?" Or, some eccentric people didn't like to be called boss. Some would like to be called booze, or boss. Lin Fan shook his head and spoke, "Whatever, you just don't have to call me by my name. Other than the name Lin Fan, which you can't call. Whatever you want. Well, then I'll call you Mr. Lin from now on." Yao Yuanxin nodded with a smile, feeling like she had followed a rich boss. "By the way, Yao Yuanxin, do you know what industry is the most profitable?" Lin Fan asked after letting Yao Yuanxin sign the contract. "When it comes to making money, I personally think it should be entertainment companies, financial companies, IT internet high-tech companies, real estate companies and automobile industry companies. These industries have good future prospects. Basically no one can get away from them. How come Lin is always interested in developing a side business?" Yao Yuanxin's pretty face flashed a trace of treachery. She saw that Lin Fan seemed to be very interested in certain things. If she could help Lin Fan to do it, maybe in the future for her development space is extremely good. "Nothing, it's just that my company was just established today. I don't know what industry is good, so I came over to ask you," Lin Fan answered truthfully, not hiding anything at all. "Ha!" Yao Yuanxin screamed when she heard that. Her eyes bulged out. She didn't even think that Lin Fan's company was formed today. If she knew that Lin Fan's company was formed today, she would not have said anything to come over. By now, Yao Yuanxin has a feeling of a dog. This white and black words are written on. Want to back out may not even get the salary, although Yao Yuanxin has just signed. But if Lin Fan does not give her a month of 60,000 words, she can be sued. The card has $20 million in it. It's not a problem to pay Yao Yuanxin a month's salary. Yao Yuanxin doesn't care what Lin Fan asks her to do. She only wants her salary. "You don't know what's the most profitable? Ah? Then I'll go recruit another general manager tomorrow." Lin Fan saw Yao Yuanxin's strange expression and said helplessly, Don't. I know what makes the most money. The pharmaceutical industry makes the most money. I spent over 8,000 on a box of whitening pills last month. Yao Yuanxin heard Lin Fan's words. Her guts were scared out of her mind. Just because she didn't know what makes the most money and hired a general manager. Was she thinking that she couldn't find a place to spend her money? How come it's only a little over 8,000? This is a little too cheap, right? My daily pocket money is tens of thousands. Hearing Yao Yuanin's words, Lin Fan shook his head inside. Tens of thousands of pocket money? Yao Yuanin couldn't help but smack her lips when she heard this. This tens of thousands of pocket money was almost catching up with her salary. It seemed like she was really going to get rich this time. Chapter 35, Face Cleansing Pill. Mr. Lin, I think the most important thing for our company right now is staffing. I would like to ask how many active employees our company has right now. This is necessary for me to make a plan. Yao Yuanchen asked. She was more concerned about the staffing of the company, which was what she used to do when she was in the UK. Many companies didn't pay much attention to staffing, so much so that the company's departments wasted a lot of resources and wasted their efforts, and ended up with nothing. Yao Yuanchen felt that the first thing she had to do when she got into Lin Fan's company was to analyze the personnel. She had to grasp every single person in detail and then redistribute them. Some employees who didn't have that ability to position to make a big deal, and usually had nothing to show for it, would be a waste of resources. Employees? Just you and me? Our company was just established on the first day today. The name is not even thought of. In the future you will be the general manager. I will be the director behind you. Yao Yuanxin was speechless. She wanted to point at Lin Fan and scold him. Only the first day the company was established and she wanted to go public. Isn't this a joke? But in the end, Yao Yuanxin gave up. If she scolded Lin Fan, the $60,000 in her hand would all disappear. Lin Fan was not simple. He was definitely a second generation, and only a second generation would do something so out of tune. You can come back tomorrow. Today the company was just established. There is no need to make it too tiring. Our company employees practice lying down to make money. If you make it too tiring you are not giving me face, Lin Fan said righteously, without any politeness. He definitely didn't open a company to make money, but to gain envy value. If he let his employees get tired as pigs one by one, he would damn well get envy value there. Only by letting these people into this company to be able to lie down and collect money, the envy value would continuously pour into Lin Fan's pockets. And they would only be envious of Lin Fan if they saw him lying down and earning a lot of money every day. Lying to make money? Yao Yuanxin's eyes were tightly wrinkled. Her face stiffened, and the corners of her mouth twitched. This rich second-generation boss was indeed unique enough. She had seen many people outside and had never heard of that boss who dared to let his employees lie down to make money. However, the more Lin Fan was like this, the more Yao Yuanchen did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. A company that invested a large amount of money in the chain, unless the management was ineffective, it would never lose money. It seems that Yao Yuanxin has found an opportunity to show her skills in a big way. In the past she was always restricted, although the UK is good, but some of the permissions will not be open to her. Now that she has encountered Lin Fan and even asked her what company to open, wouldn't it be that she possesses greater permissions? Maybe it's because Lin Fan is too lazy, but Yao Yuanxin won't use this as an excuse to slack off and not work hard. After all, she is a strong woman in the workplace. Yao Yuanxin parted with Lin Fan half the night and met at the same place the next day. At night, Lin Fan returned to the full duplex hardcover house. He did not go to school at South University. Xia Beibei gave him a lot of phone calls. Lin Fan did not pick up a phone call. Although Lin Fan knows not to pick up Xia Beibei phone call, she will certainly be angry. But not to complete the task of first open a public company, Lin Fan will be wiped out. In order to save his life, Lin Fan cannot care so much. As for Xia Beibei's place, she can settle the scores any way she wants after completing the task. System, I decided to open a pharmaceutical company now. Do you have anything good for me? Lin Fan was also clueless right now and asked the system. After hearing Lin Fan's voice, the system replied, Ding. The host currently has insufficient envy value to directly obtain system mall items, but the system adheres to the idea of serving the host and has specially opened a gold lottery. May I ask if the host will conduct a gold lottery? Gold draw. So if the draw fails, I will also, said Lin Fan as he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Coldly. This was the first time he had faced life and death. His whole body's nerves were taut, and he couldn't stop the sweat from overflowing from his hands. If the golden raffle draw failed, Lin Fan would be wiped out. This kind of punishment was the most serious. However, Lin Fan thought about it. The system shouldn't be able to pit itself, right? After 5 minutes of good repair, Lin Fan finally swallowed and slowly opened his mouth. Let's begin. I hope you won't pit me. Swoosh. A large carousel appeared in front of Lin Fan's eyes. A lot of things appeared on this large carousel, but before Lin Fan could look at it for more than a few moments, the carousel began to spin rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining small Peiyuan Dan *20. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Immortal Spirit Pill *20. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Strong Life Pill *20. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Face Cleansing Pill *20. When the carousel stopped, Lin Fan froze. This gold reward was quite not bad, surprisingly bursting out several types of elixirs for Lin Fan. It was too spicy. This wave of gold raffle was not a loss. After Lin Fan saw the gold raffle, he even wanted to find the system to give a few more raffle draws, but unfortunately, the system didn't pay attention to Lin Fan anymore. No matter how much Lin Fan looked for it to talk, it chose to be silent. Under the helplessness, Lin Fan had to give up the gold draw, but he also figured out that this gold draw was the system helping Lin Fan to pass the test. Wanting to draw every day, that was definitely no way. Therefore, Lin Fan began to pay attention to the elixirs. Small Peiyuan Dan body red, round and full, a grain of go down all diseases, can prolong life. Rejuvenation pill, replenishes a large amount of true energy and aura, removes impurities, cleanses the marrow and refines the bones, and restores vitality. Strong life pill, strengthens the body, nourishes the blood with qi, strengthens the foundation, strengthens the meridians, refines the flesh, and strengthens the qi. Facial cleansing pill, beautiful skin care, mandatory expulsion of toxins in the body, detoxification effect out of the ordinary, for the immortal world of fairies eternal youth long prepared for the thing. Face washing pill, Lin Fan exclaimed when he saw the face washing pill. He knew very well that the best people to make money in this world are divided into two categories. One category is children, the other category is women. There is no woman who doesn't love beauty. They will become crazy in order to become beautiful. Children are easy to be seduced. There is no money consciousness. As long as the child feels something is fun, he will cry and look for an adult to buy it. This face cleansing pill is definitely something that can help Lin Fan get through this crisis. Lin Fan's eyes turned, staring at the face cleansing pill and said in a deep voice, "Let me see this face cleansing pill." Saying this, a luster-flowing face washing Dan appeared in Lin Fan's palm. The luster on the Dan pill flickered, emitting a strong Dan fragrance. The face cleansing pill was very beautiful. There were lines on the pill, one after another. At a glance, it was a treasure and was worth a lot of money. I have gotten my hands on the face washing Dan, but I just don't know how effective it is, and without knowing the efficacy, I can't give it an assessment. Lin Fan held the face cleansing Dan tightly in his palm and cast his gaze outside the full duplex finely decorated house, looking at the streets with traffic and frowned. Whether or not the yen cleansing Dan could be sold for money, whether or not it could be sold at a good price, it was definitely determined by its efficacy. This world had no shortage of high consumer groups who hoarded a lot of wealth. As long as he could make these groups realize the value of the yen cleansing Dan, Lin Fan would be able to make a lot of money, and it wouldn't be hard to go public at that time. Maybe it would wait for a while, but with the help of Yao Yuanxin's friend, Lin Fan believed that he could definitely accomplish the task in a week. If I want to see the effects of the face cleansing pill, there is a candidate. At this moment, a person came to Lin Fan's mind. Pulling open the window, Lin Fan looked at the barbecue stand below and smiled. It's decided. It's her. After saying that, Lin Fan went downstairs, ready to go to the barbecue stand to find someone. Meanwhile, the barbecue stand outside the South University campus. A gray-haired old woman was there wiping the tables in a dirty and torn shirt. She was ugly and her face was densely covered with pitted soybeans. These things were there when she was young, and in her old age, these beans still didn't go away. Instead, they grew more and more oozy and intimidating. Her hands were packing up at this time, but she was rambled on by the barbecue stall man. Dead old woman. It's all because you are so ugly, my business is so bad. Why do you think you are so ugly? Scaring all my customers away? The barbecue stall man recently lost a lot of money gambling. Something like to find fault. In fact, his poor business and this old man has nothing to do with, mainly because he used all his energy to gamble. No time to care about other things, which led to the barbecue stall business is declining. The deficit is very strong, but these things he did not even think about, but chose to point the finger at her mother. This old woman was the barbecue stall man's mother. She was gray-haired and over half 100 years old, working for the barbecue man without taking a penny and never saying a word of complaint. No heart. You dead old woman look so ugly, make me have no mood at all. Close the stall and leave. The barbecue stall man grilled for a while longer, and seeing that no one came over to buy food, he became disillusioned and wanted to close the stall and go back to sleep. But at this time, Lin Fan appeared and rushed at the barbecue stall man. Boss, 10 skewers of lamb kebabs, 2 skewers of lamb chops, 2 skewers of chicken necks, 2 skewers of tofu rolls, and a bottle of beer. Alright. When the barbecue man heard Lin Fan's words, he immediately smiled with joy and happily started the barbecue. This barbecue stall was supposed to be closed, but after meeting Lin Fan, it was considered a closed business, and with this money, he kind of wanted to go gambling again. Dead old woman, don't stand there and hang around. What if you scare others? At this time, the barbecue man bulged his eyes and yelled out in a fierce manner. He was afraid that Lin Fan would be scared away by her. The beans on her face was what made him feel cautious when he saw it, not to mention that Lin Fan was here to eat. If he saw these things and lost his appetite, wouldn't he throw up? The old woman heard the barbecue man's words, sadness toward the other place. The corners of the eyes overflowed a few crystalline teardrops. Seems to be so said to hurt the heart. Lin Fan at this time but vocalized, wait a minute, this old man, I have a face washing pill here that was given by someone else. I don't know how effective it is. Why don't you eat it? This sound of a face cleansing pill made the old man stop and his eyes stared. Chapter 36, No need to build a factory. Make it so. The barbecue man was startled when he heard Lin Fan say this. Something like the face washing pill was worth a lot of money as soon as he heard it. So how could someone like them who was a small businessman be able to afford it? Moreover, if this face washing pill had an effect after eating it, then if this dead old woman asked him to buy it, wouldn't he have to waste a large amount of money? Lin Fan turned his head and said, this is what I gave to this old man to eat and didn't want to eat it. Do you guys have ideas about my face washing pill? The barbecue man frowned. Lin Fan was here to buy something to eat. Tearing him down might result in a loss of business. Seeing the barbecue man's quirky expression, Lin Fan laughed and said in a deep voice, eat the yin cleansing pill. If you let her eat this yin cleansing pill, I'll buy you 100 skewers of lamb kebabs. How about it? Ha! The barbecue man was stunned and surprised. 100 skewers of mutton was enough for him to sell for days. Maybe he wouldn't be able to sell 100 skewers for days. Lin Fan would buy 100 skewers as long as he let the dead old woman eat one of the face cleansing dan. Then he would definitely make a steady profit. Eat? You eat it for me, dead old woman. In the next moment, the barbecue man's face was gloomy and angry as he pointed his finger at her and said, 100 skewers of mutton absolutely could not run away. The barbecue man had to take the money for 100 skewers of mutton no matter what. Can I really eat it? The ugly old woman was a bit scared and cowered. She looked at the face cleansing pill in Lin Fan's hand, and the exquisite patterns on the pill made her afraid to eat it. This face washing pill was definitely not a healthcare product. It looked like it was eaten by a big official. In the eyes of this gray-haired old man, this kind of face washing pill could only be afforded by the rich. How could an old woman as poor as her dare to lavishly eat the face washing pill? If she ate it, who knows if it would break her life. She still wanted to live for a few more years. How could she who was born in a poor family eat this kind of thing? Don't worry about it though. A mere face washing pill isn't worth putting in my eyes. I still have better pills. Saying that, Lin Fan took out the small Peiyuan Dan, the Spirit Restoration Dan, and the Strong Life pill together. When dozens of large and small pills appeared, the facial expressions of the barbecue man and the old man stiffened. Colorful rays of light flickered, lighting up the dark night, and although the light was hardly comparable to an electric light, but this kind of pill that could emit light, would it be a mortal object? So many. The barbecue man was shocked to the point of incoherence. He was just a person who opened a small business. How had he ever seen such a thing? He had seen rich people, but he had not seen someone as rich as Lin Fan, casually taking out dozens of shiny pills. These things, I'm afraid only governors and mayors can eat them. It was too shocking. Eat it. Lin Fan was not gentle. His tone grew cold and said with a commanding tone, grunt, grunt. The ugly old man's hands did not listen to his commands and took that face-washing Dan into his hands and swallowed it without himself. And it was at the moment when the ugly old woman ate the face-washing Dan that her skin underwent a heavenly and earthly metamorphosis. On her face, those densely packed soybeans began to detach, like psoriasis, and kept falling from her face to the ground, revealing a tender and delicate face, with no wrinkles visible on that face. This old woman was over 100 years old, and her face had grown a lot of age spots. But now, all those age spots disappeared. Her face turned into a young face, a woman's face in her 30s. Mom, are you still my mom? The barbecue man's soul was scared out of his wits. He couldn't stop the shock on his face. This was a hard change of face for her. Lin Fan also froze when he saw the efficacy of the face-washing Dan. He didn't expect the efficacy to be so strong. This way down, then the next task shouldn't be much of a problem. Son, have I really become beautiful? The ugly old woman reached out and touched her face, calling out incredulously. She didn't hold a mirror right now, but from the barbecue man's expression, she knew that she had become beautiful. Snap. Yes, you've gotten prettier. Boss, this is the money for 100 skewers of lamb. Lin Fan took out a stack of red bills and slammed them all on the table. These money amounted to several $1,000s, far more than the money for 100 skewers of lamb, but the barbecue man didn't notice, instead locking his eyes on her mother. Lin Fan left this money and then left the scene, hiding his work deeply and leaving no one behind afterward. God, this is truly divine. How could there be such a divine elixir in this world? Son, I'm afraid it's not that the person is a living god. Seeing that our family is in trouble, he specially came to help us? Mom, I really believe this. I will never call you again. Hey, where is the living god? Why is the living god gone? The next day, Yao Yuanxin came early. Today she specially changed into prettier clothes. She changed into red high heels, raising her height again. Her temperament became extraordinary, looking a bit like a supermodel. Standing tall, her body was getting hotter and hotter, and her concave and convex curves were becoming more and more obvious. A black dress, together with the red high heels, presented a sultry siren stance, attracting people to commit crimes. There is a saying that sexy is not Thai. Yao Yuanxin dressed up so sexy, in fact, is to attract Lin Fan. She went back to think about it. If she can hook up with Lin Fan, that can be less struggle for many years, and she also do not know if Lin Fan has a girlfriend. If there is no girlfriend, then you can take advantage of the situation. She was very confident in her body. Very few men could resist. Yao Yuanxin lifted her small face, her red lips moving slightly. Mr. Lin, coming so early? Not early, it's almost 8:30. Lin Fan looked at his watch and said, 8:30 is also early enough. Many bosses go to work at 9:10. Yao Yuanxin said softly to Lin Fan, then moved closer to Lin Fan, blooming that spring light on purpose for Lin Fan to browse. Let's not talk about this. I already have the medical product. All that's left is to wait for your friend to come. So tell me honestly, can he come over in less than a week or not? Lin Fan asked solemnly, very concerned about Yao Yuanxin's friend. If that friend of hers can't come, then everything will become very tricky. Mr. Lin, compared to my friend, don't you have any interest in me? Yao Yuanxin came over and blew towards Lin Fan's ear. She didn't know what kind of perfume she had sprayed on her body. It wasn't too strong and not too light. It smelled very cozy, but it was also even more alluring. Lin Fan paused, feeling his throat start to dry up. Was Yao Yuanxin trying to make him commit a crime? The next moment, Yao Yuanxin asked even more ambiguously, Mr. Lin, do you have a girlfriend? When Yao Yuanxin spoke, she intentionally brought her excellent figure close to Lin Fan. Quite provocative. Lin Fan swallowed and calmly said, I have. One Xiaobei in Su Wenting was enough of a headache for Lin Fan. If there was another Yao Yuanxin, then Lin Fan's life would be in chaos. Before he had taken care of Xiaobei and Su Wenting, Lin Fan would definitely not let Yao Yuanxin into his world. That's a shame. Actually, I think I'm still more suitable to be a secretary. Yao Yuanxin heard Lin Fan's words and shuddered in a small voice. She knew that she might be a few years older than Lin Fan, but didn't all boys nowadays like mature imperial ladies? By being Lin Fan's secretary, she would be able to have more communication with him, and it would be better to develop a relationship at that time. Cough. Let's talk about the company. How soon can that friend of yours come? Lin Fan clasped his fists and coughed softly twice. Hearing Lin Fan said so, Yao Yuanxin showed a lost color in her eyes, then said, any time. He and I used to have a good relationship, and he is often inviting me out for dinner. Just that I didn't agree with him. If there is no problem on Mr. Lin's side, we can meet this weekend. Yao Yuanxin didn't like that man. She used to contact him only for business, but in terms of true feelings, there was actually none. That's fine. You tell him to come here on Saturday. Lin Fan nodded, relieved. After knowing that Yao Yuanxin and that man were in this kind of relationship, Lin Fan felt steady. Yao Yuanxin's looks, figure, temperament, all aspects are outstanding. Will definitely attract many men to pursue her. Since that man is chasing her, he won't reject her request. In this way, it won't be difficult for Lin Fan to complete the first to open a listed company. It would be even better if that man Yao Yuanxin also liked it, but if it was just a one-sided harassment, Lin Fan wouldn't let others bully his company's employees. Okay, Yao Yuanxin nodded, but she was not much happier. Half a minute later, Yao Yuanxin seemed to have thought of something and opened her mouth to ask again. Mr. Lin, have you found the company's factory site yet? Pharmaceutical companies are in need of a lot of equipment. These equipments can't save money otherwise it will affect the quality of the product. Factory? Lin Fan frowned when he heard Yao Yuanxin's words. If he wanted to set up a company, he needed to build a factory. But Lin Fan didn't have so much effort to build a factory right now. The task of opening a public company first was imminent, and with time getting shorter and shorter, there wasn't any extra time for Lin Fan to build a factory. No need. Our company doesn't need to build a factory for the time being. Just let him come. I will naturally let him list the company when he comes. Lin Fan said in a firm tone that could not be questioned. But, if there is no factory site, there is no way to assess the company's potential, so it's very difficult to assess a listed company. Mr. Lin, In this matter, I think it's better for us to find a factory first, and then throw in the information of the signboard workers, and get the factory running as soon as possible, so that he can see the potential of the company before it can be better assessed on. Yao Yuanxin discussed with Lin Fan at this time. He felt that Lin Fan was too reckless to do this. This is not likely to succeed, so he kindly advised, "Don't worry, our company's products are the best in the market. You just need to let him come. He will take the initiative to list our company. At that time you have to give a good name to the company. This job will be given to you." Lin Fan laughed softly, confident in the quality of the yen cleansing pill. Is this really okay? Yao Yuanxin was once again baffled, realizing that she couldn't seem to keep up with Lin Fan's pace. Chapter 37 Excellent Dragon Well Tea. Mr. Lin, this company thing. Yao Yuanxin was a bit dumbfounded, not knowing where to start. Don't worry about the company, you find out that reviewer, even if you finish the job. For the time being, I'll let you have a few days off. We'll see you on Saturday. By the way, I will call you at that time. I already know your phone number when you interviewed. You have a good time in these days. I have a card here with $500,000 in cash. The password is 6 zeros. You take it as my bonus for you. Lin Fan said in a serious tone, then took out a bank card and threw it to Yao Yuanxin. Yao Yuanxin was speechless. Is there Lin Fan playing like this? Won't the company be finished if this goes on? Yao Yuanxin finally took the card. Holding the bank card in her hand, she fell into deep thought, her heartbeat moving and jumping. At this moment, she could no longer calm down. Lin Fan's overbearing presidential charm was a little too big. Basically it could be said to be horrible. She had a bad heart and could not be stimulated. Mr. Lin, I can't accept this money. You'd better give me my salary. Or else, you, treat me to a meal is fine. You're underwriting me like this. I'm not solid in my heart. Yao Yuanxin decided in her heart that Lin Fan wanted to adopt her, but she didn't want to take this money. Already she didn't pay anything, even her body didn't pay to go. At the very least, Lin Fan had to have a little fish and water fun with her. Touch her body. Mr. Lin, only. Yao Yuanxin called out twice without hearing Lin Fan answer or seeing him. It seemed like he had left long ago. It seems that he has his eyes on me. I can't use his money indiscriminately. This company will be his from now on. And I'm also his person, said Yao Yuanxin shyly as her face was getting redder and redder. Lin Fan was so young. If he didn't have no interest in Yao Yuanxin, would he have given Yao Yuanxin $500,000? In fact, Yao Yuanxin is really wrong. Lin Fan gave her $500,000 just afraid of her to do things wrong. Anyway, he is not bad. That money, $500,000 is just 2 days of pocket money. Yao Yuanxin can't wake up from her dream. She is getting more and more obsessed and can't extricate herself. Ninghai City, Danyang Villa. Danyang Villa is called Danyang Villa on the surface, but it is actually an exchange club for the upper class. Anyone who has made a name for themselves in Ninghai knows about Danyang Villa, which is an exchange club that brings together social celebrities, international stars and tycoons. There is no lack of black trade, female slaves, illegal antiques, excellent medicinal herbs and other things found in the Danyang Villa, and even killers can be hired in the Danyang Villa, but the prerequisite is that you have to be rich enough. At the entrance of Danyang Villa, a man with a handsome face drove a brand new Mercedes-Benz car to Danyang Villa. Third Master, you're here? There was an old man waiting for the handsome man in the Mercedes, and when he was about to get out of the car, he opened the door for him. I heard that Danyang Villa recently came with a few tricky goods. Is it true? Su Guangbo said coldly, the air turning cold as he spoke. Su Guangbo was known as Third Master in Ninghai, but no one dared to call him Su Guangbo. There was once an ungrateful guy who called Su Guangbo's name, and the result was that he was surrounded by dozens of people and blocked at the entrance of the alleyway where he was beaten alive and bled to death. Since that time, Su Guangbo has been known as the Third Master, only because he is the third in line, and is the only son of the family, and the two sisters above him, both married into the Yanjing mansion. The family has a deep background. Want to not developed cannot. Third Master, rest assured. This time to ensure that you are satisfied. First to the VIP area to drink tea. I have already prepared a good dragon well. Rich tea aroma in the mouth does not melt. Long and long, in other places cannot drink. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of complacency. The dragon well prepared this time was no ordinary goods. Usually good quality Longjing tea fluctuates between $600 and $1,800, but want to drink the quality of the superb. You have to $3,000 to $5,000. And this price range, there are many fakes. If it is not Hangzhou locals, simply cannot distinguish. $3,000 to $5,000. This interval is not want to drink. Out of the speed of tea, as well as the collection of difficulties are worth thinking about things, and Longjing tea this kind of thing, not rely on high-tech can be produced. Once someone experimented with advanced technology to artificially farm tea trees. Unfortunately, the final result is money and money. Longjing tea tree of the technology to promote, in fact, is to accelerate its death. The price of $10,000 of Longjing tea is a price without goods. Even with this money, no channel is not to buy, and in the whole of Hangzhou, the number of annual production is only a few pounds only. Danyang Villa this time to take out the inventory. Will be the previous those superb Longjing tea to entertain people? In fact, it is a great plot. Has your boss finally given up on bringing out the dragon well? Hearing the old man's words, a hint of playfulness flashed in Su Guanghua's eyes. Third master, this dragon well tea has come out. Would that thing still be bad? The old man gave a rhetorical question. Take me with you. Danyang Villa has come with many people. If you go late, there might not be a place. Su Guanghua nodded and said with a straight face. Danyang Villa did invite a lot of social bright streams this time, but the status of these people was still several steps behind compared to Su Guanghua. His family had a big backer in Yanjing, and here in Ninghai City, no one dared to speak out against Su Guanghua anymore. Yes, but those people, how dare they steal your position? The old man laughed softly, then led Su Guanghua towards the interior of Danyang Mountain Villa. After Su Guanghua entered the Danyang Villa, there were many more luxury cars inside, but there were also some low-end cars, like Land Rover, Volvo, Lexus. These cars were not as good as Su Guanghua's car. Su Guanghua's Mercedes-Benz was a rewired version, which was more than $5 million. These people have been introduced by the old man. Go to Danyang Villa internal participation in activities. The only thing is not 10,000 yuan a caddy of Longjing tea. 10,000 yuan a caddy of Longjing tea is prepared for VIPs. Ordinary people can only drink 600 yuan to 1800 yuan grade. The middle area of the Dragon Well tea, Danyang Villa did not prepare for them, only divided out the VIP area and ordinary area. At this time, Lin Fan was walking to the entrance of Danyang Villa, ready to go in. Although Lin Fan didn't have an invitation, he knew that there were black deals here. He hadn't been idle in the past few days. He often inquired about the Golden Tripod Company's auctions, and inadvertently found out about Danyang Villa, and inquired that there were black market deals in there. And in that case, this was a place that Lin Fan had to enter. He had to create momentum for the face-washing Dan, and the best crowd to create momentum was this group of dignitaries. The doorway is full of BMWs, Audis, and there are so many Mercedes-Benzes. I even saw a Porsche. This can't go on like this. I have to buy a car to do this. Lin Fan stood at the entrance and couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't someone who couldn't afford a luxury car. He just didn't have the time to buy one. But when he saw so many luxury cars, he felt that he had chilled the word tycoon. Saying that, Lin Fan was ready to push open the gate of Danyang Villa, but a scolding voice came out. Slow down. You can't go in. An old man walked out from inside and looked at Lin Fan and continued. Do not enter the Danyang Villa for idle people. There are many stars and tycoons inside. If you want to go in, it is not allowed. This old man was very kind, not being snarky to Lin Fan, just kindly asking him to go out. He really couldn't let Lin Fan in. Danyang Villa was having a huge exchange meeting. All the attendees were dignitaries. An ordinary citizen like Lin Fan who was out of tune would only spoil their fun after going in. The old man is also patrolling and defending here. Letting Lin Fan in is really negligence of duty, and will be reprimanded. Then what do I have to do, before I can go in? Hearing the old man's words, Lin Fan did not leave, but inquired. The old man shook his head and strengthened his tone. Not being able to enter is not being able to enter. It's useless for you to ask more. You don't have the status to go in and you'll be kicked out afterward. It's better to hurry and leave. Danyang Villa invited all the social celebrities. That one was not a public figure in Ninghai City. These people controlled the lifeblood of Ninghai, while Danyang Villa provided what they were interested in for profit. However, an ordinary person in society like Lin Fan could not even be listed as a target for invitation because he was too ordinary, so ordinary that no one could recognize him. Danyang Villa would not waste time on ordinary people. They were more concerned about social celebrities. So what if I must go in? You just said that I don't have status, but I think that if those people inside see this, I'm afraid that they will rush to buy it. Lin Fan's face changed. His eyes revealed a hint of determination as he lightly drank. Subsequently, it was to see a crystal-clear Dan pill that wafted with the aroma of medicine present itself in Lin Fan's hand. The Dan pill was flashing with lines, and the old man's eyes dropped out when he saw this Dan pill. He saw the chi on the Dan pill. The chi was ethereal but mixed with a sea of thickness as well as an ethereal sink. This old man was a practitioner, so he naturally understood how valuable an elixir pill that was interspersed with chi was. This, how much? Half a dozen times. The old man's eyes were about to fall on the Dan pill, The Dan pill he was looking at was the strong life pill. And even more so, he felt the huge medicinal effect of the strong life pill, just half a meter away. The old man expected that if he ate this, his martial arts attainments could be taken to the next level. Sorry, I'm not selling this strong life pill. Lin Fan vetoed and let out a light laugh. This kind of pill is rather a divine item. If it were me, I wouldn't sell it. After all, things are as rare as they are precious. Hearing Lin Fan's reply, the old man nodded in understanding. He had practiced martial arts since he was young, so he naturally understood that practicing martial arts could not be separated from the ingredients. And these ingredients implied extremely powerful effects, which could strengthen the muscles and bones, and cleanse the meridians. And only when the muscles and bones and the meridians were strong could they have better access to martial arts. Otherwise those martial arts would only leave the martial artist with injuries all over his body and broken meridians. I have dozens of these, so I don't think it's that precious. When Lin Fan heard the old man's words, he took out dozens more strong life pills from his sleeves. These strong life pills appeared in Lin Fan's hands, similar to the stars, shining brightly. How do you have so many? The old man went crazy, unable to believe his eyes. Shouldn't this kind of thing be as rare as the very best dragon well? How could Lin Fan have so many of them? Just like Chinese cabbages. Because I'm a tycoon. More luxurious. Chapter 38 Master Tu Cheng's Relic. A tycoon who owns something like this is not simple. When the old man heard Lin Fan's words, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Strong life pill. This level of treasure. Even the old man wanted to go out and kill Lin Fan, but he held back. He knew that since Lin Fan dared to show off in front of him, he must have come prepared. Actually wanting to kill me. It seems that I have to be careful with this little Peiyuan Dan, rejuvenation pill, and strong life pill. A hint of alertness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes and his face changed slightly. After mastering the iron cloth shirt max, Lin Fan's perception ability had risen a great deal. And just now, when the old man revealed his killing intent towards Lin Fan had sensed it. That kind of gaze that wanted to kill and seize the treasure. Lin Fan could see it clearly. Going into the Danyang villa might be troublesome, but if it wasn't, Lin Fan might be wiped out. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he asked the old man once again, "Can I go in now?" "Of course you can. A valued guest like you doesn't need any invitation." The old man nodded and said with a straight face. The strong life pill was something the old man saw clearly and he wanted it very much, so he would not let Lin Fan leave. If he couldn't talk to Lin Fan outside, he might let go of this big fish, but if he let Lin Fan walk into the Danyang villa, then it would be the Danyang villa that had the final say. The old man stretched out his hand to Lin Fan and politely said, "Please come with me. At this moment those treasures have not been taken out yet." "This gentleman, are you bringing these things with you and are you prepared to hand them over to the Danyang villa to deal with? You just take me in. This stuff is yours. Don't ask anything else." Lin Fan took out the strong life pill and threw it to the old man. There were more than 20 strong life pills. Throwing one to the old man, Lin Fan would not lose anything. "Giving it to me?" The old man's face showed a look of joy and excitement. This kind of thing that could make him cultivate to the next level was simply more tempting than gold. Lin Fan just threw it to him like garbage. It was too extravagant. "Take me in. Let's see how you perform. If you perform well, I'll throw you another one," Lin Fan said casually, not caring about the strong life pill at all. Like Lin Fan was the one who had mastered the iron cloth shirt max. Eating this kind of Johnson pill did not have much effect. Although Lin Fan did not put up a fight, his strength was far above the old man. Naturally, the Johnson pill was trash in Lin Fan's eyes. ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** moment, the old man, who was extremely well educated, couldn't help but curse. However, in the next moment, the old man said, "But it's not too much to treat me like a monkey when you're so ho." He was very happy. Getting this one strong life pill would allow him to break through the bottleneck, and later on, he was going to eat this strong life pill. Lin Fan's side went over towards the Danyang villa, while the other side was already in an uproar. This is an emerald from a volcanic geode. It has been enlightened by a master and is said to possess magical effects. This purple agate of mine, it was cut from the Vietnam gambling stone city. It was opened out and people died. In the end, it was only after killing all those people that I got it. How about it? Is it precious enough? This is a red coral polished, texture oblique horizontal fine. There are some naturally occurring flaws. Luster colorful, warm and lovely, is an ancestral treasure, is passed down from the Song dynasty. In just an instant, several treasures were displayed on the meeting platform. Each of these treasures was worth a fortune. Look at your little insights. All of you treating waste as treasure. No matter how powerful these things of yours are today, they are no match for the host Danyang Mountain Villa's things. But at this moment, Dragon City Mountain Master Su Guanghua's sentence was causing the scene to boil. What stuff? Who is he? Why is he sitting in the VIP seat? And it seems like the tea he's drinking is also different from ours. As if it's a little more high-end than ours? I know this Dragon City Mountain Master. This guy has backers in Yanjing. Two sisters. Immediately after Su Guanghua's sentence came out, there was someone who recognized his identity, but when he brought up his sister, he wanted to stop talking. He didn't dare to say, because Su Guanghua glared fiercely, offending Su Guanghua, absolutely miserable. After a long time, seeing that this group of people didn't know anything, Su Guanghua shook his head and slowly said, forget it, I'll tell you guys, the thing that Danyang Villa is going to auction off today is the Shirizi. Shariko, there really are relics in this world? As soon as Su Guanghua's words came out, the entire venue was shocked as disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. Something like Shariko was too ethereal. It was a crystallized body produced after the cremation of the human body. It was also known as firmicons. Something like firmicons possessed magical properties that allowed one to see through the demonic obstacles. It is said that a solidzi is something condensed by a monk who gathers his life's cultivation. Wearing this kind of thing, one can sense the great monk's enlightenment in his lifetime as well as other magical things. Naturally, it is said that this Danyang Villa auction of relics is a string of Buddha beads, is full of onyx casting, but looks like glaze. It is said that this thing is the Eastern Jin dynasty. A Tu Cheng master passed away. Tu Cheng master passed away by later monks with the best materials together, refined a string of Buddha beads. This string of Buddha beads, if in the sunlight, it is to be able to clearly see the Buddha beads, as well as the Tu Cheng masters, the relics inside, as well as Master Tu Cheng's own body. Su Guanghua slowly said. He came to Danyang Villa and naturally came for the Shirizi. A long time ago Su Guanghua began to look for the whereabouts of the Shirizi, but he never found it. But a few months ago he heard that Danyang Villa to sell relics. A few times under the inquiry, figured out that it is the Tu Cheng masters passed away after the transformation of the relics. There will be this trip. Su Guanghua had a great role to play in taking this relic, and in order to get this relic, he could pay any price, including killing people. Has it started here already? This gentleman, you'd better hurry up and enter the VIP seats. At this time, that old man walked in and respectfully said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan walked to the same VIP seat as Su Guanghua in full view of everyone and sat down steadily. He walked with ease, but those who were sitting in the ordinary seats under the stands were restless. Who is this person? Why is he sitting in the VIP seat as soon as he arrived? I see that the people from Danyang Villa are treating him better than Su Guanghua. Could it be that he's some kind of giant sin? Quickly look. He opened the cup of dragon well. Good strong tea fragrance. Just now Su Guanghua drink this tea. I did not react. Now smell this tea fragrance. I know that this is the most excellent dragon well tea. Is he from Yanjing side? In just an instant, all the people sitting on the ordinary seats had their hearts and minds shaken. This was in the end the son of that family that could make Danyang Mountain Resort treat him like this. To know, it wasn't that the people present didn't have stars, but the Danyang Mountain Villa was casually dealing with them. But this Lin Fan was worthy of being honored as their guest. Su Guanghua was slightly stunned, seeing Lin Fan sitting next to him blinded. He asked, who are you? Let's have some tea. This Sherpa is starting to be auctioned. Lin Fan did not answer, but said softly, indeed. After Lin Fan said this, the sale of the relics immediately began over there. Master Tu Cheng's relics, base price 20,000,000. Each increase must not be less than 500,000. A beautiful bunny girl walked out, holding the string of onyx relics in her hand. 205 million, 23,000 million, 25,000 million, 29,000 million, 31,000 million. As the rabbit girl's words fell, all the people under the field opened their prices. Everyone wanted to get the Shirizi. The efficacy of the relics is not bad, but collection of a rounded master's life cultivation. If you can get this thing, may be able to prolong life. The people present are either rich or noble. There is no one poor. To their stage, a lot of jewelry, luxury cars and villas cannot attract them. They are looking for the kind of things that are miraculous, such as the relics of this can prolong the life of things. 500 million. I'll offer 100 million. Hearing the venue offer the Sherry Sun to 500 million, Su Guanghua finally opened his mouth. Previously, Su Guanghua had been sitting on the stage without saying anything, waiting for these people to bid, but he waited for a long time and the bidding for the sherry didn't stop, so he couldn't wait any longer and started to bid. Gentlemen, this sherry is very important to me. Today I must get the sherry, but please reward your face and let this sherry to Su Mao. In the future, Su Mao will definitely thank you. Su Guanghua cupped his fists and said, with a straight face, Master Tu Cheng's relic was too useful to him. This relic might be able to save him from the fire. Thus it was impossible for him to let it go to someone else. 100 million? Although the relic's of the high price, but open to 100 million, many people frowned. This thing is just a big name. In the end, can prolong life is a question. Spend 100 million to buy relics is not worth it, so few people with Su Guangbo fight. Tu Cheng Master Relics 100 million first. Master Tu Cheng's Relics 100 million for the second time. Master Tu Cheng's Relics 100 million for the third time. Master Tu Cheng's relics were sold at 100 million and were auctioned by Mr. Su Guangbo. Later Mr. Su Guangbo can take the relics away as long as he pays 100 million in cash to Danyang Villa. After the bunny girl said it 3 more times, she finally tapped the Sheridan. However, she was a little disappointed. She originally thought that this relic could have fetched a higher price, but in the end, it was hastily settled for 100 million. Perhaps, it was because these people under the field gave Su Guangbo face and did not participate in the bidding of the relic that caused it to be auctioned off at a price of 100 million. Otherwise, she was able to take more money. Thank you all. In the future, Mr. Su will take a favor from all of you. If you have any difficulties, all of you can look for Mr. Su's help. Mr. Su will definitely not excuse himself. Su Guangbo once again clasped his fists and thanked the people in the arena. He himself understood that the price of 100 million was cheap to get the relics, so he said it politely. It was not that these people did not have a bid that they could not afford, but it was when they heard that Su Guangbo wanted the relics that they let it go to him. Just at this time, when Lin Fan saw the relics in Su Guangbo's hand, he said contemptuously, "What is this thing of yours? A black and unattractive mess. Not as good as this one of mine?" Chapter 39 Wolf Fong Special Warfare Team. What? What did you say? At these words, Su Guangbo was completely shocked, and his face and mouth began to throb. Hoo! Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air, their faces suddenly changing. Boy, Tu Cheng Master relics, but real relics. Who can come up with better relics than Tu Cheng Masters? Unless it is the relics of Hatamura, Mahakala, Nua Tua, and so on, but they are already legendary characters. The world is difficult to find traces, and how to find their relics. This blackened remnant, it is better not to take it out to show off. You are a person of value. Use this thing to drop the price. Not bad, it's really good tea. It's a good dragon well. It has a great aftertaste in the mouth. It's just a pity that the relics are poor. Lin Fan tasted a mouthful of dragon well, and after savoring the taste in his mouth, he opened his mouth and said, "Nonsense." He is definitely talking nonsense. The world's relics were originally extinct. Just want to find cannot be found. Master Tu Cheng, this relic is stolen from the museum. Otherwise no one will want to see it today. That is more powerful than Master Tu Cheng relics are not at all. That is, the museum does not have it. Simply cannot be found. Stolen. Out. Danyang Mountain Villa actually dared to sell this kind of dirty goods so expensive. Hey, this you are wrong. Like Tu Cheng Master relics of such treasures, who is not hidden at home, that dare to take out blindly show off. Today counted me an eye-opener. Got to see the legendary relics. Hearing that the relics are stolen, the crowd's ears are incomparably pricked. This is too bold. In case if it is discovered, it is definitely going to jail. Has Danyang Mountain Villa started to lose heart in order to make money? You don't even put Master Tu Cheng's relics in your eyes. I don't know if you're holding the relics of other masters. If that's the case, Mr. Su is willing to buy them at a high price, and will never treat a brother poorly. Su Guangbo's eyes condensed and said in a deep voice, "To the relics." He seemed to have some kind of obsession, coming without fear. No matter how high the price is, Su Guangbo wants to acquire it. I don't have such a thing as relics. Lin Fan sat on the VIP seat and said seriously. No. Su Guangbo was shocked. His face was solemn, his serious eyes gradually gripped. Click 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 click. Su Guangbo's fist suddenly tensed, pinched and creaked. His face flashed a thick killing intent. Murderous look at Lin Fan, shocked and drank. Since you do not have a relic, then you are playing with your life. With me, Su Mao. Have you ever been ready to provoke Su Mao? Longcheng Mountain Master, this name like thunder. In the road to play, no one does not recognize Su Guangbo. Su Guangbo in this Ninghai is a sight of the sky. Pressure many people cannot breathe. He's finished. Su Guangbo is definitely not something to be messed with. See the auction before? Those tycoons are not poor people, yet they let the relics go to Su Guangbo. In fact, they want to sell a face to Su Guangbo. There are third-tier starlets here. Even the starlets don't dare to mess with Su Guangbo. How dare he? The crowd sighed, thinking that Lin Fan was bragging. A moment later, their eyes turned into pity, or disdain. Lin Fan was now like a poor worm that was going to be ravaged to death by Su Guangbo, and no one was going to come to his rescue in the process. Rat-eyed. You guys are really a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well who have never seen the market. Who said that only relics are the most precious treasures? Can't I take out the little Peiyuan Dan? Lin Fan softly and coldly shouted, and took the little Peiyuan Dan out from his body. The little Peiyuan Dan was like a round of red sun, blooming with fire aura, and there was a red aura blooming within that fire aura. Is this an immortal pill? How can this have this kind of aura? What a bizarre power. Su Guangbo's eyes widened as he looked at the little Peiyuan Dan incredulously. The fire aura coming out of the little Peiyuan Dan looked even more magical than the shirizi. The shirizi was held in Su Guangbo's hand, and Su Guangbo only felt a comfortable sensation. But looking at the little Peiyuan Dan, Su Guangbo felt a powerful power fluctuation on that. Su Guangbo couldn't say that feeling, but he could know with his intuition that the value of this thing was not below the shirizi. Even if it wasn't as good as the shirizi, it was by no means an ordinary thing. This gentleman, can you cut your love and let me have this immortal Dan? I am equally willing to buy this immortal Dan at a high price. How about 100 million? 100 million won't work. 200 million. A strong desire had appeared in Su Guangbo's eyes at this time. If Lin Fan didn't sell it, he might resort to extreme measures. Did we look away? Under the field, the many patrons who stayed at the Danyang Villa all stood up, unable to help but tighten their pupils as they stared at the small Peiyuan Dan in Lin Fan's hands. This kind of Dan pill that could float out flames was something they had never seen before, and like rare treasures, things were as precious as they were rare, and each one of them wanted to take it for themselves. Lin Fan smiled when he heard Su Guangbo's words. He had been waiting for Su Guangbo for a long time. From the time he came in, Lin Fan realized that Su Guangbo was different. His status was the highest here. Basically no one here dared to offend him, and such a person was exactly the kind of person Lin Fan needed. This thing isn't worth much to me. I have a lot of this kind of thing on hand, and I'm not someone who lacks money. If you want it, I can throw a bunch of them at you. Lin Fan gestured to Su Guangbo with a slight smile and took out more small Peiyuan Dan in his hand. The small Peiyuan Dan were taken out one after another by Lin Fan, stacked on the floor like a stack of luohan, forming a thick layer, and the hall of the Danyang Villa even became as hot as a furnace at this time. When more than a dozen small Peiyuan Dan was taken out by Lin Fan like garbage, Su Guangbo's eyes were almost falling out, and even his eyes became fearful, not daring to look directly at the small Peiyuan Dan. These small Peiyuan Dan were worth more than $1 billion at least, and they were just thrown out by Lin Fan? This is too right. Su Guangbo can't even take so many shekels to throw. Su Guangbo really do not dare to think of Lin Fan as what people, but today there is something he is sure, befriending Lin Fan than to get 2 chung sherry more useful. Good, brother is really a person who is quick. Su Mao is not polite. I will accept these things, but there is one thing Su Mao to say a word. In the future in this Ninghai city, but whoever is not good with this brother, is not good with me. Su Guangbo, you do not have to worry. As long as this matter is known to me, I Su Guangbo will find the door. Su Guangbo said directly. His voice was so loud that the entire Danyang Villa heard it. Alas, how to mess with this bogeyman. Su Guangbo does not help him. Okay, Su Guangbo help this kid. Those things is that I cannot want. A lamentation came from behind Danyang Villa. Very lost. He did want the things inside Lin Fan's hands, but if Su Guangbo made a move to help, it would end up being a play for his life. Brother, what's your name? In the future, if you have an accident in Ninghai, you can report my name. I don't dare to say other big words, but as long as it's this Ninghai, there's nothing I can't handle. Su Guangbo boldly came over to give Lin Fan a hug and said with a smile. Lin Fan was hugged by Su Guangbo. He felt like hitting an iron lump. He was uncomfortable. Next time he would never hug Su Guangbo again. My name is Lin Fan, but there is one thing that I need your help. Lin Fan took a long breath and said, help? Good to say. This is my business card. When the time comes, you call me or go directly to the address above to find me. Su Guangbo said with a smile on his face, in an extremely happy mood. Lin Fan took that business card and actually realized that it was written on it as Wolf Tooth Special Forces Captain Su Guangbo. Captain of the Special Forces. Boy. This time Lin Fan made a big fortune. Though small Peiyuan Dan is just one hair of the cow, not worth a few dollars, but to Su Guangbo here, it will become a valuable treasure. Su Guangbo for the small Peiyuan Dan will do anything for Lin Fan. A Special Forces captain, can be powerful. This going forward, who else dared to mess with Lin Fan? As long as Su Guangbo stepped in, he would immediately level the playing field. Alright, that's enough for today. Brother Lin, I'll leave first. Next time I'll invite you for tea. Su Guangbo was a bit impatient to leave after getting the small Peiyuan Dan, and hurriedly bid farewell. Only, Lin Fan took a step forward and pulled Su Guangbo's hand, asking, what are you doing with the Sheridan and the small Peiyuan Dan? Can you tell me? I think I might be able to help you? The sherry seed and small Peiyuan Dan didn't mean much to a normal person. Although these things were valuable, they weren't indispensable things. Su Guangbo went crazy acquiring the sherry seed and small Peiyuan Dan when he saw them. There wasn't anything behind it. Lin Fan didn't believe it. It's better to forget about it. Su Guangbo shook his head inside. Although Su Guangbo wanted to tell Lin Fan, but that matter was something that even the first abbot master of Ninghai City couldn't set right. So how could he tell Lin Fan? It was troublesome. Su Guangbo was not a person who liked to cause trouble for others. As much as possible he would solve it himself. Alright, I do have one thing I need your help with in a few days. Lin Fan suddenly opened his mouth, frowning slightly. Leave it to me, brother. No matter what the favor is, I will help. Su Guangbo patted his chest and said with a straight face before walking out from the Danyang villa. After the crowd saw Su Guangbo walk out, no one dared to look for Lin Fan's trouble. Su Guangbo had given his word there. Whoever touched Lin Fan was going against him. They didn't want to die early yet, although Su Guangbo left. But Lin Fan felt that these people still have a social background, so he laughed and said, do you still want that kind of thing? Although I don't have the small Peiyuan Dan, but I still have the restoration spirit pill, the cleansing pill, the strengthening pill, of which the cleansing pill is the most welcome. As long as it is a woman who eats my cleansing pill, she will be forever at the age of 18, with a skin that wins over the water, and a youth that is not destroyed. I'll take this face washing pill, just ask how much. I have long looked at Su Guangbo uncomfortable. Dog days, robbing the old man's small Peiyuan Dan. Fortunately, wash face Dan he did not snatch away, otherwise I have to find him to settle accounts. Chapter 40, 300 million. It's a small amount. This bit of face washing pills, consider it as my meeting gift to all of you. Lin Fan blinked and gave away all the face washing Dan without any regret. This thing, the system definitely had a large amount of inventory there. Lin Fan did not believe that the system would lack elixirs. This is not too good. I dare to conclude that Mr. Lin, the value of this face cleansing Dan is not below the sherry, even if the individual face cleansing Dan is not as good as the sherry, but the quantity has already surpassed the sherry by several times. Facial cleansing Dan. This is really good stuff. With this stuff, the yellow-faced woman at home can turn into a phoenix. Back then, that yellow-faced woman was still some kind of school flower. The corners of the mouth of the crowd cramped. A sudden shock. In front of them this man, I do not know what the origin, is too profound, which is worth several hundred million things, said to send on the send. In their opinion, even if the individual quantity of the face washing Dan is not as good as the sherry, but 5 to 7 pieces can definitely be sold at the same price as the sherry. If the face wash Dan into the women's market, the price will be even more horrible, especially in the eyes of those noble women. Face wash Dan then elixir still works. Those women want to be beautiful, do not want to die. Just, at this time a look cold girl walked out. Her legs are very thin, without the slightest flab, chest high, willow waist thin limbs, white tender thin legs in the sunlight looks more temperament. She walked to Lin Fan in front of the red lips slightly open. How can this be? Wash the face of the Dan is a treasure of great value. You have to use the money in exchange for the same value to show its value. You give away like this, is in the waste of the treasure. Spoil it? Hearing the young girl's words, Lin Fan almost didn't spray out a mouthful of salt vapor. He gave it to her for nothing and she still wants to buy it with money? Shaking his head, Lin Fan explained, this lady, I don't lack money. If I lacked money I definitely wouldn't have given away the 300 million worth of cleansing Dan. 300 million, my god, it's 300 million. Rich man 300 million said to give it away. When will I be so rich? After Lin Fan said this, everyone present was shocked and shaken to their core. 300 million, if they took out $300 million, then they could get an entertainment company, create a few stars and make money lying down. They're like Lin Fan such a loser. Lin Fan looked at this beautiful woman, for some reason had a trace of good feeling towards her. His tone was gentle. I'm very sorry. I'm not the one who lacks money. I'm here mainly to make friends, more roads. If I want to make money, tens of billions of dollars of income up and down in minutes. If the Tycoon gold worship system let Lin Fan money automatically increase up to 10 billion, then indeed can earn tens of billions, but earn so much money, Lin Fan but feel a little unreliable. Have to be to complete what difficulty of the task? Can the money automatically increase up to 10 billion it? Going back, Lin Fan was going to ask the system if there was a limit to this automatic increase in money. Will you die if you don't blow awesome? The young girl blankly glanced at Lin Fan, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, making tens of billions of dollars a minute. That's the richest person in the world on the Forbes rich list, right? Lin Fan blowing like this made the young girl feel that he was floating. This woman all clothes and shoes are from Italy. Silk scarf is Gucci. Shoes are Ferragamo. Clothes are Valentino. Versace, Prada, Gucci, also have. She was in love with Italy and had unspeakable feelings, so her whole body bought Italian goods. It seems that brother Lin is looking at our family curtain Qianshan, but curtain Qianshan is not good to chase off. I heard that during this period of time, the male son of the family of the mayor and vice mayor of Ninghai City are pursuing Qianshan. There are several overseas group company noble gentlemen who admire her. Even Su Guangbo who just called you brother and brother wants to pursue her. Brother Lin may not know curtain Qianshan. I'll introduce you to her. She has a big background. Don't look at her. She's just a star. But she's the one who can talk in front of the mayor of Ninghai. Sometimes even the mayor of Ninghai has to listen to her for a few words. Curtin Qianqian wants this face-washing Dan. I think we should not fight for it. It's not worth offending her. Hearing Curtin Qianqian speak, the crowd also woke up. It turned out to be her who wanted the yin cleansing pill. Gradually, everyone had the intention of retreating and was ready to leave Danyang Villa. But this was not good for Lin Fan. All of them present were either rich or noble. He didn't really want to give away the face cleansing pill, but he wanted to ask for these people's help. Cough. Immediately, Lin Fan changed his words and coughed twice. In fact, I'm the president of the pharmaceutical company. This yin cleansing Dan and little Peiyuan Dan are both products of the company. I'm here to give it to you all. In fact, I hope that you can be more supportive in the future. This point of things today as a meet and greet gift. In the future, I'll sell it to all of you, and I won't discount it even a little bit. Lin Fan, after seeing the crowd trying to leave, put on his voice and spoke loudly. Elixirs such as the face cleansing Dan and the small Peiyuan Dan could only be sold amongst the great rich and powerful, and for low-priced elixirs like that, Lin Fan didn't even bother to sell them. Currently these people standing in Danyang Villa have almost monopolized all the industries in Ninghai City. They are all the leading bosses. If Lin Fan doesn't sell to these people, who will he sell to? Can't let Curtin Qianqian offend these big brothers. Lin Fan will need to rely on them to make money in the future. So that's how it is. You're a little smart. But since you said that the face cleansing pill is for a gift, then I'll accept it with respect. With a warm and soft smile, Curtin Qianqian stretched out her slender hand and took those face washing pills in Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan watched as all of the pills were taken away by Shou Qianqian, without saying anything, because he knew that both Shou Qianqian and Su Guangbo were big shots who could shake Ninghai City at will. This kind of people Lin Fan is very short of. In the future, want to open the market of Ninghai City? Lin Fan cannot lack of them. Anyway, these wash face pills in Lin Fan here is also garbage. Give them no pity at all. I'll accept your face washing Dan. If the effect is good, I'll introduce it to my sisters. But if your effect is not good, don't blame me for smashing your signboard. Curtin Qianqian stretched out her jade hand and put all the cleansing pills into the bag, holding a pack of cleansing pills to Lin Fan solemnly. Curtin Qianqian is not a person who likes to take advantage of the people. Lin Fan's face washing pills are sold so expensive. The profit may be so big that it can scare people to death. She took Lin Fan's face washing pills, but it can bring more customers to Lin Fan, and in turn it is Lin Fan who earned it. A few pills could be sold for $300 million. I'm afraid that only Lin Fan who is not afraid of death would dare to sell them. Don't worry, I'm an iron word sign. I don't charge for no effect. Lin Fan smiled gently and flashed a smile at Curtin Qianqian. As the words fell, Curtin Qianqian stomped on the ground with her jade feet and quickly left Danyang Villa without looking back. Older brother, can you make this face cleansing Dan cheaper? That stinky at my home controls the money so much that I can't even buy it to give it to my mistress. Ha ha ha, brother Yi, don't you usually say that you're the one in charge of the financial power? Brother Lin face wash Dan cannot be cheaper. We are not Curtin Qianqian. She by face wash Dan eyes are not blinking, but we do not have her money. Cheaper, cheaper. I'll buy 20 to go back to the yellow face to eat. She was still what the school flower, capital there. After Mak Qianqian left, all these tycoons surrounded Lin Fan and fought to be the first to talk. After learning that the face-washing pill was mass-produced, these people's mood was just like a poor scholar marrying his daughter-in-law. Excited to death. If this face-cleansing pill was really that powerful, why would they need to go looking for a mistress? Wouldn't they be purely looking for trouble? Put the home of the delicate wife do not. To find those outside the wild road? Guys, don't get excited. My company hasn't been listed yet, and I haven't set up a factory at the moment. I just have a preliminary grasp of the face wash Dan manufacturing process, and I won't be able to mass produce this kind of face wash Dan in a short period of time. I'll only be able to put it into production after waiting for the evaluator to come to evaluate my company for a listing. Lin Fan broke out in a cold sweat. This group of tycoons all surrounding him were almost hot to death. Good point. You can remember to call me on the day Lin's company goes public. I'm going to personally come to the door to give Lin a big gift. Ha ha, it's us who are in a hurry. Is old brother Lin free tonight? I know of a club with particularly good service. It was only when the crowd heard this news that they let Lin Fan go. There was no way to rush, especially for something like the face cleansing pill. If one was too anxious to spoil the quality, then it would lose its meaning. These tycoons were all elite-like people in various fields. Would they not know this truth? The most important thing in doing business is still integrity. Quality determines the future of the company. Integrity determines how much money the company can make. Lin Fan shook his head and said softly, "No, I'm a bit tired. I want to go home first." "That's good. Old brother Lin, go well. The exchange meeting in Danyang Villa has just started. The grand finale has not even come out. We still have to play in." A country-faced man said with a smile. Danyang Villa would recruit a large number of young and beautiful women every time, supplying these tycoons to appreciate or savor them. Of course, it was unknown whether there were any grey deals in it or not. Lin Fan left Danyang Villa and rushed to his own place. He had already solved the biggest problem encountered by the company, so he thought that even if Yao Yuanxin's friends made things difficult for him in the next few days, it wouldn't be too difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Fan opened his cell phone and made a call to Yao Yuanxin. Beep beep beep. On the other side of the phone, Yao Yuanxin didn't pick the phone up for a long time. Lin Fan waited for almost dozens of seconds and was ready to give up on the call when Yao Yuanxin's voice appeared. Hey, who's looking for me? I'm very busy right now. I'm in the middle of my work. I don't have time to pick up the phone, so if you don't have anything important to do, just hang up the phone. Yao Yuanxin was still uneasy about the company. She was collecting a lot of medical information as well as cases of pharmaceutical companies. She wanted to find the redeeming qualities from these cases to add to Lin Fan's company. You're still working overtime. Hearing Yao Yuanxin's voice, Lin Fan's heart warmed, feeling that this fellow was still reliable. Mr. Lin. Chapter 41 French Michelin 3 stars. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Yao Yuanxin was thrilled as she realized that she seemed to have fallen in love with this man. Although Yao Yuanxin told herself not to be a vain woman, whenever Lin Fan showed his domineering attitude, her heart was like a deer. Thud 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 thud. She couldn't control it at all. This has nothing to do with age. She just likes to live with this kind of man. Mr. Lin, I've thought of a good company name. Our company is called Lin Lang Pharmaceutical, okay? Yao Yuanxin's voice was a little trembling as she said. She knew that Lin Fan would never want a company name that wasn't overbearing enough. After thinking for a long time, she was finally able to come up with this name. Well, this name is good. Lin Lang Pharmaceutical. Lin Lang Pharmaceutical. It sounds so comfortable. When Lin Fan heard Yao Yuanxin say Lin Lang Pharmaceutical, he cheered up inside his heart. He felt that Yao Yuanxin so more and more understand his temper. Is it that he has investigated his preferences behind his back? Mr. Lin, there's something I still want to talk to you about. Just suddenly, Yao Yuanxin's tone changed, becoming somewhat solemn. Go ahead. I'll just listen on the phone. Lin Fan nodded and casually said. Yao Yuanxin didn't want to ruin Lin Fan's future, ruin Lin Fan's company, so she opened her mouth to Lin Fan and said, Mr. Lin, during the time you gave me a vacation, I investigated the pharmaceutical companies. Ninghai City within the last 10 years to carry out the pharmaceutical companies there are 43 companies that invested close to $10 million. And in the end, all of them lost money and finance to become a company. And none of these companies did not build a factory and relied on external manufacturers to make medicine. Ninghai City in the last 10 years. There are many pharmaceutical companies. The development are very rapid, but they all do one thing wrong. That is, they do not have the drug factory under control. In fact, it's not enough to rely on 10 million assets for the development of a pharmaceutical factory. From the selection of drugs, production, distribution, to the sales process, there will be a lot of problems that will consume a lot of money. And in the short term, 10 million assets are not enough to consume it. So all of these pharmaceutical companies want to save on the consumption, hand over the drugs to other manufacturers who have the equipment to produce them, and wait until they have grown up, and then build the factory on their own. But none of them have noticed that the local leader. But there is a pharmaceutical company. This company would use all sorts of unseemly means to destroy other companies once they found out that they had sprung up. And this company had a rather famous name. Ming Hang. Ming Hang was owned by Gao Yongjin, who was also the son of the Gao family. But Yao Yuanxin didn't tell Lin Fan about all this. She was afraid that Lin Fan would be distracted. It's fine. They don't have as much money as me anyway. Don't worry about it. I'm not afraid of losing money. Lin Fan replied in a hurry. Yao Yuanxin heard Lin Fan's words. She almost didn't spit out blood. What do you mean he's not afraid of losing money? Is he a stupid big man? Who opens a company that doesn't want to make money and wants to lose money? Mr. Lin, it's not a matter of losing money. These manufacturers have all been swallowed up when they made it to the back. The market wasn't not made. It was snatched away. Yao Yuanxin reminded Lin Fan, fearing that Lin Fan would smash his money out in a hot head. Snatched away? Yao Yuanxin's words made Lin Fan frown and think carefully. Ninghai City, this place is not small. How can this kind of thing? Although Lin Fan has not entered the market in Ninghai, but also understand that completely dominate the market is impossible. Medicine, this piece of competition is extremely fierce. Not that there is a medicine can lie down to make money, but you sell the medicine other people also sell. You sell at a low price, other people also sell at the bottom of the price. You sell at a high price, other people also sell at a high price. In short, a word, medicine, this piece of there are too many drugs. A disease can be cured by many medicines. but it becomes difficult to get people to buy that one medicine. To get good sales, investing in advertising is one thing, but you also need to get recommendations from doctors, pharmacies, drugstores, social media, to make it big. So Lin Fan felt that something was definitely wrong with the Ninghai market, but he just didn't know what was wrong. Yao Yuanxin heard Lin Fan didn't say anything and continued to speak. Mr. Lin, there is a behemoth in Ninghai City's pharmaceuticals. If we want to enter the pharmaceuticals, we have to build a factory. Otherwise sooner or later, we will be swallowed up by him. Or, we'd better do something else. Clothing, automobile trade, finance, all these are very good projects. She knew that Ming Hang was strong, and even more so, she knew that if she opened a pharmaceutical company in Ninghai, she would be told by Ming Hang to mess it up, and was beginning to regret what she said that day. The projects you mentioned the company will develop at a later stage, but not now. You have to have confidence in the company. Our company will only dominate the market. It will never be slaughtered. Don't worry about it. I'll let you have a few more days off. You're probably a little too nervous. Lin Fan shook his head with a bitter smile and hung up the phone. Let him give up medicine. Is absolutely impossible. Small cultivation Dan, rejuvenation Dan, strong life pill, wash face Dan, each of these things can dominate the market, and in the market absolutely no more than the quality of these medicines. Lin Fan just rely on the small cultivation Dan, rejuvenation Dan, strong life pill, wash face Dan can be done in the Ninghai City richest. Will not be because of a leading boss to retreat? Instead of avoiding the leading boss, it would be better for Lin Fan to go and take out this leading boss and replace him. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin? Yao Yuanxin heard Lin Fan hang up the phone. Her tone became urgent and she said nervously. After a long time, Yao Yuanxin gave up. Her soulful eyes blinked and she sighed darkly. Forget it, this man can't change his mind by a few words from me. Yao Yuanxin didn't know what Lin Fan was thinking, but she felt that no matter what she said to Lin Fan, it wouldn't make him change his mind. At night, Lin Fan returned home and went to bed early. The company's affairs had worried him over the past few days, but luckily he didn't have to worry about it now. So Lin Fan just went on the internet for a short while and turned off the lights. The next day Lin Fan ran to the internet cafe to play a day of games, and found that he had played an online game before, which seemed to be called something like Overlord, and remembered that when he was in college, Lin Fan often played Overlord with his roommates all night long when he had nothing to do. Clicking on the Overlord's game heat, Lin Fan found that Overlord now occupies outside the top 100. Seems to be hit. Recently there is a very red female anchor, has been dominating the headlines. The Overlord suppressed. Even though Overlord's heat has dropped quite a bit, it still has a lot of loyal players. As soon as Lin Fan went online, he met a union president who wanted to invite him to join the union, but Lin Fan refused. Nowadays, he doesn't need a union for a long time, and to go to a union again would be to drop the value of his body. After that, Lin Fan was bored and started playing Overlord. It seems that no one accompanied Lin Fan to play the relationship. Lin Fan did not charge much money on the game, just mean to put $30,000, although only put $30,000, but also caused some of the game's civilian players' attention, desperately running over to add Lin Fan friends. Of course, Lin Fan all refused, plus these players will become very troublesome. Well, Lin Fan so play a few days later, finally on Saturday received a phone call from Yao Yuanxin. The phone Yao Yuanxin told Lin Fan, that man today will be to the Michelin 3-star restaurant party. The Michelin 3-star restaurant specializes in French cuisine, and the environment inside is extremely elegant, with beautiful music accompanied by songs that are extremely romantic and popular with young couples. Yao Yuanxin's male friend called her to this place for dinner, and the intention was already very obvious. That is, she wanted to confess to Yao Yuanxin. This Michelin 3-star consumption is at least 2,000 or more at a time. Poor people can't afford to eat. It seems that this evaluator that Yao Yuanxin found is not a poor person. Lin Fan is very clear about the Michelin 3-star restaurant consumption standard. Before Farhani and that green tea whore specially investigated the Michelin 3-star restaurant consumption standard, but was not expected that woman will actually for Song Tianlong. This kind of person betrayed Lin Fan, but these are no longer important. Song Tianlong at this moment and Hanin is not good, can be said to be in deep water. Lin Fan knows Chen Mingda many times to find Song Tianlong trouble. The soldiers met. Thinking of this, Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. What's the point of thinking so much? It's time to go to the 3-star Michelin restaurant. After saying that, Lin Fan left the house and took the bus to the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Once again, Lin Fan felt the crowdedness of the bus and felt like going to buy a car after getting these annoyances out of the way. 2 hours later, Lin Fan finally came to the entrance of Michelin 3-star restaurant. When riding on the bus, Lin Fan encountered 5 red lights. 3 people crossing the road made Lin Fan no longer want to take the bus. Too much delay. May I ask where Ms. Yao Yuanxin is? Arriving at the entrance of the 3-star Michelin restaurant, Lin Fan directly walked in and asked the welcoming lady at the door. Yao Yuanxin and Lin Fan had made an appointment. When Lin Fan arrived at the Michelin 3-star restaurant, she would directly report Lin Fan's name, so that she wouldn't be unable to find anyone. Welcome, are you looking for Ms. Yao at table 16? There were many people seated in the Michelin 3-star restaurant at this time, and there were many women with the surname Yao. The welcome lady did not remember Yao Yuanxin's appearance, and pointed her finger at table number 16 and said. Lin Fan followed the welcome lady's hand and looked over, only to see Yao Yuanxin wearing an orange color long skirt and legs, the pair of fine and tender long legs exposed, revealing the fragrant shoulders. The pair of full breasts in front of the chest still attracts people to crime. She didn't wear professional manageress clothes, it was very casual, but it reflected her unique temperament. That's her. Lin Fan nodded, at the same time swallowed his saliva. Yao Yuanxin, this woman, how come she dresses up so sultry every time? It's a pity that Lin Fan doesn't have enough energy. He hasn't taken care of Su Wenting, Xia Bebe yet. Otherwise, Lin Fan wouldn't mind developing with Yao Yuanxin. Please follow me. The welcoming lady smiled at Lin Fan and led him over. Yao Yuanxin was lowering her head at this time, not knowing what she was thinking about, and from her eyes, it could be seen that she was absent-minded. And Yao Yuanxin's small jade hand had already pinched the yellow long skirt out of wrinkles. That yellow long skirt became wrinkled and not smooth at all. In fact, Yao Yuanxin did not like Zhang Zifen, but Zhang Zifen liked to pursue her fiercely. Often he would send Yao Yuanxin some teasing words. Yao Yuanxin asked him out to talk about official business. He actually asked himself to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Chapter 42, his family is short of money. Aang. Just then, an all-blue Lexus made a noisy car engine sound and boomed, stopping in front of the Michelin 3-star restaurant. From the car came down a male youth, who was somewhat handsome, with sunglasses, dressed to follow the trend, cool and hip, looked at the Michelin 3-star restaurant and took out a bouquet of roses in the car. Look, this is the latest Lexus over $2 million. So stylish. I want this kind of guy to be my boyfriend. Ah, he's coming towards me with a bouquet of roses in his hand. Is he going to confess to me? A somewhat pretty-looking nymphomaniac woman covered her face and her cheeks rolled. With the moment the young man walked into the 3-star Michelin restaurant, the entire restaurant's eyes turned towards him, and all the women took a deep breath as their emotions began to destabilize. Who is he going to give that bouquet of flowers to? If I were that girl, I would die of happiness. The flower girl's face was red at this time, and she let out extremely irrational words. Lin Fan looked at the man and realized that he was walking towards Yao Yuanxin. It seemed that this man was the assessor who was pursuing Yao Yuanxin. Snap! Only, somewhat coincidentally, they both got the same chair. That chair was placed right opposite Yao Yuanxin. Sitting opposite Yao Yuanxin was the best position to eat with her. Lin Fan was trying to take the chair away to sit inside, while Zhang Zifen was directly trying to sit opposite Yao Yuanxin. This position is not for you to sit on. Be sensible and get out of my way. Yao Yuanxin, this kind of woman, you can't touch. Zhang Zifen looked at Lin Fan with angry eyes. His voice was cold and incomparable, and that gaze was filled with contempt. However, Lin Fan did not let go. At the same time, Lin Fan felt that this guy was afraid that he would not be very good at negotiating. The next business might become difficult because of Zhang Zifen. However, Lin Fan only felt that it was a little difficult, not to the extent of difficulty, and said, I'm her boss. She relies on me for her salary. You let me leave. Do you pay her salary? Ha! Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhang Zifen's face revealed a surprised gaze. What was going on here? When Zhang Zifen came here, Yao Yuanxin didn't say that she would bring her boss here. Now how did it change? He thought that this could turn into a date before calling Yao Yuanxin here. But Zhang Zifen is not a vegetarian. Heard Lin Fan's words instead of convergence, but snorted, ha, boss, the boss is very great. I know all the listed company boss. Those bosses in front of me are rules and regulations. Big words, dare not say the wrong word. You such I have seen too much. Nothing great. Yuanxin, if you are not happy with your work, you can always come over to me. I guarantee to arrange you to a listed company. 10 times better than this company can be found for you. Zhang Zifen confidently patted his chest at this time. His eyes sizzled as he looked at Yao Yuanxin and said, handsome boy, you are so stylish. Is it okay if I go over with you? It's fine for me to be an employee. The nymphomaniac girl was completely in a state of excitement at this time, shouting with a big grin of excitement, just short of pouncing into Zhang Zifen's arms to throw her arms around him. Yao Yuanxin's willow eyebrow suddenly raised. A wave of anger in her heart rushed to the sky, and she almost couldn't hold back from slapping Zhang Zifen in the face. He, Zhang Zifen, was simply unattractive compared to Lin Fan. Just because he entered a good department, he started to pretend to be a tiger, but in reality, he was far too different from Lin Fan, who was a down-to-earth boss. However, Yao Yuanxin still held back her anger and calmly said, Zhang Zifen, I'm looking for you to talk about serious matters. Don't say those twisted words to me, okay? Yuanxin, don't be angry. Let's sit down and talk. Zhang Zifen saw that Yao Yuanxin's face was not looking good and said in a gentle manner. Lin Fan and Zhang Zifen sat down under Yao Yuanxin's mediation, but Lin Fan still sat opposite Yao Yuanxin, while Zhang Zifen sat at the other end of Yao Yuanxin, unfortunately sitting apart from Yao Yuanxin. This way, Yao Yuanxin was very happy. She originally did not have any thoughts about Zhang Zifen, and Zhang Zifen sat farther away, but could avoid his pestering. However, Zhang Zifen was not happy. He was here to date Yao Yuanxin. What did he want by letting Lin Fan sit together? And at this time, Zhang Zifen also vented the grievances in his heart on Lin Fan. You don't look as old as Yuanxin, and you want to start a company to go public. You're not trying to use Yuanxin's name to mess around, are you? Zhang Zifen didn't believe that Lin Fan could open a listed company at all. The bosses of those listed companies he knew were all in their 30s and 40s, and at this age, like Lin Fan, he would just be a noble son of a boss of a listed company, and the real power aspect would definitely not fall on a noble son. You are here to evaluate it, not the police, right? How to learn to interrogate. I'm not breaking the law, right? Lin Fan rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner. Zhang Zifen heard Lin Fan say this and was so angry that his teeth clenched. He said disdainfully, yes, it's not illegal, but it's just a small company. If you want to go public, I'm afraid it's difficult. But Zhang Zifen was cursing in his heart. A hairy kid. His hair hasn't even grown before he dares to go public. He doesn't know himself. Do you think I'll let you be assessed on it? Difficult. Not difficult. Lin Fan laughed coldly. Looking at Zhang Zifen, he had already decided not to give Yao Yuanxin to this man. Although Yao Yuanxin was also an undefeated master who didn't dare to use her money, she was still considered a good woman. She couldn't be scourged by this kind of guy with an evil heart. As Lin Fan was looking at Zhang Zifen, he felt that he couldn't get past his own character, and there was even less need to talk about the others. All here, you guys serve the food. At this time, Lin Fan just came to be a little hungry and opened his mouth to laugh. Zhang Zifen looked at Lin Fan and flashed a disdainful look in his eyes. The look seemed to say, do you have the money to order food too? The welcoming lady heard Lin Fan ordering the food and brought the menu over, placing it on her arm. Zhang Zifen directly snickered at this time. Looking at Lin Fan's face couldn't stop making fun of him, as if Lin Fan was like a beggar. His mind had already appeared Lin Fan's appearance of being scared to the ground, rolling all over the floor by the Michelin 3-star restaurant menu. What are you looking at? Did I grow flowers on my face? However, Lin Fan was not happy and said coldly at Zhang Zifen. No, you're looking at it wrong. Zhang Zifen's smile ended abruptly and stopped, but there was a strong hatred in his eyes. Soon, the welcome lady brought the menu and inquired. Hello sir, this is the Michelin 3-star restaurant menu. May I ask what you would like to order? The welcome lady looked dumbfounded at Lin Fan's appearance. She didn't even take out a pen. Anyway, no matter how Lin Fan ordered, it wouldn't be more than 5 dishes. She saw what happened just now, and felt that this Lin Fan was just punching the fat man in the face. But as long as it was 5 dishes, the welcoming lady didn't even need to memorize it. She was already familiar with the menu of this 3 Michelin star restaurant. First you give me a little bit of Australian lobster, and king crab, a little bit of Japanese Kobe beef as well as French foie gras, French desserts, and French roasted chicken as well. In a moment, Lin Fan ordered a lot of dishes, some of which Zhang Zifen hadn't even heard of. Zhang Zifen was baffled. Was this guy really someone who didn't have a listed company? How come he ordered so hoity-toity dishes and dared to order so much in a 3-star Michelin restaurant? The welcome lady's entire body broke out in a cold sweat and her scalp went numb. She was listening to Lin Fan's mouth. All of them were at least 15 dishes or more, and she didn't even have a pen with her. How could this be? It was completely impossible to memorize all these dishes. There's no need to order. There are so many dishes, we can't even finish them. It's such a waste. Yao Yuanxin wanted to advise Lin Fan not to order these dishes. It's just too wasteful and expensive. Yao Yuanxin usually doesn't eat at Michelin 3-star restaurants, but she knows how expensive things are here. How can this be? These dishes have to be ordered. Otherwise your friend will think that my company can't go public, Lin Fan said loudly, speaking in a voice that purposely yelled at Zhang Zifen. Actually there's no need to order something so expensive. We can just eat whatever we want. Zhang Zifen's eardrums were about to be broken by Lin Fan's noise, and he put his hands over his ears. No, just this much. All of it, none of it is allowed to be left over. If we can't finish it all, we'll give it to this gentleman to take home to eat. His family is rather short of money and can't afford to eat, but Lin Fan said with a definite tone, then handed the menu to the welcoming lady. Yao Yuanxin couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand and laughed when she heard Lin Fan say this. Although it was rather wasteful for Lin Fan to order food like this, it was also a good way to clean up Zhang Zifen. When Zhang Zifen heard Lin Fan say this, in his heart, he wanted to curse Lin Fan's ancestors. Is he someone who lacks money and can't afford to eat? Didn't Lin Fan see that he drove a Lexus? NV value from Zhang Zifen plus 1115. NV value from Zhang Zifen plus 1231. NV value from Zhang Zifen plus 1159. NV value from Zhang Zifen plus 1139. NV value from Zhang Zifen plus 1039. And at that moment, the sound of NV value bursting was heard within Lin Fan's head. So much? It's more powerful than my high-level experience, baby? Lin Fan was surprised to see Zhang Zifen providing so much NV value. The system seemed to have heard Lin Fan's doubts and answered. The host seems to have made Zhang Zifen feel the most shameful thing. Zhang Zifen has always regarded himself as a rich man, and all of a sudden, he was shocked by the host's bravado, and his emotional fluctuations were particularly severe, and he had already surpassed that of an experimental guinea pig. Nima, it seems that this Zhang Zifen is also a treasure, even more so than the experimental mice. Lin Fan heard the system's explanation and instantly became interested in Zhang Zifen. Boy, this NV value contributes to leverage. Not ambiguous at all. Okay, sir, it's just that I don't have a pen with me here. Can you wait for me to bring it over? The welcoming lady finally revealed her dilemma and scowled. No need. Order everything on this page. Lin Fan shook his head and said directly to the welcome lady. He had long seen that the welcome lady did not have a pen with her, but did not remind her. That page was all staple food. The flavor was good. Lin Fan looked at a few of the more delicious ones in there, so he told the welcome lady to order all of them. Chapter 43, A Bottle of Lafite 82. Hiss. A sound of sucking in cold air rang out. This sound was not only the welcoming lady, as long as it was someone who ate near Michelin. There was no one who did not suck in a mouthful of cold air. Ordering a page of menu. Michelin 3-star French restaurant is opened by Lin Fan's family? Hearing Lin Fan's words, the welcoming lady's eyes went straight as she looked at Lin Fan. Looking at him, how comfortable she was. How she looked at him. 15 dishes just now. Now it became 30 dishes. Michelin 3 stars never had people who ordered like this. Do you really want to order like this? At this moment, the welcoming lady's jade fingers were already trembling, her voice emitting a trill, poverty-limited imagination. Every dish in Michelin 3 stars was expensive. Lin Fan ordering like this. Tu Ho Tu teased the girls. Those women who had previously looked up to Zhang Jifan, now all of them cut backwards and turned to Lin Fan. These girls were now looking at Lin Fan, their eyes beaded with admiration. What's wrong with this world? How could there be such a rich man? I so want to be adopted by him. Casually ordering a page of food to eat. Don't bring this kind of game. I want to give him a monkey. Accept my love. Brother Tycoon. Shucks, today I can see what is called a real man. The kind of small fresh meat that only does superficial work is too bad. What is called a man? This is what is called a man. Brother Taheo, he is my real man. NV value 193 from Wei Xinron. NV value 113 from Jiaguifan. NV value 196 from Zhao Tinglan. NV value 145 from He Emotion. This wave is powerful. These NV values are quite a lot. Lin Fan heard that the NV value had exploded and hurriedly checked, only to see that his NV value continued to soar, with no momentum to stop at all. It seemed that in the future, Lin Fan would get some public occasions. Otherwise the NV value collection would be too troublesome. How much is that one? Just tell me straight. 100,000 or so, such as a small amount. Lin Fan lined his hand on the table, resting his chin on the welcome lady and said with a smile, with regards to money, Lin Fan was now getting less and less feeling, now that his money was automatically increasing by 240,000 per day. He still couldn't find a place to spend it. This may be slightly expensive. This table counts at least 250,000. Why don't I draw off a few dishes for you? The welcoming lady stammered and stammered. This table of dishes $200,000 are almost catch up with her several years of wages. It is possible that several years cannot get these money. The welcome lady see these money heart is panic. It's only this much money. No need to return it. Bring me some more good wine. Lin Fan skimmed his mouth and said with disappointment, 250,000 is too cheap. That is, the appearance of a day's pocket money. He also thought that this table of dishes to spend $1 million or so, who knows, even less than $500,000. If he had known that Michelin 3-star dishes were so cheap, Lin Fan would not have come. You still want to order wine? The welcoming lady froze and asked in shock. Under this kind of atmosphere, how can I not order a little bit of wine? Say it. What are the best wines in your store? Don't serve the cheap ones. Lin Fan calmed down and spoke slowly. Yao Yuanxin saw this situation. She couldn't hold back any longer, and hurriedly called for a stop. Mister, Lin should just forget it. This table of food is too expensive. I can't drink a single bit of wine, and ordering more wine would be even more of a waste. A meal of more than $200,000. Yao Yuanxin couldn't afford it anyway. This money could buy Zhang Zifen's Lexus for a few more meals. It's not a waste. Isn't your friend on good terms with you? Today he'll do the whole thing to death for you. If you make me happy with the drink, I'll even increase your salary. Isn't that right, brother? There aren't many good things like this? Lin Fan laughed and smiled at Zhang Zifen. Yes, Mr. Lin is right. Zhang Zifen also followed but in the bottom of his heart, he thought you paralyzed a old son drinking next to you what? To drink to death? Wait. Zhang Zifen skipped, said nothing will not drink. Today this beam he is with Lin Fan not. His company wants to list this absolutely finished. Not long, the welcome lady pushed the car to bring a lot of wine. Many of these wines are produced abroad, but the price is frighteningly expensive. But before Lin Fan ordered so expensive dishes, these wines should also belong to the scope of consumption. Clink clank. The wine bottles made a clinking and clanking sound, and the welcoming lady brought almost all the high-grade wines of the Michelin 3-star. A high-grade wine menu appeared in front of Lin Fan. The welcoming lady added her red lips, her willow eyebrows slightly curved and arched up in a beautiful arc, and she said in a delicate and flirtatious manner, "Honorable sir, these are the high-grade wines of the Michelin 3-star restaurant. May I ask if you are satisfied with it? If you are not satisfied, I will immediately notify the store manager, and he will arrange for the airlines to airlift it." When Lin Fan consumed more than $200,000, the welcoming lady secretly called the store manager. The store manager knew the situation and immediately asked the welcoming lady to stabilize Lin Fan. No matter Lin Fan put forward any excessive conditions, he must unconditionally agree. Lin Fan took the menu, saw a lot of English on it, such as Roman A. Conti, Chateau Margaux, Chateau Mouton Rothschild, Chateau Lafite and so on. But Lin Fan was unfamiliar with these English words, and there was only the name of the wine on it, and the column of the price of the wine seemed to be blank. Seeing this, Lin Fan cannot help but stare at the welcoming lady. Although he is rich, but does not mean that stupid these foreign wines do not have a price. Then is not it possible to ruthlessly slaughter Lin Fan a knife? Don't. These wines are completely tasteless to drink. Change all of them. Do you Michelin have no good wines left? All prepare these? Lin Fan said grimly. His face was not very good and carried a wave of anger. Sir, no. The welcoming lady panicked, her face confused, not knowing what to do. Lin Fan was Michelin's biggest customer nowadays. If she messed this up, she would be scolded severely by the store manager. I said, are you doing this on purpose? These wines are cheap there. Like Roman A. Conti, which is Roman A. Conti dry red wine. Each bottle is priced at $28. 113. Roman A. Conti has been highly sought after by Southeast Asian tycoons since the 1990s, and the price has been skyrocketing, and it is known as a wine only for tycoons to drink. And Chateau Margaux, a wine also known as Chateau Margaux dry red wine, sells for $225,000 per bottle, none of which are low-grade wines. Are you out of money to buy that table? Tell me if you are out of money. I am not going to force you to buy wine and drink it. The superficial work done by a small company like yours for the IPO would not have been able to withstand the test. Yuanxin, I think you can think about it. Is there any future in the inn to follow this kind of person? Zhang Zifen this moment came to force. He is very familiar with the wine of Michelin restaurants, often eat out and drink a little. Lin Fan said that there is no taste. It began to be uncomfortable, just to take this opportunity to knock. These wines Zhang Zifen couldn't afford to drink either, but it didn't mean he couldn't count Lin Fan out. The welcoming lady also understood when she heard Zhang Zifen say this, and looked at Lin Fan with a bit of difficulty. It seems that Lin Fan isn't a rich man. It's just for the sake of punching the fat man in the face. And if he really wants to ask Lin Fan to buy wine, he's afraid that he won't be able to afford it either. Seeing this, Yao Yuanxin came out to solve the problem, and said to the welcoming lady, then don't have wine. We ordered so many dishes. It's nothing if we don't drink. You go to the kitchen and ask them to serve the food. A meal of $200,000 was considered a tycoon's consumption, even though no wine was ordered. The welcoming lady shouldn't show an ugly face to Lin Fan. Yuanxin even said, so don't waste it. What kind of money do you spend recklessly in this small company? Be careful that you won't lose it within a few days of opening. Zhang Zifen said smugly when he heard Yao Yuanxin speak and start to dig at Lin Fan. After saying his words, Zhang Zifen felt even more godly. After all, he was someone who often dealt with public companies and had seen many big scenes. Good. I'll have the kitchen prepare the dishes. The welcome lady nodded and said with a straight face, slowly, the last thing I need right now is money. How can I run out of money? I haven't drank much of this kind of wine, Roman A. Conti dry red wine, because all I drink is Lafite, and all that's placed inside my home is Lafite, so suddenly I can't drink Lafite. So I feel like there's a problem with having no taste? Lin Fan's face changed and he said in a deep voice, speaking very loudly, echoing his voice throughout the entire 3-star Michelin restaurant. Zhang Zifen's face instantly turned blue, muttering in a low voice, roll your sister ah. Your whole family is a rich second generation? The family is all Lafite. Who believe ah? From Zhang Zifen's envy value of 926. From Zhang Zifen's envy value of 917. From Zhang Zifen's envy value 1013. From Zhang Zifen's envy value of 1105. Then, Lin Fan was hearing the sound of Zhang Zifen's envy value storm. Lafite red wine refers to the wine produced by Lafite Winery. This kind of wine has a long history. Its wine fruity flavor is prominent, mellow and smooth, without losing elegance. Known as the Queen of the Wine Kingdom, belongs to the world's top red wine. Compared with the Romanicani dry red wine rises a lot of grade. The value of Lafite, but also known as the year, which is quite valuable, is the 82 Lafite, followed by 95 years, 96 years, 01 years, 11 years. I used to wall not served now finally served. Rich men have to be so to put the home full of Lafite. In addition to Lafite other than wine are tasteless. We can go to the Tycoon home to visit Lafite? Just you. I guess it's hanging. Didn't you see that woman next to brother Toheo? So, when Lin Fan said he was drinking Lafite, the whole room cheered. Zhang Zifen was even more hateful at this time, and in his heart, he started to draw circles to curse Lin Fan. Come Zhang Zifen's envy value of 458. Come Zhang Zifen's envy value 365. Come to Zhang Zifen's envy value 226. Come to Zhang Zifen's envy value 459. Lin Fan saw Zhang Zifen bursting with envy value and smiled lightly, knowing that Zhang Zifen's mood fluctuation was not big. Then it was time for himself to add some fire to him. So what? Come a bottle of 82 years Lafite. This brother's family is too difficult not to have drank Lafite. I can't let him lose face. I have to let him drink the Lafite today, to have a long time to see the world. Zhang Zifen's face instantly turned iron blue when he heard this, and he cursed in his heart. Mother asterisk 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 her, when was Laozi's family in difficulty? Come on Zhang Zifen's envy value of 1121. Chapter 44. Is this a miracle drug? Soon, the 82-year-old Lafite was brought by the welcoming lady. The Michelin 3-star French restaurant did not have a 82-year-old Lafite. This bottle of Lafite was treasured by the owner of the French restaurant, who couldn't afford to drink it himself. But when he met Lin Fan, he had to ask someone to send it over. However, during this time, Lin Fan went out and came back to look at Zhang Zifen, always a little embarrassed. Not long after, the Michelin 3-star welcoming lady brought up the Lafite, and also took a few red wine glasses on purpose. When the 82 years Lafite was sent to Lin Fan immediately opened it and pointed at Zhang Zifen. Drink it. If you drink happily with me today, I'll give Yao Yuanxin a raise. In addition, you should have some understanding of our company's strength, right? Saying that, Lin Fan raised his cup. 82 years old Lafite poured 2 cups full and handed a cup over to Zhang Zifen. I won't drink. I'm not good at drinking. Let's talk about it some other time. I just remembered that the company still has some things. Zhang Zifen blackened his face. He wanted to find a hole in the ground. If he made this business for Lin Fan, then he could all go to hell. Snap. Ha ha, I knew you were going to leave, so I just let the air tires out of your car. Lin Fan slapped the table loudly at this time and drank in a deep voice. What did you say? You let go of my air tire? When Zhang Zifen heard this, his face turned green and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. His Lexus usually couldn't afford to drive it much, and Lin Fan just let the air out of it? Don't worry, how much is your air tire? I'll compensate you at the same price. If not, I'll send you a Lexus. My company is not bad with your few dollars, but if you don't finish this wine today, you don't want to leave. Lin Fan said coldly and incomparably. His cold voice made Zhang Zifen's back chill with coldness. A man who dared to spend more than $200,000 for dinner and also bought 82 years Lafite. What he said could never be underestimated. Maybe Lin Fan had a large consortium behind him to support him. Did Zhang Zifen dare to leave? At this time, Yao Yuanxin came out to round up the situation. She poured herself a full glass of Lafite and laughed. Zifen, don't mind. Our Mr. Lin is so bold. I'll drink some too. It's a waste if I don't drink this wine. I don't mind. How would I mind Mr. Lin? Ha ha, Yuanxin, you're joking. I really had something just now. Zhang Zifen laughed awkwardly, saying words he didn't believe himself, but he had no choice. The car tire was broken. He couldn't even go there. What? Something? Right at this moment, Lin Fan took out a box that carried a fragrant odor, and just taking it out made Zhang Zifen's pupils tighten. There was definitely a treasure inside. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have caused this kind of change. Zhang Zifen was also a person who had seen the big market, but now his heartbeat was fluttering and he swallowed his saliva. This is the little Peiyuan Dan. Lin Fan grinned coldly and lightly shouted, Little Peiyuan Dan? The red color of the small Peiyuan Dan was brilliant and blinding, extremely eye-catching, and in just a moment, it made Zhang Zifen's eyes completely stay on the small Peiyuan Dan. At that moment, Zhang Zifen was astonished. Wasn't this kind of thing only found in metaphysical novels? How did it appear in front of his eyes? Could it be that he was blind? Breathing all became dull at this time. The sound of his heartbeat became more and more feeble. Zhang Zifen's forehead was dripping with sweat, getting more and more nervous. Eat it. And then, with a strong aura, Lin Fan said to Zhang Zifen, eat it? Zhang Zifen hesitated, looking at the small Peiyuan Dan, not daring to swallow it. This thing came from an unknown source. Whether there would be any problems if he ate it or not, Zhang Zifen didn't dare to think about it, and he wouldn't eat it. He was afraid of death, afraid that something would go wrong if he ate the small Peiyuan Dan. Eat it. If you don't, I'll pack up the whole store so that you can never walk out. At this time, Lin Fan forced his way into Zhang Zifen and drank in a clear and cold voice. You're going to buy this store? Zhang Zifen's eyes dropped out. It was too shocking. Lin Fan's face changed. His cheeks raised in an arc as he laughed. What? I can't buy this store. Is this store expensive? Zhang Zifen was speechless, unable to speak. With Lin Fan's style today, he did have that ability to buy this store, and Zhang Zifen could be imprisoned by Lin Fan, although locking up people was against the law. But when he met someone like Lin Fan, Zhang Zifen felt that he might not have the ability to fight against Lin Fan. This is really pretty. Ha, Mr. Lin, is this a product launched by our company? Yao Yuanxin's eyes lit up as she curiously surveyed the small Peiyuan Dan. She found that the small Peiyuan Dan had a rounded body and emitted a reddish aura all over its body. The reddish aura was a little bit demonic, making her unable to take her eyes off of it. Lin Fan nodded and did not say much. The small Peiyuan Dan thing said too much, may want to make any mess. Yao Yuanxin sighed. Lin Fan is not prepared to let her know all. Only need to understand that this is the company's product is good. Yao Yuanxin kindly said to Zhang Zifen, eat it Zifen. I'll eat one too. Yuanxin, do you really want to eat this? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Zhang Zifen was a bit worried and said in a trembling voice. He was keeping a skeptical attitude towards the little Peiyuan Dan. This thing looked red and hadn't gone through any national inspection at all. It belonged to a 3-less product, so he didn't know what would go wrong if he ate it. I believe Mr. Lin. Yao Yuanin stretched out her jade hand and grabbed a small Peiyuan Dan. The small Peiyuan Dan was held by Yao Yuanin's jade finger in her hand, and directly swallowed it with a gulp. In that instant, a cool and refreshing feeling went down Yao Yuanxin's throat, turning into a stream of heat surging to Yao Yuanxin's whole body meridians. She only felt like flying up to the sky, being illuminated by mild sunlight. A comfortable feeling that words can't express spread all over her body. The main effect of little Peiyuan Dan is to prolong life and prevent all diseases. Its powerful medicinal effect is moisturizing the body all the time, so that every cell of the body is active. And Yao Yuanxin felt this moment. It is the sense of comfort of active cells. Mr. Lin, this stuff is so comfortable to eat. Yao Yuanxin shouted incredulously, looking at Lin Fan with more admiration in her eyes. Yuanxin, don't lie to me. This stuff really has an effect? Zhang Zifen froze and asked with some disbelief. Why would I lie to you? I am really comfortable now, as if I am soaking in a hot spring. My whole body is warm. Yao Yuanin grinned a little unpleasantly, getting a little annoyed with Zhang Zifen's questioning. Lin Fan's little Peiyuan Dan was very potent. Yao Yuan said that it was the best medicine she had ever eaten. It was the same as a divine medicine, and she could see immediate results when she ate it. At this moment, it was Zhang Zifen who couldn't help himself, picking up a small Peiyuan Dan and said with a straight face, then I'll take one. Gulp. The small Peiyuan Dan was swallowed down Zhang Zifen's stomach, transforming into a blazing fire. His whole body was set on fire. Sweat was constantly overflowing out of his pores. Zhang Zifen felt as if he had gone through a strenuous exercise. The feeling of being so hearty was almost indescribable. It was too comfortable. How could this be? This medicine wouldn't have added any toxins. Right. How could it make me feel this way? Zhang Zifen shouted incredulously, surprised. The little Peiyuan Dan that Lin Fan had given him gave him a floating feeling. A feeling that stimulated his nerves all the time, making him feel like it was fake. Because the effect was so good and comfortable, it made Zhang Zifen feel like he was taking a fake medicine. You can take it to be tested. If something goes wrong, I will destroy all of this medicine and never let it into the market. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Zifen's surprised face and said calmly, there was absolutely no problem with the little Peiyuan Dan. This was something that the system could guarantee. If the system had screwed Lin Fan over, then Lin Fan wouldn't be able to live. This was simply something that couldn't happen. Can I have another one? Zhang Zifen had some cravings and wanted to get another one from Lin Fan. Yes, but you'll have to evaluate my company. Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals is definitely marketable. Lin Fan scanned Zhang Zifen's treacherous face and said indifferently, As long as there was a system, Lin Fan could have as many small Peiyuan Dan as he wanted. The only thing he didn't do was that Lin Fan didn't go for mass production. But as long as he completed his mission, Lin Fan believed that he was able to mass produce it. I can't be the master of this. I need to bring your small Peiyuan Dan back to the company. The upper leadership of the company will decide. I will notify you if it's fast. But you still have to give me a few more small Peiyuan Dan. Zhang Zifen's eyes changed at this time and said solemnly. In reality, Zhang Zifen himself was the one who made the decision. But he intentionally put it like this because he didn't want Lin Fan's company to go public. Lin Fan had made him so faceless today, and although he couldn't fight Lin Fan either, it would be pleasant for him to be able to secretly play with Lin Fan. Yes, you can take away all of this box of small Peiyuan Dan. Lin Fan nodded and said seriously. There were less than 5 small Peiyuan Dan inside the box. They were leftovers. The small Peiyuan Dan that Lin Fan had given to Su Guangbo was 15, but he himself had left 5. Alright, I'll take it back. Zhang Zifen pursed his lips, revealing a smile full of peace, but in his heart, he did not have good intentions. However, at this time, the 3 Michelin-starred restaurants started to serve the dishes. One dish after another was served. The food passers were not enough, and called those welcoming ladies over, all of them serving the dishes. But in this way, it couldn't be finished. The dishes ordered by Lin Fan were just a bit too much, and those welcoming ladies were all worried about it. The Australian Big Lobster is here. Let's eat the dishes. Yao Yuanxin was a bit happy and was the first one to pick up her chopsticks and clip a bit of Australian Big Lobster to ease the atmosphere. As Yao Yuanxin eased the atmosphere, Lin Fan and Zhang Zifen really did not continue to rub sparks between them, but each looked at the other with their own thoughts. The Michelin 3-star French restaurant dishes were delicious. Yao Yuanxin alone ate 2 Australian Big Lobsters, but after she finished the Big Lobsters she realized she couldn't eat any more and said with some embarrassment, I'm full. You guys eat more. Don't waste it. This table of dishes was $250,000. Yao Yuanin didn't spend any money, but it was incomparably painful. It's not a problem. I've already asked someone to put the dishes in Zhang Zifen's car. He usually can't afford to eat good food. Today I'll help him fulfill this wish. When Zhang Zifen heard this, his eyes turned green again. His Lexus was not a food delivery truck. Chapter 45, He's a Master. Zhang Zifen ate his meal with extreme helplessness, and when he was done, he drove away in his Lexus in a grayish manner. The Lexus tire was repaired. Lin Fan had called a mechanic when he punctured Zhang Zifen's tire, but didn't tell Zhang Zifen. Yao Yuanxin looked at Lin Fan and thought he was very handsome. Although she spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in vain, she was happy because she felt that Lin Fan did all this for her. What women care about most is whether a man loves them or not. Feeling Lin Fan's strong love, Yao Yuanxin began to slowly approach towards Lin Fan. Sitting over, she was like a ripe peach, a pair of Danfang eyes pulsing with love. Looking at Lin Fan with watery eyes, secretly discharging, Yao Yuanxin spent her snow-white neck and neck, pulling open the gap that is enough to pride the world's chest realm, opening up her privileges to Lin Fan, shyly asking, Mr. Lin, if you treat Zhang Zifen like this, aren't you afraid of his backstabbing? No need to be afraid. No problem. I can always find out if he is doing his best or not. I'll wait for him to make up his own mind. Letting him have this meal is to let him understand that the women of Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals are not just for him to bully. Lin Fan said coldly, full of confidence, not noticing Yao Yuanxin's state at this moment. Otherwise Lin Fan would definitely have a nosebleed. At this moment, Yao Yuanxin's chest outlined thrilling lines, making men gulp straight at the sight of it. Relying on the system, Lin Fan can grasp Zhang Zifen's movements. The small Peiyuan Dan thing is reported to complete the task. If it is not reported, Lin Fan can also know. At that time, it would be Lin Fan's doorstep visit. Mr. Lin. At this moment, Yao Yuanxin could not help but be dumbfounded when she saw the confident Lin Fan. Too handsome, too secure. Yao Yuanxin suddenly felt that Lin Fan was a big pale tree, unattainable and incomparably reliable, and could be a big backer behind her. Don't worry, Zhang Zifen can't eat my little Peiyuan Dan. And no one in the entire market can eat it because none of them can afford it. Lin Fan was exceptionally firm and spoke with a majestic air. It wasn't long before Zhang Zifen finally drove his Lexus back to the company. The food that he brought from Michelin 3 stars, Zhang Zifen threw all of it into the sewer. He didn't need to eat this food. Even if these dishes were expensive and he couldn't afford them, even if these dishes were tantalizing and appetizing, he would only throw them into the sewer. These foods made him feel ashamed. The great sense of shame made Zhang Zifen's face hot and painful. However, Zhang Zifen didn't throw the small Peiyuan Dan. The value of the small Peiyuan Dan was too great. Entering the market would be exceptionally hot. He chose to stay, but he still couldn't help but criticize the small Peiyuan Dan. At this time Zhang Zifen sat in the office team leader position. Muff like a river. Now the company is more and more excessive. Everything wants to sell. Everything wants to flow into the market. Everyone come over to take a look at this thing, but also called the small Peiyuan Dan, said to eat to prolong life and enhance the body, but how I see how it looks like a fake. I do not know if it is not added with toxins, so that people will be addicted to eating it, like poppy husk can enhance the freshness of food, so that the more people eat, the more addictive they become, the more they can't stay away from it. But this thing is quite damaging to the human body if you eat too much of it. Brother Ziffin, it's not true, it's got that stuff added to it? I go, what kind of company is this? Really ing heartless people eat the stuff can also go down? Garbage company, garbage product, garbage small Peiyuan Dan, little Peiyuan Dan? Can someone really refine this thing? Is he an alchemist? Zhang Ziffin casually said a few words, and the rhythm of the entire office was beaten, and many people felt that the little Peiyuan Dan was a limitless product. There was even a person who had read too many novels questioning the true identity of the little Peiyuan Dan. Everyone must not buy this in the future. This company also wants to go public in the future, and is preparing to scale up the product, and is looking for me to evaluate it. Everyone should keep their eyes peeled. Zhang Ziffin added fuel to the fire when he heard the people in the office resisting the small Peiyuan Dan. Whoever buys this thing looks like it's been added. Otherwise how would the appearance be so bright red? In my opinion, this is definitely added poison products, otherwise it can't be sold at all, and wants to plague the people. I want to be a thunderbolt and be the first to put an end to him. It's still Brother Ziffin who is good, telling us in advance and saving us from being fooled once. PFFFFFFFF. The entire office was hotly discussing the little Peiyuan Dan at this moment, when the sound of several high-heeled boots rubbing against the ground came out. Several women wearing cheongsam smilingly walked towards the office conference room. They had a very good figure. Their waists were full, as agile as a willow snake. With light makeup, they were dressed up to be mature and hot, and they were gorgeous. And among them, there is an extremely prominent, wearing white skinny dress, all show no one flabby body, package hip small short skirt, revealing a pair of long and white and straight and thin thighs, makeup cold, crane, her hands, holding a wooden box. The wooden box is loaded with face wash Dan. This woman is the big star Maku Qian. The women in the office are all her good sisters. After she got the face washing Dan, she wanted to find her sisters to see the effect of the face washing Dan. She has shares in the company. Although she is not the direct boss of the company, she has shares in it. In a sense, she is the boss of this company. But now, Shou Qian has heard someone questioning the efficacy of Xiao Peiyuan Dan. Curtain Qian's heart, in this instant, melancholy up. How could this be? Could it be that the cleansing Dan is a fake? Curtain Qian's face trembled and her heart was secretly shocked. Her forehead was sweating a lot. If the face washing pill was fake, then she was asking for trouble by bringing her sisters to test the medicine today. Although Curtain Qian has a big background, but likewise, the friends she knows are all women with great backgrounds. If there is something wrong with the face washing pill, she is afraid that it will be difficult for her to end it. Qian, how did you stop? Not going in? Yes Qian, I see your face is not very good. Didn't we come to eat the face washing pills? Why did your face become so ugly? Is something wrong? Two women asked softly, looking at Curtain Qian in disbelief. Curtain Qian instantly came back to her senses and sighed in her heart. Forget it, I guess this medicine can't be eaten to death. At most, it is ineffective. All of them are called here. Besides, this medicine is a fake. How can I get along with them in the future? After that, Curtain Qian smiled and said to the crowd, it's nothing, it's just that I suddenly twisted my foot and got some cramps. So that's it, let's go in then. Qian, you should be more careful when you walk in the future. Don't walk so fast, especially when you wear high heels. It will be especially easy to sprain. When the crowd heard this, they cared for Curtain Qian. Curtain Qian smiled sweetly and opened her mouth. Go in, let's take this medicine. All of them nodded their heads with happy smiles on their faces, then followed Curtain Qian into the conference room. Curtain Qian cantered in and opened the wooden box in her hand, presenting the face washing Dan inside. The efficacy of face cleansing pill is to beautify the skin and drive away the harmful toxins in the body. But Curtain Qian's arm is a bit trembling now. She sits in the conference room and puts her trembling hands underneath the table, as far as possible, so that no one can see her abnormality. Face cleansing Dan. After a long time, Curtain Qian bit her red lips and whispered to herself. She is an actress. She has almost harsh requirements on her face. If she eats some drugs indiscriminately, it is very likely to ruin her future. This face washing Dan is full of uncertainty. Shou Qian is a bit afraid to eat it. And at this time, an older woman grabbed the face washing Dan and put it into her mouth. Gulp! Mako Qian swallowed her saliva. Her heart tightened and she locked her gaze completely on that woman. Just at this moment, a magical scene happened. Suddenly, a wrinkle on that woman's face, instantly cracked and disappeared, and the cloasma that she had on her face before, surprisingly slipped off her face and fell to the ground, revealing a flat and smooth side of her cheeks, as delicate as a newborn baby. The healing effect is so good? Really? This is so powerful after just eating one. Looking at this scene, everyone's heart and mind jumped in surprise. At this moment, even Curtin Xianxian's breath was held and she looked at the woman incredulously. The effect of the face cleansing pill is so strong? Curtin Xianxian can't believe her eyes a little bit anymore, but she still saw the cloasma that fell on the ground. The reality made her understand that it's absolutely true. Xian, this kind of face washing pills you got there, I want all of them. Are there any more? That woman then touched her face with her hand. The smooth feeling coming from her face excited her. This medicine is simply divine. It's better than the ones I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on. I want it too. I'll take any amount of money for a face cleansing pill with this effect. Xian, what kind of master do you know? How did you get this kind of medicine? Can you introduce it to your sisters? After seeing how effective the face washing pill is, Curtin Xianxian's friends have surrounded her, chattering and talking. As for Curtin Xianxian, at this time, she also realized a problem and her face suddenly changed. 2 minutes later, Mako Qianxian appeared in front of Zhang Zifen. At the same time, Zhang Zifen was standing in front of a group of noble women, who were all looking at him with spiteful gazes, itching to devour him alive. The atmosphere was a bit dull at this moment. Zhang Zifen didn't know what was going on, and thought that it was a routine for Curtin Xianxian to talk to him. Finally, M broke the deadlock and opened her mouth to ask, "Let me ask you, what's the deal with this little Peiyuan Dan? I just heard you say that it's a fake medicine. Is it true?" "This little Peiyuan Dan is fake. It doesn't have any effect when you eat it. It also has poison products on it. It will be addictive when you eat it. Can't you buy it for your family to eat?" "Mr. Curtin?" Zhang Zifen heard Curtin Xianxian talking and thought that she wanted to take a little bit to eat. Immediately he was denigrating the elixir. He was not going to let Lin Fan have a good time, even if he was telling lies in front of Curtin Xian. "The little Peiyuan Dan is a medicine sold by my most respected master. What are your intentions when you talk about him like that?" However, Zhang Zifen had just finished speaking when he heard an angry voice from Mak Xianshan. "Duh, master?" Hearing these words, Zhang Zifen was surprised, his fingers trembling in shock as the pupils of his eyes glared. Chapter 46, The Nailer. "He knows you, Mr. Shou." Zhang Zifen was already frozen on the spot. A look of despair appeared on his face. He was scared out of a cold sweat. He was most aware of the status of Curtin Xian, this actress that no one dared to mess with in the entire Ninghai city. Even Zhang Zifen didn't dare to have any thoughts about Curtin Xian. If such a person knows Lin Fan, then how scary is Lin Fan's identity? Curtin Xian said seriously at this time, "I don't want to see you anymore. That master is a very respectable person. If you slander him like this, I can only ask you to leave." Curtin Xian spoke firmly, with an unquestionable tone. The good sisters were all watching Curtin Xian deal with this. Just now Curtin Xian told them about Lin Fan. They were all very angry and told Curtin Xian to deal with it seriously. How can a person who can create a miracle medicine like face cleansing pill be denigrated? Hearing this kind of righteous indignation, all of Mak Xianxian's sisters are itching to fix Zhang Zifan severely. "Mr. Shou, Mr. Shou, Mr. Shou, give me a chance. I was wrong." Zhang Zifen had a bitter look on his face at this time. His face was aggrieved. He really knew that he was wrong now, and he wouldn't dare to mess with Lin Fan anymore. Just Curtin Xian, but all is did not hear, as if simply do not know Zhang Zifen. But the heart is very regrettable. Hate themselves to recruit a bucket. Actually back to slander Lin Fan. Lin Fan can be defamed. If he was defamed, those wash face Dan they cannot get, is the biggest loss. Curtin Xian can only let Lin Fan get better and better. In order to get that kind of miraculous face washing pills, the woman to the face but regarded as life. "Mr. Shou." Zhang Zifen shouted one last time for Mako Qianxian, shedding tears of sadness. This company was great. He had developed well here, bought a Lexus, and was able to pursue many beautiful women. But now, it was finished because of Lin Fan. Afterward, Zhang Zifen dragged his tired body out of the company. He rolled up and left, taking all his things, regretting very much that he had snatched a woman from Lin Fan. If it wasn't for Yao Yuan Xin, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation at all. After seeing Zhang Zifen leave, Curtin Xianxin came to the office alone, thinking hard with heavy eyes. From Zhang Zifen's place, Curtin Xian knows that Lin Fan's company is going public, but Zhang Zifen is messing up behind the scenes and barrels a big basket. If Curtin Xian calls at this time, will Lin Fan be angry? If you are a good person, you will have to pay attention to it. This is something that she will often eat in the future, no matter how much money it costs. Afterwards, Curtin Xian made a call to Danyang Villa and investigated Lin Fan's phone number from Danyang Villa. Lin Fan had left a phone number for some tycoons at the scene that time, and Danyang Villa had also left a copy. Mako Qian summoned up the courage to make a call. "Do." Lin Fan picked up the phone and asked, "Who are you? Is it better for me to call you Master Lin now? Or Mr. Lin?" Curtin Qian's red lips slightly opened, pursed her lips and spoke. Master Lin?" Lin Fan was a bit baffled. How could Curtin Qian call herself Master Lin? Could it be that she ate those face-cleansing pills? Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile and laughed cheerfully. "You ate the face-washing, Dan, and now you want to look for me to buy it again. Let me say it first, this time I will definitely not give it to you for nothing. The face-cleansing Dan was originally meant to be sold. If it couldn't be sold, then there was absolutely no need for Lin Fan to give it to Shou Qian. I know, it's true that a divine medicine like yours can't be given for nothing. I called you this time, mainly because I want to apologize to you." Mako Qian nodded in recognition, with a hint of apology in her tone. "You apologize to me? What's wrong?" Lin Fan frowned and asked without knowing why. "I apologize for the matter of my employee under my hand, Zhang Zifen, giving your company a wrong assessment and discrediting your medicine. Here I promise you on behalf of the company that your company is ready to go public and doesn't need to be assessed," Mako Qian said with certainty. "Evaluation of the listed company procedures troublesome, cannot get through the relationship is more difficult to list." Curtin Qian in this regard has a lot of relations. After becoming a shareholder of Zhang Zifen's company, basically did not encounter any difficult problems. As long as casually make a few phone calls, you can solve all the problems. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the open a listed company first task. Ding. The host has completed the task. The system automatically takes back the Platinum VIP card. Ding. Please complete the task of acquiring the bankrupt Golden Tripod International as soon as possible. Su Penghai's condition is not so good these days, and he may pass away at any time, so please hurry up. However, right at this moment, the system's voice sounded in Lin Fan's head. After Lin Fan heard it, he couldn't help but frown inside. "System, you're so stingy. You recycled the Platinum VIP card. I haven't even used all the money on there." The balance of the Platinum VIP card was $20 million, but Lin Fan hadn't even used up all of that money by now, and it was really a shame that it was now being recycled by the system. Ding. Host, please don't argue. If the host wants to be punished. Seemingly hearing Lin Fan's complaining voice, the system uttered a stern cry. I'm just saying it casually, and I don't really want the Platinum VIP card." Lin Fan sniffed and secretly pinched a sweat. The system's punishments were all very pitiful. He didn't want to be electrocuted. Is Su Wenting's father, Su Penghai, in bad health lately? Lin Fan furrowed his brows and secretly pondered. Su Wenting relied on Su Penghai to have a life as a big lady. If Su Penghai had problems, then Su Wenting would become a helpless wretch. And at this time, Gao Yongjin could extend his clutches. Gao Yongjin has always been obsessed with Su Wenting. Last time in the hotel, Lin Fan found out that this guy is starving. He can any woman. He doesn't love Su Wenting at all. If he doesn't solve this as soon as possible, it will make Su Wenting very passive. Wait, don't I have the little Peiyuan Dan and the recovery spirit Dan? Suddenly, Lin Fan's heart violently moved and remembered the little Peiyuan Dan and the spirit restoration pill. The small cultivation pill could cure many diseases, and the rehabilitation spirit pill could replenish vital energy and restore the body's vitality. So if these medicines were given to Su Penghai, they might be able to alleviate the disease. System, can the small cultivation pill and the restoration spirit pill cure Su Penghai's illness? Lin Fan couldn't help but ask. Ding. The small Peiyuan Dan and restoration spirit pill can only restore illnesses that don't have persistent diseases. It's difficult to cure illnesses that have persistent diseases. The system quickly was answering Lin Fan, but Lin Fan was not very happy to hear the result. Ding. If the host wants to cure Su Penghai's stubborn disease, he can use the NV value. The host's current NV value has reached 20,000 points and can cure Su Penghai's stubborn disease. Great! Lin Fan shouted happily when he heard the system reminder. Being able to cure Su Penghai's illness couldn't be better, and Lin Fan didn't want to see Su Wenting and Su Penghai having a hard time with each other. However, at this time, Curtin Qian was not happy on the other end of the phone. Lin Fan, what's wrong with you? You didn't answer me even after I called so many times? Just now when he completed the mission, Lin Fan had focused his attention on the system, and when Curtin Qian said a lot of words to himself, Lin Fan didn't care. Now when he heard Curtin Qian's voice, it brought Lin Fan back to his senses. I'm sorry, I'm a bit dizzy just now. The company has been too busy lately. My body isn't very good. Lin Fan said politely on the phone. Don't be too busy. The body is the capital of the revolution. Let me do the listing of your company. This aspect of the formalities requires you to transmit a little information. Upload the information, and it will be done. Curtin Qian said softly. Suddenly feel Lin Fan is very great. She herself, if not rely on the family background, simply cannot develop so well. Lin Fan rely on the wash face dandies pills. You can enter her world. Curtain Qian Qian, this circle are rich people play. Ordinary people are hard to contact. Many people try their whole life without result. But Lin Fan so young can be close to Curtain Qian Qian. It really makes her feel a little unrealistic. I'll have someone do this. I'll have her contact you later. I have something to do, so I'll hang up first. Lin Fan didn't dare to say more to Curtain Qian, afraid to say more later and she's not clear with her again. Just Su Wenting is enough to make his head spin. On the other side of the phone, Curtain Qian Qian was silent. Lin Fan directly hung up the phone, but Curtain Qian Qian didn't say anything. A moment later, Curtain Qian Qian smiled sweetly and said, "He, you are still the first man who dares to hang up on me." Curtain Qian Qian has a lot of men chasing after her, and these men can't wait to talk to Curtain Qian Qian for hours on the phone. But Lin Fan on his side took the initiative to hang up on her, which made her a bit impressed. Lin Fan hung up with Curtain Qian and went to find Yao Yuanxin, then told Yao Yuanxin to pay attention to some things and left her alone. Yao Yuanxin had interned in a big company before and was very capable. Basically Lin Fan didn't need to worry about it, just leave it to her. However, Lin Fan did ask the system how to mass-produce the face cleansing pill and the small Peiyuan pill, but the system only told Lin Fan that he needed to complete that acquisition of the artificial manufacturing island, Small Orange Island, before he could have the permission to view them. Unable to do anything about it, Lin Fan didn't bother exploring this issue. Little Orange Island was a place that would take a lot of time to find, so Lin Fan had better clear up the matter of the Golden Tripod International Company first. Thinking of this, Lin Fan began to investigate the information about the Golden Tripod International Corporation. Through understanding, Lin Fan found out that Jinding International Company was a family industry with a relatively long history, and his ancestors were basically running various businesses. Fruits, vegetables, grain, fabrics, businesses were all done, and at the current stage, it was mainly doing the real estate industry. But the real estate industry in Ninghai City is not doing well. Many houses in the old city have been developed by other real estate companies, and the houses in the new city are not selling well, so few people are going to buy them. And the only thing that can make some money is the stores. It just so happened that JD International took the land in the new neighborhood, which was used to build stores near the old town, and could earn some money. But in recent times, the demolition households in the new neighborhoods have been very active, often looking for trouble with the developers. The probability of nail households appearing is too high. The Jinding International can't take the land in the new neighborhoods, and Su Penghai's hair has turned white in a hurry over this matter. Coupled with the encounter of a serious illness, he has some time to spare. Why do I feel that all these nail households are deliberately going to pick a fight? Lin Fan looked at the information of several nail households and found that those people were very problematic. Chapter 47, Alien Computer. These families, who deliberately made things difficult for Su Penghai, were not aborigines of the new neighborhood, but came from somewhere else. They somehow became relatives of the new neighborhood aborigines, and led the trouble every day, making those demolition households bold. And now they dare to smash and make trouble to the GDT International without any fear. The GTA called the police and security guards, but every time, the police were called by the GTA on the front foot, and the masses left on the back foot, so they couldn't catch the scene at all. It seems that there is a big problem within the Golden Tripod International. Lin Fan frowned and muttered in a low voice. There was definitely a problem behind Jinding International, otherwise it wouldn't have been unable to handle the demolition of the residents. So maybe it was Gao Yongjin who was behind this. If he wanted to solve this, Lin Fan had to penetrate inside to get more information. What he investigated now was just a superficial effort, and at this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang again. Why is she still calling? Lin Fan looked at the number on his cell phone before realizing that it was Xia Beibei's call. Xia Beibei had called Lin Fan hundreds of times during this period of time. Every day without fail, and Lin Fan hadn't answered a single one of them, so his head got big when he saw the call at this moment. Lin Fan, you finally gave up answering the phone. What the hell are you up to these days? You don't come to class and you don't answer the phone. Do you want me to expel you from school? If I wasn't thinking about your parents' age, I would have wanted to tell them about you skipping class. Helplessly, Lin Fan still picked up the phone, only to be scolded after he did so. Teacher, I was called by my boss to work overtime during this period of time. That company is a top 500 company. He wants me to familiarize myself with the business, and after graduation, he'll let me start as a manager directly. When Lin Fan heard this, his heart warmed and he was somewhat grateful to Xia Beibei. Xia Beibei had Lin Fan's place in her heart, otherwise she wouldn't have kept Lin Fan's to herself. Nonsense, you must have run off to play games. The teacher still doesn't understand you. A top 500 company would let a college student be a manager? Xia Beibei glared at Lin Fan on the other end of the phone, feeling that this panic talk was too unleveled. It's probably because they think I'm handsome. Lin Fan skimmed his mouth and replied. Hearing this, Xia Beibei was silent. Although Lin Fan did look white. But this could be a manager of a top 500 company? Teacher won't talk to you anymore. Come to school early tomorrow morning or I'll expel you. Xia Beibei suddenly had a tough attitude and hung up the phone after saying that. Xia Beibei, I'll talk to you when I get to school. Lin Fan hemmed and hawed. Last time Xia Beibei promised herself that she would be Lin Fan's girlfriend as long as she got first place in the exam. And now that Lin Fan had gotten proficient in college language, it was time to find Xia Beibei in trouble. Of course, Lin Fan would never bully Xia Beibei. He just wanted to let Xia Beibei fulfill her duties as a girlfriend. The next day, Lin Fan came to South University, and he was not afraid at all. Having already missed several days of school, taking the time he bought a few designer clothes. Now that he was already a tycoon, he couldn't be undignified. Wow, what's going on? Why is Lin Fan wearing a famous brand? This is Ivizu's limited edition? It's really Ivizu's limited edition. A pair of pants is tens of thousands. So handsome. I also want to wear Ivizu limited edition. No, how do I see Hermes pants? Oh my god, Lin Fan bought my favorite Hermes collector's edition pants. When Lin Fan walked into the classroom, it immediately caused a sensation in the classroom. Lin Fan, who was originally in a Taobao outfit, turned into a brand name spokesman. And what he was wearing now, there wasn't that piece that wasn't a brand name. As everyone's shrieks came out, the gazes of the girls in the class all gathered on Lin Fan, and a sudden change occurred. That gaze was longing. The girls in the class now want to communicate with Lin Fan. It is best to go to a room with Lin Fan. Although the female students of South University are not poor, but there is that female is not like the tycoon. Money, this thing is once smashed out, it will scourge people. Lin Fan wearing these clothes obviously come to scourge Nan. Money, this thing, the charm is so big. Before, when Lin Fan had no money, these people were digging at him, and now when they see that Lin Fan has money, each one of them cannot wait to go over to be a dog slave. Seeing this, Shi Yong couldn't help but sigh. As Lin Fan's good buddy, Shi Yong was very vocal because he had witnessed everything that Lin Fan had done. From poverty to wealth, Shi Yong, nicknamed Stone, during the time when Lin Fan was very poor, he was the only one who accompanied Lin Fan to talk. But now Shi Yong knew that he and Lin Fan were not in the same world. Lin Fan landed on his paws and walked next to Shi Yong, smiling slightly. Good Stone, didn't you want an alien computer before? How about I give you one now? You're giving it to me? Shi Yong's face gradually stared in disbelief as he shouted. Alien computers were the favorite of every enthusiast, and owning an alien was not only a sign of playing it cool, it was the ultimate embodiment of the device's technology. Shi Yong dreamed of wanting an alien. He ingested deeply into this piece of IT. It's only a pity that the economy can't keep up with it, otherwise he would have bought it a long time ago. Of course it's true. Look what I'm wearing. As to lie to you? Lin Fan smiled and calmly said, It's real. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Shi Yong stood up in excitement all of a sudden and shouted. Shi Yong was so excited that he couldn't stop the tears from falling down, and said with gratitude, Lin Fan, from now on, you are my regenerative parent. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not dare to go west. Alien computer is not cheap. Ordinary a little more than 30,000. Shi Yong see Lin Fan all famous brand. Think Lin Fan send the alien will not be too bad. Asterisk. Tens of thousands of dollars a piece of alien said to send. This is one tens of millions of lottery? Lin Fan, brother Fan, my own brother, I beg you to send me a Rolex watch. I'm obsessed with looking at this thing. I dream of Rolex watches every day. Lin Fan, do you need a girlfriend? Can you see me? My breasts are not small. D-cup cover. Don't believe you touch it. However, Shi Yong's voice was the one that caused a sensation in the entire class. They all treated Lin Fan as a god of wealth now. However, Lin Fan's money is not a big water flushing, facing those who sneered at himself. So said, Huang Guanyu, you used to snitch on me in front of the teacher. Song Xiangfei, you falsely accused me of stealing a girl's wallet last time. Lu Xinghan, you guy has been trying to get me to do this and that. You people, now looking for me to buy something. Don't you have a little bit of pussy in your heart? Lu Xinghan, Huang Guanyu, Song Xiangfei, these people Lin Fan has the deepest impression. These individuals are not in a good family situation. From time to time there is a sense of frustration. They all take their anger out on Lin Fan, and now turn around and beg Lin Fan to buy something. Is it possible? That's right, especially Lu Xinghan. You guys used to talk about Lin Fan a lot, often let Lin Fan do this and that, thinking that this can help Lin Fan progress. But in fact, you and Lin Fan are the gap between heaven and earth. You want to help him? Can you help him? Shi Yong stood out in an indignant manner. Lu Xinghan, this person is self-righteous, thinking that he is the best learner. He learns the official voice to instruct others to do that. Shi Yong hates him. In fact, he is not even a fart. Teaching others to do things every time is a failure. In the past, Sure Yong is in the way not to say anything, but now, there is no need to show mercy. Sure, what are you talking nonsense about? I helped Lin Fan for his own good. He can't even thank me enough. Lu Xinghan was said so by Sure Yong. His face flushed and he said defiantly, he. Lin Fan heard this and came to be angry in his heart. Lu Xinghan, this pussy face can be. Originally Lin Fan did not want to count this, but now, Lin Fan was ready to tell Lu Xinghan a reality. So Lin Fan opened his mouth and said, Lu Xinghan, you said that I have to be thankful to you, didn't you? When Lu Xinghan heard this, it carried a strange flavor, but still forcefully said, thank you even if you and I are classmates. I don't care about those, but this friend of yours, Sure Yong, I advise you not to have a deep relationship. He doesn't distinguish between things. Sooner or later, he will harm you. Click. Lin Fan's fists pinched and crunched. His heart's anger rose. He had seen shameless ones, but he hadn't seen Lu Xinghan so shameless. In the next moment, Lin Fan took a step forward and asked Drilly, you're good at splitting hairs, aren't you? At this moment, Lin Fan has clenched his fists. Before Lu Xinghan let Lin Fan do a project. The project Lu Xinghan did not even glance at. Called Lin Fan in accordance with his intention to get. The results failed. And the reason for the failure is Lu Xinghan's wrong decision. And now Lu Xinghan and come to this set of direct ignition Lin Fan unprecedented anger. I've always done well in this area of separating things. Otherwise how can I get recognized by the teacher and let me manage you guys? Lu Xinghan was a bit proud and said smugly. But the next moment, Lu Xinghan began to scream miserably. Ah, Lin Fan, how did you hit me? Lin Fan struck out and directly slapped Lu Xinghan's face. Lu Xinghan's face was instantly reddened and his teeth fell out one down as he screamed miserably. On the ground, Lu Xinghan wowed and spat out blood, bleeding all over the place. Why can't I hit you? It's you I'm hitting. That previous project would have failed if it wasn't for your rat messing up. Lin Fan lifted his big meaty palm and wanted to come back to whip Lu Xinghan one more time. The iron cloth shirt max made Lin Fan powerful. His strength was not something Lu Xinghan could resist. One more slap and he would be in the hospital. Stop. Hand. You can't hit me. This is against the law. Lu Xinghan had a horrified look on his face, sucking in a breath of cool air. His back was cold and swishing. Just now Lin Fan had slapped him and knocked out one of his teeth. Now his face was in fiery pain. One more slap and one would faint. I have the money to knock you into the hospital for the rest of your life. Lin Fan shouted violently. At this time lifting his big hand, he swung another slap over towards Lu Xinghan. Slap. With a light and crisp sound, Lu Xinghan's slap was sent flying by Lin Fan, blood coming out of his mouth and nose, and he was lying on the ground in a shriveled state. How did Lin Fan's strength become so big? One slap and Lu Xinghan flew away. Lu Xinghan, a big man of more than 100 pounds. Is he so unbeatable? Looking at Lu Xinghan lying on the ground, a creepy feeling surged into the hearts of the crowd. Chapter 48, Full Score Test Papers. Now, you guys still want to ask me to buy you something? I earned my own money, not from you guys. You guys asked me to buy something. Don't you have any pussy in your hearts? Lin Fan lightly drank. His voice spread throughout the class and everyone heard it. Lu Xinghan, who was lying on the ground, was a foretaste of what had happened before. If they wanted to ask Lin Fan for money, they had to have thought about what they had done before. At once, many people began to regret. In the past, Lin Fan was very inconspicuous. Everyone treated him as an ordinary person, but not anymore. One by one, they all envied Sure Yong. Just because Sure Yong had helped Lin Fan sent him an alien computer. It was too damn eye-opening. That was an alien However, at this time, a sound of high heels clattering appeared. Xiaobei's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Xinghan on the ground with a sad face and asked, why is Lu Xinghan lying on the ground? What's going on here? Teacher, it's Lin Fan. Lin Fan hit Lu Xinghan. Lu Xinghan just said a few words about Lin Fan and he beat him up. Those students who had been angrily yelled at by Lin Fan turned on Lin Fan and blamed him. They were resentful when they couldn't get Lin Fan to give them anything, and wanted to see Lin Fan embarrassed. However, Lin Fan laughed lightly and said, Ms. Xia, you're wearing this outfit so beautifully today. Wear it like this every day in the future. It must be said that Xiaobei is very good at dressing. Wearing a black t-shirt on top, the black t-shirt looks more show her breasts high. Wearing a pair of black leather pants underneath, will be her long and slender legs, strangled tight, elasticity, so that people look at the people would like to slap a slap on her buttocks. Lin Fan, this look has been almost drooling. Really, Xiaobei's body is first class. Very great. You still dare to be poor? Xiaobei's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Although she did dress a bit nicely today, it was not an excuse for Lin Fan to bolt. Lin Fan had beaten Lu Xinghan. This was going to be hard to do. Get ready to go to the faculty office for the record. Now that the exams will start soon, Which one of you will send Lu Xinghan to the hospital? Xia Beibei opened her teeth and sighed softly. Lu Xinghan, this matter must be dealt with as soon as possible. It's not good if it drags on. If something goes wrong, Lin Fan's place will have to be dealt with seriously. Hearing this, Lin Fan took the initiative and said, I'll send him. No way. Xia Beibei bit her red lips and firmly said. Then, after looking at the class, she made a call. Hello, is it the school infirmary? I have a student injured here. You guys can come over. There was a teacher there in the infirmary. Xia Beibei couldn't leave the classroom. She had to invigilate the exams, especially Lin Fan. She definitely wouldn't let him slip this time. After making the call, Xia Beibei took out a thick stack of test papers, walked on the podium, and chided. All of you all sit in your seats. Start the exam right away, and those who failed the exam will be waiting to drop out. It's still an exam. Teacher Xia is getting real this time. I don't know if Lin Fan will be expelled. He hasn't been here for so long. Whatever. It's better if he can't afford to take the test and leave. Some of the students were talking privately. Many of them preferred Lin Fan to leave the school. They already knew that Lin Fan wouldn't give anything away, so they showed their ugly faces. Shi Yong heard these arguments behind his back and was indignant. Is there any of you talking like this? Just because Lin Fan doesn't send gifts, you guys can't wait for him to leave? He sends you gifts and doesn't send us. Of course you're standing around talking. Gifts? Hearing the students' comments, Xia Beibei's beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly as she pondered. Could this be an accident? Lin Fan and Lu Xinghan had a reason for fighting. It wasn't irrational. Xia Beibei clenched her shell teeth at this time and turned her gaze towards Lin Fan, her willow eyebrows raised. Exam. After the exam, Lin Fan, you come with me to the office. Xia Beibei's attitude turned a lot milder, softly saying, No problem, Teacher Xia. Lin Fan patted his chest and nodded slightly. That thing Lin Fan didn't forget. As long as he got the first place in the exam, no matter if Xia Beibei answered or not, Lin Fan would let her be his girlfriend. Hoo-hoo. The exam papers were handed out smoothly, and everyone got one. Xia Beibei sat on the podium and stared at everyone with her eyes, but wherever there was someone who dared to cheat, she would pull them out. Especially, she was the most strict with Lin Fan. The exam paper was sent down. Lin Fan took a look. It happened that on it were all multiple choice questions, short answer questions, and reading short answer questions, and there was no so-called essay. The university exams are not like the middle school exams or the college entrance exams, and they don't intentionally ask for any essays to be written. Lin Fan saw the test paper and found it very simple. Proficient in university languages allowed Lin Fan to have the knowledge of the language of the entire university. These things could no longer be difficult for Lin Fan. Akak, baka. Lin Fan quickly looked at the test paper and wrote the answers in a staggered manner. It was as if he had seen these questions in advance. He simply couldn't waste much time. Lin Fan's hand made a clattering sound, and while the students next to him were still having a headache over the multiple choice questions, Lin Fan turned the page. Those people showed astonishment to Lin Fan, looking at him with an unbelievable expression. And at this time, the school infirmary also came to the teacher, and after pulling Lu Xinghan away, he left. Xia Beibei was a bit curious and walked over to see Lin Fan doing the test paper so fast. She looked at Lin Fan's multiple choice questions from the side and was surprised to find that Lin Fan seemed to get all of them right. This test paper, Xia Beibei herself knew very well that there were absolutely no exposed questions. How did Lin Fan do this? Wow! And at this time, Lin Fan was writing short answer questions again. Short answer questions in addition to judging the right or wrong of the topic, but also to write the solution. So this will waste a lot of time. Many people cannot finish the examination paper. Is in the short answer questions here to waste time. However, Xia Beibei here couldn't see Lin Fan wasting time at all. He was using the speed of a single breath to complete the short answer questions. In less than 5 minutes, a short answer question was completed by Lin Fan. Xia Beibei's eyes stared straight, her heart beat pounding, her heart secretly shocked. How is this possible? Is this guy a monster? Doing short answer questions so fast, and some of the understanding on this is even more concise and old-fashioned than me as a teacher. Although short answer questions can be scored as long as they are written, many people write them in a very generalized way, but in Lin Fan's case, Xia Beibei couldn't see any generalized answers at all. All of them were the most concise answers, and even these answers made her the number one in the Chinese department. Sigh to herself. This has been accomplished more than the textbook, more perfect than the textbook answers. Xia Beibei was answering the questions according to the textbook. She simply couldn't do it relying on her own level of problem solving. Lin Fan not only argued the right and wrong of the questions, but also added annotations. And those annotations let Xia Beibei how to look at it, how to not be able to pick faults. The strong visual impact made Xia Beibei's thoughts confused. If she wasn't wrong, Lin Fan's university language level had reached professor level. Sensing Xia Beibei's unusual gaze, Lin Fan snickered in a small voice. don't forget our agreement. If I get first place in the exam, you have to be my girlfriend. You went to study hard for this? Xia Beibei was stunned, and her heart was in a state of flux when she heard this being said. I said that there is no one who scored higher than me in the Southern University. Lin Fan teasingly looked at Xia Beibei and joked. Then, he started doing the final reading short answer questions again. Xia Beibei covered her head at this time and walked to the podium with a headache. She no longer dared to look at Lin Fan. This guy was too perverted. Those questions Xia Beibei didn't dare to give Lin Fan a wrong score. So that counting, the first place was Lin Fan's. Then she really want to be Lin Fan's girlfriend? Thinking about her body that she had treasured for 28 years, she was going to offer it up like this. Xia Beibei was a bit sad. Shaking her head, Xia Beibei firmly said in her heart, this little bastard is bad. Absolutely can't let him have his way. Even if he takes the first place test, he can't mess around. Xia Beibei promised Lin Fan to take the first exam to be his girlfriend, but did not promise him that he could mess around. If this Lin Fan made any excessive behavior, Xia Beibei could still get rid of him. Anyway, between him and Lin Fan, this is a verbal agreement. However, just when Xia Beibei was thinking about these things, Lin Fan had already finished all of them, and he was the first one to walk up and hand in the test paper, and then left. That test paper stayed in Xia Beibei's hand, and Lin Fan had already run outside by this time. Humph, the first one to hand in his paper. I'm afraid he knows he can't do well, so he's not wasting time answering the questions. He can finally roll. This Lin Fan is really annoying. On the basis of having a few dollars, he is making a show of force to his classmates. What's the big deal? I don't know if that money came from a clean source. Maybe he stole it. I'm a little worried. After Lin Fan finished handing in his papers, some of his classmates were talking to him, but by this time, Xia Beibei had already started grading. That paper was held in Xia Beibei's hands. Xia Beibei looked at it with her eyes, the corners of her mouth outlined in surprise. This Lin Fan actually scored a perfect score. 100 points. How can this be? How did he answer the questions? I can't find any mistakes at all. Xia Beibei's heart was full of doubts. She looked at the exam paper with trembling shock. The shock was extremely strong. It wasn't that she didn't want Lin Fan to get a good score, but this kind of exam paper where she couldn't find a single mistake at all made her suspect cheating. The difficulty of the university paper was not low, although the multiple choice questions were simple. The short answer questions and reading short answer questions at the back were bound to be deducted, but the answers Lin Fan wrote out made Xia Beibei not bear to deduct points. It was really so perfect that Xia Beibei couldn't bear to make a mistake. The multiple choice questions are all correct. The short answer questions are all correct. Reading short answer questions all correct. 100 points. Perfect score. Xia Beibei looked at the perfect score test paper at this time with a lot of emotions. To be honest, she didn't want to give Lin Fan 100 points because it would encourage his crookedness, but Lin Fan used his strength so that she couldn't find a place to deduct points, and at this time, it also happened to be time to hand in the papers. Everyone handed in their papers, but there was no sign of Lin Fan's paper score, and Xia Beibei didn't use her pen to write down the final result. Chapter 49 Ancient Six Arts. A moment later, Xia Beibei held back her excitement and smoothly said aloud, "Alright, everyone be quiet. This exam our class came out with a 100%. 100 points. Who took the test? So powerful?" Xia Beibei just finished her sentence. Immediately some students exclaimed out in shock, their faces full of shock. The difficulty of this set of question papers was not low. Many people would be thankful if they could pass the exam. How could anyone get a perfect score? Especially the reading and answering questions. Everyone was clueless. How could Lin Fan manage to get it all right? This was really a bit breathtaking. It's Lin Fan. Half a dozen times, Xia Beibei reluctantly popped out two words from her mouth. How could it be him? Isn't he the hangman? This isn't fair. Lin Fan definitely couldn't score 100 points on the exam. It must have been a question leak. Xia Beibei just finished her words. Immediately some students questioned. To Lin Fan. They hated it from the bottom of their hearts, so they started to denigrate it. Lin Fan, did you cheat? The class was boiling. Xia Beibei couldn't play favorites and inquired. Such a simple topic. I can do it with my eyes closed. Why would I need to cheat? Lin Fan licked his lips impatiently and said with a straight face. Cheating this kind of thing was too trivial and too unchallenging. Lin Fan could do the test questions with his eyes closed. Would he still need to cheat? Impossible. How could you score 100 points? The crowd burst into shouting, unable to believe their eyes. This was too exciting. Each of these people's learning ability far exceeded Lin Fan's by several times, but no one could get 100 points. But Lin Fan did it. Thus the whole class was dumbstruck. With a snap, Xia Beibei put her hand on the table and said seriously, in light of Lin Fan's performance, I'm going to retake the test once, so don't worry, classmates. If he cheats, I'll never be able to spare him. This cry of Xia Beibei spoke everyone's mind. If Lin Fan really cheated, she would never sit back and do nothing. no matter what. She would not easily give in to Lin Fan. Since Lin Fan wanted to be friends with her, he would have to show great strength. Otherwise, Xia Beibei would not recognize Lin Fan. Ha ha, he's finished. Once he gets to the office, he'll be in his original form. That's right, it's impossible for a hangman to get a perfect score on a test. Lin Fan was mocked by his classmates, but Lin Fan didn't care and walked towards the office. This group of people were too low-eyed, so there was absolutely no need for Lin Fan to argue with them. Just think of it as a dog barking. After Lin Fan left, Xia Beibei also followed, but in her eyes, it was now all about fairness, justice and principles. She would never allow Lin Fan to play smart and pass the test. It was about her future now. Lin Fan, I don't know how you cheated, but I'm going to give you an oral exam. If you give me the correct answer, I'll admit it. Xia Beibei shook her head with a bitter smile, looked at Lin Fan and said seriously. The oral exam questions were Xia Beibei's own. There was no way that there could be such a thing as a missed question. In fact, there were no missed questions in this exam. But Xia Beibei always wanted to test Lin Fan before she felt assured. Lin Fan was emotionless and calmly replied, "There's nothing difficult. You ask." Proficient in university language existed in Lin Fan's brain like a knowledge base. It could be mobilized at any time. It was more convenient than a computer. How could it be afraid of Xia Beibei's few simple questions to ask? That's good. Let me ask you, what are the 6 arts in our country in ancient times? Xia Beibei gazed at Lin Fan without turning her eyes. As long as Lin Fan did anything that had nothing to do with answering the questions, she would be able to notice it at the first time, so that she could know whether Lin Fan had cheated or not. China's ancient 6 arts refers to the rites: music, archery, imperial, books, numbers, and this is the Zhou dynasty's aristocratic education system. Began in 1046 BC, from the Zhou lead bows, which to raise the state son of the road, is taught the 6 arts. One said that the 6 arts is to teach the 6 arts. One said 5 rites. 2 said 6 music, 3 said 5 shooting, 4 said 5 imperial, 5 said 6 books, 6 said 9 numbers. Rites dwell to talk about etiquette. Music refers to the Great Scroll of Cloud Gate, Xian Qi, Da Shou, Da Xia, Du Ho Su, Dao. Lin Fan replied very easily, blurting it out without thinking. Hearing this, Xia Beibei's brows tightened and her heart was horrified. FAQ? What is this? She originally just wanted Lin Fan to answer a generalization. But this Lin Fan answered an encyclopedia. Should it be so crazy? Xia Beibei couldn't even remember this much. Alright, count me as afraid of you. You win. Xia Beibei was speechless and waved her hand, indicating that she admitted defeat. He. Since it's like this, then you reward me with a little something. Lin Fan showed a hint of cunning on his face and deliberately said, "Reward?" Xia Beibei was alert at this moment. This little villain Lin Fan was not a good thing. The reward he wanted. It was likely that he could not afford to give it himself. What kind of reward do you want? Why don't teachers reward you with a meal? Xia Beibei's eyes flashed as she asked tentatively. That would be of course, soldiered Lin Fan, walking towards Xia Beibei. Snap, a heavy sound. Xia Beibei's soft ass was slapped hard by Lin Fan. Feeling the softness coming from Xia Beibei's ass, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Xia Beibei's ass is so soft. So soft. He, you little villain, actually dared to hit teacher's butt. Xia Beibei's pretty face was slightly red. This spanking made her face fluffy and red, but she could not give birth to any resentment. However, Lin Fan said at this time, "Teacher, shouldn't you do your girlfriend's duty? I'm having a hard time here." As he said this, Lin Fan extremely shamelessly pointed his finger at his crotch, looking at Xia Beibei with a face of embarrassment. This, Lin Fan, you are still a student. Everything is based on academics. This kind of thing like falling in love can be done at any time. Don't delay your studies. Xia Beibei panicked. Her eyes flickered and dodged. This Lin Fan really let her do that kind of thing. She was still very afraid. But the teacher promised me, said I'll be my girlfriend if I take the first test. Now I've taken the first test. Why doesn't the teacher be my girlfriend? Lin Fan pressed step by step, chasing after Xia Beibei. You really like me? At this moment, Xia Beibei's attitude was also softened. Not so resistant. She had been single for more than 20 years. It was impossible for her to have no thoughts. She just hadn't met the right person. However, if this continued, Xia Beibei wouldn't be able to meet the right person. Yes, I like you. Be my girlfriend, how about it? Lin Fan looked grave and said with a straight face, "No, I have to test you. Who knows if you truly like me? I'm so much older than you. In a few years when I'm old, you won't like me anymore. At that time you're still not going to go find those young and beautiful little girls?" Xia Beibei skimmed her mouth and said solemnly, for creatures like men, she had always felt that they were lower body thinking animals. In reality, Lin Fan was also a lower body thinker. It was just that Xia Beibei had been taken advantage of by him a lot, and it was not comfortable for Lin Fan to take it to others just like this. No problem, how are you going to test me? Lin Fan laughed softly. Xia Beibei skimmed her mouth and said in a somewhat petulant manner, right now, haven't thought about it yet, wait for some time. Then during this period of time I will take the initiative to look for you to ask for the duties that a girlfriend should do, Lin Fan said in a deep voice, his expression serious. Soon, Lin Fan walked out from the office. He wasn't expelled by Xia Beibei's name, nor was he punished for that Lu Xinghan incident. Instead, he sat in his seat peacefully, leaving many students with a lot of grievances but no way to clean him up. Lin Fan, you're back, Mr. Xia didn't give you a hard time? Shi Yong asked with a confused head, looking at Lin Fan returning unharmed and curious. Lin Fan nodded and replied, nothing, how could teacher Xia make things difficult for me? Later I'll ask someone to send the aliens to the dormitory. You remember to sign for it then. Alien computer. Lin Fan bought a top of the line, 123,388, already paid, just left to sign for it. At the same time, Lin Fan also handed the purchase list to Shi Yong, 100,000 aliens, or top match. Lin Fan, why are you so good to me? This latest model of top match computer, really giving it to me? Shi Yong looked at the list and howled throughout. This alien top-of-the-line computer is close to 18 cores and 36 lines, heat dissipation processing using the most advanced split water cooling. The appearance looks elegant. The configuration is close to a small server. Shi Yong saw immediately is enamored. With this computer, Shi Yong's research on the IT industry will be on a higher level. Sending it to you. I'm not bad with that few dollars. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Just for the words that Shi Yong just said to Lu Xinghan, it was worth Lin Fan sending him an alien. Don't say anything. In the future, if you have any use for me, just call me. I definitely won't excuse myself. At this moment, Shi Yong was in hot tears, his eye beads overflowing with tears. This was the first person in the world who was kind to him besides his parents. It's tacky to say this between us. Besides, I'm not bad at all. I'm going to buy a sports car later. Are you going to go? If it's suitable, I'll give you one too. Lin Fan looked at Shi Yong and revealed a sincere smile. Now, the money automatically increased backwards enough for him to buy a supercar. And the remaining money was enough for Shi Yong to buy a car. Shi Yong sweated, sank down, and said, I'll pass. I'm already grateful to you for having the alien computer. If I ask for more from you, I won't be human. Being insatiable was bad behavior. Shi Yong had no more extravagant hopes of getting the alien computer anymore, and Shi Yong would feel he had gone too far. Just at this time, Shi Yong suddenly opened his mouth. By the way, Lin Fan, do you remember Su Wenting? Today seems to be her birthday. Gao Yongjin drove a Maserati and blocked the doorway, saying that he wanted to send Su Wenting home, and she wouldn't take the Maserati away until she agreed. Originally, Lin Fan was ready to go buy a car, but when he heard about this, he frowned greatly. Was the Maserati expensive? It seems that this advanced experienced baby has been naughty again. However, a cold smile emerged from the corner of Lin Fan's mouth as he said in his heart, senior experienced baby Gao Yongjin had taken the initiative to send his way again, and this time, Lin Fan was ready to storm Gao Yongjin again. Chapter 50 Birthday Party. On the other hand, at the entrance of the South University School, a brand new red supercar Maserati, parked at the gate of the South University School, Gao Yongjin was sitting in the car with a smile on his face, looking at Su Wenting with a cheap grin. Gao Yongjin is very confident in his Maserati. This car is a new mention, double turbocharged latest model. There are a lot of killing power to the girls, to attract their gold-worshipping eyeballs, and he was dressed decently, with a greasy mousse haircut and a shiny designer outfit that was equally shiny and eye-catching. Hello classmates, I'm here to announce something to you. Today is the birthday of the school flower Su Wenting. In order to give her a surprise, I specially called for a few large tables of dishes to set up a banquet at the Imperial Palace Hotel, so please give your classmates the honor of accompanying Su Wenting for dinner together, okay? Gao Yongjin's eyes are very bright. After the last time he was blown up, the fracture actually got a lot better. It didn't take long for him to lose his diaper, and now that he's all new he's not afraid of Lin Fan. Su Penghai is almost finished, and he often contacts with the Gao family, signaling that he can walk into a relationship with Su Wenting. As long as Gao Yongjin takes Su Wenting as soon as possible, Lin Fan again tube is a violation of the law. Gao Yongjin can send people to arrest Lin Fan. Su Wenting's beautiful eyes were written with displeasure as she said, Gao Yongjin, why are you so annoying? Wenting, today is your birthday, it's not wrong for me to do this. Besides, didn't uncle tell us to walk into a relationship? It's only a matter of time before both of us do. Gao Yongjin smiled as he revealed an infatuated look at Su Wenting. So that's how it is. Then young Master Gao was really a good match for senior high school flower Su. Go go go. We're going for a birthday banquet this time. Next time it's a wedding banquet. Big school flower Sue's birthday today. How can we not have a lively party? This side Gao Yongjin said a few words. The Southern University students began to coax. They do like to be lively. Anyway, it's not like they are driving the money. After the banquet to sing K, Gao Yongjin today in order to chase Su Wenting, is bound to break the bank. They can take advantage. Boom boom. At this time, Gao Yongjin pressed the Maserati's horn, smiled and said, "Sorry, this Maserati of mine only carries Sue's big schoolgirl. Everyone take the other cars to the Imperial Palace Hotel. I'll pay for it." Maserati is a new car. Gao Yongjin does not like anyone to sit on it. "I don't want to go." Su Wenting bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes slightly curved, and she said impatiently. Su Wenting was very disrespectful, not going to the birthday banquet set up by Gao Yongjin, and took out the goddess tear in her hand, showing it off in front of Gao Yongjin. The tear of the goddess exceeded 10 carats and sparkled, illuminated by the sun's rays. The diamond ring's light stung everyone's eyes. "This is the ring my boyfriend gave me. Do you see?" Su Wenting raised the goddess tear high in the air and said with wide eyes. Gao Yongjin was furious. He remembered clearly that this thing belonged to Lin Fan, and it was that day that he was crippled by Lin Fan. Now when he looked at this thing, he was filled with anger. Snap! The door of the Maserati was closed by Gao Yongjin. He got down from the car and came in front of Su Wenting, and said with a fierce color, "What kind of broken ring? Throw it away for me. I'll send you a better one than this one in the future." And at this time, Su Wenting was only a few steps away from Gao Yongjin. She took a step backward and said in a delicate trembling voice, "You, don't come over. This is the ring my boyfriend gave me." "Boyfriend? Humph. Go ask Su Penghai if he agrees." Gao Yongjin snorted coldly and drank lightly. Su Penghai had gotten very close to the Gao family recently. He seemed to be aware of the condition and was afraid that there would be no one to take care of Su Wenting after he left, so he put his hopes on the Gao family. Only, Su Penghai made this decision wrong. Su Wenting didn't like Gao Yongjin at all, and after wearing the goddess tear again, that 30% favorability was still increasing. She now felt much better about Lin Fan than Gao Yongjin. "You, don't force me, I won't take down this ring." Su Wentian's tear frames were all red, on the verge of squeezing out teardrops as she said in fear. The goddess tear had accompanied her for several days and nights. How could it not have some feelings? "If you won't take it, I'll take it for you. The Gao family absolutely does not allow you to wear other men's things. This thing is just broken. You have to take it off." Gao Yongjin became fierce and vicious, saying that he was going to remove that goddess tear. "Young Master Gao, the last time you made an American blockbuster was wonderful. Do you want me to give everyone a moment to enjoy it?" Only at this time, an unpleasant voice appeared in Gao Yongjin's ear. When he finished speaking, Lin Fan appeared in front of Gao Yongjin. His gaze deadlocked on Gao Yongjin. Gao Yongjin's face instantly turned green and he trembled. What happened at the Imperial Hotel could be said to be a hell on earth. That miserable experience. Gao Yongjin said nothing would want to come back again. If Lin Fan really released that kind of thing, he wouldn't even have the face to live. "Young Master Gao, you want to take down the ring I gave to Su Wenting?" Lin Fan looked at Gao Yongjin with a smile, with a faint hint of anger. At this time, Gao Yongjin's fingers trembled. The shadow Lin Fan had given him was still there, and immediately he wanted to slip away, saying, that what? I have something at home, so I'll withdraw first, and I'll treat you all to dinner next time. Lin Fan. Su Wendian looked at Lin Fan. Her heart was full of emotions. She always felt that the Lin Fan at this time was different from before, and became incredibly reliable. Boom! But just at this moment, Lin Fan suddenly picked up the hammer, and heavily struck on the Maserati. With a shocking bang, the front half of the Maserati was hammered down with a big deep pit, deep enough to see the bottom. New car, turned into a junk car. Luxury car, turned into a broken car. This, Gao Yongjin's eyes are scared silly. This is his new car. Just this blink of an eye, it becomes this? Several $1 million a car, just like this is gone. He is wrong. I'm sorry, I'm a little heavy-handed, mainly because this car is blocking my girlfriend. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said in an aggravated tone. Gao Yongjin's face turned white when he heard this, cursing Lin Fan with his lips and teeth. That what? If I see you blocking my girlfriend next time, I don't mind smashing your head too. Saying that, Lin Fan put the hammer in his own hand and said warningly. When Gao Yongjin heard this, his mood instantly went bad, and he cursed in his heart. I'm rolling your sister. Are you smashing my head because you want to smash me into paste? I'm going to fix the car. Brother Lin and your girlfriend slowly chat. Gao Yongjin held back the anger in his heart and held back the most unwanted words from his mouth. Spare Gao Yongjin. This moment also meet pain. This Maserati cost him a lot of money. Have to tighten his belt for a long time. However, since the one who smashed the car was Lin Fan, he could only admit it. If he angered Lin Fan, it would be his head that would explode. Slow down. Did I let you go? I smashed your car. You don't look for me to pay for it. Stupid? Lin Fan lightly drank and opened his mouth. Hearing this, Gao Yongjin stopped. In that instant, he started to be speechless. Tears flowed long in his heart. His mood swings were instantly big. How the hell did he dare to look for Lin Fan to pay for the money? Wasn't he looking for Lin Fan to pay for the money the same as looking for death? Su Wenting, you accompany me to buy a car. Like this garbage car? I casually send you a dozen to open how? Saying this, Lin Fan turned his gaze back to Su Wenting and smiled. NV value from Gao Yongjin plus 687. NV value from Gao Yongjin plus 565. And at this time, Gao Yongjin finally started contributing NV value. Nima, so luxurious? When did the Maserati turn into a garbage car? If it turned into a garbage car, why don't you send a few to me? However, this idea Gao Yongjin only dared to think about it and didn't dare to say it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was finally a bit happy when he heard the sound of NV value being credited. Gao Yongjin was frustrated at this time, turned his head, looked at Lin Fan, and sincerely said, "Can I go now? Don't disturb your two-person world. I didn't buy this car by myself. The car is my dad's. I'll sneakily drive it out if he finds out. Something is going to happen." At this time, Gao Yongjin began to soften, showing a pitiful look, wanting to gain Lin Fan's sympathy. However, Lin Fan did not sympathize with Gao Yongjin in the slightest. Instead, he said, "I smashed the car. I will pay for it at the price. You accompany me to buy a car. Casually act as a driver. Su Wenting and I will sit in this car of yours. You quickly go and drive. Su Wenting, I'll buy you a Ferrari. Well, this car is too worthless. Driving out I think it might be embarrassing." Only, after Lin Fan finished his words, he spoke to Su Wenting again. NV value from Gao Yongjin plus 887. NV value from Gao Yongjin plus 765. When Gao Yongjin heard this, his lungs exploded with anger. He almost didn't hold back from striking out. Lin Fan was treating him like a carny? However, Gao Yongjin still obediently opened the car door and invited Lin Fan, Su Wenting to sit in. Those classmates had long run away. Long before Lin Fan smashed the Maserati, Gao Yongjin now did not feel ashamed. Anyway, no one saw. Sitting in the car, Lin Fan said to Su Wenting, "In the future, if you have nothing to do, ask Gao Yongjin to help. He's very idle, you know. I need a car wash for the Ferrari I'm buying you. He's more suitable." This, Su Wenting was baffled, not knowing how to answer. NV value from Gao Yongjin plus 807. NV value from Gao Yongjin plus 795. Yes, I usually don't have much to do. Lin Fan said this. Gao Yongjin didn't dare to talk back and only dared to answer honestly. "Do you know that there is a car show there?" At this time, Lin Fan's eyes turned and asked, "A car show?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yongjin was at a loss. Although he had bought a Maserati, he didn't know where the car show was. In this part of Ninghai City, many places were rotating car shows, not fixed in one place, so Gao Yongjin couldn't answer and smiled bitterly. "This, I don't know." "You don't know? Don't you know to look it up on the internet? Your brain has degenerated to a prehistoric society?" Lin Fan ventured over with a sentence, and again saw Gao Yongjin go green, the piece of green on top of his head. Chapter 51 Portion 918. Not a moment's effort. Gao Yongjin drove the Maserati to the car show site. Car show site is very hot. Car models stand there in a heap, into the eye, only to see dozens of pairs of snow-white long legs tightly together in the car next to the car. The car model waisted the ultra-short skirt in the ground to form a triangle. The scenic line bar. Look at Gao Yongjin, a little bit of small excitement. Gao Yongjin parked down after looking dumbfounded, staring at these car models. Cannot wait to go up to shake hands or something. Dang, you watch from above. We'll go down to buy the car. You have to stay in the car until we come back. Lin Fan pulled Su Wenting out of the car and said to Gao Yongjin in a cautionary manner. Gao Yongjin quickly nodded his head. This kind of thing is good. These car models are too eye-catching. Fragrant cars, beautiful women. That man would not like it? Just didn't expect. Lin Fan got out of the car and helped him lock the car door. Said to the inside, "I'll go outside to buy a luxury car. You watch me buy it inside. What's there to see in those women? You really haven't seen the world. What kind of woman can make you beastly? Don't you grow a brain? Off your mom. I'm looking at a ball inside. Let me out." Gao Yongjin cried. Tear water fell into the car, clenched his fist and pounded on the door, like a woman who was abandoned by the rich second generation of infatuation. He wants to go down to hook up with the car model. It is not easy to see so many beautiful car models, but was locked inside the car. This is to let Gao Yongjin jerk off to the air to prove the way? NV value from Gao Yongjin plus 1132. NV value from Gao Yongjin plus 1114. Finally, Lin Fan got the blitz point. He smiled and led Su Wenting towards the car show center. You really want to buy a car? Actually, I don't like luxury cars, and I don't lack a car. Su Wenting touched the ring in her hand and said despondently. The ring seemed like it couldn't be taken down. Su Wenting used many methods, but there was no way to take it down. It was just like it was fixed to grow there. At this time, she tried to peel off the goddess tear again, but found that she still couldn't take it down. I don't know whether it was not enough strength, or the method was not right. So then, Su Wenting said, can you take the ring off? Lin Fan shook his head and said, no, I don't think so. This thing has been enchanted with mana and is mainly used to protect you. If you take it off it won't have any effect, and you can't take it off. Seeing how Su Wenting couldn't take off the goddess tear, Lin Fan casually said, gardening a bit, or else Su Wenting's temper rose and she insisted on finding Lin Fan to take it down. What to do? Lin Fan, you are actually quite good, but Su Wenting swallowed, wanting to stop, no longer entangled in the tear of the goddess, but because of Lin Fan's words even more loved the tear of the goddess. Was mana enchanted ring? Is the ring blessed by people wearing the goddess tear? Su Wenting gradually developed a good feeling towards Lin Fan. There were some hard words that she couldn't say. That feeling was so strong that it caused Su Wenting's attitude to reverse 180 degrees. Hearing Su Wenting speak, Lin Fan said with a straight face, because of Golden Tripod International? Su Wenting froze slightly, startled. How did Lin Fan know about this? She hadn't told Lin Fan at all. Okay, I'll help you out at night. Now I'll take you over to buy a car. Follow me. In the next moment, Lin Fan's tone sank and he solemnly said, acquiring the Golden Tripod International company could promote Lin Fan and Su Wenting's emotional exchange. Of course, this emotional exchange was usually better at night. Why at night? When Su Wenting heard this, she panicked and was surprised. At night, it was all the time to do that stuff. She was a little scared. This bastard Lin Fan, he wouldn't mess around, right? Su Wenting gritted her teeth. Her bright eyes flowed, secretly squeezing her palms. Later, if Lin Fan messed around, she would definitely not give in. Car show center. This activity scale is not small. Like car model organizers have invited dozens of, supporting the calculation of each car with a car model. The car model space is a square. The square parked hundreds of cars. These cars white, red, blue, gray, should have let a person look dazzled. However, there are very few high-end cars inside, like Bentley, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini. These basically cannot be seen, while the mid-range models, Zhongtai, Volkswagen, Audi, Toyota, is a lot of, full of the entire square. The car model basically also stood next to the car to carry out publicity. There was a lot of traffic in the square, and the organizer arranged more than 10 or 20 security guards to control the situation and prevent the crowd from rioting. Otherwise, these people will not be able to resist mooching towards the car models. These car models are so many. Their thighs are so white, good looking. Asterisk. What did I hear? This kind of words don't put it in the open, okay brother. You know it yourself. I can play with this leg for 10 years. Asterisk. Another one. In the square, those crowds had already started discussing some inappropriate images for children, but there are not many people to buy a car. Anxious Sun manager on the stage stomped his feet. His eyes are red. The organizers spent a lot of money to engage in the activities. If a person does not buy, then they will soon be laid off. Today's car show, special price activities, all cars are uniformly. I'm here to watch the fun. Don't you block me from seeing the pretty girl behind me. Don't push. I'll buy it if you talk less nonsense. Now hurry up and get out of the way. Your tonnage is too hot for my eyes. Sun manager cried. This time is really crying. He has not yet begun to publicize. So unpopular. How to carry out the car show. Is it going to be cool? Just then, Lin Fan's voice suddenly appeared. Find me a decent looking one. Who? Manager Sun had his head buried down. When he heard Lin Fan's voice, he lifted his head up, looked around and opened his eyes. Thud. His heart, at this moment, beat powerfully twice. Could it be, the legendary Tuahao had appeared? Brother Tuheo, where are you? I need you now. At this moment, Manager Sun roared out without thinking. After saying his words, he regretted it. There were dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him from below, each one of them looking at him as if he was a psychopath, and picking up rotten eggs in his hands. Manager Sun sweated. His face turned white, and he weakly said, Don't. Just now I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. In fact, I want to ask, who wants to buy a car? Just now. So close, almost to be thrown rotten eggs. Fortunately, Sun Manager reacted quickly. Or waste. Sun Manager, right. How is it that you have no one in the car exhibition center? Send you such a no-looks over? Lin Fan then said loudly, wanting to take the opportunity to embrace Su Wenting's waist. Unfortunately, he failed. Su Wenting moved her body away with great resistance, not letting Lin Fan have his way. Su Wenting on Lin Fan to improve good feeling, but only with good feeling. Still cannot let Su Wenting from the bottom of the heart to accept Lin Fan. But Lin Fan will not give up. Like Su Wenting, such a school flower, do not take a little time. How will willingly accept Lin Fan. When manager's son heard this, his heart rejoiced. It seems that the rightful owner is Lin Fan. He immediately smiled and said, "Sir, don't look at me like this. My business level is very high. Otherwise the organizer wouldn't have sent me." At this time, Su Wenting's delicate jade hand gently touched Lin Fan and said, "Just pick him. He doesn't look like a bad guy. It's quite difficult. Son manager tonnage is very big, white and fat. Needy big buttocks grow too firm. Living like a big dumpling. Standing on the stage half a day. Sweater flowing all over the place. Su Wenting, see here some sympathy. Just give Lin Fan a word." "Well, it's you. Come over and tell us what luxury cars you have here." Lin Fan sniffed and said indifferently, "Su Wenting, this stunning schoolgirl is right next to Lin Fan. This time and then a beautiful woman. Su Wenting must be uncomfortable." Lin Fan thought of forgetting it here. Just this son manager tonnage is indeed a little less elegant. If possible, Lin Fan would love to change someone else. Manager son froze, and immediately smiled. "This gentleman, do you want a cost-effective, or a car with a high face value?" For the car, manager's son would be very proficient. He could introduce it from the car's cost-effectiveness, power, braking, handling stability, smoothness, appearance, to Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan was willing to listen, he had 70% certainty that he would sell it. "I want you here the most expensive and best car. Too inferior car, do not say. That kind of meaningless. You better get fast. This is almost mealtime." Lin Fan looked at manager's son and said with a straight face. Su Wenting had never eaten with Lin Fan before. Taking this opportunity, Lin Fan could again furtive at Su Wenting. Sir, our most expensive is the Porsche 918. The Porsche 918 over 770 horsepower can be in 3 seconds. Speed up to 325 kilometers. It's definitely value for money. The performance and appearance are not to speak of. This car is priced at 5 million. Drive out absolutely high grade. I think, if you buy it, the lady beside you will also like it very much." Manager's son's entire body became exuberant upon hearing this. And here in Lin Fan, only reverence and excitement remained in his eyes. Luxury cars. The ultimate big tycoon who only buys luxury cars was finally encountered by him. Did he hit the jackpot today? 5 million Porsche 918. This order made. Then he did not need to go out for a month to run orders. The chubby son manager then said to Su Wenting, "This lady, you see the Porsche 918 is that one. Put on the red carpet. Do you like it? If you like it, you can test drive it any time." Following the finger, manager's son pointed to the display area, only to see a zany new Porsche 918 placed there. This Porsche 918 did not have any dust at all. Every day someone wiped the dust, to ensure that the Porsche 918 was spotless and had a beautiful appearance. Needless to say, the Porsche 918 was very attractive. Su Wenting just saw a glance and her eyes stayed on the Porsche 918. The car was painted in dreamy white silver and had a streamlined body design, making Su Wenting, a non-luxury car lover, unable to resist looking at it a few more times. Only, Lin Fan shook his head at this time and sighed. "Let's just go eat. This kind of car is similar to the broken car I just smashed. It's a bit too second-rate. Are you introducing me to this kind of second-rate product because you're trying to drive me away?" Chapter 52, Laboratory Tests. Substandard products? The corners of manager's son's mouth twitched as he was violently shocked. $5 million of Porsche 918 grade is already not low. Lin Fan will actually still feel that there is no grade. He now no longer knew what the hell Lin Fan was up to. Was he unable to afford the car? Or did he really feel that the grade was low? Su Wenting didn't leave, pulled Lin Fan's hand, softly said, "This car is very good. I think the grade is not low. You can take another look." Su Wenting had some fondness for the Porsche 918, a car she hadn't bought before, but the style was incomparably agreeable. Lin Fan's gaze fell onto Su Wenting's face and found a rare touch of persistence, sneaking a smile. "Since you like it so much, I'll buy it directly. Swipe your card." "With that," Lin Fan said without tossing his head. "What?" Su Wenting's face was completely blinded when she heard this. Saying that it's a gift? This was a Porsche 918, more than $5 million a car. This kind of car, even Su Panghai would not just give it to Su Wenting. Although Su Wenting did not look for Su Panghai to buy Porsche 918, but if Su Wenting said, Su Panghai will also give Su Wenting to buy. After all, Su Panghai only Su Wenting such a daughter. The manager's son, who was at the side, was stunned when he heard this. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't close his mouth. More than $5 million said to buy it? So violent? Moreover, Lin Fan didn't like the Porsche 918 at all. It was bought solely because his girlfriend liked it. If Manager Sun found a favorite car for Lin Fan, wouldn't that be a rhythm to get rich? Drip! Manager Sun immediately brought the POS machine over, and the sound of swiping the card appeared directly, like a centering pill, directly stabilizing Manager Sun. Hearing this, the Sun manager cannot help but mutter in his heart, "My mother's more than 5 million said to swipe the card on the card. The eyes do not bring a blink. I will not meet what the consortium of the male son of the right." Manager Sun still heard something. Some powerful rich second generation, directly grips to beat the star. And the Lin Fan in front of him was very likely to be that kind of rich second generation. Manager Sun anxiously said to Lin Fan, "This gentleman, although I don't have the car you want here, but I'm holding the information of more than 20 sports cars in my hand. Please take a look." A thick stack of information paperwork appeared in Lin Fan's hands, which recorded many sports cars. Originally, these were the information that Manager Sun and his peers had collected. These were the things that they were fine with blowing awesome. But now, this seemed to be useful. Receiving Manager Sun's information, Lin Fan picked it up, only to see that there were a lot of supercars on it. These supercars were extremely aesthetically pleasing. Their bodies were streaming with color and splendor, just as perfect as a work of art, and no flaws could be found. Or rather, these supercars were flawed, but were infinitely minimized to none, allowing the price of the car to be infinitely magnified. Immediately, the likes of the Bentley Continental, Aston Martin V8, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari Enzo, McLaren 600 LT Goodwood, Lamborghini Poison, all came out. These sports cars, whether it is the color, appearance and shape, all with Porsche 918 pull away from the grade. Absolutely not 5 million to buy the car. It's not too bad. How much are these? Lin Fan skimmed his mouth and said impatiently, These cars are all world-class level super sports cars. Price-wise each one is not less than $30 million. Manager Sun said somewhat despondently, his voice trembling as he spoke. However, at this time, the system's alarm sound cut off. Ding dong! Alarm! Alarm! The host's current bank card balance is less than 20 million. Unable to purchase a Rolls-Royce Phantom Series sports car. Please don't be a deadbeat. Forcing a sports car purchase to fail is going to be deducted from the NV value. Hearing the system's alarm, Lin Fan winced, his teeth clenched, and in his heart, he said, "Luckily, the system reminded me, or else I would have been deducted from the NV value." It wasn't easy for Lin Fan to earn a little NV value from Gao Yongjin, and every little deduction would cause Lin Fan immense pain. However, now that Manager Sun had pushed the cars into Lin Fan's hands, if he didn't buy them, it wouldn't be in line with the status of a tycoon, and in case he was deducted from the NV value, it would be hard for Lin Fan to die. "This gentleman, I can't sell these cars for the time being. Can you leave a phone number for me?" Manager Sun had a bright idea and asked for a phone number towards Lin Fan. Like Bentley Continental, Aston Martin V8, Rolls-Royce Phantom, these cars are not something that Manager Sun can sell. If he wants to sell them, he can only negotiate with the dealers and earn money from Lin Fan for selling the used cars. However, Lin Fan is so rich, he shouldn't care about that little bit of money, and like Rolls-Royce Phantom, this has been sold out. Sun manager, take this to Lin Fan. Also just want to ask him what car he like, when the time to change hands to sell. Now, there are no more Rolls-Royce Phantom produced in the UK. Lin Fan can only wait for the next time if he wants it. Manager Sun wants to grasp this opportunity to resell the luxury car to Lin Fan. "No need. Since you don't have a car, then I don't have to play with you. Let's go." Su Wenting. Lin Fan shook his head and refused. Ugh, shook her head. Su Wenting sighed. "This gentleman, you have become a 5-star customer of our company by buying this Porsche 918, and immediately have a Diamond VIP membership card." Manager Sun still wanted to ask Lin Fan for his phone number and hurriedly said, "Diamond VIP membership card. This thing is useless to me. I never like discounts when I buy things. Whoever discounts I'm in a hurry with," Lin Fan said coldly, pulling Su Wenting towards leaving. "How can there be people like you?" When Manager Sun heard this, his entire body dropped to the ground, unable to crawl, staying there, his mouth hanging open. He had never thought that there would be such a rich person in this world. Night soon came. Lin Fan followed Su Wenting away after he released Gao Yongjin. Gao Yongjin didn't even need Lin Fan to pay for the money. He just glared at Lin Fan with a spiteful gaze. At this time, Lin Fan followed Su Wenting to her home. Su Wenting's family lived in the villa area of Ninghai City, which was full of rich owners, like the Porsche 918 that Su Wenting drove inside. However, Su Penghai was not at home tonight, leaving Lin Fan and Su Wenting to stay in the house. Su Penghai this time are busy for the demolition of new neighborhoods. The night does not go home several times. Su Wenting is not strange, but this time not coincidentally, she brought Lin Fan home. Lin Fan sent a Porsche 918 to Su Wenting. Su Wenting would not dare to just leave Lin Fan cold outside. Inside the villa, opulent with a red carpet. There was a lot of space. There were 3 floors. Su Wenting usually lived upstairs, but today she was a little scared, because she had brought a man home. And now the time. It was already past 3 in the morning. Su Wenting was getting more and more sleepy, but more and more scared. Su Wenting's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, her eyes gently blinked, and she looked at Lin Fan and spoke. I won't ask for your money for nothing on this Porsche 918 matter. I will let my father give you $5 million. To be honest, when Lin Fan bought the Porsche 918, Su Wenting was shocked and her soul was scared out of her mind. More than $5 million. Was it money that a college student could take out? Moreover, some time ago, Lin Fan's family was in dire straits. How come after only a while, it became so good? No giving me money. Are you giving me money because you think I'm poor? I hate it when people think I'm poor. Suddenly, Lin Fan said very angrily with a serious facial expression. I don't mean this. Su Wenting was also flustered when she heard this. She quickly explained. Lin Fan had helped her many times. She didn't want to make Lin Fan angry. Lin Fan said with a smile on his face, take the car if you don't mean this. I never want to take back what I give away. This car is what constitutes the witness of Lin Fan and Su Wenting's friendship. Take it back. Can you still have friendship in the future? The next moment, Lin Fan opened his mouth. I already know about the matter of the Golden Tripod Company. Your family will go bankrupt in no time. That piece of land in the new neighborhood has always been messed up by someone. Wanting to take all of it down is already impossible. Your father is now terminally ill. It won't be long until he will probably leave you. Lin Fan knew Su Penghai's illness from the system. In his case, it wouldn't be long before he left. It was very serious. What are you saying? That's impossible. How could my father be sick? He's in such good health. You must be lying to me. I don't want your Porsche 918. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Wenting's shrill voice exploded out, roaring to the entire villa. She relied on Su Penghai deeply. How did she like hearing Lin Fan say that he was seriously ill? I didn't lie to you. You can take your dad's labs to see. It should be written clearly. Lin Fan calmly said, very understanding of Su Wenting's agitated mood. If he was replaced by Lin Fan, he wouldn't be as good as that. Su Penghai had gone to the hospital many times for checkups. The labs left behind were placed in the bedroom. Su Wenting had never looked at them, but now, she was a little hesitant. During this period of time, Su Penghai's face was too bad, so bad that it was scary. And even Su Wenting had seen Su Penghai give out unbearable screams many times, only that she had been hiding in the shadows, and didn't go to startle Su Penghai. But not alarming Su Penghai means she doesn't know that Su Penghai is seriously ill? I can't open the lab sheet. It's locked by the safe. Su Wendian shook her head and said bashfully, it's okay, I can help you open it. Take me to the safe. Lin Fan said with a straight face, raising his powerful hands. If my father is fine, I will definitely not be able to spare you. Su Wendian gritted her teeth and still promised Lin Fan to open the safe. Not long after, the two came to a dimly lit room where there happened to be a not-so-small safe. Click. Seeing that, Lin Fan directly exerted his force and smashed it with his fist, savagely smashing a big hole with his fist. You're really savage? Su Wentian's eye pupils tightened and she exclaimed. This Lin Fan was too savage. However, a few minutes later, a sheet recording the condition was what caused Su Wenting to suddenly change her color and her soul. Chapter 53, Immortal Elixir. How could this happen? My father is in such good health. How could he get heart failure? How could his heart cells die and not be able to regenerate? If the heart cells can't be regenerated, then he's sick? Su Wenting cried bitterly. Terse. This news was a bolt from the blue for her. As we all know, the human body consists of cells. Each cell has a vital role. Once the cells cannot be regenerated, it is the point where there is no cure, no medicine. Even the best doctors can't regenerate dead cells, because it's impossible. Lin Fan looked at the sad Su Wenting and said softly, heart disease is so sick that even a teenager would have a hard time surviving it. It's not like other diseases. The seriousness of the condition would lead to shock at any time, fainting, and even, possibly death. Is this life? My father, he worked his whole life, and in the end, this is what happens. Su Wentian's face was covered in a layer of gray and cloudy despair, sadness, as well as unwillingness. These expressions were growing more and more difficult for her. But you shouldn't despair. Since I know about this, it means I can cure your father's illness. At this moment, Lin Fan's tone changed and smiled slightly. Are you saying that you can cure my father's heart disease? But he has already been diagnosed as incurable by the doctors. Su Wentian froze, her eyes were horrified, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Only she was a bit skeptical of Lin Fan. This was a terminal disease. Could he be cured just by saying he could be cured? Of course ordinary people can't cure him, but if it's me, I can give him immortal pills to eat. Lin Fan aggravated his tone and sank. However, Su Wentian's face surfaced with disappointment. the sadness waved away, getting thicker and thicker, her look getting sadder and sadder. Immortal pill, how could you possibly have that kind of thing? Is this really an immortal elixir? It's actually sparkling in the nightlight. I'm not mistaken. This is real? But the next moment, Su Wentian was shocked to her nerves by the spirit restoration pill that Lin Fan held out in his hand and was surprised. The spirit restoration pill emitted a green oily light. Under the night sky, it was brilliant and dazzling. A wisp of flavor like grass spread out in all directions. A rich life breath spread out on the spirit restoration pill, penetrating Su Wenting's nerves. And in that instant, Su Wenting only felt her nerves tighten. Her whole body was immensely soothed, and her face came to an abrupt end. And she stared. Gulp. Su Wenting swallowed her saliva, her eyes looking at the spirit restoration pill with horror. This thing, not vulgar, definitely not a mortal item, possessing miraculous effects, and even extremely similar to the legendary immortal pills. Now that Su Wentian's confidence had come, she began to be impressed with Lin Fan. Lin Fan, are you really willing to help? Help me? Su Wenting's voice trembled at this moment. The medical record sheet was ironclad. Su Penghai was terminally ill. If he was not cured by Lin Fan, he would soon pass away. That pain Su Wenting could not bear. It can be, but you also know that I want to cure your father. The cost is too great, far beyond what a Porsche 918 can achieve. For this, I will pay a price that exceeds that of a Porsche 918 several times over, and may even be life. To tell you the truth, your father's illness cannot be cured by the restoration spirit pill. Only a better elixir than the restoration spirit pill can cure it, but to take that, I'll have to pay an even greater price. So, Lin Fan said it in an incomparably needy way. The water in his eyes was almost soaring out. Looking at Su Wenting, she wanted to cry. In fact, Lin Fan could cure Su Penghai with only 20,000 envy points, but by curing Su Penghai, Su Wenting would only thank herself. No friendly friendship would be born, and in order to birth a friendly friendship with Su Wenting, Lin Fan decided to make her understand how difficult it was for her. Su Wenting paused, frowned and looked at Lin Fan and spoke. What do you want me to do? By now, Su Wenting understood that this was not a normal transaction, but an exchange of equal value. She had to take out something of equal value in order for Lin Fan to save her father. And that something, Su Wenting actually had no bottom in her heart. But for her father, she took the first brave step. I don't lack money. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan skimmed his mouth and said in a deep voice. Su Wenting's pupils snapped and tightened violently. Yes, Lin Fan didn't lack money. He could send a Porsche 918 out at any time. So how could he be someone who lacked money? Money cannot move Lin Fan. Su Wenting thought of Lin Fan sent her goddess tears in front of Gao Yongjin and for her, and then sent her a Porsche 918. The intention is already very obvious. Lin Fan is for her personally. At this time, Su Wenting's delicate body, a slight stiffness, beautiful face sank. A few moments later, biting the teeth, red lips murmured softly, I and my father have very deep feelings. He grew up spoiling me and letting me do everything. I really dare not imagine how to live away from his days. So I want to ask you to help me. Help me save my father, okay? Although I know that this request is very excessive, and you are not someone who lacks money, but I really have no way out now. Su Wenting said, extremely touching. Her soft voice had already choked. She was expressing her true feelings, without a trace of falsehood. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth twitched. His face trembled, slightly stunned, not having thought that Su Wenting was so deeply emotional that she was crying. But before Lin Fan could say a few words of comfort, Su Wentian began to act. Her calm face suddenly surged with a touch of blush. Her jade hand placed on her chest, unbuttoning her chest a few times, revealing the white lace bra inside. The white lace bra revealing the gully between the peaks. The white gully, white as bright as snow, making Lin Fan's throat tighten, swallowing saliva. Su Wenting's body was very white, her skin was even whiter, and the flash of spring in front of her chest was incomparably more tantalizing. And at this time, Su Wenting's hands had already started to undo the buttons at the back. Wait, you don't need to take off your clothes. I'm not helping you for this, although I also like you a lot. But are you really happy taking off your clothes like this? From a man's point of view, Lin Fan had to admit that Su Wenting was like a little lamb today, with an irresistible temptation. But Lin Fan wasn't a beast whose brain was dominated by desire, letting Su Wenting offer her body in order to save her father. So he voiced out to stop it. He could sleep with Su Wenting, but definitely not now. Although Lin Fan was not a good person, but what was the difference between using such means to have sex with Su Wenting in direct coercion? Oh, I know it's a cheap thing to do, but I really want to save Dad. If I can, I'm willing to follow you for the rest of my life. As Lin Fan's words fell, an extremely subtle sound of crying was heard, only to see Su Wenting's cheeks, filled with strings of crystalline teardrops, looking at Lin Fan with tears streaming down her face. Su Wenting's voice was extremely helpless. She would never do such a thing if it wasn't to the point of no return. Only Lin Fan could save Su Penghai in this world. Then Su Wenting could only satisfy all of Lin Fan's evil desires. Phew! Lin Fan took off his jacket, shook it off, placed it on Su Wenting's shoulder and said to her, I don't want you to follow me for the rest of your life. I want you to willingly follow me and be my woman. You also know, this person does not lack of money. Everything like to pursue the ultimate. By sports car Porsche 918 are not interested. If you stay with me like this, with those women bought with money, and what is the difference? Although Su Wenting was very pretty and was the school flower, there were many women who were almost as pretty as her. But those women who used money to get laid would only make Lin Fan uninterested. Lin Fan wanted Su Wenting to accept herself from the bottom of her heart instead of relying on external forces. Curing Su Penghai was just a means to an end. Once this means was used up, what was the point of Su Wenting living unhappily with Lin Fan every day? Ha ha, you're a man. So interesting, so funny. I took the initiative to send you to the door and you still refused. Do you know how many men in Southern University want to sleep with me? For some reason, Su Wenting suddenly laughed with a relieved smile, and even said words that made her blush. After saying her words, Su Wenting regretted it and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. How could she say such filthy words? I'm not the same as those clothed beasts. But, Su Wenting, you can never reject me again now. Lin Fan spoke very seriously, his eyes earnest. He still remembered when he met Su Wenting in Southern University. She even called Lin Fan a beggar at that time, and Lin Fan was almost deducted the envy value. Seeing how you behave, I actually don't like you very much. It's just because of Dad, said Su Wenting truthfully as her jade teeth moved slightly. Her feelings towards Lin Fan were only somewhat favorable, not to the extent of liking, and that only degree of favorability was also raised because of the goddess tears. Really counting, she had not yet acknowledged Lin Fan as her boyfriend from the bottom of her heart. Close your eyes. Suddenly, Su Wenting's pretty face flushed red, pursed her rosy mouth, and her face was grave. Lin Fan frowned and looked at Su Wenting without knowing what was going on. Close. Seeing that Lin Fan did not close his eyes, Su Wenting once again strengthened her tone and repeated, I closed my eyes. What are you going to get? Wouldn't want to toy with me? I didn't take advantage of you. Lin Fan skimmed his mouth, puzzled, really ignorant of what Su Wenting wanted to do next. Bastard, you want to be beaten up. Who cares about making fun of you? Su Wenting said loudly with a hint of displeasure in her tone. Afterwards, Lin Fan closed his eyes. A moment later, a burst of ethereal aroma came to his face. Lin Fan was slightly stunned, and just when he wanted to open his eyes, on his lips, he immediately felt a touch of soft and hot fragrant lips prying into his mouth. And at this time, Lin Fan simply didn't open his eyes, directly holding Su Wenting's delicate body, forcefully prying open her teeth, launching a crazy attack on Su Wenting, savoring Su Wenting's delicious lip buds to his heart's content. Su Wenting shrieked, struggling a little to resist, not expecting Lin Fan to suddenly attack. However, this was not useful at all, but instead aroused Lin Fan's excitement, launching an even more ferocious attack on Su Wenting, passionately kissing Su Wenting deeply until Su Wenting completely gave up her resistance. Chapter 54 Zhuge. The following day, Lin Fan and Su Wenting stayed at home for the night. During this night, Lin Fan did not do anything more excessive to Su Wenting, but simply kissed with Su Wenting. As for that last step, Lin Fan wanted to wait until Su Wenting truly accepted him. In this way, Su Wenting became Lin Fan's nominal woman, and that acquisition of the bankrupt GDIC could be carried out in a better way. At least Su Wenting would not reject Lin Fan now, although Lin Fan can also directly buy Jinding International, but that acquisition and Su Wenting feelings between two indifferent, not the result Lin Fan wants. Becoming the booze behind Su Wenting's company and not being able to develop a friendship with Su Wenting was very painful. Lin Fan's acquisition of Golden Tripod International was predicated on the fact that he had to develop a relationship with Su Wenting. Now that Lin Fan had completed the first step, and Su Wenting wouldn't refuse Lin Fan's pursuit in the future, all that was left was to complete the task. Suddenly, Lin Fan's cell phone rang, and the caller seemed to be Yao Yuanxin calling. Is something wrong? Lin Fan picked up his cell phone, his gaze grave. Yao Yuanxin wouldn't disturb Lin Fan without something important, unless she encountered a problem that couldn't be solved. So now, what kind of problem did Yao Yuanxin encounter? Mr. Lin, there's good news. Lin Lang Pharmaceutical has gone public. The market evaluation value is very high. Even the stocks are out. Lin Lang Pharmaceutical's phone is now busted. I regret leaving the phone behind. That Mr. Lin, is it possible for our company to recruit a little bit of customer service? On the other end of the phone, Yao Yuanxin's extremely tired voice came out. Her voice was hoarse. It was evident that she had broken her throat trying to answer the phone. Some companies in the third and fourth tier cities like to find listed companies to be their agents. so they often keep an eye on listed companies, trying to get good products and strive to be the first bear to eat fish. Obviously, Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals was targeted by them. Lin Fan's eyes lit up with some joy. Immediately said, "No problem, you temporarily cover for a day. Tomorrow the company will recruit. I'll let you do the recruiting as well. Don't be afraid, the company is not bad, the salary is open higher. But Mr. Lin, there is a trouble now." On the other end of the phone, Yao Yuanxin sighed after hearing Lin Fan's vote, but soon, a trace of anxiety appeared in her voice again. After a few seconds, Yao Yuanxin organized her head and softly said, "Mr. Lin, there is a large-scale company that wants to visit our company in person to discuss cooperation. If it's done, it's at least a 50 million business." 50 million business was not small. Even international first-tier companies made 50 million business a key project. This kind of business list, if there are many of them, it is not a problem for Lin Lang Pharmaceutical to be promoted to the top 500, although Yao Yuanxin has the ability to negotiate the list. But the company is ultimately Lin Fan's. She must tell Lin Fan about this. A single of 5,000. Does the other party want to see me? Hearing this, Lin Fan guessed a hint of details. Yao Yuanxin's soft voice with a hint of joy smiled. "Mr. Lin really anticipates things like God. Okay, tell them to meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I've already taken care of the company's office building. It's in Area A of the high-tech district. I'll take you to take a look at it in the afternoon." On Lin Fan's side, he sank his voice and said the most important thing. Since Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals has established a company, it has to have an office building. A listed company cannot be convincing if it doesn't even have a decent office building. In the future, even if Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals recruited employees, they would leave because there was no suitable office building. Great. I'm still worried about this, mainly because our company was set up too quickly. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to have already done it. A fiery gaze had emerged inside Yao Yuanxin's eyes. Although she hadn't seen Lin Fan, she was incomparably adoring him. The person who set up a company in a month's time and went public and got the corporate office down. Yao Yuanxin could see not much, and high-tech zone A is all international companies. Office buildings are not small, and offices are still in short supply. Many companies are not able to take it down. Did not expect Lin Fan how easy it is to take it down. See you this afternoon, Lin Fan said hurriedly and hung up the phone. The matter of the office building in Area A of the high-tech zone was something that Lin Fan spent NV value to get. The system told Lin Fan that someone in Area A of the high-tech zone was in a hurry to rent an office and hadn't released any phone numbers yet. It was a first-hand phone call, but it needed NV value to be redeemed. Lin Fan also scolded the system for this stingy, but in the end, he still got the office, just no decoration. In the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, Lin Fan drove a Porsche 918 to Yao Yuanxin. The Porsche 918 was so fast that it was scary. Like a gust of wind it rushed to Yao Yuanxin, and when it stopped, Yao Yuanxin looked a little dumbfounded. "Mr. Lin, this is your car?" Yao Yuanxin was dumbfounded at this time. She thought Lin Fan would drive an ordinary car. Who knew it was a Porsche 918? Porsche 918 more than $5 million. Belongs to the luxury car. Yao Yuanxin used to dream of buying one. Only unfortunately there is no such a lot of money. "Come up, tell me about that company." Lin Fan looked at Yao Yuanxin and said slowly. Yao Yuanxin got into the car with some envy and sat inside the luxury car. Excited. Porsche 918. This kind of car let her have an incomparable feeling of serenity. In other words, a sense of security. Women naturally like powerful men. Powerful men can bring them an incomparable feeling of security. Now, Lin Fan exudes this kind of thing. Yao Yuanxin's eyes, suddenly more fiery. Meanwhile, on the highway of Ninghai City, a Bentley was slowly traveling. In the car, there were 4 men. All of these men were dressed in suits, presenting an array of professional managers. Among them, a man with the strongest aura was at the head, and that man's name was Zhu Golong. All of this information is what we pulled from the database, and it shows that Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals squeezed into the listed company on Tuesday. But I can't find Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals registration time. A man in a suit respectfully said. Listed companies would all keep a backlog for other partner companies to understand, and use this information to determine whether or not they would cooperate or not. And very often, the potential of a listed company was judged through the bottom files. Zhuge Long added his lips. The corner of his mouth outlined a cold smile. Disdainfully said, "How can this kind of small company be listed? What kind of listed company nowadays can any cat or dog be listed? The lack of registration time only shows that the company is too young, or perhaps, excessively young." The man in the suit saw Zhuge Long's bad face and immediately said, "But this company's product is amazing. It is said to be an elixir." Elixir? Hearing the words of the man in the suit, Zhuge Long's brows furrowed. His white face floated a little more, and the skin of his mouth moved gently. "Tell me, what kind of elixir is it?" Zhuge Long's thoughts emerged from his face. His complexion changed greatly. It is said to be a face washing elixir. This face washing elixir can beautify the face and skin care. The effect. The man in the suit answered truthfully, but in that instant, Zhuge Long scolded. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It turns out to be selling cosmetics. Nowadays cosmetic companies are so competitive. Want to survive thinking that hanging a false head is enough? Zhuge Long thought that Lin Fan had prepared some kind of miraculous medicine, the kind that could bring the dead back to life. Who knew that it was actually a cleansing elixir? Other than that, Zhuge Long himself had quite a few cosmetic companies under his hand, and those companies had been in business for many years. So with regards to cosmetics, Zhuge Long was a connoisseur. It's just a matter of taking a look around. Thinking of this, Zhuge Long lost interest in Lin Lang Pharmaceutical, but he had already contacted Yao Yuanxin, so it was not good to leave directly. Yes, the man in the suit hurriedly nodded his head, not daring to say more. Although Lin Lang Pharmaceutical had a divine medicine like the little Peiyuan Dan in addition to the face cleansing Dan, after seeing that Zhuge Long was not interested at all, the man in the suit could only give up. 2 hours later, the Bentley followed the address given by Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals and drove to Area A of the high-tech zone. The prosperity of high-tech zone A makes Zhuge Long's face change. The company here is very atmospheric. The office building is big and wide, and the personnel all look energetic, and the surrounding supporting facilities are very prosperous. 2 movie theaters, more than 10 karaoke bars, 3 food street stores. Let Zhuge Long look dazzled, and can't wait to open a branch here immediately. The environment here is not bad. Zhuge Long nodded, recognizing high-tech zone A. Go up and take a look at that company. Afterward, Zhuge Long started to say, aha. The men standing behind Yao Yuanxin all nodded in agreement and followed Zhuge Long up. Yao Yuanxin contacted Yao Yuanxin via email, without using the phone, and after taking the address of the Lin Lang Pharmaceutical Company to Zhuge Long, there was no more news. The address of Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals is on the 19th floor, Block A. It occupies the entire 19th floor, which makes Zhuge Long's eyes light up. Ding! After sitting inside the elevator for 2 minutes, Zhuge Long and the others finally arrived at the 19th floor. What kind of company is this? How come there is only 1 employee? Getting it wrong? No. A listed company with only 1 employee. Fooling us? Who is the boss? Call your boss out. Just the scene in front of them, but let them disappointed. Face actually lost color. In the huge company, only Yao Yuanxin's figure was left. It looked very cold. Empty building, completely without any smoke. Yao Yuanxin's brows gently frowned, awkwardly opened her mouth. Coming ah? You guys wait, our boss has something to go out. Talk to me first. At this point, Yao Yuanxin wanted to tell Zhuge Long that this company was a branch, but if she told Zhuge Long that it was a branch, Yao Yuanxin was unable to tell them the address of the head office. A large order of $50 million. Who else would not sign it in a branch, right? No need. Since you have no sincerity, there's no need to talk. Let's go. Zhuge Long waved his hand and refused. With $50 million of capital, what company could he not cooperate with? But had to cooperate with this company with only 1 employee? There were many listed companies this year. Besides Lin Lang Pharmaceutical, there were several more. Zhuge Long didn't want to waste his time and immediately wanted to leave. I am the boss of this company. What do you have to talk about? Only, when they were about to leave, a voice came out. Chapter 55, Bullying Su Guanghua. Is that person you? Zhuge Long's voice echoed out, raising his head to look in all directions and began to search for Lin Fan's whereabouts. Lin Fan's voice appeared but not in person. Zhuge Long couldn't see Lin Fan and naturally searched. Ta! A dull sound rang out. Zhuge Long looked again and saw a young man. The young man wasn't much older, not as old as Zhuge Long, but invisibly, he gave Zhuge Long a kind of pressure. That kind of pressure made Zhuge Long feel that it wasn't simple, giving birth to the feeling of negotiating with the bosses of the top 500 companies. You are too young, Zhuge Long murmured, scornfully, while Zhuge Long's voice, however, resounded to the entire company, incomparably loud. After the sound was said, Yao Yuanxin's eyes moved and her face changed. Yao Yuanxin knew that the negotiation would not be easy anymore. It would become harder and harder when Zhuge Long denied Lin Fan and did not recognize him. If it was like this from the beginning, then this $50 million order would become harder and harder to close. Zhuge Long's background is known to Yao Yuanxin, not just 50 million. If the deal is successful, he will drive the entire northern region, so that the Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals to enter the northern region of the market. Although Zhuge Long's company is not the leading company in the north, he is the family scion of the leading company in the north. In other words, he is a dude. Come along for tea. Similarly, Lin Fan answered Zhuge Long with the same sentence. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he reached out his hand to Yao Yuanxin and said in a deep voice, make tea. I want to have a good talk with this gentleman. Okay, wait a moment. I'll go prepare the cups. There might be a little delay. Yao Yuanxin nodded her head in a hurry and went to look for good tea. Lin Fan had told Yao Yuanxin that only the kind of tea that has a mellow aftertaste and doesn't lose its flavor is good tea. But the company doesn't have this kind of good tea now. Yao Yuanxin can only go to buy it now. So Yao Yuanxin ran very fast, biting her red lips, expecting Zhuge Long not to leave. Zhuge Long reluctantly sat down, looked at Lin Fan. A change of color said, "To tell you the truth, I came to do a survey of your company before. The results are very disappointing. Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals is actually listed in the past few days. The establishment of the time is less than a month. You such a company, I really dare not cooperate. What do you want?" Lin Fan said slowly as he played with his teacup. "The auction of the Golden Tripod International Company will start soon. At most 2 weeks. Zhuge Long 20 million can't play much of a role compared to the auction price of the Golden Tripod International. This amount of money can only be said to be a drop in the bucket. Even if he talked to Zhuge Long, he couldn't get the money he needed to bid on the GDT International auction." However, Lin Fan did not want to give up Zhuge Long. "If your company operates well, I won't hesitate to cooperate. But this model is worrisome. A company with only 2 people. Whoever this kind of thing is put on, no one will cooperate. Your listed company is good, but if you take it to you to operate by yourself, it won't take long for it to collapse. What I mean is, hand over the company, let's all work together. How about splitting the money in a ratio of 40 to 70%? Zhuge Long said very sincerely. If he let Zhuge Long be the agent of Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals he wouldn't do it, but let them manage the company together. Zhuge Long didn't have any problem. At this time, Lin Fan shook his head and flatly refused. Impossible. The small Peiyuan Dan, face cleansing Dan, and spirit restoration Dan that Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals provided out, how much they were worth. Lin Fan had a number in his heart. Just by virtue of the face cleansing pill, Lin Fan was confident that he could achieve hundreds of millions of sales, so how could he let Zhuge Long participate in it? Proportionate share. There is a possibility that it will end up as a shareholding, and shareholding is definitely not acceptable to Lin Fan. Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals will end up leading the development of Ninghai Pharmaceuticals, and become the local dragon. Doing business. This is not good. You don't understand the market at all, so how can you do well? Zhuge Long sighed lightly and persuaded. Zhuge Long himself was in the cosmetics industry, and knew that although cosmetics were lucrative, there were a frightening number of them that died down. Without a mature system, Lin Fan's company could only collapse. Zhuge Long didn't want to waste a listed company, and actually wanted to acquire Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals, and wait until Lin Fan couldn't do it anymore. Then he would come back to take over and directly change Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals into his own company. But he failed. Lin Fan did not agree. The market piece, I think you can call and ask a few people? Lin Fan was not in a hurry at this time and said softly, "A few people?" Hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhuge Long was a bit surprised and froze. "Mr. Lin, the tea is here. Is it okay to put it here?" And at this time, Yao Yuanin just walked in. A burst of fragrant sweat, holding 2 cups of fine dragon well tea. These dragon well teas Yao Yuanxin ran down to buy. The elevator is too difficult to wait. Yao Yuanxin hoofed it down, afraid of delaying any time. The most crucial thing was that Yao Yuanxin was afraid that Zhuge Long had run away. If he hadn't run away, then at the critical moment, Yao Yuanxin could still say a few words. Lin Fan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Put it down." 2 cups of dragon well tea were placed on the table by Yao Yuanin. A strong tea fragrance instantly drifted out. The aroma was tantalizing, and unlike those ordinary teas, these tea fragrances were long-lasting. However, Yao Yuanin was nervous at this time. Her forehead was sweating coldly. Next, it was the most crucial moment. If the negotiation failed, Lin Lang Pharmaceutical would lose a major customer, which was not a situation she wanted to see. Zhuge Long picked up the teacup, sniffed the dragon well deeply. A touch of joy appeared on his face, and took a sip. The dragon well tea fell down Zhuge Long's throat. The moisturizing sensation of moistening his throat made a smile appear on Zhuge Long's face. Half a second later, Zhuge Long voiced out, "Good tea. It's just a pity that we don't have a chance. Uncle Fu, let's go. It's time to go back." Uncle Fu was the man in black behind Zhuge Long. Speaking of which, he was the butler and the inseparable person of the company. Because Uncle Fu was good with his hands. This time when he came out to do something, Zhuge Long dared to come single-handedly, solely because of Uncle Fu. Yao Yuanxin panicked. Her face changed and she called out, "Mr. Zhuge Long, why are you leaving like this? The contract is not even negotiated. Isn't it a bit too abrupt? This is something you have to ask your old boss. I wanted to cooperate with your company. Your old boss is not willing," Zhuge Long said with some regret, looking at Lin Fan with his eyes as he spoke. He was still giving Lin Fan a chance now. As long as Lin Fan agreed, he would still cooperate. "Mr. Lin, this matter? Inquired Yao Yuanxin as her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Lin Fan waved his hand and refused. For me to split the company. This is impossible. Lin Lang Pharmaceutical can definitely dominate the Ninghai market in the future. Young and arrogant. Zhuge Long shook his head after hearing Lin Fan say this. His eyes were filled with a lost color. Perhaps, Lin Fan had a strong ambition and wanted to fight, but this level of his was completely meaningless in front of Zhuge Long, who had surpassed Lin Fan in the field of cosmetics by an unknown number of times. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhuge Long's company is very large. I think we can listen to his opinion. Yao Yuanshan gritted her silver teeth and advised Lin Fan. Yao Yuanshan was aware that Lin Lang Pharmaceutical needed the support of other companies no matter if the medicine was good or not, and Zhuge Long's company was the best company. Letting Zhuge Long go was absolutely incorrect. In order for Lin Lang Pharmaceutical to develop, it needed to cooperate with Zhuge Long. That kind of immediate interest, sometimes you really can't look at it too seriously. Coming to my company and just leaving, would it be a bit rude? You can all leave, but I hope it's after I make the call. Lin Fan did not force Zhuge Long to stay. He could let them go, but it had to be after Lin Fan called Su Guanghua and the others. Su Guanghua had been taking the small Peiyuan Dan for a while, counting that he had already used the small Peiyuan Dan, and had a better understanding of the effects of the small Peiyuan Dan, so it was not too much for Lin Fan to let them listen to the phone call before they left. Listening to the patient's true medicinal effects was also considered realistic. Then I will wait a little longer at the end. Zhuge Long sat down again and said impatiently. At this time, Lin Fan had already taken out his cell phone. Last time at the Danyang Villa, Su Guanghua had left his phone with Lin Fan, who still had it on him, and instead, he directly made the call. Immediately, a voice appeared on the other end of the phone. However, soon after, Lin Fan changed the phone to speakerphone, so that Yao Yuanxin and the girls could hear it a bit more clearly. Gollum. At the same time, Yao Yuanxin and the others swallowed and tensed up. Finally, after waiting for a few more minutes, the phone was picked up, and a bright laughter came out. Ha ha ha, Lin old brother, why did you call me after such a long time? Did you forget about me? Su Guanghua. I dare not say anything else, but in this Ninghai city, there are really not many people who dare to step on my Su Guanghua's head. It's Su Guanghua. Is it really that outlaw's voice? Zhuge Long froze after hearing the voice of the phone. His face suddenly went white and his fingers trembled. Su Guanghua? Yao Yuanxin's face changed as she looked at Zhuge Long in disbelief. Zhuge Long slowly breathed out from his chest. For a long time, before sighing with emotion, he is Wolf Fang Special Force Captain Su Guanghua. The entire Ninghai City's law and order he can manage. Not only Ninghai City, even if it's Yanjing capital, he, Su Guanghua, is not afraid of it. Wolf Fang Special Force Captain. How could Mr. Lin know this kind of person? Hearing Zhuge Long's narrative, Yao Yuanxin's face changed drastically, fiercely alarmed, looking at Lin Fan incredulously. A person like the captain of the Wolf Fang Special Force should be a high-ranking officer in the army. Right, how could Lin Fan befriend this kind of person? Moreover, Yao Yuanxin listened to the voice of Su Guanghua talking to Lin Fan. It seemed that they were familiar with each other. Could it be that Lin Fan's real identity was someone from the military region? What? Is there someone beside elder brother Lin? Su Guanghua's brows furrowed as he heard the sounds made by Zhuge Long and Yao Yuanxin and asked. It's nothing, it's just that Zhuge Long wanted to merge my company, so I'm looking for you to ask about the efficacy of the little Peiyuan Dan. Lin Fan replied with a bitter smile, seeing Zhuge Long's expression. It was quite pompous. How dare he? If he swallows old brother Lin's company, I'll ruin his legs. Chapter 56 Financing. How dare he? If he swallows elder brother Lin's company, I'll ruin his legs. Su Guanghua's furious voice came out, and everyone heard it and shuddered. This is the captain of the Wolf Fang Special Forces not to mention in Ninghai City, even Yanjing capital is also a figure with a face. Su Guanghua is definitely more than Zhuge Long is not to be messed with the playboy young masters, like Zhuge Long this level. At most only enough to give Su Guanghua shoes. That is, Zhuge Long's father came to Su Guanghua in front of. Also only dare to Su Guanghua respectfully. Absolutely do not dare to have any trouble, because he cannot afford to trouble. Therefore, Su Guanghua is Zhuge Long. Absolutely do not dare to provoke people. Zhuge Long card face is too small. Encounter Su Guanghua just looking for death. Young Su, I don't mean this. How dare I swallow your brother's company? Zhuge Long said with remorse. Now it's too late to regret. How did he mess with Su Guanghua, this fatal star? This Su Guanghua is known as the outlaw. If he really goes crazy, Zhuge Long can't stop him at all. Not this meaning my brother will say you want to swallow his company? Su Guanghua's attitude turned fierce. Lin Fan handed his cell phone to Zhuge Long. Zhuge Long's face was scared green when he saw Lin Fan coming. His hands were shaking when he received the phone. He somewhat did not want to take this cell phone. This cell phone is like a time bomb. It is very hot. But Zhuge Long didn't dare not to take it. If he didn't take the cell phone, he would bear the wrath of Su Guangbo. Say, what the are you thinking? My brother's small Peiyuan Dan, even my sister's disease has an effect. Your conscience is eaten by a dog. Black my brother's company? Su Guangbo on the other end of the phone. Hostile. Speaking voice is roaring out. What? That medicine. Efficacy is so good? At this time Zhuge Long's eye pupils tightened, almost unable to believe his ears. Su Guangbo's sister's matter had already been recognized as an incurable disease, but Lin Fan's medicine actually had an effect, so that was a big problem. This kind of medicine, it had to be a divine medicine. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed on his side, and in his heart, he said, Sister, what kind of disease did Su Guangbo's sister have that even the little Peiyuan Dan couldn't cure it? System-produced small Peiyuan Dan Lin Fan is very clear. A grain down 100 diseases, but also can prolong life. It is reasonable to say that any disease can be treated. How does Su Guangbo here? It becomes only the effect? What Lin Fan thought was that Su Guangbo's sister should have been cured. Zhuge Long, does your family want to be exterminated? It's not good to mess with anyone but my brother? At this time, Su Guangbo had already moved to kill. Hearing Zhuge Long shivering and breaking out into a cold sweat, Su Guangbo had always regarded his sister as a scale. No one could mess with her. Once messed with, Su Guangbo would directly exterminate the other party no matter what their status was. Lin Fan to Su Guangbo small Peiyuan Dan on the sister's disease has the effect. The same, Su Guangbo also in the heart of the Lin Fan as their own brother. Anyone who messes with, will be strong out. Up to this point, Su Guangbo's anger towards Zhuge Long was now the greatest. I didn't know he was your brother. If I knew he was your brother, you wouldn't dare to mess with me even if you gave me the guts of a bear. Zhuge Long was also confused. He clearly hadn't done anything excessive to Lin Fan. He just wanted to cooperate, but he said that he had already done something bad. By the time Zhuge Long reacted, he couldn't wait to hit himself in the mouth. Wasn't this jumping into a fire pit? So, you've already messed with my brother. Since that's the case, then you break your own dog's leg now to make amends to my brother. On the other end of the phone, Su Guangbo's voice had turned into an unquestionable attitude. Su Xiao don't I just want to acquire your brother's company. I have absolutely no bad intentions, nor am I looking for anyone to do bad things behind the scenes. Zhuge Long was sweating and cold sweating furiously at this time. The fear Su Guangbo brought to him was too great, and at this time, Lin Fan spoke out, saying, there is no need to break both legs. If his legs are broken, no one will work with me. I just want him to help me open the market in the northern region. Zhuge Long didn't do anything excessive to Lin Fan. If he did, he didn't need to call. Lin Fan could clean him up himself. The iron cloth shirt Max was not for show. Zhuge Long, did you hear my brother's words? Why don't you go over and thank him? If it wasn't for my brother, you don't want your legs. Su Guangbo's clear and cold drinking voice entered Zhuge Long's ears. Hearing his soul turned upside down. Hearing Su Guangbo's words, Zhuge Long's gaze at Lin Fan completely changed. Previously, Zhuge Long only thought that Lin Fan's company was listed by good luck, but now this is not the case at all. Lin Fan's company is listed. Maybe it is the evil ghost Su Guangbo's help. With evil ghost Su Guangbo helping Lin Fan suppress Ninghai, how could Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals not get rich? Brother Lin, don't blame me. I'll make amends to you. Don't take it to heart. Unable to do anything, Zhuge Long cried and apologized to Lin Fan. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong, he had to apologize. Otherwise Su Guangbo would really break his legs. Mr. Lin, so powerful? Yao Yuanxin, who stayed on the side, couldn't believe it at this time and marveled. Zhuge Long, who had refused the cooperation, received a phone call and apologized to Lin Fan. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? What kind of existence did Su Guangbo have in Zhuge Long's mind? Yao Yuanxin couldn't figure it out, but she could now be sure that the cooperation was negotiated, and it was still exclusive to Lin Lang Pharmaceutical, so Zhuge Long didn't dare to use any crooked brains at all. It's not in the way. Lin Fan shook his head and said with a forced smile. Zhuge Long's attitude this time was very different from before, and it was full of laughs. Zhuge Long, don't think that apologizing to my brother is the end of the matter. Don't do any business now. Don't think you're done until you open up the northern market for my brother. In addition, my brother's company just went public and needs financial support. You'd better invest some money into it, otherwise, Su Guangbo said coldly, treating Zhuge Long with no politeness. When Zhuge Long heard this, his face went white. Su Guangbo was trying to play him to death. Integrating funds into Lin Fan's company, he should not do anything, just wait for bankruptcy. However, Zhuge Long had no choice but to nod his head in order to stay alive. Xiao Su, I'll admit it. I'll invest my funds to become a shareholder behind Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals. That's it. Let's see if my brother is satisfied with this matter. if my brother isn't satisfied, you'll wait for the end. After Su Guangbo finished saying this, he hung up the phone and didn't speak again. At this time, Zhuge Long's eyes were a pleading color. He miserably looked at Lin Fan, longing for forgiveness, although he himself did not know what he did wrong. Do you want me to call Mak Xian again? Only. At this time, Lin Fan said calmly again, Mako Qian is also your good brother? Zhuge Long at this time, the whole person started to be blinded. How can it be so horrible? One Su Guangbo is not enough, but also involved in a show Qian? Is he having a plague of blood today? Why is everything not going well? No, it's just that she likes the face washing Dan very much. The company going public was her help. Lin Fan shook his head and answered truthfully, don't say anything, I'll put in $500 million in shares. Xiao Su said your company's medicines are good, so I won't ask about the medicines, but you have to grow the company's scale. I don't want to lose money either. Handing over $500 million to you, I'll lose my name if I get it wrong. Zhuge Long was scared inside helplessly. Although Curtin Qian is not Lin Fan's brother, but Curtin Qian has helped Lin Fan to go public. There is also a problem. This new company listing is completely illegal. Curtin Qian is so messy. What is it if not an unusual relationship with Lin Fan? Yes, you can directly manage the company's later development. In addition, I can also set up a chairman position for you to supervise Lin Lang Pharmaceutical at any time. Lin Fan nodded and agreed. With this $500 million, the matter of the Golden Tripod International auction was eased a lot. No, I still have things to do. I'm looking forward to more favorable words from Xiao Su. It's better to leave Lin Lang Pharmaceutical in your own hands. Zhuge Long nodded with a bitter smile. He didn't put all the family funds into Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals, but gave a large sum of money to Lin Fan. As for whether Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals is dead or alive has nothing to do with him anymore. Although Su Guangbo is powerful, but he won't kill them all, and really uproot the Zhuge Long family. Moreover, with this 500 million funds, Lin Fan's company has stocked up to sufficient funds, and then the development is not up. Is his Lin Fan's problem? Once Lin Fan heard this, he didn't continue to talk with Zhuge Long, who wouldn't leave his company to develop in Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals, which Lin Fan knew very well. Afterwards, when he was about to leave, Zhuge Long said to Lin Fan, the contract will continue to be contacted by email. I will fund you if the formalities are completed, but don't look for me if anything happens to Lin Lang Pharmaceutical. I have already funded it. Zhuge Long said this to tell Lin Fan, don't pull him down if Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals is finished. Although Zhuge Long is afraid of Su Guangbo, it doesn't mean he is willing to give everything to Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals. Don't worry, my face cleansing pill and little Peiyuan pill. It won't be long before they dominate all the markets in Ninghai City, and at that time, not only will you not lose money, but you can also make money. Lin Fan said to Zhuge Long with a smile. This time, Zhuge Long had helped Lin Fan solve the problems of the Golden Tripod International, so it wasn't impossible to share a little bit of money with Zhuge Long at that time. With the efficacy of the face cleansing pill and the small Peiyuan pill, monopolizing the entire market would only take time and did not require too much effort. And even Lin Fan could leave these matters to Yao Yuanxin to manage. Hopefully, I'll leave first. Zhuge Long shook his head, not really optimistic about Lin Lang Pharmaceutical, although Su Guangbo said that Lin Fan's medicine was good, but Zhuge Long medicine has not even seen. How can he be assured? What Zhuge Long didn't expect was that the $500 million he invested today really got him a horrible income in the future. So much so that later on, Zhuge Long really gave up his own company and devoted himself to Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals, just like Su Guangbo said. Chapter 57, Shai Su Wentian. On the other hand, Lin Fan once again returned to Jingyang after resolving the Zhuge Long incident. The room that belonged to him. The medicine incident had come to an end, but now came a huge problem. The problem of pills, trying to mass-produce the face-cleansing pill, the spirit-restoring pill, and the small Peiyuan pill. When the pills couldn't be produced in large quantities and quickly, the myth of Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals would be shattered without a trace, and it would take its own destruction. At this time, Lin Fan slowly opened his mouth and asked, System, can these pills be mass-produced? Ding. Host wanting to mass-produce face-washing Dan needs to spend 5,000 NV points. Strong Life Pill 10,000 NV points. Small Peiyuan Dan 20,000 NV points. 2,000 NV points for processing the face-washing pill process. Hidden Face-Washing Dan Formula 5,000 NV points. Facial Cleansing Dan Craft Processing, a factory processing line produced by the system that accelerates the manufacturing speed of the facial cleansing Dan. The current accelerated speed is 10%, and can be upgraded. Hidden Face Washing Dan Formula, using the system's black technology to protect and hide the face washing Dan. Outside scientists are unable to investigate the internal structure of the face washing Dan, and once they do, they will encounter black technology interference and come up with misplaced research results. The system exploded with several pages of stuff, making Lin Fan dizzy. The hidden formula is not bad. Mass production of the face cleansing pill will encounter people who are prying into the formula, so that leaves me a lot of work. Lin Fan saw the hidden formula and said happily with some joy. The value of the face washing Dan was too high. If it was taken by someone else for decomposition, it would be troublesome to understand the ingredients. If 2 copies of the face washing Dan appeared in the world, they could bid against each other and compete with each other. And Lin Lang Pharmaceuticals would look passive and find it difficult to carry out development. System, how much NV value can I have left after treating Su Penghai? At this time, Lin Fan asked towards the system. The NV value determined how far Lin Fan could actually go. If the NV value was not enough this time, then Lin Fan would never be able to get out of his predicament. Ding! The host still has 10,000 points of NV value that can be freely mobilized after curing Su Penghai. The system told Lin Fan very clearly this time, and Lin Fan understood as soon as he heard it. 10,000 points of NV value. Just enough to exchange for the face cleansing pill. Lin Fan skimmed his mouth and said squarely, his heart ecstatic. Although he couldn't mass-produce the strong life pill or the small Peiyuan Dan, the fact that he could mass-produce the face cleansing Dan was also something that could alleviate the pressure a little. The rest, is the NV value gathered? As long as the NV value is enough, Lin Fan is not worried about not getting the restoration pill, strong life pill, small Peiyuan Dan formula. This might be a bit of a bust. The NV value of the spirit restoration pill, strong life pill, and small Peiyuan Dan is too high, but it is not an impossible task to accomplish. Next, Lin Fan said to the system, redeem the face cleansing Dan. Ding, ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully obtained the earthly defeat system face washing Dan formula. Face cleansing Dan formula, a beautiful skin care, forced expulsion of toxins, weight loss pill, beauty pill, and skin beautification as an all-in-one elixir. Seeing the face washing Dan formula prescription, Lin Fan was excited. There were many things recorded below the prescription, which seemed to be the main medicine that could bring Lin Fan a constant stream of income. With the prescription in hand, the world is mine. As long as Lin Fan had the prescription, then the pharmaceutical industry in Ninghai City was all Lin Fan. The strong effect of the face cleansing pill would shock all cosmetics away. Unlike ordinary medicines, the more branded and expensive the cosmetics were, the more advantageous they would be, and a creature like a woman, for the sake of beauty, would lay down her life to desperately buy it. Inevitably, the face cleansing pill could hit the market and make Lin Fan earn a fortune. The prescription is there, and then get 2000 NV value can be face wash Dan processing and hidden face wash Dan formula together exchange. 2000 NV value is not much. It is easy to earn. What's left is to go to the bidding, just in time to settle the matter of the Golden Tripod International Company, and the NV value. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. The Golden Tripod International Company is involved too much, and Lin Fan is not good to stay in Su Wenting's house every day. What attitude her father Su Penghai has towards Lin Fan, Lin Fan doesn't know right now, but going in and out every day, it's inevitable that there will be a problem. So Su Wenting gave the Porsche 918 to Lin Fan. Su Wenting doesn't like to drive, and treats Lin Fan as a car driver. But to give a beautiful woman like Su Wenting a car driver, Lin Fan is beautiful. A few days later, Lin Fan came to Southern University, and with the previous lesson from last time, no one in the class took a shot at Lin Fan. When looking at Lin Fan, there was a hint of awe in these people's eyes. However, Xia Beibei wasn't that nice. She started to whip at Lin Fan, trying to make Lin Fan fall in love with learning, but ultimately returned without end, ending in failure to despair. Lin Fan's language ability, even without studying, surpassed Xia Beibei's by too much, and was simply not at the same level. After a few days of this kind of boredom, Lin Fan finally received a phone call. Do. The person displayed on the other end of the phone was Su Wenting. Looking for me? Lin Fan picked up the phone and laughed softly. Since the last time that happened with Su Wenting, there was an extra layer of feelings between them, which was confusing. Lin Fan did not point it out, but Su Wenting seemed to care a lot. The auction is going to start. The location is very hidden. I asked for days before I found out from Dad. What are you going to do? Su Wenting's delicate little hand held the cell phone. Blinking her eyes, she asked curiously. Although Lin Fan promised Su Wenting that he would help her with everything, but this matter at hand, she just felt that Lin Fan couldn't accomplish it. This time, the auction will take place in the hotel. Like what famous calligraphy and painting, antique treasures, gold and silver artifacts, pearl necklace, jadeite raw stone, all will appear. Of course, as the hotel finale, the Golden Tripod International Company will also be auctioned. Many people come for the Golden Tripod International. The Golden Tripod International was now in a passive situation, clearly not bankrupt, but conducting an auction. What else can we do? Of course it's to hit it with money. Lin Fan yawned on the other end of the phone and said with some fatigue, His back ached from being tortured by Xia Bebe for a long time before. Smash with money. When Su Wenting heard this, she really didn't know how to say it to Lin Fan. The auction came with rich people. How much money does Lin Fan have to smash? Isn't this a joke? Lin Fan saw that Su Wenting didn't reply for half a day and suddenly spoke out. What? You don't feel satisfied? I can smash 100 million. If 100 million doesn't work, then 200 million. After getting Zhuge Long's support, Lin Fan had enough funds and was now not afraid. Enough is enough. You brag so much. You are not afraid of flashing your tongue, stammered Su Wentian, unable to say it when she reached the end. She was a girl. She really shouldn't curse others. Don't worry, my tongue will definitely not be a problem, and it will also pry open your lips. Lin Fan smiled leisurely, not seeing any nervousness at all. Nerves. Come pick me up at the school entrance, Su Wenting said with dissatisfaction and hung up the phone. Looking at Su Wenting, who hung up the phone, Lin Fan shook his head. Su Wenting's temper was very explosive. This was a reminder to Lin Fan that he would have to pay attention to Su Wenting in the future when he was making love to her. Not long after, Lin Fan drove the Porsche 918 out. The Porsche 918 appearance is very eye-catching. Lin Fan drove to pick up Su Wenting. Saw a lot of schoolgirls cast envious gazes. Phew! At this time, Lin Fan's Porsche 918 flew and flashed, blowing a breeze, and stopped at the entrance of the school. It's a Porsche. No, this is a Porsche 918. More than $5 million a kind. What kind of rich young man is this? It seems like he must have come to pick up Su Wenting. You guys see Su Wenting dressed up so hot. How could it be him? The Porsche 918 drove into the entrance of the school, and the people who saw the car were all moved. But when they saw the person who got out of the car, their eyes froze. That person was actually Lin Fan. Lin Fan wasn't colorful at all. He was usually just a dispensable existence in the school. How could he drive a Porsche 918 past at such a time? Lin Fan, just come, why can't you keep a low profile? Su Wenting seemed to hate being admired by her classmates and said unhappily, I would like to, but the Porsche 918 is that loud. How do you ask me to make it smaller? Lin Fan floated Su Wenting a blank stare and spoke. My god, is this Lin Fan and Su Wenting getting along? 80%. 80% run the gamut. This relationship is not ordinary. Damn it, Su Wenting is my goddess. How can she be with another man? And at this time, someone let out an exclamation and straightened up. Subsequently, the students surrounding the entrance of the school converged and became more and more numerous, pointing their fingers at the Porsche 918 and talking about it. A strange color appeared in their eyes, and there was a little something more when they looked at Su Wenting. Su Wenting dressed very beautiful today, a pure white dress, the lower body of the pair of long and slender legs perfectly set out, skirt hemline legs, stepping on the same white high heels, hands with white lace gloves, flinging out that pair of luxuriant jade hand, hitched up Lin Fan. This scene, looking at the Southern University students, especially envious. Su Wenting is as beautiful as a fairy today. How can she be sullied by a person like Lin Fan? Moreover, this gesture looks like going on a date. Who knows if they will do something explosive. Ta-da! The high heels made a clattering sound. Su Wenting got on the car. After getting on the car, she showed an impatient look to Lin Fan. Her mouth jumped. Did you do it on purpose? Well, what on purpose? What are you trying to say? Lin Fan drove the car, not knowing what to expect, with a blank face. When Su Wenting saw this face of Lin Fan, the trembling globe in front of her chest suddenly moved. She was infuriated. Her face instantly deteriorated, and her reddish shell teeth let out a light drink, deliberately letting those people see me getting into a luxury car with you, and then spreading the word throughout the entire Southern University that Su Wenting got into a car with you today, and became your person? Hearing Su Wenting's words, Lin Fan almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of salt water. What's this all about? He didn't even think about it like that. He just went to pick up Su Wenting according to the normal procedure. Should he blame himself for it too? The Porsche 918 is a good car, but also cannot blame Lin Fan. It's those people who haven't seen the market. Otherwise they wouldn't stand so many people. You can think so too. I'm not bad at underwriting you anyway. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain to Su Wenting, and with a light laugh, he stepped on the gas and ran wildly away. Chapter 58 Ninghai Zhou Daosheng. You can think so too. Anyway, I'm not bad at underwriting you. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain to Su Wenting, and with a light laugh, he stepped on the gas and ran wildly away. You guy. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Wenting wanted to say something. Her eyelids blinked, gave up and dropped, and then she stopped making a sound. On the other side, Su Penghai sat down at the auction house. He was a little nervous. His head was covered in sweat. The auction house would auction off his company, and all the money from the auction. He would give it all to Su Wenting. Su Penghai knew that his days were numbered, and he no longer wanted to care about Jinding International. Although Jinding International could still hold on, Even if he gave the Golden Tripod International to Su Wenting was not capable of managing it. It would be better to auction off the company. Su Wenting would still be able to live a better life. Su Wenting was spoiled by Su Penghai, and couldn't deal with the people in the company, and it would be the best way for Su Wenting to be treated if Su Penghai auctioned off the company. My life's work. Su Penghai's eyes stared, and he said heavily. He had given a lifetime of his time in Golden Tripod International, investing his life's energy into Golden Tripod to create today's Golden Tripod. But these things, they were about to go up in smoke. Su Penghai was a little sad inside sadly, and after a long time, he looked at the auction hall with a complicated gaze, and at this time, a youth walked over. This person was Gao Yongjin. Behind him stood several people. These people looked at Su Penghai with a bad expression. Su Penghai, when you auction the Golden Tripod International later, remember to put your wits about you and tell everyone up there that your Golden Tripod International is now a broken thing. An old man suddenly laughed, looking at Su Penghai with a playful color in his eyes. Zhou Daoshang, Ninghai's second real estate giant, previously crushed by Jinding International. Of course it was a long time ago. The current Zhou Daoshang was the one who had thrown off Su Penghai by a few blocks. Crunch, crunch. Su Penghai's fists pinched and crunched. The skin of his mouth throbbed. A wave of indignation rushed up to the tip of his heart. What? You are not convinced? Zhou Daoshang looked at Su Penghai's expression. His tone sank. Mr. Zhou, a company like Golden Tripod International, how can it be compared to your company? But it's just a clown. Why get angry? Gao Yongjin hemmed and hawed, showing a kind smile to Zhou Daoshang. Then, Gao Yongjin turned his head over and showed his teeth and said fiercely, Old thing, don't be ungrateful. Su Wentings doesn't have my care. I guarantee that she will sleep on the street. Don't offend Mr. Zhou. Mess with Mr. Zhou. I won't be able to care about your families. When Gao Yongjin saw Su Wenting making love to Lin Fan, he already didn't feel much for her. Even if he married Su Wenting in the future, his heart was divided. Gao Yongjin, you promised me that you would be good to Wenting? Su Penghai frowned and said belatedly. Su Penghai had a lot of emotions in his heart. He regarded Su Wenting as the pearl in his palm. How could he bear to see Su Wenting suffer? Gao Yongjin had a cold smile on his face, and said coldly, yes, I will be good to Su Wenting. That is also to see your family Jinding International as the day of the week. And now, Jinding International is just a plucked pheasant, a hairless pheasant. What big-tailed wolf to pretend to be. Ha ha ha, well said. Su Penghai, you'd better know a little sense of proportion. I'm letting you talk. It's to give you a chance. If you don't talk, I'll see who dares to buy your Jinding International. Zhou Daoshang shook his voice and drank coldly, a cold voice that pierced the ears without fail. Crunch, crunch. Su Penghai's fists once again pinched and crunched. His eyes filled with anger, but he didn't dare to move, much less hit Zhou Daoshang, and could only hold his tongue. Zhou Daoshang was right. The Jinding International was no longer the Jinding International of the past. Now the Jinding International, without Zhou Daoshang, perhaps no one would even dare to buy. Besides, how many people in Ninghai City have the ability to buy Jinding International? Su Penghai had no other choice but to sell Jinding International to Zhou Daoshang. Ta-da! Zhou Daoshang, wearing black leather shoes, walked in front of Su Penghai and said grimly, Su Penghai, what are you going to do later? Don't you need me to teach you? No, don't bother. Su Penghai's lips slowly popped out a few words, rather laborious. Mr. Zhou, there seems to be an Australian lobster over there. How about we go and try it? Leave this sick bastard alone. Your honorable body. If you stay with him for a long time, you might get infected. Gao Yongjin enthusiastically introduced towards Zhou Daoshang at this time. Smiling, Zhou Daoshang could be much more powerful than Jinding International. And Gao Yongjin already didn't put Su Penghai in his eyes. It's also true that this old man really isn't very good. Zhou Daoshang nodded inside. His position in Ninghai had already surpassed Su Penghai by too much, and stepping on Golden Tripod International to move forward was soothing to him. Gao Yongjin brought Zhou Daoshang to the neighboring table, where there was indeed Australian big lobster, and the two of them, Gao Yongjin and Zhou Daoshang, were talking, laughing and joking, leaving Su Penghai alone and lonely. Su Penghai sat there, silent. No one came forward to talk, ready to show loneliness. At this time, just as the auctioneer appeared, it was a Cheongsam woman, a red dress, standing in front of a table, picked up the microphone, opened his mouth and said, Dear guests, everyone, welcome to. As the Cheongsam woman introduced herself, two men in black came over and rolled out a giant cake in a wheelbarrow. The cake was expensive, embellished with crystals on the outside, and the crystals were something that could be eaten, a cake with more than 10 layers. In addition to the crystals, on the edge area of the crystals, there were also truffles, chocolates and other kinds of fruits. At this moment, The cake became the eye-catching thing in the entire venue, and everyone turned their eyes to the cake. Everyone, go cut the cake. After cutting the cake, we are going to start the main event. The Cheongsam woman held a microphone in her hand and spoke loudly, and after that, she walked up to the backstage. There were a lot of things to be auctioned backstage, and the Cheongsam woman walked backstage to organize the objects. Meanwhile, backstage now stood a few tall, chesty, burly men. These burly men had a heroic face and an unassuming aura. Only, they had different skin tones. Some of them had a bronze color. Some of them had an ancient wheat skin tone, while there were also those with light black and white skin. In fact, they were all special combat soldiers that the auction house had found from all over the world. These people were experienced and ruthless. They had experienced several lives and deaths in the battlefield, and there were hundreds of scars on their bodies, big and small, which were enough to witness their glory in the past. With these people guarding, the entire auction house would be solid as gold. Alas, have you heard? Today the auction house is going to auction a few Tang Dynasty artifacts. I heard it's some kind of Tang Dynasty master's calligraphy and painting? What kind of news is this? Last time I saw a $20 million antique here. That thing was just a little bit as big as a bowl and it was sold for $20 million. Really? So the auction house will be bustling today? Let me tell you the truth. The auction house is going to auction off the Golden Tripod International Company today. Ha! After the Cheongsam woman walked into the backstage, the people under the stage had heated discussions. When they mentioned the Golden Tripod International Company, everyone shuddered and their spirits trembled. Wasn't the Golden Tripod International Company fine? Why did it come to auction? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the venue's auction, a few men in black suits stood properly, version like a rock guarding the entrance. Lin Fan stopped in his Porsche 918, and two people came down from the car. Su Wenting held Lin Fan by the arm, very reluctant, but she had no choice. Attending a party like this was how she should go in. Both of you, do you have an invitation? The black-suited men at the door suddenly spoke out and stopped them. They saw that Lin Fan was about to step into the venue, but they didn't have an invitation in their hands, so if they let them in, they would be chastised. Su Wenting immediately froze, her shell teeth clenched as she said, the auction house required an invitation to enter, and those who did not have an invitation would not be able to enter. This was not only a sign of respect, but also a sign of strength. Some guys who didn't have the financial strength couldn't enter the arena, as these people were simply useless except for causing trouble. Don't stop me, I have business to attend to inside. Lin Fan looked indifferently at the man in the suit with a faint anger in his eyes. Now he didn't know if the Golden Tripod International had started the auction yet. If it had started, it would be over. I'm sorry, if we don't have an invitation, we will be greatly chastised. Both of you please leave, that way we will not pursue you. Otherwise, we do have the right to sanction you. The man in the suit standing at the doorway said coldly, expressionless, viewing Lin Fan and Su Wenting as if they were bugs. Today, even the Rolls-Royce Extended Edition had come to the auction house, and the person who drove the Rolls-Royce respectfully handed over the invitation. Lin Fan and the others drove just a Porsche 918, and they dared to cut in line? Get out of the way. My patience has no limit. Lin Fan frowned as an icy color emerged in his eyes. If the Golden Tripod International Company was auctioned away, then he would lose a lot of money, and such an outcome was not something Lin Fan wanted to see. Brush! Hearing Lin Fan's cold shout, a dozen men in suits encircled over, weapons in their hands, looking at Lin Fan unkindly. These people were in the outermost security line of the auction house, and were also the ones who liked to mess around the most. Su Wenting's eyes narrowed slightly, squeezing her palms tightly, all of which were filled with fragrant sweat. She gripped Lin Fan's clothes deathly tightly, and said in a trembling voice, Lin Fan, you, don't be impulsive, talk to them properly. She was a bit scared now. She had never encountered this kind of situation since she grew up. She used to have bodyguards with her. It was only because of the recent defeat of the Golden Tripod International that she didn't hire any bodyguards. Otherwise, Su Penghai wouldn't be relieved to let Su Wenting stay alone. Snapped. Lin Fan gently patted Su Wenting's shoulder and softly said, don't worry, I'll get rid of them soon. Close your eyes. Don't be impulsive. You can't mess around here. Su Wenting's heart shook. A bad premonition came. Lin Fan, this person was not in tune, but she still closed her eyes, choosing to trust Lin Fan. As soon as Su Wenting closed her eyes, Lin Fan took a step forward, and in the pupils of his eyes, killing opportunities even appeared. Chapter 59, Sinister. Get out of here yourselves, or don't blame me for being too heavy-handed. Lin Fan snorted coldly. In his eyes, there was a faint regard. These few black-clothed men were simply not qualified enough to deserve Lin Fan's hand. Once the iron cloth shirt max struck, it was a big killing move. None of these men could carry it off. Even a trace of the iron cloth shirt max's residual strength could teach them to go back to being a human being. He's looking for death. Brothers, get him dead. The faces of the people behind them changed drastically and froze slightly, not having thought that Lin Fan would dare to speak out of turn. Even though they were just shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they were by no means something that Lin Fan could denigrate. Lin Fan wanted to hit hard? Were they just going to stand and take a beating and be fished in meat? In the next moment, the men in black took out steel pipes in their hands and swung them violently towards Lin Fan. Boom! Several steel pipes burst out. Lin Fan was hit head-on, but it was like hitting a solid piece of iron with a muffled sound and sparks flying everywhere. The steel pipes bent. Lin Fan's flesh was like iron. He was not afraid of these few small steel pipes. Hitting his body was like scratching an itch. Ah, how could this happen? Is this guy a monster? Steel and iron? The group of black-clothed men were all stunned. One by one, their souls were filled with shocked looks, gradually deriving awe, fear slowly taking over their minds, fear gradually dominating their reasoning. Lin Fan was too terrifying, too demonic. Only in the books appeared steel, the kind of almost perverted, invincible body. Never thought. Today they encountered, but also by Lin Fan on a lesson. Now the steel pipe doesn't even work to beat Lin Fan. What else can hurt Lin Fan? What exactly is the structure of his body? So strong? It's my turn, just letting you guys do it. It's very enjoyable, isn't it? Lin Fan grinned coldly, looking at these guys, the color of expectation in his gaze, getting stronger and stronger, while licking his dry lips, revealing a cold smile. Don't come over. Someone's heart was shocked, palpitating and shouting. Steel pipe hitting the body can become curved. Is it something they can deal with? Guys, run. This guy is not a normal person at all. This group of suit men no longer dared to care about Lin Fan. Facing the almost demonic Lin Fan, they even lost their lives, but also care about what work. Lin Fan then pressed forward step by step. The group of suited men were all scared and trembling, falling backward step by step, cold sweat pouring out. Stop, don't hit people. Suddenly, Lin Fan struck out forcefully, his big mouth greeted straight towards this group of suit men. The ironcloth shirt Max carried a huge force, indestructible, coalescing into a pair of huge hands in midair, as if he wanted to kill people. Extremely powerful. This group of suited men were so scared that their hands were at a loss. Their faces were pale. How could they encounter such a powerful person? However, it was useless. Lin Fan had given them a chance. These people didn't cherish it. Then they would have to bear Lin Fan's wrath. Ironcloth fist. Lin Fan executed the ironcloth fist, which evolved from the ironcloth shirt Max, and its punches, following the invulnerability and unbreakable nature of the ironcloth shirt Max, slammed out. Completely suppressed punch. Those originally arrogant group of suit men, after Lin Fan's punch, all ate the pain and screamed, by the huge force to fly on the ground, all body bruises. At this moment, the entire world was quiet, and there was no more sound. The group of men in suits, each and every one of them gathered face to face, not daring to make a sound. Ironcloth shirt Max is too strong, facing this group of watchdogs with steel pipes, such as butchering pigs and dogs, all with one force. Snap! Lin Fan patted the dirty hands on his body, walked to Su Wenting who had her eyes tightly closed and laughed softly. It's alright, you can open your eyes now. Did you do this? A scarlet redness surged on Su Wenting's face. She hadn't thought much about it when Lin Fan told her to close her eyes, but now that she opened her eyes, she saw a horrifying scene. Those men in suits who were guarding the doorway, all of them collapsed on the ground, blood dripping from the corners of their mouths as they held their heads and wailed. These were all real? Lin Fan alone took care of this group of black-suited men, beating them so much that they didn't dare to make a sound or even curse? Lin Fan took Su Wenting's wrist and softly said, let's go in. The auction will start soon. Su Wenting was still in the shock from before and had not recovered. She stuttered a little and said, okay, and then, only to see Lin Fan and Su Wenting walk in brightly. The doorway guards regarded as if they were just laying around. The group of black-suited men went up and down with dozens of ribs breaking. The ironcloth shirt Max power was overbearing. It was too lethal to ordinary people. They couldn't even withstand a single punch. At the same time, the auction hall, the lights on the scene flashed, accompanied by gentle music, raising a wonderful melody. Many tycoons as well as high-ranking officials collaborated with their dance partners to dance, enjoying the elegance of the upper class in the middle of the dance floor, dancing to their heart's content. The auction invites rich people. These people control the economy of Ninghai City, control the lifeblood of Ninghai, almost can decide the direction of the future development of Ninghai City, and the auction is also carried out for them. Su Penghai, it can start now. You can go up and talk. Zhou Daosheng held a tall glass and walked beside Su Penghai, whispering with an icy face. Su Penghai sat in the corner of the fall, this former Ninghai man of the hour, to today, some out of place, the previous spirited, to now become dead. After Zhou Daosheng came over to talk, he still could not find half a point of essence in his eyes. Gao Yongjin glared fiercely at Su Penghai, coldly said, "Old thing, Mr. Zhou called you, don't you know how to behave?" He came with Zhou Daoshang, and at the auction, Gao Yongjin turned into Zhou Daoshang's dog lackey for the tiger, breaking Su Penghai's heart. Although Su Penghai handed Su Wenting over to Gao Yongjin, he never thought it would become like this. After seeing Gao Yongjin's face, Su Penghai shook his head and stepped forward. Dim yellow light, Su Penghai lonely back, a little helpless, he helplessly walked to the stands. Gao Yongjin smiled at Zhou Daoshang at this time. "Mr. Zhou, as long as you wait for this old thing to finish those words, you can get the Golden Tripod International. What you asked me to do is done. Those nail households who made trouble were also arranged by me to leave the country. Even if someone wants to investigate in the future, there is no evidence to prove that they are dead." The nail households causing trouble in the new neighborhood had disappeared. Gao Yongjin had given them a lot of money, enough for these people to live well abroad. Jin Ding International. In earlier years, Su Penghai was stronger than me, but now, he, Su Penghai, is a tiger with its teeth pulled out? Gao Yongjin, I want you to continue to torment Su Penghai. It's best if you let me see him live a more miserable life. That way, I'll cooperate with you. Zhou Daoshang eyes recalled memories of yesteryear. During that time, he was always inferior to Su Penghai. No matter it was the company or the family, there was no one thing that could compare to Su Penghai. "Mr. Zhou, doesn't he still have a daughter? When this matter is over, I will marry her. At that time, I will make this woman's life worse than death every day." "Mr. Zhou, do you think this is okay?" Gao Yongjin's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhou Daoshang and said seriously, "Zhou Daoshang Company is very large. Not only real estate, Gao Yongjin has many projects in Zhou Daoshang cooperation." At this juncture, Gao Yongjin said anything to take Zhou Daoshang. Upon hearing this, a clear and cold color appeared in Zhou Daoshang's eyes and said, "You marry his daughter, beat her up every day, scold her, and make her cry in front of Su Penghai. That's what makes it interesting." Yes, I'll do that. "That business," said Gao Yongjin, nodding his head in a hurry. "Vigilantly, you do a good job of being a bad man for me to see. Then there's no problem," Zhou Daoshang said meaningfully, and did not directly promise Gao Yongjin. Gao Yongjin was helpless and let out a bitter smile. "Then I will try to do so." Ming Hang Company had many projects to cooperate with Zhou Daoshang. These were the core projects of Ming Hang Company. Ming Hang Company was not comparable to the declining Jinding International. If Gao Yongjin could not take these projects, Ming Hang Company would lose a lot of money. For this reason, Gao Yongjin would get this done. Although this very much hurt Su Wenting, but when Gao Yongjin saw her making love to Lin Fan, he had a fire in his belly, so he didn't have much of a mental burden. "Everyone," said Su Penghai as he walked onto the auction floor and picked up the microphone to get the attention of the crowd. His heart was full of emotions and he stammered his words. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, a sound of high heels on wooden boards resounded through the venue. The crowd looked over, only to see a pure white-clothed woman accompanied by a man walking to the auction hall. She was very beautiful. Just appearing for a moment, she attracted all the male gazes in the auction hall. Those men at this moment turned their gazes to the white-clothed woman, resting on her. She was dressed beautifully. The white dress she was wearing exposed the tulle, and was stunningly beautiful. And at this time, Gao Yongjin's jaw was stunned and surprised. "Su Wenting, how did you get here?" Gao Yongjin's voice Su Wenting attracted Su Penghai's attention. His gaze shifted over, slightly froze and said, "Wenting, why did you come here?" Su Penghai was a little surprised. He did not invite Su Wenting to the venue. The auction house has not told Su Wenting, just do not want to see Su Wenting sad. But now, it seems that it cannot be stopped. The next step is either Su Penghai to sell the Golden Tripod International, or is to take Su Wenting to leave. But to leave, Su Penghai cannot take care of Su Wenting for the rest of his life. He is now in the body, more and more poor. Where's the security? The security is there. How did these people get in? We've closed the venue. How the hell did they get in? All the invitations that were sent out were retrieved. At this time, the auction house staff yelled out in shock. Lin Fan and Su Wentian had already broken the rules by coming in directly like this. The venue did not allow people without invitations to come in. "Get out. Please get out immediately, or I will have someone send you out." At this moment, an auction house executive appeared and stood in front of the stands, shouting loudly. At the same time, the special combat soldiers hired by the auction house appeared, and these combat soldiers with different skin colors looked at Lin Fan with deep gazes, and in unison, they surrounded Lin Fan with unkind gazes. Chapter 60, the bidding begins. "What? You guys want to kick me out, don't you?" Lin Fan's mouth sketched out a cold smile and opened his mouth to ask. The executive of the auction house looked at Lin Fan and calmly said, "Anyone without an invitation is not a guest. Go out. We are about to start the auction. not a guest. If I say I'm here to bid for the Golden Tripod International, you're going to kick me out too? Hearing the words of the auction house executive, Lin Fan pursed his lips and sneered, rebuking, "You want to bid on the Golden Tripod International?" When this sentence was uttered, the auction house executive immediately froze and looked at Lin Fan dumbfounded. The bidding price of the Golden Tripod International today was at least tens of millions of dollars. This Lin Fan, can he take out so much money? Tens of millions of funds is not a small amount of money. Many people can't earn this money in their whole life. Naturally, my company's Lin Lang Pharmaceutical has already been listed. Can't we auction a branch again? Hearing the skepticism of the auction house executives, the corner of Lin Fan's mouth moved lightly as he laughed. Lin Lang Pharmaceutical? Has everyone heard of this company? If it's really a listed company, it should be impossible for us to bequeath it. Wait for me to check. It seems like it's really a listed company, but it's recently listed. Lin Fan's words caused a stir in the venue, but soon, they dispelled their ill will towards Lin Fan. The principle of the auction house was to make money. One more person bidding was a little more chance, and when the time came to raise the price, they could make a lot of money. Soon, Lin Fan and Su Wenting were warmly received and sat in an elegant room, where there were many fruits and drinks, coarse tea and snacks. The location was very close to the auction venue's dais, so Lin Fan could see the auction venue more clearly. "Senior Gao, we meet again. I missed you that night you were in," said Lin Fan as he saw Gao Yongjin and murmured. Lin Fan would not be repulsed by this experienced baby that provided envy value. Gao Yongjin's mouth shook with a chill. Cold Eye said, "You cut the crap, lousy, and you are not familiar. There are so many people in the venue today. I don't believe you dare to hit me." The matter of the Imperial Hotel let Gao Yongjin life into the shadow. Whenever Gao Yongjin remembered that thing, he would wake up in the middle of the night, and he would have nightmares at night, especially at the chrysanthemum. He would feel strange every time. "Senior Gao is so elegant. I have another American blockbuster here. I wonder if Senior Gao is interested in knowing about it." Lin Fan smiled and said, he always couldn't help but say a few words when he saw a high-level experienced baby. So he and Gao Yongjin are old acquaintances. American blockbuster. How come I haven't heard that Gao Yongjin has that hobby? Yeah, Gao Yongjin usually didn't say he likes to watch American movies. Is it Iron Man? Show me? As the words fell, some people cast curious glances. No, how could Mr. Gao have that kind of interest? His interest is to engage. Engage. Stop. Gao Yongjin's head was covered in sweat as he shouted, his voice shaking to the entire auction house. That kind of chrysanthemum pain was something that he didn't want to remember in his life, and if Lin Fan said it, he could go jump off a building. In this way, Gao Yongjin had a lot of mood swings. Lin Fan saw that he didn't mention that and said, "Gao Daoshao likes to watch other people doing research. It's the video of how several people gather around and change diapers. He watches it every day. No way. He's such a boring person. Such a big person still watch such childish things. It's not possible that he himself is still using diapers." Gao Yongjin in the future cannot say that he knows him. Too embarrassing. When Gao Yongjin heard it, his heart was stuffed. Mom sells pies. When did I watch others change diapers? But he still endured it and didn't have a fit. And at this time, Su Penghai finally picked up the microphone, and said to the crowd in the microphone, "Gentlemen, colleagues, thank you for coming to the auction. This time, I, Su Penghai, have one thing to ask for. The Golden Tripod International is my lifelong effort. Tossed most of my life, and spent a lot of my effort. But now, it's finished, it can't develop anymore. I, Su Penghai, can't bear to see Golden Tripod International end from my hands, so I put it up for auction." Su Penghai spoke of this matter with a lot of emotions. The Golden Tripod International could still continue to carry on, but he was saddened by the fact that his days were numbered and he had no time to take care of it. After seeing Su Penghai finish his words, Zhou Daoshang, however, with a touch of sarcasm, exclaimed, "The Golden Tripod International is really sinful. How brilliant it was back then, but it was played into disrepair by Su Penghai. It makes people sad. And now Su Penghai is scattering his hands and throwing this hot potato to everyone. It's really a good calculation. Is it because he wants other people to wipe your ass? The Golden Tripod International is really finished. I heard that the new neighborhood there is making a lot of noise. It can't be managed at all. Yes, I don't know if it's a deficit of funds. Otherwise how would it be? Even a few nail households can't handle it. If it's me who gets the new neighborhood, how much money will be lost to take down the new neighborhood? It's a sure thing there. Now that the Golden Tripod International is almost finished, just think of selling it. Is it that good?" After Su Penghai finished speaking, the rich people who stayed at the auction house let out a sigh and pointed their fingers. Originally, they were still somewhat looking forward to the Golden Tripod International, but with this, everyone's interest was completely gone. Seeing this, Zhou Daoshang smiled grimly and said in his heart, The Golden Tripod International is my thing now. In the future, I'll make the Golden Tripod International become the leading company in Ninghai City. Just wait, it won't be long before the new neighborhoods will be doing business. Lin Fan's face was not very good when he saw this. Although he and Su Wendian didn't go up and say anything, they could see the problem. This was Zhou Daosheng's trick. If Gao Yongjin was involved in the scourge of Jinding International, then Zhou Daosheng was behind it. Obviously, after Lin Fan knew that there was a problem with Jinding International, Zhou Daosheng acted too unnaturally. This person wants to swallow your father's company, Lin Fan whispered to Su Wenting. Su Wenting's delicate jade hand picked up a cup of juice, sipped her lips and said, "Can you help my dad? I can see that my dad is not volunteering. He has always been proud of Golden Tripod International. He would never say such words. Don't be afraid, I have enough funds today." Lin Fan laughed, holding the $500 million transferred from Zhuge Long in his hand. There was nothing to worry about. Really? Thank you then. Su Wenting's heart was beating very, very fast, and when she heard Lin Fan say this, her face was extraordinarily flushed. If Lin Fan shot down the Golden Tripod International today, then she would be Lin Fan's person in the future. No matter what, Su Wenting could not leave the Golden Tripod International and Su Panghai. Only, Su Wenting didn't know how to face Lin Fan in the future. Thinking that her boss would be Lin Fan in the future, Su Wenting blushed a little. The ball quickly ended, and many tycoons returned to their seats and began to participate in the bidding. This time, the auction house was going to auction off many things. Besides the grand finale, the Golden Tripod International, there were also many rare treasures. Hello everyone, welcome to the auction organized by. In the middle of the venue, the woman in the cheongsam began to speak with a microphone while she was standing on the ring. At the same time, many people appeared under her feet, and these people used their hands to pick up red trays with all sorts of curiosities on them, including antiques, raw emerald stones, ancient calligraphy and paintings, gemstone rings, pearl necklaces, gold jewelry, and even ancient artifacts stolen by grave robbers. It didn't take long for the cheongsam woman to start the auction. The bidding was fierce. Jadeite stone and ancient relics were auctioned out at a very high price, like gemstone rings, pearl necklaces, gold jewelry. Such things are cheap, cannot shoot much price. The main reason was that these things didn't have much collection value. If they had historical significance, then they could also fetch a high price. After 3 or 4 hours, Lin Fan finally waited for the Golden Tripod International. At this time, the grandstand auction lady changed her clothes. This time, she changed into a tighter cheongsam. The tighter cheongsam embodied her fiery figure perfectly, so that the people below the grandstand raised their attention at all times. The curtain is about to come. This is the final program of this auction. The auction lady of course must pay attention to a little. It didn't take long for the auction lady to take the microphone and shouted, "Hello everyone, I believe you have all waited for a long time. There is no one who left the stage in the middle of this auction today. I believe that you are all rushing to the Golden Tripod International, so I don't have to say too much. So let the bidding start now. The starting price of the Golden Tripod International is $50 million. Thud. How come it's only 50 million? Golden Tripod International won't be only 50 million even if it's finished. It's a company with hundreds of millions of values. It seems a bit problematic. I'm going to make a bid. If it's not too expensive, it's okay to buy Golden Tripod International. It's so cheap, I have to bid, even if I buy a scrap back." The auction lady took the hammer and struck it heavily. As she struck the final hammer, the venue boiled over. The former glory of the Golden Tripod International was gone, but it still stimulated many tycoons, causing greedy eyes to show in their eyes as they couldn't help but want to auction off the Golden Tripod International. Zhou Daosheng frowned, clenched his teeth, and said with a cold color, "What's going on? How come the starting price of the Golden Tripod International is half as low?" Originally, Zhou Daosheng and Su Panghai had contacted each other to set the starting bidding price of the Golden Tripod International at $100 million, so that down the line, Zhou Daosheng would lose the interest of those tycoons as long as he made a big fuss at the venue. But it seemed to have failed now. Snap! Zhou Daosheng slapped the table fiercely, viciously said, "Could you Su Panghai even played this trick for me? See how I will let Gao Yongjin clean you up later." Now Zhou Daosheng was so angry that his teeth were itching. He couldn't wait to eat Su Panghai. This guy actually posed Zhou Daosheng. Let Zhou Daosheng pay more money to buy the Golden Tripod International. But today Zhou Daosheng didn't bring that much money. If he was robbed, Zhou Daosheng would have to eat Su Panghai. 55 million, 60 million, 64 million, 68 million. At this time, the venue constantly heard the sound of price increases, and those tycoons who raised their cards moved quickly, raising their cards one after the other. After seeing the Golden Tripod International so cheap again, these people were all moved.